Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. We got a lot to talk about, okay? First is Spain. Second will be Argentina. Third, Bruce Thornton. Bruce Thornton is a story now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My timeline, I don't know about yours, but mine is just filled with all of these people if Argentina wins today, there's going to be such a dissection of this referee and them getting into the final and their path that it is unbelievable how many people and the headlines around the world. It's crazy how many. This is not just a figment of I saw a story about all of the different headlines around the world with all of these different media outlets talking about this Argentina problem. The Sun in the UK, the Telegraph in the UK, Wall Street Journal, Easy Sport, the Telegraph in the Netherlands, French L'Equipe, RMC, Brazilian newspapers, Spanish newspapers. It's unbelievable. All throughout the world, Argentina and their path has been a story. And today we'll find out whether or not we'll see. You like England today?
Yeah, I like England. I mean, what have you liked about Argentina so far?
Yeah.
Easy path, struggled with an easy path, can't put teams away, has had to come back against Egypt, couldn't put Cape Verde away, couldn't put Switzerland away. Like, They had a header from a 5'7" guy, a miracle header to score a goal early on, like 14th minute. Couldn't score a goal the rest of the match. That's including with a man advantage for the last 25 total minutes. What's to like?
Yeah, they've struggled with the easiest path that anyone's had.
Yeah, and England's had a challenging path, and they've gotten it done. Winning in Mexico with that crowd, that's about with a man down for 35 minutes or whatever, that's crazy hard.
And Dell, I don't know, do you agree the two most impressive? I can't see you, Dell.
Yeah, he's coming. He's getting his headphones. Keep talking.
Oh, he's getting his headphones. I can't see in the video
listening.
thing. The two most impressive wins to me so far in the tournament were England at Mexico and yesterday's.
God, man, yesterday was what a mismatch it looked like.
Holy crap. As talented as they are. Did you see Thierry Henry break it down?
I didn't. You know what? So I went and saw the match at Chardon, which is a French restaurant in a hotel.
Oh, God, I bet that was
just
dismal.
By saying the name, you know where I was watching. All French, right? Not one person for Spain in there. And it was booked. The entire place. It's a restaurant. It's a nice restaurant. And I got the invite and from the chef. And so I went over there. That's where Ryan Lashane had partnered up with Chef EJ for Booze Can for Canada Day. And so, good food, really nice restaurant. And the
What's
whole
the name
place
of it?
is booked. It's called Chardon, Chardon. And it's near Buffalo Speedway. Okay. And so the place is packed, like all of the but it's not like a rowdy pack like you'd find in a pub. It's a much more dignified, pretty people. And, it's very composed and and so the place is completely, all these tables are booked and people are eating and they're passing out, face paint stuff you can put on for the French flag.
Did you paint your face?
I didn't, but Snacks did. I brought Snacks and Alec and I tell you what, wow, was that a quiet place? Quiet. Oh, the first goal's like an oh no, and then there was almost no excited, just like three excited where it builds up. Mm-hmm. I mean, they completely ruined.
Spain throttled them. They throttled them.
They couldn't even. I swear to God, it was like watching U.S. men's national team against Belgium. They couldn't even hang on to the ball.
No.
France couldn't even hang on to the possession. Spain's like, I'll be taking that from you.
And that Porro goal.
Give me that.
the Porro goal, they possessed the ball for well over a minute, just back and forth, just
Death
back,
by
back,
1,000
back.
passes.
And until finally
It
that
went to
pass
sleep.
led to Porro just all by himself with the goalie.
Yeah, France eventually went to sleep. Bloop.
Yep.
Goal.
Yep. Del, two most impressive wins so far.
England,
The
because
English win at Mexico and yesterday.
England because of the conditions, of course. I mean, Mexico riding the momentum of a home crowd, but talent for talent, guy for guy. Mexico did well in this tournament, but they're not a great side. But yes, the environment, the elevation, playing a host country in Azteca. Yeah, England gets a nod there. And what Spain did to dissect France, I was talking about it yesterday. Turns out Colton has people in Spain. Our intern former intern, he produced for me. He had a Spain jersey on, and of course he was backing Spain. I just thought that France would have a couple moments where their attacking ability would win the day. They didn't get many opportunities. The first goal, the penalty, it was a penalty. It's just a tough way to give up one where he doesn't even see Yamal. He's trying to make a play on the ball, the defender,
I've never seen
and he kicked him. That's a penalty in the box. It's no question, and they converted. And the second goal, if you watch it, you mentioned they fell asleep. Doué comes in as an attacker to spark a comeback, and he simply doesn't run with his guy, and Porro gets open. And that's why you want to ask a coach about tactics and players. There's probably a reason Doué doesn't start, because there's some defensive liability there, and a guy brought on just to score, or at least help score, forgets the responsibility that, hey, yeah, Spain has had the ball for a minute, but you still got to follow this runner. He just falls asleep, open, goal, that puts France away. And France didn't face really any adversity. The most adversity they faced all tournament was Paraguay kicking at them, but they didn't trail. And they didn't have
the last one, but
they weren't down, and they felt like they were in control.
they never felt like they were the scary urgency. You know how teams usually park the bus with sometime 1-0 and sometime 2-0, where they just pack it in and you can take your shots at them all you want, and they're just going to defend. Spain was still on the front foot.
That's how they
would
play.
still possess the ball the whole time.
That's how you win.
They were. I know. You know what they always say? Prevent defense prevents you from winning.
Sure,
they
do say that. I don't know if they say that in soccer, but they do say that.
Yeah.
And Spain plays a certain way. And John, you mentioned Thierry Henry after the game. He talked about these guys know what to do since they're 9 years old, because the system is the system. The best way I can describe it is, I don't know if it's still like this. Katie, football. At a time, those kids are in that system when they were young, and it's the same way they play until they get to high school and play for Katie. That's how Spain is. Everyone knows what to do, and that's what Henry talked about, from the time they're 9 years old. Spain just plays a certain way. Doesn't matter. This is what they believe in. From manager to manager, the Spain system is a system. So you can pull a guy out, put a guy in. They know what to do, and they dissected France in a way I didn't think anyone could. And, at the end of the game, Mbappe is talking to the press about how tactically it was all wrong, and they weren't doing what they should have been doing.
Win,
he said they were sloppy, and also tactically it was a miss there. So all in all, Spain just pulled apart the favorite, and now I saw that Spain, no matter who they play, will be a big favorite.
Oh yeah,
in the final.
It doesn't matter.
I think I don't know who gets England. To me, would not have matched up well against France, but they match up much better against Spain. I don't know who Argentina will match up against Spain. I just think Argentina is going to be in trouble with the size of England, but. That's a really good analogy you made. I never thought about it that way, because when we played junior high football, we ran the exact same offense, the same plays and everything as the high school. And it was specifically because you're considered a feeder system. You probably did too, John, with option offense or whatever. We had the same plays. You'd add a few plays or whatever. That's a good call, because it's done specifically so that there's a continuity. And I don't know if it's still that way. I'm sure there's probably still some continuity, but when you're talking about youth, you're talking about development into international soccer, man, that's got to be a really big deal. They were just all extraordinarily skilled, the Spanish players. They could dispossess France whenever they wanted. They could press France, and eventually they were just going to get the ball from them. They were stopping passes. France couldn't make through passes at all. They were being deflected multiple times. They had to work around the perimeter all the time. It was, God, it was like I was thinking if this were a pro football game, the score would be probably 24-3. Never in doubt. 24-3, and you've got less than 150, and France had less than 150 yards of total offense.
Yep.
It's probably Steelers, Texans.
Afterwards, Mbappe said it was like playing Barcelona. It's the same style. It's just, it's so hard to get anything. He was asked, why didn't you get any why couldn't they find you? He said, well, it was, we couldn't do it, but it was because Spain was just so good at stopping everything. And their pressing style is they're fantastic. That was fantastic.
The whole first half they played on the right-hand side, France did.
And yet, France was a big favorite, and nobody saw that coming. I mean, very few saw that coming.
Yeah, and they dominated, but sometimes fortune means more than anything. And Yamal just got kicked. He wasn't really in a spot to score. It was in the box, but he was going to have to try to control the ball.
It was an early touch with his body.
Yeah,
it wasn't even
that changed the dynamic of the entire game. And everything we said is correct. Spain dominated, but they would have been, at least going into the Portugal, it would have been 0-0 if not for the Yamal penalty. Who knows what happens, but sometimes it's luck, and you combine it with their tactics, and they run away with it. And now we have England versus Argentina, all that history as far as disappointment for England against Argentina. We'll have to see if they can break that curse.
But it's just a terrible choice of referee, though. I mean, because it's got nothing but conspiracy behind it. After all of the conspiracy, I mean, FIFA just doesn't care. They just don't care.
They're not. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. They're not going to buy into it, and hell, we'll see if it plays out where the guy gives them a favorable call. But he's gonna say, "I do a job." And how many people have actually watched him referee messy games with Inter Miami? I know it's out there, but do we know of any favoritism?
Well, there was a video that they put out of things. There's one guy that he just obliterated Argentina's path. I'll send it to you. I don't know. It's too long to play, but he had like 19 reasons why Argentina is just the favorite son, and they've been destined to.
That's great. Everyone can litigate this all they want in articles and social media. It doesn't matter. They're still playing, and if they beat England, they're in the finals again.
Yep.
Like everyone can have whatever think pieces they want and dissect the whole thing. Doesn't matter. They still have to score goals, and you still have to score more goals than they do. I mean,
you're taking the Glenn Davis approach.
Well, yeah. Well, Glenn has to if he wants to do the next one.
Glenn's not his own man. He doesn't. That's not what he really thinks.
He's not going to mess with his own bread.
Hey, I do not blame him one bit.
No,
get that check. Get that check.
That's a good check.
All right. By the way. Well, I shouldn't promote it, but I'm going to be on with Mark. Speaking of which, I'm going to be on with Mark Vandermeer tonight.
Boo!
Yeah.
Traitor.
Mm-hmm.
We like Mark, but we don't like what he stands for.
You're separating artists from
John's
artistry.
Separating the artist from the art. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, we love Mark.
Well, no, we love Mark, and he stands for everything that Janice McNair stood for.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great, yeah.
Janice McNair passed yesterday, and she was class. Justin Reed did a nice piece. He said, when I was with the Texans, she was like your grandma. She just was so nice, and she cared so much about you, about every player. Bob and Janice now both gone. So it is, she passed yesterday. You want to talk about perfect class. That was Bob too. Bob. The first thing that anybody ever said about Bob was classy, and that's the same for Janice McNair. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 Let's go. We are going to, and we're going to tell you how you can go. We want you to make sure that you are sticking around. One of these Thursdays coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we are going to tell you how you can be part of our fantasy league. And we're all going to go to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're going to do the draft there. We did it last year, talk about great food and fun. And, boy, we were giving each somebody was, I mean.
We all had a few laughs along the way.
Yeah, we did. We had a few laughs along the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to be as nice as I possibly could to that cowboy, the dude with the cowboy jersey on.
Very nice.
And it was just good, clean fun for the whole family, unless, there were any kids around. So here's the deal, is we want you to be part of the fantasy draft. But why don't you have your fantasy draft at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles? They got different draft packages available, including buckets of beer, pizza, wings, food, credits, and more. You can get the rate for your whole league at the hotel. Stay at the hotel. Bring the wives. Go out by the pool all day. Play, gamble all day. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Have the big draft there. Have food and drink, and it doesn't get any better. Spend the night. It's just awesome, 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 right? So if you're looking for the best way to get your fantasy draft, this is much better than a bunch of dudes sitting around with all your laptops just doing a draft. Boring. And they got a great entertainment lineup coming up. Dwight Yoakam is coming up this weekend. Drew Baldridge, Jamie Johnson, Pat Green, Melissa Etheridge, all coming to the Lake Charles, Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You're looking for the best way to get your fantasy draft on and just get your gamble on. GoldenNuggetLC.com. That's Golden Nugget. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
It maybe takes this a little too far. Messi's World Cup career. Spain, never played. England, never played. Italy, never played. Portugal, never played. Brazil, never played. Colombia, never played. Germany, 3 played, 3 defeats. France, 2 played, 1 defeat, 1 draw. Biggest fraud in the entire world. Parasite, literally feeding off minnows.
Parasite.
Parasite.
Then they should be beaten soundly today.
They should,
Dad,
well.
I'm going to almost start having to cheer for Argentina again
What?
to fade these tricksters that keep
Did you
writing these
cheer for
articles.
the Chiefs?
No,
Yeah.
but like
It's the same
That's what you
I'm
do.
just-
stuff.
Yeah, you cheer for the
But
Chiefs.
here's what happens when the Chiefs win, everyone shuts up. Like, oh well, they're
No,
better.
No, everybody gets louder.
Okay, then that's all it's going to be. Even if they win, there's nothing they can say. Everyone will say this is a travesty that they beat Spain. Like, okay, I guess. I mean, they keep winning, but I guess.
You didn't like it when the Chiefs kept winning.
If they beat London, yeah, but you also couldn't beat them. They made plays too, kind of like Argentina makes plays.
I don't know. People can compare Mahomes flopping for personal fouls to what Argentina's
No,
up
they
to.
can, and they're going to, because people like to just focus on. That's something that people can control. They can't
Just
control if a team's better.
Admit it. You like the blue and white stripes. You're thinking
No,
of buying a
I
jersey.
I want England to win, but I also
Okay.
these think pieces are getting a
Boy, I
little
hope
old.
the Chiefs do good this year.
Like, well, what can we do to diminish the win? What can we do? If they win a title, you've got people who just are waiting to hit send on articles they've written in case Argentina wins. Like, whatever. Beat them then. I want to see some beat them. Hopefully England will beat them. Knock them off. People keep trying to beat them in columns. Your column isn't going to beat Argentina. I promise. No matter how much you complain, it's not going to beat Argentina. Jude Bellingham single-handedly has to beat them today. And Anthony Gordon, former Evertonian, and Jordan Pickford,
And Harry Kane.
Everton goal. And, maybe Harry Kane. Maybe he does those.
I-
I mean, England's been better.
You shouldn't be naming people who play in the Premier League because
Harry doesn't play in the Premier
I know
League.
that's what I'm saying. You didn't name them. Don't name anybody on that England squad who plays in the Premier League. Not a goal scorer from the Premier League for England.
No, where does Jude play?
He plays.
Real Madrid,
he
right?
plays for Real Madrid.
Yeah.
Harry Kane,
wow.
Bayern Munich, and the only other.
And then Anthony Gordon's leaving, I think.
How about that? Vinny, Mbappe, Modric, Bellingham, and Barcelona won the league.
What's considered the best league? Is it La Liga or Premier? I think it's still Premier.
The
top
Premier
to
League
bottom,
is
right?
considered the best league.
La Liga's pretty good, though. Yeah, Premier League still.
As far as depth wise, I think Premier League is considered the best.
I was looking at, it's like
La Liga's next, though.
it was weird. It's like I didn't see a La Liga match, but I did. I saw Sevilla versus Betis whenever I went to Sevilla, and it's a different experience. So there's no alcohol allowed in the stadium at all. No alcohol sales, and it's it was a good crowd, but I guess it'd be like watching, I don't even know, Brighton Albion versus whoever.
Real Madrid, same way. No alcohol. Very plain, but
Yeah.
just nothing but concrete walls. There's no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
The stadium
but
wasn't that
outside,
impressive.
But outside there was plenty of alcohol.
Yeah,
going
no,
on.
that's right. It's the same way where I was.
Yeah.
That they eliminated it. I think want to say back in the '90s. I think, but maybe it's earlier than that. And then so I've been lucky enough to see a Bundesliga match, even though that was also not a high end match. It was Union Berlin, and then a Premier League and a La Liga. So, but I was wondering because I asked my son. He says Premier League, probably La Liga, then probably. I think he said Serie A ahead of the French league, where it's PSG and just a bunch of nobodies.
Yeah. So Spain has 8 Barcelona players on the team. Probably one of the reasons Mbappe said it felt like playing Barcelona because he saw so many players from Barcelona out there.
I guess.
They didn't all play, but they are on the team like Yamal and Olmo and Fernan Torres and Kubarsi. Like they have a goalkeeper who's a backup. But yeah, so they play like Barcelona because there's a heavy Barcelona influence in Spain, period, and also just on the team.
Yeah.
And all the Real Madrid guys, except for Jude, are out as far as the big stars are concerned. You just went through them, Mbappe, Vinny. But Jude's still there. And he's been the best. Mbappe was with the goal scorer, but Jude has been probably England's most important player. So we'll see what he does today.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been great. That's going to be fun. It's going to be a good game. Very good game. And we'll see if – did you guys see the video of Posh Spice?
Yes.
Oh, where she was doing nothing?
And
Where
the entire
everybody
suite.
is screaming and jumping up and down, and she's just staring.
She's just staring there looking at, people who don't like her took an opportunity
oh
to make
my
sure they
God,
screen
they can't
captured
stand
that one.
her.
They screen captured that one.
Yeah, Victoria Beckham, they just can't stand her.
Yeah.
She's been with him since, the late 90s now?
Yeah.
I don't know that many people
Did you see the
would have thought.
Did you see the doc?
Yeah,
on
I
them?
saw it. There,
Yeah.
David did some things.
Yeah, David.
He should.
He's not been only with her.
Yes, but that's true. That relationship has remained. I don't think anyone thought, hey, pop star with most famous soccer player in the world. I don't know that many people had long-lasting marriage
My
on
wife
in the cards.
My wife.
My
loved-
wife.
My wife loved him. He's a neat freak. That's all he does. He cleans and cleans, and he just if he grills, he's like scrubbing, so it looks like the grill is still brand new. My wife was like, "Why can't you be like him?"
So she wants you to be more like Beckham, huh?
Yeah. Well, what wife doesn't, though?
I mean, maybe take fidelity over all
Yeah, right,
of
right,
Beckham's
right.
stuff.
Oh, you want me to be like him? Okay. All right.
All right.
She's like, go ahead and try. You're not David Beckham.
Go see how
Good
that
luck.
works out for you.
Like my wife's told me before. I said, you never know. What if I'll say the joke about what if over the years, what if Gwen Stefani or what if Dua Lipa, whoever you want to say, who's my other one? Mary Elizabeth
yeah.
Winstead. She goes, go for it. See how it works out for you. Like not a care in the world.
Well,
Good luck.
yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
Tell them about your kids. Like, nah, that's no. Tell them about
It
your
didn't matter
kids.
to Mary
No.
Bring
Elizabeth
your
Winstead.
kids with.
I mean, what's his name? Ewan McGregor
Yeah,
had
I
kids.
mean, he's got a leg up on me. Even 2 months, I don't think I
You
could
think Ewan
accomplish what he
McGregor
has.
has a leg up on you?
Yeah, I couldn't accomplish. Even with 2 months to prepare
If I got
as
you
an actor.
prepare as an actor.
Mm-hmm.
What if we did the whole thing? We got you into Juilliard. We got you a Hollywood trainer.
Yeah.
How much time do you think it would take for you if you were a single man to woo her?
If I go back 20 years, it'd probably take a full year.
Well, she liked an older man. He's older than her.
Yeah. All right, 10 years. I'll take a full year. It's probably 8 months.
A full year.
8 months.
Okay, and you
A
wound
lot
up,
of training. And so I got to go to school at Juilliard at the same time? Or does I just
or
magically have it?
or you get
Is it like imprinted?
let's give you become a good actor, not a great one, but a good one that
Do
people
I also,
like working
am I
with.
like Hugh Jackman? Can I also work on Broadway too? Like, am I
Do
dual
whatever
threat?
you want. You want to
Okay.
be artsy. You want to do stuff for you, but you also want to do the
I
mainstream
think Mary
popular
Elizabeth
stuff.
Winstead would appreciate it if I could be a stage actor as well as a screen
I'm
actor.
sure it would be appealing.
Okay. All right. Yeah, 7 months.
7. Do you need an accent like him?
I've got a bunch of accents. It's no problem.
Okay, so you
You
think
do?
7 months
Yeah.
of being a full-time actor and all that entails?
What is he in real life? Is he?
He's Scottish, I think.
Ooh, that's a tough one. But he doesn't sound Scottish. He got rid of that.
No, he didn't. Not in real life. For movies,
You
sure.
sure? He doesn't sound like he doesn't sound like the color commentators on soccer matches.
I mean, I'm sure as he has, been around.
Those just schoolboy tactics are.
But if you listen to him, that's a Scot.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, like all of them, they can pretend to be American better. We can pretend to
of
be
course. That's part
Yeah.
of the deal.
Yep.
So I think 7 months is what you say?
Okay.
Yeah, as long as I don't have to have an
Doesn't
accent.
it
She
usually
doesn't
just
care.
take you 2 months to do stuff?
Well,
That's
acting
what I'm
is a little
saying.
harder.
I'm acknowledging this is much harder. And
gotta-
I got to hit the gym with the
this
trainer.
is much harder than catching passes in the NFL.
Yeah,
That's what he thinks.
Exactly.
He
That's what I
knows
was
football. He
okay,
doesn't
so
know acting
finally,
very
you guys realize catching passes in football is not that big a deal.
It's not a question of catching passes. It's
Zone beaters.
getting open.
Well, like I said, I'm very specific. I don't say I'm beating press. I want free release and zone beaters.
Oh, so you want free access yards? You
Yes.
want to be Dalton
Yes.
Schultz?
Oh,
yeah,
nobody-
I'm catching and going
okay.
down too.
So
No
Dalton
press-
Schultz.
Yeah, yes. Dalton Schultz, only much shorter route tree.
Sure.
You
See, I'm
don't
realistic.
want
Stop
any
routes?
press coverage.
You want
No,
stop.
I want no press.
You just want stop routes.
Do you remember? So we used to have our when we had our Christmas parties at Klein's, and it'd get a little bit wild. At one point, Marcus Coleman, who just became part of the show, he just out of nowhere he came in. We'd have him come in to talk Texans, and then he just started coming in every day. And we're like, hey, Marcus is here. What? It's not even football season. And he'd just come in, hang out. Sometimes he'd just sleep on our couch. He was just bored because he wasn't an NFL athlete anymore. And I get it. Like, it was his identity had completely changed. We've talked about it, but I've talked about it with him before. And he came to our Christmas party. And Raheel, so we used to have one-on-one. So we would have pass protection drills where one listener would be like a tackle and another would be a defensive end. And they would try to rush the passer. And so they'd snap it to me at quarterback. I'd sit back there, and it did result in one broken wrist that I know of.
Yeah, right.
But that was really wet outside, and that's before we didn't even have anyone sign. We just don't have snitches as listeners. We didn't have any. No one signed a form or a waiver. They just knew the deal. Like, this is on you if you get hurt. This is, first of all, you need to play with lower pad level so you don't.
It
slip.
was your body, your choice.
Your body, your choice. And so Marcus Coleman is out there. This is a former NFL cornerback and a press corner. 6'2", 205 pounds of muscle, like lean mass. He is a physically impressive specimen. He was a press corner, strong player. Raheel's in his green man suit. Raheel's got his full-on green man suit. You can't even see his face. And he was going to run routes against Marcus Coleman. Marcus had a dip cup in his right hand, and he's actively spitting into the dip cup as he's pressing Raheel, and with his left hand only is keeping Raheel from getting off the line of scrimmage with pure strength and footwork and just, ability. And Raheel can't even get into the route. I still got a video of it. Raheel can't even get into the route and Raheel was a young 20s, like 25 years old, good athlete, playing a lot of sports. Marcus has got him with one hand on a spit cup, won't let him off the line of scrimmage, just can't get off at all. And when I was watching, I was like, oh, man. That's
all right, we got a break.
Corners are nothing to mess with.
No. Especially big ones like Marcus. We got a break. So 713-780-3776, Glenn Davis, top of the hour, joining us to talk about that win yesterday. Houston Powder Coaters is what we're talking about today. You're looking for the best way to get whatever it is, metal. I need you to call Robin. I need you to tell Robin that you heard it right here. You will, at some point, probably talk to Robin. Robin is very honest with you about what she can do and can't do. If you've got, I've been there. I've seen the patio furniture. Some of it looks like, wow, this is something that you can save, and the answer is yes. Listen, any the slats and the seating and everything else, they fix that as well. Not just the metal. Not only do they just make the metal look great, but they'll fix everything on the chair on the furniture as well. So you're looking for the best way to do that. Houston Powder Coaters can do that as well. Car parts, boat parts, any kind of smoker or trailer. You're looking for the best way, whatever metal it is, and there's plenty of metal out there that you need fixed. If you're a business, they can come and work on your stuff there at your business, especially if you've got a fence or gate that is rusting out and looks terrible and you need it to look great. Houston Powder Coaters will go there for you. But listen, anybody that needs something, Houston Powder Coaters will pick it up and deliver it absolutely free. Houston Powder Coaters is the way to go if you've got anything metal that you need fixed. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Robert Morris said he broke his hand at the Christmas party. That was nice. Good on you. What are we feeling about Bruce Thornton right now? Bruce Thornton, 20.7, 3 Summer League games, 20.7 points per game, 4.3 assists, 3.7 rebounds, 3.3 steals, 40% field goal percentage, 43 33-point percentage. He's at like 60 true shooting.
Mm-hmm.
He has been fantastic. And I always say about these, well, it's the summer, whatever. But it's better that you are really good there. And you know what? That you can only play who's there against the competition that's there. And he's outstanding. So now we move up and see if he can do that. The NBA. I mean, if he was a top 3 pick, it'd be ESPN's lead story.
He takes care of the ball. Like, he's confident on the ball. He's one of these guys, because he's smaller. He's a compact 6-foot player. What's astonishing, and I need to study. I need to read up on how he was named, how he's a 4-time team captain. I don't know how that's possible because I think he's only a 4-year player. So how was he a 4-time captain? Like, how did he gain a captain's position as a freshman? That seems almost impossible. But so he's got that kind of leadership. I read the text. You guys may not have heard it, but a couple of our guy, Tori Andrews, who listens to the show, he's got 2 of his dear friends who are college coaches and former college players, and he asked them about one of them coached directly against Bruce Thornton, and he asked them about him, and they absolutely love Bruce Thornton, his competitiveness, his leadership, his toughness, everything about him. I mean, they rave about him. So it's like when you're a 6-foot player, you're used to playing that size. You've learned to work around it the same way Jalen Brunson works around his size deficiency, relatively speaking. And so Bruce Thornton doesn't seem to be like, guys are bigger than him, taller than him, longer, but on the court it doesn't really seem like – it's like I've been doing this my whole life. I've played against taller, longer guys my whole life. This isn't how I know how to play. I know how to work around it. And he's a very confident player. It's been fun watching him. I don't know how it's going to translate, but he looks a lot more confident on the ball than Reed Shepherd does. I can tell you that, because Reed's not a true point. Reed's more of a floating, scorer.
Right. No, Bruce Thornton is now that's a point guard. That's a point guard. So it'll be interesting to see if he's going to get, what kind of minutes he's going to. Okay, predict it. What do you expect out of Bruce Thornton this year?
Well, I mean, not a lot of minutes. I think he'll be a guy who gets into maybe 50 games, which is actually pretty high. I mean, for Ime, if he gets into 50 games, that's actually a pretty high number, because instead of a DNP CD, I feel like that's a high number, John, to have.
And I don't.
50.
I think he'll play
for
a
a
lot
third
more
point guard.
Mm-hmm. I think he will play in more. What minutes per game?
Ooh, about 9.
I'm gonna go higher. I'm gonna go higher in number of games. I think that they're gonna.
So you
really
have him
like
as a backup? I mean, they got Marcus Smart, Fred VanVleet,
You got
and
Fred
Reed.
VanVleet coming off an injury.
Right.
You got.
But where are the minutes coming from?
We know what Reed Shepherd is playing the point.
But who's he playing in front of? Because you have Marcus and Fred. You're going to have Fred out, I guess.
Yeah, Fred will. Well,
because Marcus is going to probably get, Fred's going to get 28 minutes. Marcus gets, I don't know, 15, 14. Or 13 minutes. I mean, yeah, I mean, 28 minutes and 20 minutes. That's a full game. That's 48 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where, because Marcus Smart's going to play. That's an Ime type of guy. Fred is an Ime type of guy. I'm just not sure. I'm just trying to be realistic about where these minutes are going to come from when you have these kind of veteran point guards that Ime loves.
Yeah, that's a problem. But I think that he's going to win over people. He's going to win over. I know he's a rookie, but dude was a 3-time All Big Ten. He's got plenty of minutes. It's not like, and you're right. He played his whole life against bigger guys. He knows how to play against bigger guys
in a good conference.
In a really good conference, yeah, where the champs are. So, it'll be I think he's going to win Ime over and get more minutes. I'm gonna predict he's going to play about 12 minutes a game. He is going to play in 60-some games, and he's going to be a bigger part of maybe than they thought. But
I think to do that, there's going to have to be an injury.
And let's not forget, there
point.
could be injuries.
I don't
That's
see
it.
him like his 12 minutes. I don't see Marcus Smart at 12 minutes a game, and Fred at 20. Like it's the math doesn't work out on that. So I don't know. Now Fred, let's see if Fred comes back. Let's see when Fred is at 100%. I don't even know that we've heard that Fred's 100%. Let's see if Fred is on the team and doesn't get dealt.
Yeah. That's a different
I
story.
mean, Fred may not. Fred wiped his social media of the Rockets. Let's see if Fred VanVleet is a Rocket. Let's see if he's a Rocket after the trade deadline. Because Bruce, there would be minutes for Bruce, and the more comfortable you are with Bruce Thornton, the more comfortable you are dealing Fred VanVleet, I would think.
Yep. Well, it's a little early to be dealing him for Bruce Thornton yet.
Well, I'm just saying, if you like Bruce Thornton to get those minutes and those game time, then why not have Marcus Smart as your starter and Bruce Thornton as your backup?
Yeah.
If he makes comfortable with it, because that's where those minutes would come from.
Are you really gonna? I mean, I saw there's a list out there, and the Rockets aren't even on it to win the championship. The Rockets aren't even on the list anymore.
Yeah, that's an overreaction to me.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not a favorite. They're I feel like they're pretty far behind San Antonio, and at least not that they can't beat OKC or San Antonio. It's just the attrition of the playoffs and a 7-man. The likelihood of injury for Fred, Kevin Durant, and Steven Adams is awfully high, relatively speaking. So, they are. I mean, they're more of an underdog this year than they were last year, and I would argue that maybe the team is potentially better with all those guys, at least projected to play all year long. The Rockets actually might be better this year than they were last year, but
if they're healthy, they will be. They should.
Yeah,
be.
and I don't think you can't just assume health when you start dealing with players like Steven Adams and Kevin Durant who have injury histories that are starting to stack up. Fred VanVleet coming off of what appears to be a severe knee injury. They really, really limited him. So I don't know. I think it's dumb to say the Rockets don't have a chance, but
that's really what Vegas is saying. Not
so I saw it was either Will or Brado, Rocket on Rockets Twitter, who said, for the Rockets to compete for a title, this needs to happen.
Yes, I saw that.
Did you see that? So he said, Amen Thompson take a star leap, which is possible. I expected a bigger leap last year from him that I didn't see. Alperen Sengun having his best year. Okay, that's not crazy.
Okay,
year 5. Fred VanVleet staying healthy. Steven Adams staying healthy. Kevin Durant staying healthy. Fred VanVleet returning to form. Steven Adams staying healthy. And Jabari Smith having his best year. And Tari Eason being a better three-point shooter. I think it was Tari being a better three-point shooter and Jabari being a better three-point shooter. I think that's what he said. And I just thought, okay, this isn't crazy. That's not crazy to say that Tari and Jabari can improve as three-point shooters, have good three-point shooting years. Steven Adams stays healthy for the whole year. We'll see. Kevin Durant stay healthy. Okay. I mean, he was for the year.
Yeah.
He just, kind of had the freak thing that happened in the playoffs. Does all that seem crazy to you? It's a lot that needs to stack up, but it doesn't. It's like you're not asking for Alperen to have his best year, his 5th year in the league. Akeem Olajuwon's best years, well, statistically his best years were when he was younger, but 5-6 years he was having his best statistical years. But his best basketball happened in his 30s. His most impactful basketball happened later in his career. I don't think that layout is crazy for the Rockets to have many of those features come together in 1 year, especially with young players. Do you?
Yeah. No, I don't think it's. And I
It's
think
still
the Rockets
hard,
are going to. I think the Rockets are going to be. If you don't feel like they're a top 6 team, then you'll be wrong. You'll be wrong. That's all. The Rockets are going to be once again a top 6 team in the West. And we'll see, then we'll see whether or not they can play in the postseason. So far, they haven't proved it. Ime hasn't proved it. They're just bad in the postseason. One and done ain't good enough this year. It just isn't. We got a break. 713-780-3776. Glenn Davis joining us top of the hour to talk about that win yesterday and what's going to happen today. HRP is what I'm talking about now. HRP can help your business. You're out there. You're thinking about business. You're on your way to work right now. You're on your way to your place of business. If you're a CEO, a CFO, if you've got some say, even if you don't, you want to speak up and say, hey, we're just not doing this as well as we possibly can. Your business, your people depend on you as a decision maker to stay in business, to feed their families. You got families to worry about. Not only do you have your workers that you're paying, but they've got families. So there are a lot of people dependent on you. And what they want you to do is be successful. And that's what HRP wants you to do. They want you to, and they partner with you to be as successful as you possibly can. Do your payroll economically better, technologically better. Do your HR economically better, technologically better. Do your taxes better, everything better. And if you do that, and it's less to the bottom line, that's more money in your pocket, that's your business growing, and everybody wins. And HRP will partner with you. They'll become friends. They'll become part of your business. It's what they've done with us, and they've done with so many different Houston, and not only Houston-based companies, but companies all over the world. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
There is a troubling development in the television world. New broadcasting guidelines for women's athletics have been released to crack down on camera angles and slow-motion replays that sexualize athletes. So they don't want to see, listen, I don't know why track athletes, well, how difficult is it going to be for women's beach volleyball? I mean, look, track athletes are basically, a lot of them are basically wearing thongs.
Are they talking about that? I mean, you're just broadcasting what's on this. You don't have to even have a camera angle, or it is what it is. This is what it is. There's no way around it.
You can't.
I mean, most of them.
How are you going to avoid it when they're basically wearing thongs?
I've seen most of them. A lot of them don't wear. A lot of them just wear regular, stuff. So, I don't know. I think that some of them have gotten away from the more showy swimsuits or whatever their beach attire, whatever it is that they're wearing. It's a little bit more standard now. And I saw beach volleyball the other day. It was actually on in some bar, and it was just like it was actually pretty normal looking. It wasn't like the Brazilian team that was doing stuff on purpose. They were trying to assault our eyes on purpose.
No.
It was my eyes, my choice, and I didn't want to see that, and they kept doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was back in like 2006.
It's assault.
It's like in 2006, they were clearly up to something. And they're like, we're going to get some attention here. Like, oh, you got the attention you were looking for.
Yeah.
Because I noticed. But you said track you said all women's sports, right?
All women's sports.
Okay. Well, what women's sports, like, what are we talking? Do you have any idea what they're actually talking about?
Well, they're talking about track, and they're talking about, I mean, listen, they wear really, really, really
so
tight.
Do men. So
in
do
a
men.
lot of cases,
You ever had
wearing
a straight-on
thongs.
shot? You ever had a straight-on shot of a 100-meter runner? And it's like, oh, what are we going back and forth with here? What is this?
So,
Like, oh, no.
it just is, it's bothersome.
We
that's
don't
all.
need this in our lives.
And there's a prediction here. Viewership in women's athletics drops 95%.
Is this
That's
the
not
Onion?
true. That is not going to happen. But I just don't know how you can broadcast beach volleyball anymore.
Yeah. Well,
because they basically wear thongs out there. I think it's a television development that is tragic, if you want to know the truth. Tragic. And I, for one, am protesting. This is one thing I will protest.
you won't. You don't care enough.
Yeah, I'm going to go out there with signs.
You won't care enough. Is there any women's basketball shots that you find objectionable?
No, but volleyball.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the only thing. What about women's softball? You pretty much nailed this down to one sport.
No, track, volleyball.
I don't, but track
beach
is
volleyball.
Everyone's in those skin tight suits and they're just running. Like, what are you?
Oh no! I've got plenty. I'll send you plenty of.
Don't
instances.
send me a shot putter. I don't want to see.
Not
that.
a shot put. No,
Okay.
I'll send you plenty of instances where you'll be like, "Oh wow, we can't have this anymore."
Okay, send that.
So that's why we can't have fun.
Send that.
Right.
Here's some emails. We need Gilbert's opinion on the matter. No, we don't. Art says, if each Rocket player can have their best year ever, they can compete. Well, that's what happened when the Astros won a World Series. Every Astro had their best year ever in 2017. Like almost every single Astro had their best year ever, including Marwin Gonzalez. Well, I mean, do the Rockets have a trash can? Is there anything that is there any way to gain a significant advantage for about a 2-month span at only home games? I don't know. David says, I'm confused where Dell draws the I don't care line. Will Lance be able to throw batting practice to an all-star derby? Dell doesn't care. How many months of acting coaching will it take for Lance to land a hot actress? Let's spend a segment on that. Is what David says.
I will tell you, I didn't hear the batting practice one because when I hear baseball, I tune out. So it's not about not caring about Lance's abilities. It's not caring about baseball. There's a difference.
And to be fair,
I care about
the whole actress thing. It's intriguing to you to see. Well, not that you believe anything I'm saying, but
I'm intrigued by your thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, what would it take to be in that neighborhood as a young single Lance versus an actress? Like, what would I need? What would I need? Juilliard training, okay.
Just to get you into a point where you might be able to attract a woman, an actress of Mary
Can I
Elizabeth
tell you,
Winstead
it's not
status.
even that much.
Oh wow.
What was her name? Meg Tilly or you remember
Jennifer Tilly?
Remember Jennifer
She
Tilly?
had a sister, Meg.
Jennifer Tilly.
She was the buxom girl, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
So
and
Meg
she
was the
plays
famous.
a lot of poker.
Meg
and she
was
uses
her
the-
sister.
She
So
uses
listen.
those guys.
So when I was at 610, right before I got, I have to tell the story after Glenn Davis.
Yes, we gotta
because an actress tried to get a little flirty with me.
Really?
You know what I did?
You stiff
Shut
armed
it down.
Heisman her?
Shut
Heisman
it
her.
down.
I had to
Interesting.
Heisman her. I had to Heisman her at the Golden Nuggets, no
Yeah.
less.
Of all places.
The Golden
Yeah,
Nugget
no.
in Vegas, no less.
Hey, lady, I'm taken.
Yeah.
Hey, cut the crap, Jennifer Tilly. Bang.
Yeah. Good. You
Derrick
banged her.
Henry.
You banged her.
No, I
no,
said
that's
You
not.
bang.
just said bang.
No, I said no. I stiff armed her like
Stiff-
Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
oh,
get out
oh.
of here. I'm taken.
All right. Glenn Davis next. Get out of here, everybody. Is okay. Time to bring on Glenn Davis to talk about that game. Holy crap, Glenn. I mean, I guess a system beats talent because that system beat the snot out of France yesterday. Is Glenn here?
Oh, hey guys, sorry, I didn't know that was a question for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They
You're the
definitely did.
guest here. Yes.
They definitely did. Spain didn't just beat France; they dismantled them, they neutered them, they won every facet of the game. It was like watching a python suffocate an animal. They just gripped them. The power of being precise and having an amazing tactical plan just was such a show yesterday. That was a wonder to the eyes, honestly. Witnessing that was pretty amazing. It turned all of our favorites, including me. I thought at some point the French have to breach these guys, but this is complete control. Rodri led the way, obviously, in his his way that he does. I almost thought that it felt like Spain had an extra player in midfield the whole game, which they did a lot of the game. But France was just dismantled. I mean, they were suffocated so badly they couldn't play to Dembele and Mbappe and all them. They held that group of guys, that 5 set to, I think, 8 shots, only 3 on goal. They never really looked dangerous. And the 1 or 2 times they did, Unai Simon, remember, came off his line. That was an amazing play because he must have been out near the edge of his 18 when they went over the top that one time to Mbappe.
Mm-hmm.
And he got there first.
Slid.
You couldn't see it like on TV, right? Because he's out of the camera. But, how quickly, when I saw that over the top, I'm like, oh, my God, Mbappe's in, right? And then all of a sudden flashing on your screen is Spain's goalkeeper, Unai Simon. So it was something special we saw. I think, I was wondering, having called that game against Belgium, how is this going to work against France? And France tried to break their rhythm and couldn't. And I think England's going to try to do the same thing, which is not easy. These guys know their system so well. Every guy is great on the ball. The movement is an amazing thing to watch because people who get the ball constantly have options. It's remarkable.
Mm-hmm. They were flawless. Flawless.
Yeah, that's a good word.
Yeah. And, okay, so, and I saw, this is the new style, and France is still playing the old style. And what about styles of play? Is this how? Well, they grew up in this, right? Since Thierry Henry says since they were 9 years old, they've been playing together and playing this system.
Yeah, so here's a great way to explain some things, and I think just put context into everything when we think about our game in the U.S. and why don't we play like that? Well, Spain's a smaller country. The youth system that they have is consistent in the way it's coached. Now, if you go out here in Houston or across America on any given night, the sport is taught in very different ways. There's not consistent standards, maybe, and then you throw in 3 other traditional sports, and it's tough to build and create an identity, right? I mean, look how long, what's our identity in the U.S.? Well, forever, it's, we're fighters, we're competitive. Well, that's great. So is the rest of the world, right, when you play this game. So, they do grow up in a system that there's a lot of things similar. Lamine Yamal has a huge impact on the game, even though he doesn't score, right? Creates the first goal just because of how quick and dangerous he is, and he comes off the blind side of Digne. And we talked yesterday about Digne against him and how that would be an important matchup. Well, Yamal, you just can't sleep on. Rodri runs the show. The way he moves in midfield, you can just see everybody plays off his cue. I want to see if England can disrupt him today, whoever gets him in the final, if they can disrupt Rodri. But, it was some performance, and you have to give the coach Luis de la Fuente a lot of credit because he wins the tactical battle against the great Didier Deschamps.
Yeah, it was, in the tactical battle, I totally get that, and I'm not as well-versed on – I actually want to learn more about the subtleties of tactics, and I'm trying to learn more about that. But, just on the ball, man on man, Spain was just dominant versus France. They couldn't – France could not keep possession, and when it got to challenging – man on man, France just had a hard time getting around Spain. Spain was any type of through passes. Spain was on top of it. They weren't allowing those quick strikes through the middle. I just was so impressed. I know what Spain can do when they have possession, and they maintain possession. But they're also so clever with the ball. They didn't seem to get in much trouble individually on the ball, and then France couldn't really press and create. When they were pressing them, they really couldn't create any panic from Spain. I rarely saw Spain panicked. But on the flip side, I did see France having a hard time against Spain's press.
Oh, big time. So they won the game simply on their possession game and their pressing game. So the idea and what we saw implemented by Spain was once they lost the ball, they pressed right away because they didn't want these longer ball and outlets real fast so that France could go in transition with their burners, Mbappe and Dembele and everybody. So they absolutely played that to perfection. Then when France maybe had the ball and they were dropping off a little bit, you could see the French players like passing it around the back. It's like there's no passing lanes. They got so narrow and cut off the passing lanes to all those front players that the supply line was cut off. So, and to do that for 90 minutes and that focus without any mistakes, I didn't really feel like maybe there was a little push of desperation at the end from France, but it was they killed off France. They killed the transition game through the counter press, and they cut the supply line off to their front runners. No question. That was, that's something because everybody, including me, thought, well, okay, maybe this is the game. This is the game where you're not going to be able to hold down all these great players. Well, just shows you that the collective can beat the individual talent.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be a big favorite against whoever advances here. Now let's talk about this game, Glenn. England, and now so what does each team have to do to win today? Argentina and England.
Well, I would say this: both of these teams have come into this, with a larger struggle, I think, through the navigation of the tournament. I got to think fatigue is an issue with both of these teams. They've been, late show for Argentina a lot. England, just the amount of sweat equity put into their games, obviously in Mexico City against Mexico, and then the Norway game was not easy. I'm
a day game in Miami.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. How about that for scheduling? You get Mexico at altitude, and then you go to Miami, right? That's pretty amazing, and I think we have to factor all of that in here. Like the traditional thing and obvious thing is England's midfield's got to play very well. Bellingham, Declan Rice, what do they got left in the tank? You got to be good in your penalty areas today. It's definitely against Argentina. And I think emotional control is a big one in this game because you got maybe some fatiguing players in the emotion of the day. And then, Argentina's going to want to get Messi the ball behind lines and in good pockets of space. And they want to get their transition game going. So if let's say England's pressing and they lose the ball, Argentina hits Messi in midfield, you run for him. You get in front of him, right? You become a target. All you got to do is sprint and get in front of the ball. He's going to find you. But I think this will be a physical match, and one I can't wait for it. It's going to be amazing.
In some ways, I think England would be extraordinarily. I mean, they're going to be disappointed if they lose, but to play, you talked about sweat equity. That really made me think, man, they have played the way that they've won has been just they played really courageous, mentally tough versions of soccer, and they've done exactly what needed to be done. They've risen to the occasion. They had one game that I thought was kind of a stinker, but to lose now, and this is an Argentinian
they broke
team.
out, Lance. Remember the first game? Everybody was going wild.
4-2.
This is why these tournaments are cool. They come out the first game. It's the new attack-oriented England.
Yeah.
Then they get pragmatic for 2 games.
The second match was totally different.
Yeah. Then they, so the story of every team in the tournament is pretty cool to watch, and you see how they respond. I mean, after the emotional win in Mexico City, I'm going, okay, I want to see what shows up against Norway, right? And then they're in the heat, and it shows up in a big way. What a backbone they had. But, It's been a lot of fun. It's interesting because I see a lot of people are picking England today. And I also see Scaloni, the coach of Argentina. Yeah, this is what the great soccer cultures do. People aren't happy about the way Argentina's playing, even though they're in a semifinal, right? So he's in a press conference defending the way they've been playing and the fact that they've got to the semifinals, and there's people, well, but you're not playing well, So you got to love it.
Mm-hmm. Glenn Davis brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief right here on ESPN 97.5 every morning. We've got today's game, Glenn. This is it. England can't get past. What do you make of the history of this? England can't get past Argentina, and they're talking about so much about the ref. There's so much talk about the conspiracy with Argentina. I mean, if England loses today, all of these conspiracy theories are just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't think these guys care about '86, to be honest with you. None of them were even born, I don't think. But that's what the press and the media will do, and that's a cool thing, to look back at history and see the history between the two teams. And then you had Simeone got David Beckham sent off in the other World Cup. I don't think they're making too much of that. You're one game away from the big prize. I think that's great for all of us. We enjoy a lot of that kind of stuff. But I think it's who applies themselves. I think these are two teams that have had a little bit more of a rough sort of up and down tournament. The challenges of different venues and different cities. I think fatigue's a factor. I think you might even see a change or two in the lineups based on that. We'll see. But, yeah, this sets up to be a good one. By the way, the referee is a guy that I know, Ishmael Elfast from Austin. And he's reffing the game today. It's an American crew.
You said from Austin?
Yep.
Oh,
he lives in Austin. Yep.
He lives in Austin.
He's an excellent referee, but, boy, does he have a challenge today.
But Messi's never lost a game he's reffed in.
No, Messi hasn't lost a lot of them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, right. Messi doesn't lose a lot of games.
Argentina doesn't lose very often.
No, well, and neither does Miami. So
No, Messi is mostly wins.
Right.
Mostly wins. So this is this one is. So I thought France would really give England a tough time. Just athletically, I thought England would have a real problem. I think England versus and I was thinking about this, Spain versus England. I think it's a better opportunity for England. I do think England's size on set pieces is going to be an issue for Argentina. The Argentinian backline just not been great. And then, but either one of these versus Spain, I think, is an intriguing matchup. No matter who wins, I think it's really an interesting matchup between. This is a great Final Four. But do you think one team matches up better against Spain than the other between Argentina and England?
Well, no matter who it is, they have to break the Spanish rhythm and tempo. So is England better at that? Is Argentina better at that? They're both teams that have a lot of grit and a lot of players with a lot of obvious determination. Maybe England is the better matchup. I don't know, but what they did to France was frightening, really. And you know what? Here's another thing for all the people that are so into data. If you just look at a page of data from this game, you aren't going to know how dominant Spain was in this, right? You're going to see 7 corner kicks for France, 1 for Spain. You're going to see more shots, 1 more shot on target from, you're going to see data that's, and there are people that write articles off looking at a sheet of data, and you and I and all of us who witnessed this and watched it showed and saw how dominant this was from Spain. I mean, this was like taking a dog on a leash for a walk.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the numbers. It's 51 to 49, Spain's advantage in terms of possession. 10 shots, 3 on goal, 10 shots, 2 on goal for Spain, even less 7 corners to 1 corner, France advantage, 17 crossers to 6 crossers, which makes sense since Spain's going to work over the work around the edges. But yeah, you can't tell just from the box score. It's like it was an ass kicking. It was a 2-0 ass kicking. What it was.
It was a total domination. It was a statement, right? That was like planting your flag. About that was a statement. That was a tough one for the French to take, believe me, because it was so dominant. One other thing I would say about today with Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham, the wide game of England is something to keep an eye on, because if they, in possession, can get Saka, Gordon, these guys bringing width to their attack, that's where Jude Bellingham can come late. So we'll see if there's a lot of those types of moments in the game, or if they can get some of those moments in the game. But today is, going to be pretty good. And, the usual Messi supporting cast have got to do the work. McAllister, Fernandez, Rodrigo de Paul, Paredes, if he plays, he might not play. He's one that might be in question. But those guys all do the work for their man.
Who you got? Lance has England. You think they could do it?
Yeah, I think since I'm so good at predictions like yesterday, that I think I will just keep my mouth quiet. But it's just, Argentina wins games at the end, scoring 3 goals in 11 minutes. The spirit of these two teams has been really impressive to watch in this tournament. I'm going to keep my mouth shut today, I think.
One could argue that we haven't seen Argentina play their best. And because I'm working off of everything I've seen from both teams, I'm like, okay, I believe what they've shown me. Argentina, you're telling me who you are. You're not as dominant. England has told me who they are. England, to me, is a better team. They're a very small favorite, betting favorite. Of course, so was France. They were a decent-sized favorite. Not huge, but decent-sized favorite. And but I do think it's possible that Argentina also plays their best. This could be their best match they've had. So
you can't. It's so hard to predict. I cringe whenever somebody asks me for a prediction, because in some ways it's almost. I mean, Messi can turn a game in a moment with one idea, one pass. By the way, that's the other thing Spain did. Spain's soccer brains, their intelligence in this game was next level. It really is amazing when we're in sports, whatever sport it is, and we see these players of greatness run into something they just can't figure out, right? I mean, that's what we saw yesterday. The looks on the faces of some of the French players was just like, they just ran out of ideas. It was like their brain stopped functioning.
Well, that's what I like. That's what I like to do, make people cringe. So that's what.
You've done that every time you've asked me for a prediction.
I know.
I know.
I'm trying.
Hey, Glenn, talk about how terrible these officials are before you go on TV.
Yeah.
And now how the whole thing is rigged, the conspiracy.
Glenn,
it's rigged
I'd like
for
you
Argentina.
to address some of these
We
conspiracy
could do
theories.
a whole show on conspiracy theories.
Yes. Let's do it. Let's do a whole show on conspiracy theories. Next. That's Glenn Davis. Every morning right here on ESPN 97.5. We'll talk about, those guys, I won't be here, but you guys will talk about this game today, tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Oh, tell them, John.
I got a little golf trip going on.
He takes it.
Why did I think that? I knew it was golf. Yeah. I knew it was golf. Hey, by the way, can I just mention that tonight we're going to break the game down after at 6:00 on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, yeah.
So
what time
we'll take phone calls and we'll talk about the two semis and start looking at the final. That's all.
What time's
That's
the match
6:00 on ESPN 97.5. So give a call afterwards and break down the final game. Talk about this England and Spain game and Spain. It's England and Argentina, and then we'll see who gets Spain. That's Glenn Davis, Kaplan Sinus Relief. Kaplan Sinus Relief. Thanks, Doc Kaplan, for sponsoring Glenn every morning right here on ESPN 97.5. Thanks, Glenn.
See you guys. Have a great day.
As always. Let's talk. All right. Let's talk now about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Let's talk about Billy Brown, and let's talk about what he does for everybody. We talk about our advertisers in superlatives. I don't know any other plumbers. I don't think I've ever met. Have you ever met a plumber?
Yeah, I mean, I've had other plumbers to my house before, and it's always the same thing. It costs $79 if we come out, but here's the deal, and you will get the stereotypical butt crack too. But I've had the other ones. It's $79 or $85, but that we'll just apply that to the job if you decide to go with us. Well, what am I going to do? I mean, I guess pay for another guy to come out and tell me how much it is. That's why I was shocked when Billy Brown said, "Oh, no. Our business model is we don't charge people to come out." I was like, "You don't charge people a service call? Everyone does service calls." He said, "No, we just tell you what's wrong. And then we assume that, we can do the work for you. If not, no hard feelings." I was like, what? This model's never going to make it. Apparently it does.
Yep. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. You're looking for, we think, the best plumber in the history of plumbers. It's Billy and his whole team at aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. About halftime here of the show. And we have some stuff to talk about. We have Balogun talking about, he was on CBS this morning, and Balogun was the guy who got the red card, and it was rescinded, and it just, I don't know that changed everything for the team. We were all thrilled that Balogun was going to be able to play. We were very saddened by his red card and the fact that he wouldn't be able to play against Belgium. But, there were ramifications. There was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes and a lot of feelings. And he was on CBS this morning and had this to say about the red card situation.
And once the president got involved and made the call, and then it was reversed, were you thinking, yay, this is good, or were you thinking, I don't know if this is such a good thing for the team or for myself at this particular time? Because then that turned into a whole nother layer of controversy.
My initial reaction was, I was happy to be back in the team.
Yeah.
But when I kind of started to reflect, I knew it was going to cause a lot of controversy. And I could almost see within my teammates a bit of nerves because it's something that's so unique.
Mm-hmm.
But the closer we got to the game, I tried to just focus as best as I could.
Yeah.
But it was difficult, a lot of outside noise.
Bruv.
He talks funny like he's from Connecticut or something.
Bruv.
Not Connecticut.
What we got?
What, bruv?
Our striker's he's a different type of striker, bruv.
You're combining a couple different things.
I'm
there.
working on it, mate.
You really kind of are.
Yeah. I'd love to have a Scouser as a
Bruv
striker.
and then Scouser. That's not what.
No, I didn't do a Scouser accent, but I'd love to have a Scouser. Scouser's a lot tougher.
Yeah, he's from the heart of London.
Mm-hmm.
Well, bruv.
That's what we needed, frankly. We can't have strikers from Iowa.
So the guys who scored goals for us in the Bosnia game were from Germany and London.
Yeah,
England.
Gives us our best
in our
shots.
knockout round games, the goals are scored by someone from the heart of Germany and the heart of England.
Now do our best Astros. Who hit the home run? Who hit the home run in
Jordan,
22 against Phil? Cuban.
Cubano.
A Cuban.
Well,
who's the little guy who's the best Astro in history?
Yeah.
Venezuela.
It's a little different.
Venezuela.
It's a little different. I'm not bothered by it, but people have been.
Who got paid after
One's a
no-hitter in the World Series?
Well, that doesn't mean much.
Dominicano.
Because across the
I think
world,
Christian Javier's
a lot of clubs are represented by people not from the country that the club resides in.
Right.
But when you think about the
that's
two free kicks that we scored, the gentleman was born in the heart of Nuremberg.
But rules are rules.
I'm not.
Do you
I'm
have
not fighting it.
citizenship, or do you have parents
I'm
born
just
there?
telling you why our guys talk funny.
Yeah, that's fine. That's where he was raised.
One was born in Nuremberg. Yes, that Nuremberg.
Yeah.
And the other was born in London.
Where they were doling out justice in Nuremberg.
Is that what you want to call it? Justice?
Well, isn't it the
No.
trials? Weren't the
Yeah.
trials there?
At the trials, but they also dealt out other stuff.
Other stuff.
Well, I'm talking about the trials.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Got
trials. Yeah, I think that I don't want soccer. This may sound un-American. I don't want my soccer players to have accents from Mississippi or Georgia.
You don't think we could produce a good soccer player from the South?
I just have my doubts. If you're a good athlete, you're tied up at cornerback, a linebacker, a wide receiver, a running back. You can't have the good players
Chris
playing
Richards
soccer.
is from Alabama.
Yeah, but probably played lacrosse in high school or something like
What?
that.
No, he probably
He
played soccer.
probably played soccer.
Yeah, same
Lacrosse.
thing. It's soccer's the lacrosse of the South.
No.
Lacrosse is the lacrosse of the North. And the Dallas Metroplex.
What?
That's where you can find
What
a
are
lot
you
of lacrosse.
saying?
No one
Lacrosse
knows
is
what
more of a rich
he
sport.
doesn't know
It's
what
more of
he's
a
saying.
private school. Yeah, I do. It's more of a private school sport.
Sure, but what does that have to do with Chris Richards in the South?
Well, see, if he were like really south, he would have been playing corner.
Or he just decided to play soccer. I don't know.
Who decides? Did Julio Jones ever decide to play soccer? No.
No, but Chris Richards, born in Hoover, Alabama, decided, or raised in Hoover, Alabama.
You're raised in Hoover and then play football? You must not be any good at football.
Or he just decided soccer is what he loved.
Said, look at how much money I can make at soccer. That's a thing, too, by the way.
A lot of American players don't think that way.
They don't think that way, and there's more money in soccer, more jobs in soccer. It is, and listen,
there's
more
so many
leagues
divisions
around the world.
So many leagues.
Yeah. It's not, you're not getting
the
paid.
world.
Yeah, but you're not getting you're not backing up a Brinks truck necessarily everywhere, but you're getting paid. It's a profession, and there's so many leagues and so many, you're right. Saudi, Chinese, Japanese,
everywhere.
France, everywhere. There's leagues all over the place.
Everywhere. And there's money.
Yeah.
Holy crap, there's money out there.
Now, if you're really good, there's money. Average players,
if you want to be really good.
I mean, average players are, going to make, I think they said an average, like in the championship. Well, I know you saw that documentary with Jamie Vardy. He was a special player.
He was a semi-pro, pretty much, where he started.
Yeah, but as he worked up, now once he got up 3 levels, the money was like he was making good money at that time for that level. He's making really good money for that level. But the fact is, you have like 3 levels just in England alone where you're still getting paid pretty well. The League One, Championship, and Premier League. Mm-hmm. Then you got Serie A. You're right. I mean, now, I don't know if a lot of these guys would want to live out of the country necessarily. Oh. If you're from Hoover, you would think that would be. But
if they're paying that kind of money, I'll live.
They go play basketball in Turkey because the money is good enough.
Sometimes they don't stay very long, though.
That's true. They try to come back. But, guys have made careers over there playing in the Euro leagues.
It's hard. So my American buddy who played overseas said they expect you to be, if you're an American, you're expected to score a lot of points. And if you don't, that mindset over there is you just get rid of people really fast. He said it's almost impossible to stay anywhere in Europe for more than 2 years because he said not even Europe, internationally. When you come in, you're expected to hit 30 a game. He said, I scored 21 a game. He said, I wasn't a big scorer. I scored 21 a game and average and had 6 assists a game. And the team just said I wasn't a big enough offensive threat. And he said they kept him in. I think he was in Korea. They kept him there for 1 year. They're like, 21? We want 30. And he's like, all right, well, that's not really – I like to defend. And, we don't need defense here.
We don't do that. We don't do that.
Are you Jordan? Because he, that he played in an era. He played in the 90s. And he's like, everyone wanted everyone to be like their own version of Jordan. He said they have crazy expectations for Americans in some countries. But not in soccer. They expect you to be a total slap nuts in soccer internationally, I'm sure. Oh, and Americans
you have to prove
in.
yourself
Yeah.
quite a bit before they believe you're any good. You would take more than 2 months to prove that you're good in soccer.
Yeah, I would.
How long would it take you, Lance, to play international soccer?
If I came up playing
in Saudi,
playing for
if my
Stoke.
favorite player wasn't Cesar Cedeno growing up, but it was Pele, I probably could have been a pro by age 21.
Probably, yeah. No, right.
Because I'd come up through.
So you're saying soccer,
the tremendous U.S. soccer
no,
program
they would have plucked
in
you.
the 80s.
Some European club would have plucked you off of some AYSO field, and they would have taken you over there.
They would have plucked me out of Pecan Grove?
So you're saying soccer's easier to do than baseball? Because you were a baseball player and didn't rise to the level of a pro.
Baseball's much harder than soccer.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Have you ever had to kick a soccer ball at 100 with somebody throwing from 40 feet away in Little League Baseball, throwing it 68 miles an hour?
Why would I kick a soccer ball while someone's throwing a baseball
97?
at me? Why would I kick a soccer ball while someone's throwing a baseball at me?
Has anyone had to climb a fence and go get a soccer ball?
Yes, that has happened. Yes.
Have you ever had to turn a double play in soccer where somebody was sliding on you? No, you get a red card. In baseball, that's just a hard-nosed play.
Have you ever had to convert a free kick from 25 yards out?
I can imagine it's not as hard as digging out a throw from a shortstop.
I don't know. I see more guys digging out balls from shortstops than I do converting free kicks.
You got hit in the back with a baseball?
Have you been hit with a spike or cleat in the ankle? We all got problems depending on the sport.
If I had played back in the aughts, when Ty Cobb was coming in high with the spikes. Yeah, that's no big deal. And there were no red cards back then.
Okay.
You just,
I'm confused.
complained about it. And
Ty
would
Cobb play
beat
soccer
your
or
ass
baseball?
under some bleachers somewhere.
Got it. Or said some ugly words to you.
Yeah, or said ugly words.
He would've
or
said-
his people would be waiting for you after the.
Ty
After
would have
the
said
game.
the words, and then his
I
people
know
would
what
beat
he would
you
have
up.
called me.
Well, you call
Oh, yeah.
yourself that.
Yeah.
Oh, but Ty would have called him that for sure.
Yeah.
Interesting fact I learned, by the way. Ty Cobb, this is the only baseball Hall of Famer in the history of the Hall of Fame who is related to an NFL quarterback, Kevin Cobb. The only time, and I learned
They're
that
not
last
spelled
week.
the same
they don't
way.
spell their name.
Why do you do this?
But people change spellings all
No.
the time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who does
Granado,
why-
Grants.
Why would he do this?
Granado and Grants. Back to
Particularly
Granado?
for a Houston-based
That is
show.
not
Del Olale
Not
versus
even
Del
close.
Olale.
It's still spelled the
Spelling.
same
You
way.
added a Y-E.
It's still it's
You
still
added-
spelled the same way. I
you
pronounce it differently.
literally-
Why would he do this on a Houston show?
I don't
Like of
know.
all the places to try to get that off.
What are you
We're
talking about?
we're the only area that we would know how Kevin
People
Cobb
change
spells his
spellings.
name.
People literally change spellings
Stop
all the
it.
time.
You don't
No.
think that would have come up at some point?
People change spellings literally all the time to names.
Sure, but this one is not one you should have tried to get off.
When Kevin Cobb's people came from Georgia area, they changed their spelling because they didn't want to be associated with Ty Cobb.
When you make an appearance in Seattle, make that joke there and see if they believe it.
They will, because it's something I learned this week.
You didn't learn
in
anything.
one sentence.
I feel like when
I learned
we
that
have
Kevin
to,
Cobb and Ty Cobb are related.
John, do you feel like when we have to push back on this,
Say it out loud.
it
Cobb,
certainly
Cobb.
wastes brain cells, but I think he's pulling some of our intelligence out of our brains because we have
Like
to
a-
fight
You
this.
like an
feel
energy
dumber
vampire?
after this show.
Yes.
Like
you
an
feel
intelligence
dumber.
vampire?
Yes, you're an intelligence vampire.
I'm not an intelligence
yes, you
vampire.
are, because we have to debase ourselves to have this conversation.
Yeah.
Just give into it.
And no, I don't want to.
Just
I don't
give
want to
in.
be. I don't want to
Just
be
trust
your.
me. This is good info.
I don't want to be in your thrall. I don't want to give
It's
into
good
it.
intel I'm
Kevin
giving you.
Cobb's from Victoria, Texas, by the way, not Georgia.
That's what I'm saying. Is people left
Stop
years
it.
ago.
It's embarrassing. Stop it.
Years ago they left.
You are an intelligence vampire.
Kevin Cobb is the Texas Peach.
Is that what? Yeah, is that what he
Victoria
is?
Peach.
Victoria
He's the
Peach.
Victoria Peach. Okay.
You should ask him, Lance. You got people in NFL circles. Ask Kevin Cobb about his
How do you-
family member Ty Cobb.
How do you think I know about it?
He told you.
I've heard it from the streets.
Nice job. The streets
The
are
mean
lying.
streets of Victoria.
Yeah.
No.
The mean streets of Victoria. And I think he moved to the Katy area. I do actually know people. I do know his agent.
And did he
I could
inform you?
double-check
Yeah,
this,
you
but
probably should.
I'm just going to go with
Or
what I saw.
not, or don't waste people's time with this.
I'm just going to go with what I saw.
Kevin Benjamin Cobb, related to Ty Cobb.
The only
NFL, and that probably is a lie, by the way.
NFL quarterback related to Ty Cobb.
No, related to an MLB
NFL.
Hall of Famer.
That's probably not true,
Oh.
by the way.
It's true. You
That
don't need to
premise is unlikely to be true.
look- I heard it, so you don't
You
need to
didn't
look
hear it.
into it.
It probably is not true. Probably is not true.
There's
There's got to be that'll be. You know what? That is something to look up. Lance, look that up. See if
I've
there's
already looked
any
it up.
Hall
That's
of
how I found
Famers.
it. I brought that to the table. If you'd like to know who John Jefferson, former wide receiver, is related to, Thomas Jefferson. And that's actually possible. If you know history, you know there's a chance my man John Jefferson, by the way, I think he changed his name. I don't think his name actually used to be John Jefferson, but John Jefferson related to Thomas Jefferson. It's out. It's on the board. It's on the Vegas board.
No, it's not. Well, considering what Thomas Jefferson was up to.
Well, I'm saying.
Okay, sure.
saying
I'll
it's-
give you that. There's a chance.
I was going to Google this. Was John Jefferson? Who's a Jefferson? Tony Jefferson, right? That's a more We don't have a lot of Jefferson players anymore. What happened to the Jeffersons?
Justin?
That's okay. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask.
Jordan.
Okay,
Just stick with LSU. You'll find some.
that's true. Is Justin Jefferson I'm gonna
Because
say,
Thomas Jefferson spent a lot of time down in Louisiana.
related to?
He did some
Oh,
things.
you don't have to type very long. Google auto fills in related to Thomas Jefferson. Now let me hit enter and see what it says. No. Okay, this is NFL wide receiver is not related to the founding father and former U.S. president. The two simply share a
Someone has
common
asked that
surname.
question.
Oh no, it's AI has had to answer this multiple times.
You want to tell me
Justin's parents are John and Elaine Jefferson, and he hails from St. Rose, Louisiana. He actually comes from an athletic football family. Well, I don't care about all that. Well, how deep does it go? Show me the tree.
let's move on and talk about M&J Electrical.
Dell, I think you're right.
Yeah, he's an intelligent
I'm getting a
vampire. There's
headache
no
from being
question.
so dumb.
There's no question.
I'm getting a headache right now from being so dumb.
I think that's how I know. I think he believes
If you throw some chaos into a show, it makes it.
See, I think he believes his intelligence is seeping, and that's how he tries to gain it back by taking it away from us.
I'm an intentional chaos agent to where you won't know what
Just
to believe.
talk
and what
about
not.
M&J.
I'll tell you this much: M&J Electrical Supply. If you are looking for the best, and I mean the very best in terms of electrical supply, and this is really especially true for those of you who are contractors, and those of you who are in charge of doing not just electrical contractors, but in charge of being maintenance engineers, project managers, construction and demolition people. If that's who you are, you know that M&J Electrical Supply has been a big part of what you've had to do for over 3 decades. I'm almost positive you know all about M&J, and if you don't, you're very welcome that I'm telling you about Jeremy Coker, the owner, who has done an incredible job of making sure that local, and now they are national. They can send parts anywhere, 365 days a year, 24/7. They can handle emergency situations for you. But they have brand new material, circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, panels, switch gears, all of that, everything you can possibly imagine. Brand new, ready for you very, very quickly to get it to you to cut down on lead time. They also have refurbished equipment, which is going to be a lot less. It's going to save you money, increase your profit. It comes with 1-year warranty. That's all available to you. Let M&J Electrical Supply handle all of your needs in terms of parts, because the worst thing you can have is have parts on back order. And then that lead time, absolutely, that delay absolutely kills you. Just kills you. You need to have your projects done on time, because there are a lot of times, I know for a lot of the sites and a lot of the jobs have stipulations about what the payday is going to be based on how long it takes. And so you don't want to be waiting for back-ordered parts. That's where M&J Electrical Supply comes in, and they need to be your full-time parts supplier, period, regardless. It's M&J Electrical Supply. M&J Electrical Supply, located at Steuben Airline near I-45 North and West Little York. Call 713-699-5055.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
While you guys were with your tomfoolery, I was looking up. I don't know if it's going to be, if the running game is better, if CJ is going to be better. We'll see. Basically, he has had about the same running game each of his 3 years. First year, Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce ran for about 1,300. Then Joe Mixon in his second year and Dameon Pierce ran for about 1,300. Last year, Woody Marks and Nick Chubb ran for 1,200.
Although Mixon did carry a heavy load when he played.
But it's still 1,300 yards.
Right, but that's relatively speaking because those were like when he didn't play, it was way lower. He averaged close to 100 yards a game. So that was like when he played, it wasn't as hard on him, or it shouldn't have been.
Well, it wasn't as hard, yet his numbers decreased. He went from 4,100 yards to 3,700 yards. He went from 23-5 to 20-12.
Well, it's because of it's not on CJ. That's Bob Slowick. The bad plays.
Well, that's right. It was bad plays.
Yeah.
And then last year, 3,000
and frankly,
yards.
bad offensive line play. That's true, actually. Year 2, the offensive line play stunk.
It was terrible. But yet you ran the ball better. You ran the ball
Joe was
much
a beast.
better. And, with a running game, CJ's supposed to be better.
I mean, Joe was a beast when he played.
Mm-hmm. And CJ regressed. And then last year, Woody ran the ball all right. Nick Chubb, but they regressed. He regressed again.
We act like they played really, but the yards were carried pretty low for the Rockets. That's just the truth.
Well, yeah, Woody's was 3.6.
Yeah, and Woody and Chubb are low.
Chubb was 4.1. Yeah.
And he was clearly worse than Woody.
As opposed to Joe Mixon, Joe Mixon was 4.1. I mean,
yeah, but he got a lot of those from tough yards. Like Woody had, Joe Mixon, you remember, he had to create yards for himself with physicality.
Right. There was a lot of, and Woody too. Woody's numbers after first contact were great.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you're going to be a running back for the Texans, you're going to have first contact right at the line or in that neighborhood.
I mean, that's not ideal. It won't be the case this year.
No.
At least on paper, this appears to be you should have a much easier go of it this
But
year.
my question is going to be, is CJ, he's regressed each of his years. Is he going to be a better quarterback if you average 4.4 yards a carry? Is CJ going to be better if you have 1,000-yard rusher? And if David Montgomery runs for, let's say, 1,100, that's a lot now. If he runs for 1,000 and he averages 4.4.
What about the collective running backs at 1,500?
You got to be more. So what it is 2 or 3 running backs. Last year, Jawar Jordan in there. He put they ran for 1,400 yards.
So what if you're big 2? So we're not going
big
Jordan.
2 is 13. Is that neighborhood 12, 13?
What if they're?
It's got to be better.
What if they're 15?
If they're 15,
yeah,
that's my question. Is CJ going to be better?
He can't be worse. Yeah, he has to be. Yes, because the pressure
you're going
on
to
him,
rely more on the. You're going to rely more on the running game.
Well, good. That's fine.
That's fine.
What's wrong
with
that?
But CJ will throw for more.
CJ will be
when
more
you're
efficient.
running the ball more.
I don't care. I'm not. This in fantasy football. I care about how efficient he is. Does his touchdown to interception better? Is his yards per attempt better? Is his, you know what I mean? Like, what do I care about?
His completion
stats?
percentage is right around 63, 64 all the time.
Yeah, it needs to be at 67, 68.
Okay.
There's plenty of guys in the league who hit the 67 mark.
He averaged 7 yards per throw 2 years ago.
He needs to be at about 7.4.
He averaged 7.2 last year. Yeah, that's what he averages. That's it.
He needs to be at about 7.4. and his touchdowns to interception numbers need to look more like 23-5.
His rookie year, 8.2, much better.
Yeah, they went to shell coverages after that, which accounts for the lower yards per attempt. But also, he was what was his completion percentage his rookie year?
His rookie year was 64.
Okay, his highest so far, right?
No, the second year he was 64. No, 63.9 and 64. It's the same.
Okay, but the difference was, he completed deeper passes. His yards per attempt were better. If you're
the combination of Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce was pretty good. Actually.
It was pretty. I mean, it
was 1,300 yards.
Yeah, they actually performed pretty well. Pretty well. If you ask CJ to throw less because you're running better, that means his third downs are a lot less likely to look like 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, and more likely to look like 3rd and 3, anywhere from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 5. Way more manageable.
He also had a Tank Dell that averaged. He had Nico Collins average 16 yards a catch and Tank that averaged 15.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz 11.
You cannot.
Noah Brown 17.
So for people who just hear the phrase shell coverage and you don't know what it means, you're basically just keeping everything in front of you. You're running your safeties back, too high safety looks a lot of times. They're back. They're not going to let you hit deep plays. Your corners a lot of times are not pressing. They'll play off a little bit, and they want to keep everything in front of them. And for an offense that is based on the play action game, an offense that is based on a lot of time off of outside zone, which sets up play action, if you're taking those throws away on levels passing attack where you have short, intermediate, and deep throws baked into most route progressions, then where you're looking and you're saying, I'm working maybe from top to bottom. Maybe, it depends on what the reads are. Once you take away the deep ball from that offense, now you're making quarterbacks play. If you can't just make one read and you see where the safety is and you're going over the top, you're throwing man-to-man, you're throwing a one-on-one to Nico Collins, who has a size advantage and in some cases a speed advantage. Now, all of a sudden, CJ's got to play a lot more football IQ. He's got to play chess. You take that away, now CJ's got to navigate the intermediate. Now he's got to get through his progressions quicker. Look, it's just a fact. CJ struggled with getting through progressions quickly, getting rid of the ball on time and quickly. He's having to play a more football IQ type of football right now. They're saying, we're taking those easy reads away. We're going to change the pictures on you post-snap where it looks like one coverage and we change it up on you. And so CJ's got the mentality, the mental part of quarterbacking has got to be better for CJ, where he's got to show better recognition pre-snap. He's got to operate quicker post-snap in terms of recognition and getting the ball out and getting it to where it needs to go. I know you think this too, John. I mean, like you can really see it in college with Arch Manning. Arch really struggles to get where he needs to get on a timely basis. CJ shows some of those same struggles on the pro level. He's faster than Arch, but at the same time, the second and third years, once they took away that easy one read and he's going over the top, CJ had to really think the game, and he struggled sometimes with recognizing where he wanted to go, being decisive, and throwing with anticipation. And, man, if you can't do that, you've got a glass ceiling as a quarterback in the pros. You can be good, but there's only so good you can be until teams are able to scheme you into problems. And with CJ, one of the best ways to take that away, if that's going to be an issue for CJ, is just say, well, we'll just make everything a short throw for third down completions. We'll just make the game easier for CJ because we're going to run the ball better. But CJ's got to play like the chess. CJ's got to play better chess as a quarterback. It's not been great the last 2 years. That's an element that's not talked about a whole lot.
No. CJ does. Well, I mean, obviously CJ's got to play better. I'm just wondering, with a running, I mean, what does the running game have to do? Devin Singletary was pretty good. Joe Mixon was really good last year. Not great. Woody Marks was okay. He was good. He was fine. But what does it have to be for CJ to just CJ just not to? I mean, he can't be 20-12 again. He can't be 19-8.
No,
He can't be.
That's not good. That's not efficient.
It's not good enough.
That's not efficient enough. Obviously, stats, you can see great stats for a bad team or a quarterback where the stats didn't really tell the true story. He added a lot of stats when the team was already behind. So sometimes stats don't matter. But we know for a team that's a good team, we know what the efficiency needs to look like. For the completion percentage, your yards per attempt, your touchdown to interception ratio, basic stats. We know what it should look like for CJ. It needs to look more like 23-5. Like, it needs to look a little he's not going to average 8.2 like he did his rookie season, but more like 7.6, 7.7. And here's why. If your average yards per attempt, it's per attempt. That means a lower completion percentage is going to really hurt your yards per attempt. So if he's completing his throws to me, he needs to complete it at a 66.5% or higher.
Yeah,
I think that's not too much to ask by year 4.
Well, no, especially if it's all shell coverage, then he absolutely
has to.
But I would take 64, 63 if his average is 8.5, because he's throwing the ball down the field. I'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
If is Tank going to open up? Is Jaden Higgins? Is Nico? Are they opening anything up for him down the field, or is it going to be run the ball, dink and dunk, and let's just matriculate down the field as opposed to having some explosive plays? And it appears we're not going to have it doesn't look like it'll be a very explosive offense, and the defense dictates a lot of that.
I'm going to call him H-Town, Iowa.
Oh, God.
Can you pick somebody better than maybe
win
Michigan
games.
from the national championship? What about Michigan's national championship?
The Houston Hawkeyes?
I mean, it rolls off the tongue, John.
I don't want Houston Hawkeyes. That's not what I want.
They're going to run the football, play defense, be good on special teams.
Those teams don't win at the highest level.
Well, yes, take that into account
That just
as well.
really made me sad that you said that.
Houston Hawkeyes.
Houston Hawkeyes.
Because all I hear about, we're going to run the ball, play to our defense. What does that sound like? That sounds like mid-level Big Ten football to me.
Or it sounds like the Baltimore Ravens in 2000.
Sure it does. Sure, okay. But that's 26 years ago now. It sounds like
we got to go back.
It sounds like mid-level Outback Bowl Big Ten football.
Okay, you know what? Let's do this then. Let's be Oregon.
Oregon, they're explosive. They got fast guys everywhere.
Let's be Georgia with Sony Michel and Nick Chubb.
Oh,
you got that Georgia offensive line?
Yeah, actually we do.
Yeah, we do.
We actually do now.
I don't know.
Yeah, Braden Smith is better.
We do. And Georgia didn't have.
You're probably right about that. Braden Smith is a
better
better
than
player
Georgia's right tackle.
Yes, but relatively speaking, Georgia to college, the rest of college football, compared to the Texans' line to the rest of the NFL.
Who's better?
Relatively speaking, Georgia.
No, I mean,
no.
offensive line.
Who's
compared
better, period.
to
I don't
the rest of
care
college
about
football?
relatively speaking.
It's okay. I mean, I guess we're the Longhorns of football.
I'm looking at Jeremy Fowler right now on Dan Patrick's show saying if they can run the ball, I think they'll win the Super Bowl. I think they have that kind of team.
That's what me and Jeremy share the same brain.
I don't know who you people think David Montgomery is, but okay.
David Montgomery's a good running back.
David Montgomery,
he's a
did
good
you ever
one,
see
not a
him in
great one.
Chicago?
He's not a great running back.
I don't think he needs to be a great running back. You know what you need to do? Get first downs on third and two. You need to
break
convert.
tackles. You know what he does? Breaks tackles.
He does.
Cool.
He does break tackles.
And you know what we do?
And you know,
we have tackle guys
if you run
tackling
the
you
ball,
right at the line.
A lot of offenses are built on move the chain running backs who break tackles. That's how you score points in the NFL.
Well, they have to convert. They have to convert threes into sevens. Like 1 3 needs to turn into a 7 every game. You do that, and you increase your yards per game or your points per game by 4 points. It's a massive upgrade offensively. And I think that the Texans' defense is so elite that if you do run the football, it's a domino effect because C.J. Stroud gets to play shorter down and distance situations on third downs. Your third down conversion should go up. You got a better chance once you get in short yardage to convert because they stunk.
I'm excited to hear from D'Amico
Ferentz
on this when training camp opens up.
What D'Amico what?
Ferentz when he.
It's not D'Amico Ferentz. We're not the Hawkeyes.
I'm excited to hear from him when
not
training
what
camp
we are.
opens up.
Our quarterback play is better than what Iowa throws out there.
Well, not in the playoffs, it wasn't. I keep hearing about how this is going to go.
Not in the playoffs, that's true.
And it makes me feel like I'm looking at Hawkeye football in 2026.
We're not looking at Hawkeye football.
We're not. We're not Hawkeye football. Stop already. You're the worst.
I mean,
we got a break.
I mean,
We got a break.
you know what?
Hawkeye.
You know what?
Houston Hawkeyes.
You know what? I apologize. I apologize for that. You are the Houston Badgers.
Well, which version?
Under-
Not Bielema, or can we at least be under?
No, Bielema was you were under
Bielema had some good times, but
Yeah.
what about the other one? Who's the AD now?
Barry Alvarez.
Yeah, what about Barry Alvarez?
Okay, you want to be?
I don't want to be Wisconsin. I don't even want to be Wisconsin.
Well, you got to have a tall, unathletic
Can
white
we be? We're
quarterback.
an SEC team. I don't want to be a Big Ten. We're
SEC
either
team.
Michigan under Harbaugh or we're
we
an
got
SEC
CJ.
team. You know who we are?
He ain't a Wisconsin quarterback.
Actually, we're more like the Miami Hurricane.
Except with Russell.
We're more like the
Russell
versus
Wilson.
the Miami
You don't have a
Hurricanes.
Malachi Tony.
We
or-
got a good defense.
You don't have
Russell Wilson.
You don't have an Andre Johnson.
Russell Wilson with Wisconsin, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we are.
No, we're a lot like the Miami Hurricanes.
I don't see it.
Yep.
Yep.
Dynamic athletes everywhere, huh?
Yes,
On
we
offense,
have
huh?
we have
That's
very
right.
good.
You got a
well,
Will Smith-
I didn't say which version of mine, but yeah,
Oh,
one of the
you
good
just-
versions.
Are you the Randy
really?
Shannon Miami
Our
Hurricanes?
defense is like Miami.
You're the Are you the Randy Shannon
No,
Hurricanes?
we're not the Randy Shannon. We're the Jimmy Johnson version.
Okay.
We're the Butch Davis version.
Sure.
We're not Hawkeyes. We're more like
Howard
a national
Schnellenberger.
championship.
You guys
caliber.
keep talking
Yeah,
about it.
Schnellenberger.
You mean that Miami team who changed the way offense were running college football? You keep talking about this team, and all I think of is
We're the
is
2000
Badger
2001
Hawkeye
Hurricanes.
I
That's
football.
like
what
how
we
you
are.
act like we don't have a defense.
A Badger. Well, Iowa has a good defense.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you talking
they're
about?
fine.
They have good
We're
defense.
elite. They're fine. This is a different level.
Okay.
This is a ruin your life defense.
The Hawkeyes ruin everyone's lives because it's always 14-10.
It's because it's boring.
Yes. And that's what you're telling me we're going to be this year.
Texas defense isn't boring. They don't make it boring. They make it exciting.
Exciting.
You can't
It's-
wait to see their defense.
And
hit
if
the
you
field.
ask a Hawkeye fan, they love when their defense is on the
We're
field
not asking
because it
Hawkeye
distracts
fans.
from their offense and
We're
how
not-
boring it is.
Is Jeremy Fowler talking about the Hawkeyes can win a national championship
Yeah.
if they run the ball?
No.
No.
That's stupid.
You guys are not selling anyone on we're going to play defense and run the football.
You know
What are you
what?
talking about? Yeah, we are.
You know what I'm selling people on?
What?
Pro Dunk Goal. That's what I'm selling them on. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. That's what I'm selling people on because I believe in it. I believe in the greatest goal in the history of goals. That's what ProDunk is. ProDunk.com. You're looking for the best way for the kids to actually get out and play. You go to the website and see all the kids just dunking. So when you can raise and lower the goal now with a push of a button. It used to be a crank. Now it's just a push of a button. Kids love that. Okay. Now they're going to play on it. And all. Yes, they're going to play on it. They're going to play and raise and lower it. Okay, let's put it up an inch higher. Okay, just to push the button. They love to do that, and they want it low. You can get it down to 5 feet, so the little kids can actually enjoy and dunk. Okay, because that's what the little kids want to do. Everybody loves to dunk. That's why it's Pro Dunk. ProDunk.com. Get the best goal. The kids will be out there. They're not going to be in the house. A 10-foot goal does nobody any good, Dad. Doesn't do anybody any good. Raise and lower the goal with a push of a button at ProDunk. The technology is second to none on every single part of it, and then the installation is the best that you'll find. You want a goal for the kids. The kids want to be outside. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us. Chris is here on hold. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, Lance, yesterday I know you were being a little facetious in the morning before the soccer segment about Astros pitching compared to CJ and, what about Lance McCullers and Christian Javier? I thought it was a great analogy. I wanted to ask, John, I think you said that some of those guys win in spite of the pitching. First of all, I'll say my prediction for TJ is 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and a 65%, if we're just going to throw out numbers. 25 and 8 is my projection. I want the Texans to win, but if we win in spite of TJ, what does that look like at the end of the year, Lance, when it comes to contracts? So if let's say he's mediocre, but we've got, great running back, great defense, special teams does great, and the receivers do good because obviously he throws in the ball, but he's just meh. What does that mean for, when it comes to contracts? I don't think we should give him a $60 million contract if we're winning in spite of him. Otherwise, when Daniil and those guys leave in 2 years, we're stuck with a $60 million, flaming pile of poo. So, this feels like the only sport where, a pitcher we can move on from, a small forward we can move on from, maybe find a serviceable or somebody even better. This feels like the only sport where it's if we win in spite of him, kind of we still got to pay him. It's just kind of this weird, I don't even know how to describe it, but I was just wondering your thoughts on if we won in spite of TJ. What does that look like at the end of the year? Do you think, we'll cave to give $60 million a year?
No, that's easy. That's easy. You pay him his fifth-year option money, which is already going to be set, and then you make him play the fifth year out. Because remember, this is only his fourth year. So you make him play the fifth year out, and so you still have even another year because his fifth-year option money is already guaranteed. So you pay that money, which is in the $20 million. It's in the 20 somewhere. Then after that, if you keep winning and he's not impressive, more than likely, franchise tag. And you could go with a second franchise tag after that. You can hang on to C.J. Stroud without making a long-term commitment for 7 years. In theory. The reality is his agent is the same agent for 3 different players who have complained their way out of town, including Deshaun Watson here. So I don't see, and he's got guys like Ryan Clark, who he represents, who will be mouthpieces on that's just the reality of it. The David Mulgeta, the Friends of David, will make a big racket on, you're going to have, don't you think, John, it'll be a massive story if CJ doesn't get paid? Even if he's average, the argument will be, but he keeps winning. He keeps winning in the playoffs. We know that he should get no credit for the Pittsburgh Steelers win. None. He should get no credit. You could have had an emergency quarterback in there for the Texans and won. You know what I mean? You could have had Jalen Noel in there just taking snaps and handing off, and you still would have beaten the Pittsburgh Steelers because you ran the ball great and your defense was incredible. So he should get no. But the argument's going to be that the whole plan, the aim of pro football is to win games. What does C.J. Stroud do? He wins. Here's how many division championships he's won. Here's how many playoff games he's won. I'm already telling you what the argument's going to be if C.J. doesn't play well, but they still win. But Nick Caserio, I think Nick Caserio will make him play on a fifth year and then franchise him after that. Then you're going to have the media arm for David Mulgeta is going to go out and hammer Nick Caserio and the Texans for not paying this young quarterback who does nothing but win games. That's what it's going to look like. And we're all going to be like, yeah, but in your scenario that you're giving me, Chris, then you're going to say, well, but it doesn't look that good. They're not really winning because of C.J. Stroud. It won't matter. The arguments are going to be out there, and people are going to say, give him his money, because they don't care what happens after that. Once a guy gets a bag, all these people go away, and they don't care anymore. They don't care what you're stuck with from a salary cap standpoint. But just know that the mechanisms are in place for the Texans to hang on to C.J. Stroud for 7 full years without committing to a long-term deal.
It's happened. Dak Prescott.
Well, it happened with Kirk Cousins got franchised twice, but he was a 4-year quarterback. And Dak Prescott, yeah. But Dak eventually got a long-term deal.
Yeah, right.
But CJ, in theory, has 2 more years to prove his worth.
Yeah, but they were going to his second franchise when they did that deal.
Yeah, I mean, CJ could end up proving himself. CJ could end up proving himself this year. I don't think he's ever – look, he's not going to be Josh Allen. He's not going to be Lamar Jackson. He's not going to be – I would love it if he were Sam Darnold. That's actually optimal.
Yeah. You mean win the Super Bowl?
Doesn't turn the ball over.
Have a great year after being meh? Yeah.
But wasn't even meh his last year. Actually, his last year was terrific in Minnesota. He had a couple rough games at the end. Sound familiar?
Yes.
He had a couple rough games at the end, but his year was actually really, really good. And no one wanted to believe in him, so Seattle took a chance. What does he do? Wins the Super Bowl. No turnovers in the postseason. And right now I can tell you, and I'm kind of maybe even in that camp a little bit, I still need to see even more. Like, okay, I'll try to give you a third straight really good year. I'll try to give – because Sam Darnold was good in 24. He was good in 25. He was great in the 25-26 playoffs. If CJ could play like Sam Darnold, they're going to a Super Bowl for sure if CJ plays like Sam Darnold. Unless there's injuries on the defensive side of the ball. That's the only way I can see or unless this the chupacabra virus or whatever it is, the parasite, just rips through their stomachs and lasts for 3 months. I don't know how the defense doesn't. It's going to take some type of really bad parasite to
You're
slow
saying
them.
Explosive diarrhea is the only thing that can stop the
that
Texas
has
defense?
to last for most of the year.
Explosive diarrhea.
It's the only way they can be stopped.
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
So I agree. So the combination of avoiding explosive diarrhea and
shred them, Stroud.
is Super Bowl time for the Texans. You combine those two, this plus this equals Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Shred them, Stroud.
Shred them, Darnold.
He did that to
That's
the Rams.
all I want is C.J. Darnold.
That's it?
If he plays Sam Darnold, I'm telling you, who amongst us would say the Texans are not the favorite to get to the Super Bowl out of the AFC? If he played like Sam Darnold.
Would you bark like
No,
if he plays like Sam Darnold?
No, I can't work up that much. Maybe on game day if something happens, but I can't keep that same energy the
After
next
his
day.
third touchdown to put the Colts away.
On the day of the game, yes.
Yeah.
On the day of the game, yes.
How
And you know
come
Darnold's numbers last year?
They weren't great.
How come he, and I'm just envisioning right now, throwing down the field, he completed so many long passes. Why can he do that? It could be, apparently shell coverage is kryptonite. Why is it that everybody just let Superman Darnold just throw the ball down the field?
Well, some of it was the route structure where they got more man looks, and Jackson Smith and Jigba is a monster. I don't care Jackson Smith and Jigba was the most dominant receiver that I saw last year. He was unbelievable. I thought he was terrific. You can't stay with him out of breaks. As a route runner, he is devastating. And that was one of the reasons they don't have a player like that. They don't have a dynamic route runner like that. They're built a little bit different. I love Nico, but Nico's a certain type of wide receiver that fits a certain structure. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a dude you can throw out there in the slot. You can throw him wherever you want, and guys aren't going to be able to cover him. They're just not going to be able to cover him. So,
or Nico too.
Nico's just a big, he's a big, tough dude.
Oh, just a big, great receiver? Okay.
He's a really good one. He's not going to break you off with routes. Nico is a long-legged, build-up speed wide receiver. The other one is an explosive short area talent. One's built for breaking you off out of routes and creating separation. The other one's built for going vertical and building up speed.
It's like Megatron.
And remember when he was allowed to play down the field, Nico Collins was a problem. When he's playing down the field, he's a problem. When he's playing short and catching slants and all that, he's a good receiver, but there's just nothing. He didn't have that same impact on the game.
Yeah, he does.
I'm going to go look at Sam Darnold because Sam Darnold completed 67% of his passes. He averaged 8.5 yards per attempt, 4,048 yards. But this touchdown interception is a little bit yucky. He had 25 touchdowns to 14 interceptions. Now, in the postseason, it was 5-0. That's why they won. That's why they won the Super Bowl. And then when he played the Rams in the division playoffs, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions when he played the Rams. So that was
that's just like CJ.
That's not at all like CJ.
CJ Stroud?
Yeah. Shred him.
Shred him, Stroud. Stroud.
He did have 2 interceptions against the Rams in that 38-37. I remember he played really well in the second half, not good in the first half.
In the regular season game?
Yeah, in that regular season game. I mean, the Rams and Seattle Seahawks was high drama. It was tremendous television, both matchups. Well, actually in all 3 matchups, they lost 21. Now, he had no touchdowns, 4 interceptions in the first game that they lost against the Rams. He was the reason they lost the game. And you know what? C.J. Stroud is going to be like that sometime too. That's why Sam Darnold is a perfect – I don't want him with 14 interceptions. But that's why Sam Darnold actually is not a bad – it's not a bad wish list. You're not – Sam Darnold wasn't an all-pro quarterback. You know, his numbers were fine. It was too high in interception total. His 25 touchdowns were tied for 9th in the league. All right, that's all right. You know, that's fine. I'm going to go actually during this break. I'm going to go back and look at every interception. I'm going to see how many of these are on
their
here.
defense and their running game, and that's fine. Just don't kill your team like CJ did.
Yeah, make plays.
CJ
when you need
just
to make
killed
plays.
his team.
Yes,
just don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
More like an IR quarterback than you think.
No, we're not doing this
Stop.
again. You got to stop that.
Already.
This is really that's poor form.
Stop already with Iowa and Wisconsin. We're not that. We're Georgia.
No, you are not.
Yeah. We're the Houston Bulldogs. Yeah.
More Mark Gronowski than what's his name?
Crimson Tide.
Mark Gronowski.
We're the Crimson Tide.
Which version of the Crimson Tide?
Yeah.
Did Mike DeBoe's Crimson Tide?
No,
the Saban.
No,
not the first year Saban.
Don't you have to win something before you?
Not the Kalen DeBoer version either.
Well, they made a playoff.
Yeah, but that's not what we make playoffs.
Exactly.
We are the Kalen DeBoer version right now.
You got Ty Simpson at quarterback. It's fine.
I don't want that. Why do we have to be that?
Be better.
Why be Saban.
Win more games. Then you don't have to be the Kalen DeBoer Alabama.
Huh.
That's all.
I'm sick of this conversation right now. And what I want to talk about right now.
I just want to point out we've gone from we got the next big thing at quarterback to, hey, if we just run the football, he doesn't screw it up, we'll be fine.
Hey,
we went from a top 5 quarterback after his rookie year. Well, top 3, according to him. What I like, hey, maybe you won't play quarterback in the NFL and get a gigantic contract. Okay, maybe that won't happen for you. Maybe you need a stable, meaningful career. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, wants to talk to you. Over 125 years they've been doing this. They've been taking care of maintaining, building, operating the electrical grid. You don't know anything about the electrical grid? That's okay. They'll teach you. With paid, on-the-job, classroom learning, paid on-the-job training, and a nationally recognized career. What do you want in your life? High wages? Okay, check. Full family health insurance? Check. Retirement planning? Check. Okay. Peace of mind? Check. You get all of them. You get all of those things with IBEW. Local 66 in Houston. 4,800 members. Not like, well, I don't know if I can do this. 4,800 members. That's a lot. So a lot of people can do it. You don't know if you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Why don't you find out, though? You got to go to IBEW66.com. Start a career. Stop with your dead-end job. Stop with no future. They're ready to talk to you. IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, this is our penultimate segment, for me, of the week. These guys will be here on Thursday and Friday. I will not be. I have important business to attend to.
You want to tell people what that is again?
It's for the good of America.
What are you doing again?
They know.
He said for the good of America. I thought things might have changed.
No, well,
because
you don't know.
The original reason
if
he's
I
not
have
going to be here is not for America
if I'm
at all.
doing some heroic work. You don't know.
Well, that's why I asked. What's changed?
Yeah.
What's changed?
Nothing's changed.
So you're still doing what you told us you were doing before?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
How's that help America?
It's making America great.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Golf makes America great.
I don't know. I don't know how you playing golf does, though. Even if I took that at face value, that golf makes America great, I don't know how your buddies playing it helps.
Cosplay.
Are you going to dress up like Ricky Fowler?
I am not dressing like Ricky, but I will dress up in golf attire.
Enjoy yourself.
You're damn right I will. You're damn right I will. Let's get La Raza in here. ¿Qué pasó, mi hijo?
¿Qué pedo, Johnny G? Give Lance a salchicha.
Nope. Hey, give me some of that salchicha. Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
Para tres, Hey, actually, I have two. And hey, Johnny, I got a news for the weird for you, right? Okay, I'll tell you after this. But if England wins today, which of the colonizers would you rather have, Spanish or English?
It is a good question. So
We
you
could
have
the colonizer World Cup.
when you look, the World Cup is full of teams who have countries with dark histories. It's just how the world works. Spain, England, rightfully
Spain
pointed out,
went hard in the paint.
Yeah.
Argentina has their issues too.
Are all imperialistic.
Argentina did some things to the indigenous people there. Not great. They're just like us. Everyone has it. So who are you rooting for?
España. We already kicked England's ass here.
Johnny, we already knew that, but I'm talking about who would accept us, like me and Dell, to like be accepted into
not
the
our,
country.
well, not Argentina.
Well, forget about it for me. I mean, at least I can look at England and go, sure,
England does.
Sure, everyone's got problems, but I can look on the roster and go, okay, some guys are like me. Spain has Yamal and Nico and Williams.
Coming off the bench.
Still, he's injured, but he played yesterday. Argentina, nah. Don't see it.
But what is it that the country they call you Blackie? What is it? Which is
that was from Colombia. No, Narcos. That was
It was
Narcos.
Narcos, Colombia,
Narcos. Yeah.
Did you see wait, have you guys seen the video? Have y'all seen the video where there's two, it's an under 18 youth league. I bet y'all saw this. And the officials out there, and it's two players, and they exchange jerseys before the match, and they're saying everything. And it's in a I think a Latin American country somewhere, a South American country. And one guy on one side is black, and the other guy is brown, for lack of a better description. And he says, as they're like, okay, they're exchanging pleasantries, and the official says, okay, let's start the game. And the kid says, the Latin American, the brown kid, non-black player says, I just want, in Spanish, he says, I just want to make it known that we have a player on our team that we call Negro. And he says, it's his nickname. We call him that. We're not saying anything. He had to get that out there so they didn't get red carded during the match. He's like, that's his name. And he said, so I don't want, and both the official and the player from the other team go, okay. Like they acknowledged it. But he felt like, I got to get, before we start, I got to get this out there. I want to make sure we don't get carded for it.
Well, and for good reason, right?
No one
can't cover your mouth or you can't say those words.
No, it actually was for good reason.
No one said, hey, for this particular match, do you just want to call him by his real name? Was that not possible?
Well, maybe that was his real name.
Negro is his real name? His
well,
given name?
Vinny Del Negro.
That's
you
the
ever
last.
heard of that guy?
Yes, that's the last name. I appreciate it. Hey, Nicknames
all
are
know
thing.
what happens in the pitch all the time. So we all know what happens. Even if you cover your mouth, that's still stupid. I thought that was a stupid thing. But can I start the news of the weird early?
Yeah. What is it?
All right. Hey, John, you were born in World War I, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I was born in World War
Did you
I,
hear about
two.
that guy
He's a World War I baby.
hear about that
Not
guy in
1,
France?
2.
What'd you say?
I don't know if you did the story about the guy in France. He was a 24-year-old. He was having a little bit of a bottom problem. He went to the doctor, and the doctors checked him out. Do you believe what he had? What was his issue?
What was it?
He had an artillery shell from World War I up his rectum.
And he's 24?
Artillery shell.
No, that means he was doing.
Shell?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's not either he's a time traveler or he's been doing bad stuff.
Well,
I'm going to go with bad stuff.
Well, he
Look it up.
Did he get shot or did he sit on? Did he get shot or did he sit on it on purpose?
Thing is, they were shocked that he had it up his rectum, but it was an artillery shell from World War I. So they were thinking, how did he do that? Or how did that happen?
Grandpa had something in the shed?
Man with World War I explosive lodged in his rectum sparks bomb scare. Hospital evacuates.
Rectum?
Damn near killed him.
Huh.
So was he smuggling it to cause damage, or was it just an accident?
Was it a pleasure thing?
And then things went poorly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to have to look into this story.
I don't think you should put World War I bombs up there.
It was
not in your wallet.
An 8-inch artillery shell.
Oh,
yeah, he was doing it for fun.
Yeah. I don't know how fun it was, but there it is.
Yeah. Well, he might have thought it was fun.
Well, it sounded like the medical people had to get involved is what it sounds like, or we wouldn't know about this.
Well, I mean, if you talk to an emergency room person, they probably have a story about stuff getting stuffed up there.
Can I just tell you something? Have you seen the Josina Anderson where she's deciding what should and shouldn't be a penalty in the World Cup?
No.
Her comments on Twitter. First, she said on the Lamine Yamal, the red card, which Lucas Dean, is it Dean or Digne? I think it's Dean, former Evertonian, of course. He didn't even argue this. This was a known red card. There was no VAR.
You mean penalty kick?
A PK, I mean. There was nothing to challenge.
There's no question about it.
There was no question about it.
It was just a question of whether Yamal was in the box.
These are inside the
rules.
rules.
When we saw it, that's a penalty.
And Josina says, and this is not to pick at her, this is like a purely American thing. Because all of us have been, for those of us who don't watch on a full-time basis, we've all been guilty of making some comments. This is a little over the top because she has two posts. She goes, I mean, Lamine Yamal also ran into his kicking leg while Digne had already committed to the football movement. That's how I feel it should be interpreted. The comments were not kind.
Surprising. A woman talking about sports in a way that bothers people.
How things should be interpreted.
Yeah.
Then she goes back and makes a change. She goes, I changed my mind.
I bet.
She said, actually, the more I watch this, the more I see both players were tracking the ball with their eyes and then both committed to a football moment at the exact, or it should say movement at the exact same time. I feel these simultaneous actions should cancel out the penalty.
Oh, still cancel out the
penalty.
penalty.
She said one score in the game is just too consequential. So in her opinion, like this is just, we just can't allow this to
Other
be.
than Josina, I don't know anybody disagreed with the penalty, right?
I've seen I've seen people say the acting clearly was not on purpose. He didn't even really see him all. It should not be so penal because of what a penalty kick can do to a match. I've seen that several places, but the rule is the rule.
Yeah,
everyone knows it.
You're lifting and kicking.
You have to be aware.
So this guy his name is Rob Baggio, which interesting. He said, it's wonderful. A lot of people who don't watch much soccer are tuning in, but that's an uncontroversial penalty.
There's no
Tracking
question.
the ball with one's eyes is totally irrelevant in this sport. And then the coach goes, a different coach has agreed, there should be an adjustment to the rules to allow incidental contact not to be not to be up to the ref in the field, but he's able to overturn penalties.
That's not incidental. That was accidental. He didn't mean to do it, but he's the full-on
More
swing
American.
of the leg that kicked him.
You were
It wasn't
spot on,
incidental.
Josina, especially in games with this high stakes. You got to only call penalties if they're blatant. This is like the Americans are coming in to throw into, like, to completely change the rules. Then you have, doesn't really matter what you feel. Rules of the game are pretty clear. Whether your intention is to kick the ball or your opponent, the defender's responsible for where he's kicking. And then somebody else goes, that's not how any of this works. If you're trying to kick the ball and the ball is not where you thought it was, so you kick someone in the thigh, it's a foul. There is no gray area here, Josina. And then it just goes on and on. And then
to hear a female talk about routes.
And then some other guy jumps in on it, and he decides that he's another American who starts taking her side. And his arguments with people are so bad. It's like, oh my God, I'm just getting embarrassed.
Just think.
Look, I wanted France to win. I didn't want that to be a penalty.
Spain to win
but I'm
either.
looking on the field. I'm like, guys, do we get a VAR this? What are we doing? And Lucas Digne is like, no arguments from the French.
How could you?
None.
You can't argue that.
I'm like, I guess we don't. Can we do this? Can we
No,
do the
you
VAR?
can't go. There's no need to
Can
go
we
to the
say
video.
it was an accident or no?
It's
Okay.
not a clear and obvious error. No, not at all. It's
we do not have to go to
very
VAR
straightforward.
Yep. It was pretty. If you kick someone right around the thigh area
in the penalty box.
It's a little
in the
unusual
box.
because it was Lamine Yamal got to the ball first, but with his shoulder. Like, he didn't even.
The only question would have been, was it a handball? But it wasn't. So
Fidel, in
penalty.
matches that big, you can't
Stop
just
it.
give penalties.
Yeah.
We just got to do
Yeah.
that.
If
Swallow
only-
your whistle.
If only Terry Porter.
Swallow your whistle.
If only Terry Porter thought the same.
Let him play, ref.
only-
That's what they're saying. That's what Americans.
Is the end of
we
a,
Americans say, let him play.
If it was an end of a dynasty, if only Terry Porter had thought the same.
Did he mean it though? Only Terry Porter had thought the same. Look at you
If only.
going that far back.
Yeah. Why not? Let's do things to change the outcomes of games, even 24 years ago. Stop it. This is why they have many reasons not to like us. But just imagine some guy who was born in Madrid starts watching American
His
football,
whole life.
and he's like, that seems like an incidental face mask. Why is that a 50? Yeah, he yanked
He
the
didn't
quarterback.
mean it.
Why he yanked the quarterback's neck to the side? But why are we throwing flags?
Well, and then you tell him, well, it used to be a 5.
It did. Well, not
and
that.
he goes,
Not the one I'm
that would
describing.
make more sense.
Not the one I'm describing. Hey,
Right,
why are we throwing flags for that? He clearly didn't mean to grab the face mask, and everyone would jump on
Although
him.
we do things, we do argue about how hard a quarterback is hit for a 15-yard
Yeah, but not a
penalty. Like,
face
he
mask
didn't land
penalty,
on
but
him.
not a
Right.
defensive lineman
Yeah.
going by him and grabbing him and turning his
No,
neck.
we don't. And especially if you have an accent and you try to tell us these things about our sport.
You want to hear someone from Barcelona telling you that?
That doesn't look like a penalty. What did you say,
Imagine.
sir? What did you say in your Castilian accent? That doesn't look like. No. Stay out of our sport, sir.
Imagine. Think about it. We don't even like when the Irish guys work for PFF.
No. What are these Irish? What are these guys? I better not say things.
Wait,
that are-
I got Gavin McHugh here. This deciding who goes to the World Cup final is
Right.
a joke.
See?
Yeah, no. Go read some. Go read some of
America's
those.
speaking up, people.
Go read some of those comments. By the way, I've read that one too. Go read the comments under that one.
You think he's catching it?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you know the rules. Oh yeah, he's got 2,000 replies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They just want us
It
to be
ain't great.
silent observers. You guys want to watch and enjoy it, cool, but don't interject. Just shut up and watch. That's all
Until
they
you
want
know
from us.
more about, or don't try to change the rules.
Yeah, look, we like soccer people have the issues with how the game is officiated.
They don't want us Americanizing.
What they don't
their
want is
sport.
for us to try to influence what's going on. Be quiet, watch the Premier Leagues on Saturday morning, and that's it.
My favorite comeback from an American is, "This is why it's never going to take off." Then in
And they're
the
like,
States,
so?
We're like, we don't care.
We don't
if
care
it
about
takes
you
off."
guys.
That's like us saying, "This is why baseball's never going to be big in England." Okay, it's because you guys with your ties. We have extra innings. We don't end baseball unless you start doing extra
Oh, no.
innings. Baseball's never
We
going to take
put
off
a
in
runner on
England.
second.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't deserve to be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Don't
Well,
tell
we
me
can't
about
play
penalty.
forever.
And that's the penalty kick argument.
Yeah, I
We
know.
can't play forever.
Can't play forever, John. I don't like it when the other team when my inning starts and the Astros have a man on second. I'm like, I like this. This rule actually makes a lot of sense. And then when I see Brian Abreu come into the game in extra innings and there's a man on second, I'm like, this is such a dumb way to end baseball. What are we doing? Play it straight. Nobody's
to be fair,
on base.
The Brian Abreu thing could be the 8th inning. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, that doesn't matter. If Brian Abreu's in.
Your first run shouldn't count. That's what I'll say that one.
That's right. All right. News of the weird coming
Two
your way
off the
next.
first tee. Two off the first tee.
Well, we do that. We're doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Time to talk a little HRP. HRP. Finishing up the week strong with HRP. Finishing up you're on your way to work, or you're in the middle of your workday right now. Okay? You started your workday, and you're thinking about how we can be better. How can we be better as a business? How can we do things better? And you may not be the CEO or the CFO, but if you bring this to the table and say, hey, I've been hearing about HRP and HRP, what HRP does for businesses. Look, they're going to do the payroll. They're going to do it perfectly. They're going to do the HR. They're going to do it perfectly. They're going to do your taxes. They're going to do that perfectly. And then they're going to suggest the 401k plans, the benefits packages, the insurance package that's right for your business. They don't sell those, okay? The other admin companies sell those. So you got to be careful with that because, look, we're giving you the HR for so cheap over here. We're giving you the payroll. Look, our prices are better. And then you get to the 401k, then you get to the insurance package, and it's like, holy crap, this is costing us out the wazoo. And that admin company is actually costing you more than HR&P would. So don't watch that scam because this happens all the time. And that's the way that they get around this. That's the way that they compete with an HRP. HRP is going to do it better for you. They're going to partner with you, and they're going to get you all of this stuff at a better price with technologically perfect. You're looking for the best way to get that HR payroll and everything else to your people. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. You know what's real weird? Being buried in the M. Apparently, Lance McCullers is headed to the Brewers. That story is out there now. I had heard that the Yankees had gotten involved, but he's going to probably end up with the Brewers. And he's going to be buried in the M now.
No, he'll still be buried in the H.
He's going to be buried in the H?
Yes.
Well, the good news is I think
they're just paying the last bit of his contract.
he's going to be, there will be cash considerations. So that's good. So Jim's going to get some money back.
Cash considerations. You're basically asking somebody to pay his salary, the rest of his salary this year?
You pay, that's a lot.
So why should you get any cash
Maybe they
back?
give you some cash on top of it.
Are you sure this isn't going to be like a Dorian Finney-Smith contract where we have to give up draft picks or cash too? Like we get nothing back,
We're
but we
dumping
pay
him and having to give them
60%
stuff.
of his salary?
Think of the influx of star power in Milwaukee. Tyler Hero and now Lance McCullers.
How about that? White power.
What?
Okay. Whitey's heading to Milwaukee.
Whitey?
Like there isn't enough there aren't enough white people
You
there
spent
already.
time there. You know.
Not in Milwaukee.
Or
is
the
a little
area,
more,
at least.
Milwaukee's a little more
Yeah,
diverse.
if you just go by.
If you just go by Milwaukee.
I've seen enough election nights to know Milwaukee different from the rest of Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's a lot different.
Yeah,
than the rest of
but-
us. It's like
yeah.
Illinois. Chicago's a lot different than the rest of Illinois.
Oh, a lot different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Portland is way different than the rest of Oregon.
A Florida man was found guilty of vacuum cleaner sex.
Oh,
Do you
why?
feel like
His body, his choice.
Do you feel like
Did he
that
ask for
suction
consent?
should be wasted?
Well,
or
How can you be guilty of having sex with a vacuum?
Wait, that's not the question. A vacuum is an inanimate
That's what
object.
I said. How can you be guilty of having sex
Well,
with a vacuum?
how is that illegal? It's a poor choice, maybe.
you got indecent exposure?
He did it in public.
Well,
Okay.
He did it
at a Bed Bath and Beyond, and that's
he
what
did
the
it in
Beyond is for.
someone's home.
Oh, that's
So he did it to.
okay.
So if you have sex with a vacuum that isn't your own property, but in the privacy of a home, is that illegal?
He was originally charged with a felony, but that count was subsequently reduced when he was named in a misdemeanor criminal. Listen, if you're going to break into somebody's house, it just gets weird if you're going to have sex with their vacuum cleaner.
I mean, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's not appropriate.
That's not appropriate behavior.
And do we need to define what sex is when it comes to a vacuum?
I think we all know.
I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't want to see. And I'll be honest, I don't want to see it.
How does John know it when he sees it? How often
You've
have you seen
it before?
Well, is it on Pornhub? Vacuum cleaner sex?
I've never
I'm
seen
not
it.
Googling that. I'm not Googling that.
I'm watching a bear steal golf clubs. The bear is stealing somebody's golf club. Should the bear be shot and should the bear be executed for stealing golf clubs?
Well, are they new golf clubs?
What?
Yeah. So I don't care how old they are. If the bear's going to come along and take your golf clubs, the bear needs to go down.
I generally imagine golf courses in areas where they're bears, they're infringing on the bear's habitat.
Screw the bear.
So I'm just going to go, you know what?
Everywhere's
just
a golf
like that
course.
buffalo got after that older man because you're in his area. If you're in the area of a bear, he's entitled to take whatever he wants.
Well, yeah, that bison, yeah.
Or bison.
That's a home game.
It's a home game for the bear.
It's a
You're
home
on
game.
his turf.
Yeah.
All the rules apply.
Don't wear your jerseys to a bison stadium.
That's the Bears' version of shooting fireworks at your hotel room while you're trying to sleep.
Yeah, that's right.
Bear got to go down. You steal golf clubs, that's like, all right, you just committed a murder in my eyes.
The bear
stealing golf clubs.
You're lucky the bear didn't just maul the golf.
Yeah. Take the bear said,
speaking of which,
your money, your golf clubs are your life. Which one do you want?
There is a rogue Nepalese elephant. How about this? He killed 4 members of a family 14 years apart. This elephant in Nepal he just hates this family. It began in 2012 And now, in 2026, he had trampled. He killed the kid. He just trampled the parents.
This is why mob movies always tell you don't leave the son alive because he becomes an enemy later. I'm sure they went after that elephant's father, and the elephant said, "One day, I'll get these guys. They shouldn't have left the elephant alive.
Yeah,
don't kill that young elephant's father and leave him alive. Now look at you.
Look at Simba.
Wow.
A vendetta.
4 family members, 14 years apart. That elephant remembers stuff.
Yeah, he killed my father.
Well, no, the elephant killed the father.
No.
Now he's taken out. No, he killed a 25-year-old and a grandkid.
I'm telling you, this is a lifelong vendetta because they killed his father. And he said, you know what? I'm going to get this entire family for what they did.
Well, there's no evidence that they.
This is the story I'm concocting.
Elephant just pissed at this family.
This elephant knows this is generational trauma. And from the time he was a young elephant, he saw his dad go down and said,
he's Batman?
Perhaps. But Batman didn't really just willy-nilly kill people. In fact, it's one of his rules. This elephant's a little different. You kill one of mine, I clean out your entire family.
Wow.
I saw you kill my parents, so I'm taking your family out. And I'm going to do it over a long period of time.
Yeah, anytime I sense some of your lineage, I'm going to try to end the bloodline. That's all.
Woo, this sounds like something from even beyond The Wire or Godfather. This
is
even
Tywin
deeper.
Lannister type stuff.
Yeah, this is really when we used to have dragons.
This is, you think when we had dragons, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is the kind of
went on.
behavior we had when we had dragons. Yeah.
All right, I got to go. I can't fool around. I got to catch a flight.
To go
These guys,
golf.
Yeah, to golf. That's right.
You're leaving the show in the middle of the busiest week of the summer to go golf.
Busiest week of the summer?
Yeah,
you heard what I said.
Back. Yeah, you got England. What are you talking about? We got England, Argentina.
I'll watch
Your
it.
arch nemesis, Lionel Messi, is trying to
get to another World Cup final.
Screw Messi. If he wins, I couldn't do the show tomorrow if he wins.
You'd be too angry.
Yep, I'll be way angry. We're done. Mopey and Mapes are next. Oh, no, Mapes. No Mapes. It's Colton.
No, it's AJ today. One of your
AJ.
Will
you
rivals.
tell AJ something for me? Since 2015, Spain has 2 playoff wins in Dallas, and the Cowboys only have 1. Spain has more playoff wins in Dallas than Dallas
He
does.
just said, I can't hear you. I've got rings in my ear.
What rings? From
He wasn't even
95?
born whenever they had
You weren't
rings.
even born.
He just simply said, how many Super Bowl wins do the Texans have? That was his response.
Since the
He
two have
doesn't
been in
care.
existence, both have 0.
He doesn't care about that. He can always
The Texans have more playoff wins.
AJ can go watch the highlights of
AJ wasn't even born the last time they won.
He can watch the highlights of the Cowboys Super Bowl wins. You can never watch the Texans highlights of Super Bowl wins. That's what he's saying.
Great.
He can always
Highlights.
go on YouTube and relive them.
Great.
You have no opportunity to do
Bye. Cowboys suck.
Welcome into the show. AJ's here with me. As Colton was here yesterday, AJ's here today. He'll be here in that spot for the rest of the week as Sean has the day off. And while AJ is here for the rest of the week, maybe Lance McCullers is out of Houston by the end of the week, because that's the news that is breaking as the John and Lance show ends and this show begins. Lance McCullers on the move. The deal has not been finalized. This is a very baseball thing. Generally, when news of a trade happens in the NBA, whether it be Shams or someone else, sure, it's not official, but we know the move is happening. The expectation is that Lance McCullers will be a Brewer, but the trade isn't complete yet. They're still doing whatever they need to do, dotting I's, crossing T's. So we don't know anything other than he's likely out the door. I don't know that there's any players coming back, because baseball is a little different when it comes to trade rumors. You can try to guess what prospects or actual major leaguers are coming back when you're involved in a trade, but for the most part, you don't really know until the deal is done. Basketball is different. Everyone can put a trade package together. I don't know that Major League Baseball has a special page dedicated to what's it called? Now I'm blanking on the name. It's for the NBA. It's a trade tracker page. It's not a tracker, but you can look at the cap and put the trades together. I don't know. I can't remember the name of the page. Everyone uses it to find how trades and the money will work. Baseball doesn't really have that, so there's less speculation on who's going where. You just look at the list of top prospects and see if your team will give one up. But I don't expect much in return for Lance McCullers. If anything, it may just simply be cash considerations. But his career with the Astros ends in an unfortunate way. He hasn't been a contributor to this team for a while. I still remember back to a couple spring trainings ago where he was making a comeback and he was very emotional talking to the broadcast crew about all the things that he had to get through to try to make his way back. And he did, to minimal success. And that has been kind of the story from Lance McCullers over the last several years or so. So his time in Houston comes to an end. And the Brewers have already visited Houston this year, so there will not be a chance for a goodbye from the fans, no tribute video. And considering his status as a player, unless it's Lance McCullers Day here, he may not ever get that video where he's in the building with another team and the Astros put something together, whether it be a potential work stoppage or simply he decides to call it quits at the end of a contract. We may have seen the last of Lance McCullers as an actual baseball player in the city, unless he tries to give it a go again next year. So that's the news of the day. Lance McCullers out looks like he's going to be a Brewer. And I did this with the guys off the air. Let's see if you guys can answer. You don't have to call in about it, but you can think, because we have a couple of numbers here in Houston that get confused because they happen not in the same year, but relatively close enough that there's a little bit of confusion. I'm going to ask you guys now listening. How many straight curveballs did Lance McCullers throw in a row in a game 7? How many of them? How many straight curveballs? Do you got your answer? It wasn't 27. If you're thinking it's 27, that's the number of 3-pointers that the Rockets missed. Lance and John both thought 27 because that's the number. We hear and think about those moments and think it's 27. For McCullers, it was 24. 24 straight curveballs. You baseball nerds would likely remember, or just big Astro fans. But for a lot of us, the number that sticks out, I guess because it was failure, not success, was the 27 straight misses. But Lance, in a moment of triumph, threw the 24 straight curveballs to help the Astros win that game 7. And now he says goodbye. Art wasn't very complimentary. He said, "Praise be. That sorry ass mofo is out of here." That's not cool. Come on. I can't hate on Lance McCullers because he tried. He just couldn't stay healthy. And sure, it was disappointing considering the promise that he showed when he was a younger pitcher. But this isn't a case of a guy who didn't care. This isn't a case of a guy who just decided, I'm going to collect my check. He tried. It just wasn't to be. And the Astros have decided in the final months of his deal with them that they're going to make a move. So Lance McCullers is gone. We'll see if there's anything of any value coming back the Astros' way. But of all the ways this could have ended, a trade during the All-Star break to the Brewers, that's tough. That is tough. And depending on what the circumstances of this deal are, do the Brewers simply just DFA him? Who knows? But Bob Nightingale positions it as the Brewers are taking a flyer on Lance. Lance has only pitched about 39 innings this season, so we know here that it hasn't been a lot of production from him over the last several years. We'll see if the Brewers look at this as a guy with past success and see if there's anything left as Lance is still working his way back. So it's now finalized according to John Heyman. So the deal is done. Lance McCullers is now a Brewer. Some good moments. We'll remember the best ones, and hopefully if there is more baseball in Lance McCullers' future, it works out for him. I haven't heard a word about him not being a good guy, so hopefully it works out for one of the guys who loved this city and gave what he could to the Astros. Eric, you want to talk Astros? We'll get to that when we come back. Anyone else want to join us? 713-780-3776 is the number. As I said, AJ's here. We got World Cup to discuss. We got the second semifinal today. The first one did not go the way I thought, as Spain dominated that. We've got Kevin Durant popping up. He showed up to Philadelphia for the All-Star game. He also has some thoughts on what would make basketball better, namely removing two pundits. We'll talk about that, too. We will be back.
You're listening to the Dale Olaleya Show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Dale Olaleya.
Let's get to Eric here. He wants to talk some Astros. The news for the Astros is as we had the All-Star game yesterday and they have a couple of days off before they're back playing games, is that Lance McCullers, who has been around since the first World Series, is gone. So the only one remaining now is Altuve, right? Since the first World Series, since this whole thing started, Altuve is the last vestiges of the start of this dominance in Astros baseball. Well, at least from 15 to 23. I mean, 24, you make the playoffs, it doesn't go well. And then we know the last couple years are the last couple years. So I believe Altuve is the last one left. I don't imagine he's getting traded to the Brewers or anywhere else for cash considerations at any point. I think he'll just retire as an Astro. But let's get to Eric here. He wants to talk about the club. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, you forgot Correa. He was saying 2017. I know he's not playing, but how's Correa taking this? And what about Lance's coffee business here? Most important, breaking news, the Batman Part 2 is delayed till February 2028. What are your thoughts on that? I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, Correa, I guess I forget about him because he left and then he came back. So he has been, I can't say from the beginning because he was gone, but he was here at the beginning, left, came back. So yeah, he remains. So Altuve does certainly have a face from the start of this all. I don't know what will happen to Maven Coffee. Is it established enough that it doesn't need Lance McCullers here for it to thrive if it is thriving currently? It's not like he works there every day. I don't think he's serving coffee, despite the jokes about what he might have been doing when he wasn't pitching for the Astros. If it's a well-run, thriving business, it'll be fine without the idea, or at least one of the idea men behind it, no longer in the city. Maybe he'll start a Maven. Yeah, he won't be in Milwaukee long enough. Forget about that. We will see where he goes from there. I wonder is it one of these now? Nightingale said it's a flyer. I immediately thought of around the NBA deadline where a guy gets traded and he's immediately waived. It's just an accounting thing that they need to take care of. But Nightingale says they're taking a flyer, so we'll see if Lance McCullers makes any appearances in a Brewers uniform this year. That'll be odd. And I saw people say he'll immediately become a frontline starter now that he's out of the city. That is a dark thought that the Astros were simply the reason why Lance McCullers couldn't find his way. I don't think the bad luck for the Astros extends to Lance McCullers becoming a star now that he's no longer here. The Brewers are in first place. They haven't played well lately, but they have a 5-game lead on the Cubs, so it's not a desperate move for them, clearly. But we will see. He is joining a good baseball team, so if he can find his way, Lance McCullers will be in line at least to be someone who is considered for a playoff roster. And the Astros are still fighting and clawing to try to find their way into the AL playoffs. And the AL did win the MLB All-Star game in a shutout. 4-0 was the final there. For people who did not watch, you didn't miss much. So the AL wins that one. Dylan Cease is the winner. You want to call him that by All-Star rules. He was the pitcher of record in that game yesterday, which Kevin Durant at least saw the beginning of. I don't know if he was there the entire time, but he was there in Philly. As I said, we'll talk about that in a little bit. As far as Eric's mention of the Batman, yes, delayed till February 2028. That's tough. Like the trailer, not even a trailer, it's a teaser of Batman looking stoic, and was it rain, I believe?
I think it might have been snow.
It might have been snow, yeah. We saw that from the initial images that there was going to be snow in Gotham. And it's just Robert Pattinson as Batman. And that's about it. And then you see the date. You're like, oh, oof.
At the end on purpose.
Yeah, they put it at the end. They gave you about 24 seconds or so, 25 seconds or so of Batman in profile. And then at the very end, 2/18/28. We're talking nearly 2 years from now. That's rough. What was the original, or at least the last stated?
So it was October 1st, 2027, but it's been delayed 4 times now.
Yeah, Matt Reeves, you did good work the first time. Cool, but are we talking now? How many years since the Batman came out?
March 2022.
So we're talking a 6-year separation between the first one and the second one, and that happens. Christopher Nolan, I think he was a little quicker with putting out the Dark Knight trilogy, but it spanned over, of course, a long while to get those 3 movies out. But 6 years after the first, I imagine I still will want to see Pattinson as Batman, but there's something to say about momentum. And the movie's good enough to stand a test of time, but let's get this stuff out.
Facts.
What are we doing 6 years later? What are we talking about here? So there it is. That was the announcement that more wait. I guess if it goes well, it goes well. So The Dark Knight came out in 2008. The next one was 2012. Those are the final 2 movies in the trilogy. The trilogy as a whole started in 2005. So it took 7 years to make 3 movies. So if there is a Matt Reeves Batman trilogy, if we just go by the difference between the first 2, we talking 18 years to get 3 movies out?
Maybe like 2034.
Yeah, what are we talking about here? And then then it's longer. Then we're talking more than from 2022. I would hope we get 3 movies if he wants to make 3 by 2034. I would hope so.
Hopefully before that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need less than a 12-year span. Let's not if Nolan can get him out in 7, and the trilogy is considered. There are varying degrees of how much you like all 3 of them, but it's considered a masterpiece, certainly a superhero masterpiece. If Nolan can do it, come on, Matt Reeves, you can get 3 movies out before we reach a decade plus of waiting on Batman. So we'll see. We're right at well, at least it's going to be 6 years. So there it is. That's the news. So you get a little taste, and then you get disappointed at the very end. He tried to follow the sugar with some medicine.
Facts.
That's what my mom. I don't know. I don't remember the process when I was a kid. What was it? Robitussin. I think it was Robitussin first, and then something to take the taste away. Matt Reeves, you were better off giving us the date, and then giving us some footage. That's how it should have played out.
Be encouraged after,
yeah. There's a reason it's going to be a 6-year wait because of this. Instead, you give us, oh, you confirming that Pattinson's Batman again? Thank you. And then you tell me that the movie's going to take 6 years. What are we doing? But hey, good luck to you. I don't want to come down on a creator because he did a good job the first time. He just better not screw it up the second time. That's all. Or the momentum for that movie is going to go away. Meanwhile,
just don't be CJ Stroud.
See, that's unnecessary. Look, I have my thoughts on the video for yesterday for the station was me talking about CJ Stroud. I have my thoughts on what will or could be for the Texans and their quarterback, but that's just unadulterated hate. That's all. Because you caught it earlier, right as the previous show was ending, so you had some words. Noted Cowboy fan, AJ Ross. Russ. I said it's Russ. AJ Ross is like a woman who works for CBS, I think. Yeah, AJ Russ is in the building with me, not AJ Ross. Keith, you want to talk college football? We'll get to that when we come back because we got a couple things going on. AJ Russ's own Tom Herman is now on the staff of Florida State. And speaking of the ACC, they will have a convoluted way of deciding their champion after the it was laid out, but it was all these tiebreakers led to Duke and Virginia playing while the ACC's best team made it in on a tiebreaker and eventually went to the national title game. Because they have uneven teams and they don't have divisions, they now will use math to determine how good your season is, as long as they can't decide the two championship participants by head-to-head. They will go to something called, well, I'll tell you what it's called, but it's based off of who had the best season. And a computer will tell you who had the best season.
It's somewhat like the BCS, but probably won't have as much clarity. I don't know if it'll be updated week to week. Like, based off this result, this team is now the favorite to make the ACC title game. But while it will be determined on the field, a computer will put everything together and then tell you, oh, it's called body of work. There it is. If you have a better body of work than another team because perhaps you didn't play them, then you make the ACC title game. Look, if we go by what FIFA would do, doesn't really matter what the season looks like. If it's anywhere close, Miami makes the title game, considering they're supposed to be a national title contender. So we'll talk about that. It is ACC Media Day today, so that's why this news broke, and we'll get to Keith when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
So we had the call from Eric asking about Maven. There was a change in ownership earlier this year, and Gary tweeted me that the locations have closed. So I think there's been a name change or at least an ownership change. So I don't think that Lance McCullers has anything to do with some of the locations anymore. And that's that, from what I can tell, reading an article from Culture Map about Maven. Maven Coffee Company still sells products, but as far as brick and mortar places for people to go, either it has the same name, but it's not under the control of the people it originally was under control of, or in some cases, the location has been closed. So there that is. All right, let's go to Keith, who wants to talk some college football. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Obviously, big news before I hit the college football point. McCullers and Gordon to Milwaukee. I think that's a great trade for them just because Brandon Woodruff is probably done for the year. Their first-place team. They desperately need pitching. So good for the Brewers to get those two guys. As for college football, I know you're a Miami guy. Miami has had, Cam Ward and Carson Beck back-to-back, national title runner-up. What do you think of, Darian Mensah, the transfer from Duke? Do you think he's going to have a good season? Do you think, there's enough talent around him to keep Miami in the mix of things? And also, Maximum Pleasure Guaranteed is getting really good.
That is the Tatiana Maslany show on Apple. I'm watching it. I fell behind purposefully. Wanted to get a couple episodes not out of the way, but let those sit there, and I got back to it in the last couple of days. I like that show. It looks like the conclusion's going to be pretty good. As far as Darian Mensah is concerned, I think it was aptly put on the Dan Lebertard show. I was listening to them talk about this. He is a combo of Cam Ward and Carson Beck. He will get the ball out of his hands quickly, which was more of Carson Beck's approach to the game, considering the injury and as his arm strength waned as the year went on. But he doesn't have the arm talent of Cam Ward, but he has some of the playmaking ability of Cam Ward, where he'll try to make a big time throw. He'll hold the ball a little bit, but not crazy. He played at Tulane. He played at Duke last year. I think Miami hit on another quarterback. If you just go by what he's been, he's an accomplished, really good quarterback. Miami has had some luck, and I thought about this, and it was also reiterated. Well, not reiterated. They didn't hear me say it or think it, but it was said on that show as well that they've had really good luck at quarterback, injury-wise. A Miami quarterback over the last couple of years has not missed a game. That has been in part because of an offensive line that they have built, and that offensive line saw a tackle go in the top 15, another tackle go either in the second or the third round. They lost another guard and a center. So while Mario Cristobal is known as the offensive line guy, he'll always have good to great offensive lines. This one will have some questions. They're going to start a 5-star freshman in Hunter Cantwell, some other guys who have been around but haven't had established starring roles at the positions they're going to be playing. So there's some questions there. And does the luck with quarterback run out? You've gone 13 games in Cam Ward's year, 12 and a half. He sat out the back half of the Iowa State game and got some criticism after he broke a couple records. And then Carson Beck played an entire season, including a playoff run, and didn't miss. I don't think he even missed a snap that wasn't, hey, we're blowing this team out, come in backup quarterback. Like competitive snaps, I don't think he missed the snap. Same for Cam Ward, unless his helmet got knocked off and he had to miss a play. So that's the luck they've had. Does that run out? Because if it does, they don't really have an accomplished backup, don't have a transfer that played someplace else. It's going to be one of a couple guys who don't have a lot of experience. So that's the way a Miami season goes poorly. And by poorly, I mean at least not making a playoff, because that's the goal. And when you make it to the title game the year before, you want to at least have a chance to do that again. But talent-wise, if you don't know because you just weren't locked in, they have Malachi Toney, one of the cover players for the new college football game. He was a star last year as a freshman. Along with Darian Mensah, they took another Duke player, a 1,000-yard wide receiver in Cooper Barkate. They got those two guys as the portal was closing. So they're going to be good. Their defense lost Bain and Mesidor. They got Damon Wilson from Missouri, who played at Georgia but now is at Miami. They're going to be one of those teams that going forward, unless the Cristobal effect happens where he blows several games and he was able to figure some stuff out late in the year, they're going to be one of those teams that is always on the mix because they're going to spend money. He will recruit. He will build an offensive line. The question is, do they run? Not only does their injury luck run out at quarterback, does their transfer portal luck run out at quarterback? And do they finally find a guy homegrown that they can have for multiple years as opposed to the 1 year mercenary thing they have been doing to great effect the last couple years? As far as the conference they play in, it's such a weird thing because of expansion. Not every team will play the same amount of conference games. Some will play 9, some will play 8. And that has led to this, hey, we're going to compile your record and the numbers, and your body of work will determine if you make the title game if you don't hold the head-to-head because you guys didn't play each other. I would think for entertainment purposes, that should be a thing that's readily available, that they allow for people to see, as opposed to, hey, at the end of the year, guess what? We have 2 teams tied in every way possible. Let's go to body of work and tell everyone who should make the title game. If the ACC knows better, they should make that like the BCS rankings. 8 weeks into the season, you start seeing the body of work of each team, and it may not even come into effect because you might have 2 teams who are clearly the ones who should be in the title game because of head-to-head matchups. But if not, there should be, I don't know if it needs to be a dedicated Monday show on ACC Network, but they should do it because if you're using that convoluted, weird analytical approach to figure out who should make the title game, at least tell people, have some transparency about who ranks where and what a future game might do to affect those rankings. So the ACC is doing something weird because divisions can no longer be a thing. It was very simple in a certain era of college football. You had divisions in your conferences, and while those divisions could hold tiebreakers, it was pretty easy to determine who was going to play in the title game. And because of the playoff and its expansion and the conferences expanding, things have gotten more convoluted. But now with I think they reverted back to the CFP guaranteeing Power 4 teams a playoff spot, not a seed. You're not a top 4 seed if you win the playoff, but you are if you win your conference, but you are guaranteed a spot. That was a problem for the ACC. Duke won their conference and didn't make the playoff. Now that will no longer be a thing. You win your conference as a Power 4 member, you're in. You could be playing an opening round game at home or on the road, but at least you'll have a spot, but no guarantees of a bye. So the Cougs, who were a good program last year, won, 10 games last year? Wound up winning 10 when you include the bowl game. They have every shot to make a playoff if they win their conference. And if they're not ranked as a number 4 seed, they could be hosting a game right on campus, which would be pretty nice. Think about it. I think people still think the Big 12 is going through tech, even though the Sorsby thing didn't work out for them. But the Cougs get to prove themselves early in the year. That's a Friday night in Lubbock. I mean, other than playing high school football there, I'm not sure many people look to spend Friday nights in Lubbock if they don't have to, but the Cougs will. And they got a shot. Go in there and win a game and establish yourself as a real Big 12 contender. And with that, a playoff contender. So that's an interesting early matchup. And it is July 15th, which means we're on the verge of fall camp. We're not that far away. The summer's kind of flown by for me because of the World Cup. And we'll talk about the World Cup when we come back because France is through. Spain is through. We don't have France is done. Spain is through. I guess I'll put it that way. We don't have a Spain fan in there like we did yesterday. But he must have had a good afternoon, Colton, because they took apart France in a way I didn't think they could. We'll get to that. We'll talk a little bit about Argentina and England when we come back.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
So Pena called in. We'll get to him here. He wants to talk about some college football and the World Cup. But I mentioned the Cougs in the previous segment. I want to shout out Emmanuel Sharp. Yeah, Darius Acuff is on that Kings team, who on that Summer League team. And Acuff is struggling mightily with a couple of things. He's not shooting the ball particularly well, and there are some defensive lapses, which we knew about. He is the lottery pick, but Emmanuel Sharp has impressed some people. He didn't shoot particularly well in their California Classic game. That's improved while they've been in Vegas. He's shown that defensive mindset that people know is part of you when you come from a Kelvin Sampson program, and he's also shot the ball pretty well in Vegas. So he's a guy who was drafted in the second round. Was he a second round pick and it was fully guaranteed his deal, or was he? I don't remember. Was he a guy who they picked up after the draft? I think he was a second round pick.
I'm not sure if it's fully guaranteed.
But I think some of it was. I don't remember if it was fully guaranteed, but he has been someone that's been pretty good for the Kings in his start to his pro career. So that's not surprising that he was going to have some qualities that would make him a pretty attractive option as, at this point as a second round pick, a back end of a bench to start type, and who knows what he can become as he still continues to grow and his development happens as a pro. So just want to acknowledge that a guy we've watched play a lot of basketball here in the city is getting off to a pretty good start with his pro career at Vegas Summer League. The Rockets blew out the Sixers last night. Bruce Thornton, or at least yesterday afternoon, Bruce Thornton shot the ball pretty well in his I think his third Summer League game for the Rockets, I think, in Vegas. So you'll monitor that. The guys had a discussion this morning about where he would be in the rotation because the questions about Fred's health, and then you got Marcus Smart and Reed Shepard. We'll see is not very interesting to say when it comes to this, but is Fred going to be healthy? If Fred's going to be healthy, then he's playing 36 minutes a night, and then there's not much room for a Bruce Thornton to play. If there are some questions about Fred's durability early on, which you can assume would be the case, then maybe there's a spot for Bruce Thornton as, like, Marcus Smart as an NBA player is not really a point guard. He's been positioned and put in that role because he's been on teams that didn't have a real one. Like the Lakers have a lead guard in Luka, but we saw Marcus Smart as their pseudo point guard because LeBron will take care of some of the ball handling duties as well in that playoff series against the Rockets. So he can do that, but he's not a real point guard, and Reed falls into that category too. So there may be a spot for some spot minutes for Bruce Thornton if Fred has to manage his minutes as he recovers. All right, let's get to Pena here. He wants to talk some college football and also get into the World Cup. What's up, Pena?
Yo, what up, Dale? Hey, I wanted to get on college football real quick. So, what do you think has to happen for Texas to have a pretty good season and secure a spot into the college football playoff and ultimately win the national championship? And how do you like Pickford for 1.5 saves and Saka on 3.5 crosses today? Thank you. Have a great day.
For people who don't know, Pena's a bit of a degenerate when it comes to props. It manifested itself on this show during the college football season, and now I guess as it approaches, he's going to use the World Cup to get himself warmed up. I don't know. I over on Pickford saves, I guess. Over. I think the Argentines will manufacture enough shots on goal, whether they go in or not, that Pickford will have opportunities to make a couple saves. Go over. As far as Saka crosses, is he even starting? Is that news out yet? You may want to wait on that. I don't know that the team news for England is out. So before I give you an answer, I like to know if he's going to play 70 minutes or 30 minutes in a match. So take that into account, Pena, before you put any money down on Saka. As far as Texas, that's a lot you asked me about what's it going to take to win a national title. I mean, the school has won one national title in my entire life. So what's it going to take? Health, which is the obvious. They need to stay healthy. And Arch has to be a good player. I don't know that he needs to be a great player.
Texas is good. Everything is big.
That is from our our Japanese soccer fan when asked about the state of Texas. Yes, that was the takeaway from some international travelers. They love the state of Texas. As far as the team itself, they're not as loved across all demographics of Texas sports fans. But for the Austin slash Texas fandom, can you find a way with they brought in Smothers and Raleek Brown? Or is it Raleek? I always go from Rameek to Raleek Brown. To run the ball. Can you run the ball with an offensive line that didn't live up to the expectations, considering all the money and resources they put into that offensive line over the last 3 or 4 years? Can you run the ball with your two new running backs? And can Arch find some explosive plays against better competition with that wide receiver core? Your offensive line needs to hold up, and you need to be the offense that the investment says you should be. And then once that happens, you're talking now about a potential 13-game regular season if you include an SEC title game, and then at minimum 3 more games. Texas isn't so much better than everyone that they have this margin for error. So you're going to need a little luck, and that's where the injuries come through. And scheduling matters too. Like when these games happen, how the other team is banged up. Do you get a bye in the playoff, or do you have to do what Miami did? Maybe not go on the road, but have to go play 4 games to go win a title. That's a lot to have to go through to go win one. The first 2 years of the college football playoff, we've had teams who had to play week 1, make the title game in that playoff. Ohio State did it the first year. Miami got to the title game and lost by 6 in the second one. So it can be done. I think Notre Dame as well. Notre Dame in that Ohio State title year had to play a home game because Notre Dame's not allowed to bye due to the rules. At least I don't know if they even know what the rules are now, but at least the first 2 years they weren't allowed, if they made it, to play a home game or at least get a bye. So is the jump from March coming? And can your offensive line be something that not only protects him but opens holes for your 2 new backs? And then once that happens, then we can talk about a real national title contender. I know they have. Is it Ohio State early? Is that the one that they have to go to Austin? Yeah. So that'll give us a clue about what Texas is, and everyone tells me about how tough the SEC is. So which team that you shouldn't lose to are you going to lose to this year? Because as much as Ohio State is looked at and was pointed to last year as, hey, you shouldn't punish us for losing to Ohio State. We dared to schedule a game. We should be rewarded for that. First, no one should be rewarded for losing. And secondly, you weren't punished for losing to Ohio State. Don't go into a place where everyone knows the coach is going to get fired, and he eventually was, and lose to the Gators. Don't struggle with Miss State. Style points matter. Kentucky. So for all the talk of how Ohio State is a tough place to play and that loss shouldn't be counted against us, how about your performances even in your wins? There was a lot on the bone for Texas last year. Let's see if they can take some more meat off the bone and live up to their potential. We'll see. All right. That's hour 1 done. Hour 2 will begin when we come back. We'll get into more of what happened yesterday in Dallas, and then we'll talk about today as it's England and Argentina in Atlanta. So we'll get 2 climate control semifinals and then take your ass to New York where it could be like 100 degrees for a final. All right. We'll go to break. We'll be back. So the news of the day locally is Lance McCullers traded to the Brewers. He had a no trade clause, so he had to waive it. He made that decision to go to Milwaukee. I wonder how many other teams he would have waived it for. John of John and Lance told us that he had heard earlier but kept to himself because what good is he? Like, I know it's not LeBron, it's Lance McCullers, but LeBron will have like a guy who's a trainer that's not even his trainer reveal that he's headed back to Cleveland. Not this time around, the first time. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if any trainer has said anything. I know a bakery owner said he's headed back to Cleveland, I guess based on some order or whatever. But a random trainer that you wouldn't believe because you're like, how do you know? You don't know. You're at the time. You're not Woj. You don't know that. You don't have sources. How would you know? That guy turned out to be right. There was also, I remember, people who were on LeBron Street in Miami who saw moving trucks at the time. They posted those pictures and were like, look, see, he ain't staying. He's gone. It turns out they were right. John, a respected, not by me, but by others, a respected radio professional has word that there is a trade in the works for Lance McCullers, and he said he heard the Yankees, but he didn't give that to us before. After McTaggart said it, he's telling us. After Nightingale said it, he's telling us. That man could have had, you know how I had, for people who don't know, there was a video from me yesterday talking about C.J. Stroud. If John tells everyone that McCullers is going to be on the move, that's what we're looking for. That's what our social media people are looking for. You put that on YouTube, you put that on Twitter. That's the type of thing we want. Instead, no, I didn't want to say nothing. That's what? That's a guy who's comfortable in California and knows he's got golf on the horizon. We could have had McCullers to the Yankees or McCullers to the Brewers. Instead, Nightingale and McTaggart broke the story. That was an opportunity missed. But McCullers goes to Milwaukee. I still have not seen anything about the Astros getting anything back. And maybe there just won't be anything, as the Brewers will be paying, I would hope, the rest of that contract. We'll see what deal was struck to get that done. So McCullers out, and maybe he gets to help a team who has real title aspirations again, while the Astros are in a race, but some real concerns about their viability if they even did make the playoffs, as they try to make their own moves to add to the roster. Maybe getting Lance McCullers off the books helps get something done for them in the next couple weeks. All right, the World Cup. I got home, watched that game, and people are calling Spain suffocating. I think Glenn Davis say it's like a python. When he joined John and Lance earlier, a python suffocating an animal. And as I watched that game, there were minutes that would go by that I would look down at my laptop while the game was going on and not look up because Spain had such firm control. France, how dynamic they had been throughout the tournament, none of that really existed. They couldn't put passes together. Spain dominated them in the midfield. And for as much as the goal scorers get credit because they can turn games, if you can control the midfield, you pretty much win the game. And Spain did that throughout. They got fortunate because of an accidental kicking. It wasn't incidental contact. It was a full-on blow to Yamal, the kick by Digne. But he didn't see him. He didn't know Yamal would even get to the ball first. He did, and it's a clear penalty. I mean, we can debate if a penalty in that circumstance should be called because of how much it influences the game. But the rules are the rules, and that's a clear penalty. And the Americans who tried to Americanize the game of soccer were roundly told to shut up after that call. Everyone's like, hey, shut up. Just be quiet. Stop. We don't get involved in your rules. You stay out of ours. You watch the game and you stay silent. It's pretty much the reaction by a lot of people when you had certain American pundits, and not soccer pundits, just people who are now watching the World Cup because it's what's on, discuss why that penalty wasn't valid. It was valid. Spain put it away, and France didn't have any answers. Their star Mbappe talked about it after the game. Tactically, they were outmatched. He took on the blame as far as the players, saying we weren't good, we were sloppy, but also he had a problem with how they were set up, and it's about that midfield, how Spain had more people in the midfield, and it led to them being able to control the game, and France never getting their bearings and starting to dictate. They got more on the ball late as Spain was protecting a 2-goal lead, but they never really provided big chances. There was one where Cucurella, the Spain defender, got a foot on the ball before Mbappe could unleash in the box. That would have maybe made it 2-1, but that was about it. It was a masterclass by what may be the best team in the world. They'll get a chance to prove it on is it Sunday or Saturday? They'll get a chance to prove that Sunday against Argentina or England, who have a long history of playing each other. Argentina generally coming out on top in the biggest matches, the World Cup, and these are matches that are defined by controversy. You go back to '86, hand of God goal by Maradona, clear handball, but we don't have video review back then, or just an alert official that leads to a Maradona goal and an England loss. And then you go back to, was it '98, where I think Beckham was tossed out of a World Cup game for a red card. That one, I believe, ended in penalties. I still remember Andres Cantor, who will be calling the game for Telemundo, calling that game back then in France '98. So there's a history of English failure against Argentina, and Argentina would like that to continue today. AJ, I've thrown this out here. I don't know how much do you know about this Argentinian squad, about how they're winning? People consider them to be getting favoritism from FIFA, all that stuff,
I've seen some stuff about it, yeah.
Yeah.
And then also I've learned recently too about the racism factor of Argentina.
There's
too.
a thing there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most recently, a song they sang in 2024 about the French team, even though they weren't playing the French team. And then if you just look, I said it earlier this week, do your research. Argentina's not alone. You can go through a lot of this world's history and find incidents. It's unfortunately part of the human condition, but Argentina has a bit of a history there. But they, at least for me, are the Chiefs of world football. That's how they're perceived for an American audience who may not know. All the things that people said about the Chiefs in 2024, that's what's being said about Argentina, just from soccer fans instead of NFL fans. So if you're looking to orient yourself about, if you're deciding you're going to watch these semifinals because you know about Messi and you know about England and you've got a World Cup semifinal in the middle of the afternoon you want to take a look at, I don't know that there's a real comp for an NFL team for England, but for Argentina, if you did not like the 2024 Chiefs, you have your version of them in Argentina. So you can root if you need someone to dislike, so you can have some real stakes if you're not betting on it. There it is. And if you didn't dislike the Chiefs, you got your Mahomes comp in Messi that you can root for if you want to do that. I watch these games, and yes, Argentina packs the house. They're on the streets of Atlanta having what would you call it, a celebration yesterday. They're going to meet an English fan base who's desperate for this team to get back to a World Cup final. Haven't been to a World Cup final since the one they won, I believe, in 1966. So Argentina expects to make another final. England is hoping, at least the fan bases, because it hasn't been done. And England's a slight favorite because of how Argentina has played. We'll just see how it plays out. I thought France would be the Eagles, like just man for man, the best players in the world together. But it turns out the collective of Spain, much better. The comp I used this morning was, and this is what Thierry Henry said, that all these Spanish players have been playing this way since they're like 9 years old. It's the way Spain plays football. Like in this country, there's no set way that the country plays soccer. Like the U.S. national team isn't an embodiment of the entire country and how they play. It's depending on who you play for or what, whether it be a college or a club team. No one just plays a certain way, and the whole country adapts. That's what it is in Spain. Like I think Mbappe said, it was like playing Barcelona. There is a heavy influence of Barcelona players on the team, but that's just how Spain plays soccer. That's how they want to play soccer, and it starts at the youth level. So my comp was like Katie football, and other high school programs do this too, where the same system when you're a youth player until you get to high school. And this was how it was described maybe 10, 15 years ago. I don't know if Katie still operates that way, but everyone plays the same way. So when it's your time to be at the highest level, you're going to play that way and be used to it. You can be inserted into a spot and know exactly what the other guy's going to do because you've been playing this way your entire life. Countries have identity. Spain clearly has one. And now they get to try to go win a World Cup. Again, they are the European champions. They're going to try to become the world champions. And they haven't been to a final since 2010 where they won it against the Netherlands. We'll see if it's England or Argentina. Either way, you're going to have some history. And we'll see how it plays out. That is in Atlanta today. I think I'm tired of watching Argentina win. I think that's where I've been that way for a while. I thought, as I said, I thought France would end their run. I don't know that there's a real comp. As I said, Spain may just dissect them and dominate the midfield, which is where Argentina's getting a little older, and they haven't been particularly great. I want to see if this Argentina run is purely based on who they've played. Like they played Switzerland, that game was 1-1 until the two yellows made the red for Embolo, and it changed the complexion of the game. And even still, it took till I think the second half of extra time for Argentina to find the winner, and then they tacked on another one. This is the strongest side they've played, this English team. Taylor Twellman pointed out that whoever meets Spain in the final will have a distinct disadvantage because of how often Spain has been able to play indoors. 6 of their 7 games have been climate controlled, whereas we know England played in Azteca and then played in Miami, 2 draining environments. And Argentina, while not as nuts as playing in Azteca, they did play a game in Miami against Cabo Verde, and that went to extra time. So whoever wins is going to be not only at a rest disadvantage because Spain will have won their game a day earlier. They have just not played in the type of environments that the others have. So will the other two, whoever wins, adapt better to playing outdoors in New York? Turns out it won't be 100 degrees, at least not temperature-wise. It'll be 88. That's the high for New York on Sunday. Who knows what it'll be as far as on-field temp. It'll be higher than 88. But if you're like Payne, you're looking to make a bet, then you believe wear and tear is going to matter. A day later for a game, and if it goes extra time, certainly benefits Spain. And also Spain has, or at least should have, the fresher legs. They have simply not had to deal with the environments that these other two teams have had to deal with. I don't have any particular fondness for England, but if I have to pick one, get Argentina out of here. I would want them to lose in the final, but I can't guarantee that. So whenever the loss comes, let it happen. And if it has to happen today, I'm with it. All right, we'll go to break. We got a couple more segments to go. You're welcome to call in 713-780-3776. We've got some food issues, not me specifically, but the country does. Apparently fresh produce. Maybe stay away from it for a little bit. That's the warning. And also, some good news. If you like a certain mid-tier Italian establishment, I've never been. I'll ask AJ if he's been. We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
So, AJ, what do you know about Olive Garden?
I mean, I've went there various times throughout my life. Yeah.
This is not me shaming anyone who's gone, because that pops up for people. I'm not shaming you if you like breadsticks or other things.
I like breadsticks.
This isn't about that. It is about the story that the never-ending pasta pass is back. For the first time in 6 years, Olive Garden's bringing it back. And what that means is if you spend $100, you get unlimited pasta dishes for 13 weeks with no limits on visits. You can go there every day for 13 weeks, and the pasta is unlimited. As I said before we went to break, I've never been to an Olive Garden.
Really?
No, it's just not something I love Italian food, but my family wasn't really a fan. My mom or my dad weren't really Italian food people, so it wasn't even a thought to go. We usually went to a Mexican food place. If we were going out to eat, it was Mexican food in Southern California. Tex-Mex was the thing. That it was their food of choice when we went out, or a Red Lobster. The Red Lobster was a thing as well. But Olive Garden Italian food was never a part of the equation. So I've never been, and as an adult, never had a reason to go. But maybe I do now. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, okay, it's $100, but you get your choice of all the pasta you could have. How many trips would I go to in 13 weeks to make it worth my while? Because that's the problem for me. I don't want to feel like I'm obligated to have to go to this Olive Garden. I don't want to feel like I have to go to this restaurant to make this deal work out. Of course, you're taking people, whatever. It won't take that long. But maybe you're just a person who wants to go to Olive Garden by yourself. I'm sure they have takeout. You don't have to sit there. You can do that too. How many trips would I make? I would feel obligated to at least get to $100. That's what I spent. But if you really want to get your value, you gotta do more. You gotta get over 100. What's the proper amount before it's like, all right, enough of Olive Garden? Do you want to get to $200 worth? Like I'll ask you, do you think you could get to $200 worth of Olive Garden by yourself in 13 weeks?
No.
I don't know that I could. It would have to be, I had to be pressed into doing it, like forced to, because I have that $100 value, or in this case, I need to get 200 hanging over my head. And I don't want to feel like I got to get, I don't even know some of their dishes. Let's go with just spaghetti. That's the basic one. I don't know if I want to have different versions of pasta and feel forced to get my money's worth. So there it is, everybody. If you were holding out to go to Olive Garden until Never Ending Pasta was back, it's here. 13 weeks worth for $100. Get all the pasta you want. If you want to shut down an Olive Garden, make them regret ever giving you the chance, you can do it. And shout out to Olive Garden for bringing back something they probably, at least for the consumer, never wanted taken away. And it begins tomorrow. Begins tomorrow. When you can get the pass. And then I believe the promotion begins on August 24th. So it's like the McRib. It's not here forever, but it is from August 24th to November 22nd. Get ready. If you want a carbo load, now is your opportunity. We got a couple of things to get to before we wrap it up for the day. AJ, can you, I don't know if I saved it over there, the Balogun clip. If it's over there, let me know. If not, we can get to it in the next segment. Because Flo Balogun I told you yesterday he signed with Clutch. He's doing interviews now. He's a breakout star for the United States men's national team. Part of it is because of his performance, and part of it is because of the red card being rescinded. But that has been a topic of conversation. Of course, the news networks jump on it because of the association and the mention of the president and his alleged involvement in getting the red card rescinded. But Flo was on a CBS morning show discussing several things. But here's Flo with Gayle King on the subject of his red card being rescinded.
And once the president got involved and made the call, and then it was reversed, were you thinking, yay, this is good, or were you thinking, I don't know if this is such a good thing for the team or for myself at this particular time? Because then that turned into a whole nother layer of controversy.
My initial reaction was, I was happy to be back in the team.
Yeah.
But when I kind of started to reflect, I knew it was going to cause a lot of controversy. And I could almost see within my teammates a bit of nerves because it's something that's so unique. But the closer we got to the game, I tried to just focus as best as I could.
Yeah.
But it was difficult, a lot of outside noise.
New York born but London raised. That's where that accent comes from, if you're unaware. Started in the Arsenal Academy, and if you don't know the story, recruited by U.S. fans because if you're born here, you got a chance to play for the team. Was so overwhelmed by the campaign that he decided, I'm going to play for the U.S. national team. He had the ability to play for Nigeria and also for England. Decided he felt so welcomed by the U.S. fans that he would play here, and it led to a good tournament for him that ended in a very weird way, and you heard him talk about it. I didn't want to believe that the team was so negatively affected by the events surrounding his rescinded red card, but the man tells you there that the team felt the noise and maybe played in a way that reflected that, which is unfortunate, but also on them. I'm not going to use it as an excuse. It may be a reason, but they played poorly no matter what the reason is, and that's why that 4-1 loss hits so hard for some people. People's decided they wanted to care, and the minute they decided to care in a real way for some people, you got that awful performance. An embarrassing one for the players and a disappointing one for everyone who was rooting them on. Even if you didn't have expectations beyond the Belgium game, because Spain was on the other side, we'll see how good Spain is. That one should have been one where whether you lose close or you win, a better effort. And that's a big thing for me. I'm not saying effort as far as trying, but the execution of the plan and playing to your best abilities wasn't there. Wasn't even close. Belgium may still win the game. They may have just been a better side that day or just overall, but we didn't even test them. And it has led to some of the conversations about what's next and whether Pochettino will be back. There's a big article on ESPN.com right now about potential replacements if he is someone who doesn't take the deal from the U.S. Soccer Federation. As we found out, that was put on the table as everyone was excited about the possibility of a deeper run. Now, the question is, does he still want to be here after the flame out? Kind of how it works. You lose in that way or you get knocked out earlier. What felt like a lock if he wanted the job now feels like people are like, are we sure? He's a manager of one of the more embarrassing moments in U.S. soccer history, as considering the expectations and the hope that was on display. Do we really want him back? I would like him back. I would like to see him get 4 years to see if he can put something together with a squad that he builds from the ground up, whether he goes with some old standbys or goes with younger players and allows the 4-year cycle as a developmental cycle to get guys ready for a 2030 World Cup. But that is still to be debated. The World Cup isn't even over yet, so we'll see how it goes. All right, we'll go to break. The number is 713-780-3776. We will be back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
So as I talked about, sometimes baseball trades, they come out in drips and drabs where you're not sure what's happening in totality. Turns out Colton Gordon's going with Lance McCullers too, according to John Heyman. So McCullers and Colton Gordon go to the Brewers. Still have not heard what, if anything, the Astros are getting back. Maybe it's out there. I just haven't seen it yet. So Adam Wexler has this in regards to this trade. The Astros' top 5 pitching prospects in 24 were Eric Getty, AJ Blubaugh, Jose Fleury, Colton Gordon, and Jake Bloss. So Gordon and Bloss no longer part of the organization. Eric Getty, his ERA currently is 4.53 in 51 games. Gordon, before he left, was at 5.9. Jake Bloss only pitched 3 games here, so be it. And then Blubaugh, the guy who I saw mentioned in potential trade conversations as well last week, has the best ERA. Over 47 games, it's at 3.03. Those are your top 4 guys, or top 5 guys from 24. And I bring that up specifically not only with the trades happening, but I got a call yesterday from someone asking about the Astros shortstops that they drafted. He didn't get on because we were closing the show out. I believe his name was Travis. This is why the baseball draft is one where I think to myself, give me 2 years, 3 years before you ask me about any real analysis, because some of the Astros' top prospects, pitching prospects, Arrighetti was their third overall prospect period in 24. Blue Ball was 8th. Gordon was 10th. And some of these guys, we still wonder if they're major leaguers. Like Arrighetti had a moment this year, but for the better part of his career, as the numbers tell you, this is a guy who you don't know what you're going to get. He has been outright bad over the last month and a half. And Colton Gordon was a guy who didn't amount to much, at least as an Astro, and now he's going to get his chance with the Brewers. So while Dana Brown's first draft class in 24, he's not responsible for these guys. They just were in the pipeline at the time. Produced I think he might have drafted Jake Bloss, but he traded him. Produced at most Bryce Matthews so far, and Bryce Matthews has not contributed in a major way on the major league level. So these guys were from 3rd to 11th in the Astros pipeline only 2 years ago. And who do we feel the best about right now? It's AJ Bluebaugh, who is a long relief, middle relief type right now. You get less bang for your attention when it comes to the MLB draft, at least early on. And will Dana Brown even get to see the fruits of his labor, at least as an Astro employee? Feels unlikely as this season continues to play out. Okay, I mentioned earlier that Kevin Durant popped out. He was at the All-Star game. He was asked about the Jaylen Brown trade. He was asked about LeBron James. He gave basketball answers. He said LeBron's going to ball out wherever he goes. And if you're asking him a basketball question, he's good with that because you're allowing him to give his opinion. But if you give an opinion on basketball and you happen to fall into the category of someone he doesn't respect, he's going to let you know. And two guys who have fallen into that mix are Colin Cowherd and Nick Wright. So these are take artists. Like, their job is to say things to inflame, to get you thinking, to get you paying attention. And that is a particular brand of media that Kevin Durant doesn't like. And he thinks those two, if they remove themselves from basketball conversations, the sport as a whole would be better. As a whole. If you got Cowherd and Nick Wright out of here, basketball would be in a better place. You know what? If I was Kevin Durant, whatever you think about those two, can you tell your brethren in the league to stop talking about how far millions of dollars don't go? If he wanted to help basketball as a whole, can you ask the guys who sit down for a podcast? And the latest is who was it? Now I think of it, because I'm getting confused, because CJ McCollum was on television, I think either on for Forbes or talking about Forbes, and he got called out for talking about his. Actually, it's not even just basketball. I'm getting confused. It was him, and then I saw Odell do it too, where he was talking about how a 5-year, $100 million contract isn't as much as you think. It doesn't go as far as you think, which no one wants to hear. CJ was a little bit more reasoned. Of course, he couldn't avoid getting attacked for ruining the CBA. He'll never live that down. People are just going to kill him. But the players have to agree to that as a whole. He's a representative, but he doesn't just do that by himself. But either way, he was on. He talked about how his first year in the league, the money he got didn't go as far as you think, because some had to go to his agent. Others had to go to his handlers. Not handlers. It was other people in the circle who helped him get on as a young NBA player. He just talked about everyone takes a cut. The conversation centered around his $2 million salary as a rookie, because I think he was a first-round pick, right? and it was the $2 million salary. A guy says $1 million gets chopped off for taxes and fees. He said he lived off a $12,000 energy drink deal. People are like, what are you talking about? First of all, stop talking about this, but what are you talking about? He went on to explain after he was called out. He quote tweeted it and said this: I didn't get any of my money until the season began. So when I say I lived off $12,000, it's because that's the money that actually came to me. I didn't get started getting game checks until this point. So he was more reasoned while he was talking about it. And he said it as a rookie before the money started coming in officially. So he tried to calm everyone down because they attacked him. It doesn't help that he was on there on talking about it, because it's been a summer of guys who have made millions and millions of dollars telling everyone how hard it is to keep that money for or at least extend that money over the course of a career. It's not as much as you think. It's just a bad approach. Don't tell people half of your guaranteed money was taken and it's still like $40 million. No one wants to hear it. But yeah, CJ said he had to live off the $12,000 until November. I did not know that was the case, that a rookie didn't get their money, because I thought they had, I don't know if you call it a signing bonus, but guaranteed at signing. I guess I'm thinking more about the NFL and baseball, what happens. But yeah, he said he didn't get his cash until November, and he was explaining that. But he also said yes, don't feel bad for us. We make plenty of money. So his position was, I just laid out the reality, but I wasn't rolling in it in between when I got drafted and when the checks started coming in as a rookie. He said 2 bands a month was what he was doing, which is fine with him as a young guy, but I'm sure it was just an asked and answered segment that got clipped, and now you got to answer for looking like entitled and ungrateful. But his reasoned approach is coming after Odell Beckham talking about $100 million deal not being what you think it is. Whether it be lack of self-awareness or, hey, they live a life and they're talking to people who live the same life. And while, sure, it's a private, you think it's in the kind of a private conversation, there are cameras on you and you're talking to a microphone. So you're talking to, whether it be Carmelo or or whether it be an NFL star or another NBA player who knows what you're saying because they've lived the same life. No one wants to hear you talking about, even if you're doing a good thing for your mother. If the home is $2 million, perhaps maybe we hold off on the $2 million home if, as I think it was Odell said, yeah, there's some flossing to do as well, and that leads to some of the money going away. It's not a great conversation to have for them. They can have it. Nothing's really going to happen to them, but perception sometimes is that these guys are entitled and ungrateful, and nothing that is said about, I made a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money too, is going to help that cause. And CJ McCollum is the latest to catch it, although I don't mind his so much. It was in a business setting, talking about money and saving it in the right ways of going about it, because that was like the entirety of the interview, how to make your money work for you as opposed to you working for it. But you get clipped, and then you got to go on Twitter and answer the slander. Someone wanted to call in about Lance McCullers. I didn't see your name. If you want to get back in and talk about McCullers, you can. Big news. McCullers, now a Brewer. His Astro career is over. We're one segment away from wrapping it up. We'll get to that segment when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So the context of Kevin Durant wanting Cowherd and Nick Wright out of the way was there's a graphic that he posted on his Instagram about who has to go. And it's a lot of NBA pundits, early sports pundit. Had Charles Barkley, Shaq, Stephen A., Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless, Nick Wright, Cowherd, Kellerman, and Perkins. And he said, pack that lame Colin Cowherd up. And then he goes, you know what? Basketball would actually move forward if Nick Wright wasn't involved. Hold up. So he initially was like, Cowherd has to go. And then, hold on, wait a minute. Is that Nick Wright on the graphic too? You know what? Now that I think about it, and you know his back and forth with Kendrick Perkins. And even with all that, former teammate Kendrick Perkins, get Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd out of there. Kevin Durant, out and about in Philly and using social media to attack people. Where have we seen that before? Okay. We got a couple more minutes before we're done for the day, and then Rich Eisen is up next, and then it'll be Will Kunkel and Joe George. Joe George hosts an Astros-specific podcast, so you imagine, along with Will, they'll have their thoughts on the end of the Lance McCullers era here in Houston. Not everyone gets a big moment. Like Yordan has a home run against the Phillies. Altuve, over the course of his career, has many moments. Lance, for as much as the last couple of years have been disappointing for him and us, he'll always have the 24 in a row, the 24 curveballs in a row. That's his. It is a moment in Astros history as the Astros are on their way to winning their first ever World Series. He's going to have that. He's going to take that with him, and we'll keep that with us because of what it meant and what he did. So he's got one of those that no matter what Astros retrospective there is over the when it comes to the history of this team, that moment's going to get a mention if the retrospective is done right. If you're putting together a history of Astros baseball, Lance McCullers will take part in that and play a memorable part in that, and has played a memorable part in that. So simply wanted to acknowledge what he did, even though he will now try to get back on track in Milwaukee, who decided, hey, I know that Astros pitching staff isn't good. Let's take two of them. And that's for a team who's leading their division. I don't know what they see, but I think the Astros, if they come out and say it, I would be surprised. But that's a move that, look, we've paid almost a full freight of Lance McCullers' salary over the last several years. Someone has decided they want to take some of that on. We're happy to do it. Happy to oblige. So that wraps up the Lance McCullers era here in Houston. It feels like we'll see if he becomes someone we're watching in October because he's wearing a Brewers uniform. That'll be odd. Like we've done it with several guys over the course of Astros baseball here because the talent leakage has been a consistent theme, and it's led to seasons that have become less and less gratifying, and certainly we've seen the decline from ALCS against the Rangers to 2024 losing to the Tigers in a wild card round to last year not making the playoffs and being several games below 500 at the end of the first half. But whether it be Correa, Bregman, Springer, and then Kyle Tucker previously, then you throw in Garrett Cole as well, those guys in some way were at the top of their game. I did not think someone would trade for Lance McCullers. Not a good baseball team, but here we are. Hopefully he can help. And they play in the National League, so it doesn't really affect us. It's better them than, let's say, I couldn't imagine the Mariners or the Rangers doing it. It's better them than the Yankees or anyone else who thinks they have hopes at winning anything this year. Let it happen in Milwaukee. You can't be bothered by that. That's the thing for the most part, yeah, Bregman spent that year in Boston. For the most part, the guys that have left, they showed up in inoffensive places, and then Kyle Tucker showed up with the Dodgers. He's not played well there, so take heart in that. With the Cubs, sure, that was a thing before, but NL team, not a big deal. I think Kyle Tucker's the one. The long-term deal with the Dodgers. That's the only guy, if you're in the mind to dislike a guy because he left and picked a different team. Kyle Tucker being traded to the Cubs, not his fault. Choosing the Dodgers, completely his fault. And at the moment, if you want to love a little Schadenfreude, not going great for Kyle Tucker in L.A. We'll see if they turn on him as the season goes on and when they make the playoffs. And if he's bad in the playoffs like he was for the Astros, we'll see if Kyle Tucker enjoys his time in L.A. All right, we're done for the day. Thanks to AJ. He'll be here tomorrow, and on Friday we're at East River 9. Well, I will be. AJ will be back here. The entire station will be at East River 9. I don't know is it another major or are we just out there? I don't know the golf calendar. I think we're just out there. Lance will be, I will be, John won't be because he's cosplaying as a golfer this weekend. Him and his buddies are going to play golf. And that means not working. It is what it is. AJ, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
Well, what did I play it's funny to hear females talk about routes for. What was that early on the morning show? I forgot. Oh, it was Josina Anderson talking about soccer and everyone attacking her. Not because she was a woman. Well, maybe some people did that, but it was an American trying to change the rules of soccer. Never goes well. Never goes well. We'll see who joins Spain in the final. 2 p.m. today, Argentina and England. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Needs and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Make memories this summer at the Kima Boardwalk. Bring the whole family for waterfront dining at favorites like Saltgrass Steakhouse, Bubba Gump Shrimp Company, The Aquarium, and Landry's Seafood House. Experience 13 exciting rides and free Rock the Dock concerts every Thursday. Don't miss Fireworks Friday, Tejano Music Nights on Sundays, and soccer-themed fun all summer long. Great food, thrills, live music, and family fun, all in one place, only at the Kima Boardwalk.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come
on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
He's dribbling the ball with everything on the line. He's driving down the pitch. He's facing price hikes and cuts past him. Carrier Contracts tries to block him. Oh, he leaves him in the dust. He's at the edge of the box. He cuts past the nonstop group chat trash talk. He clears on goal. He shoots. Goal! Unlimited data for $25 a month forever!
Visit your local Boost Mobile store today to get unlimited data with a price that never changes. Boost Mobile. After 30 GB, customers may experience lower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost $25 unlimited plan.
Stay up to date on the latest Houston sports news and follow us on socials at ESPN Houston.
Who are you? ESPN 97.5. Presented by Zadok Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, then there's Zadok's. KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I think this is the last year of Joe Burrow's exemption for taking the Bengals to the Super Bowl.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
You had one game to win. It's not a one-game season. Joe Burrow was your quarterback.
Bingo, sir.
Today's guest, ESPN Sports Center host, Scott Van Pelt. Three-time American Century Championship winner, Marty Fish. ESPN NBA reporter, Dave McMenamin. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Everybody, welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We welcome you into our Los Angeles-based studios, 844-204-RICH, number to dial, whether you're listening to us coast to coast on ESPN Radio or Sirius XM, or you're watching us in our usual spots of Disney Plus, the ESPN app, or today we welcome in the ESPN2 audience. I'm back on the deuce. It's very rare. My first ever appearance on ESPN2, I believe, was for hockey intermissions, maybe back in 1996. And I was the fill-in host for Kenny Mayne once on RPM tonight. That's about it. But here I am, back here on ESPN2, and happy ESPY Day, everybody. It's ESPY Day. The ESPYs are tonight in New York City, where they used to be when I was hosting them with Stuart Scott, hosting the pre-show, pardon me. It was Norm Macdonald, who was one of the first hosts that I saw back in the day. And it's interesting that Norm's name is being mentioned, since his very famous OJ joke that involved Charles Woodson is something we're still talking about today, that Norm and his memory and Norm, along with a whole bunch of other comedians, have gotten together and to support the V Foundation in honor of their friend. And many of the items that you can actually go get on an auction to raise money for the V Foundation are in honor of Norm Macdonald, and that includes your ability this hour, closing in about 28 minutes, is your chance to win an outgoing voicemail from Larry David.
Oh, wow.
LD has agreed to give you, ladies and gentlemen, a voicemail message. So why wouldn't you want to have that basically from Larry David? And all you've got to do to get something like that is hop on to the eBay site, ebay.com/ESPYs, to get that. You can also, by the end of this hour, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, you can get a chance to announce an NFL draft pick as well. So go to ebay.com/ESPYs if you want a Larry David voicemail or the ability to announce a pick at next year's draft in Washington, D.C. Those are just a handful of some great auction items. If you just want to straight up donate to the V Foundation, v.org/donate, 100% goes to cancer research through our friends at the V Foundation and ESPN together. It's ESPY Day, and so that's how we're going to get Scott Van Pelt on a Zoom. to kick off today's program in terms of the guest list. Marty Fish, fresh off of drying off from jumping in Lake Tahoe after winning the American Century Championship for the third time. First time as a winner to receive the new garment that's given out to all winners of the American Century Championship, a lab coat, because 40% of the dividends from American Century go towards medical research. So today's all about fundraising and celebrating all of that. Marty's going to be in studio in hour number 2, and Dave McMenamin is going to join us in hour number 3 because he's the perfect combination of somebody who can understand what's going on with LeBron James, and because he went to college with our friend Chris Brockman. That's how Dave McMenamin got booked on today's program. Good to see you over there, Chris. How are you?
I'm great.
Have an interesting Tuesday, Chris?
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know, especially Austin Rivers, that I did tie my own shoes today.
Okay, I don't know what you mean by that, but I can't wait to get to that.
It's great. It's great. I'm doing awesome.
In the meantime, hello, Jason.
Hey,
Feller.
nice to see you're wearing shoes.
See you. TJ Jefferson. You had quite a Tuesday as well, did you not? Oh, you're opening
Let me tell you. Last night was amazing. The group chats between us were fantastic. Getting put on LeBron's Instagram story where I didn't look bad at all was just.
Let's put it this way.
It was great for me.
I didn't
look bad either.
Because listen, we could lead with the Midsummer Classic, as it's known, the Major League Baseball All-Star Game in Philadelphia. We'll get to that.
It was a midsummer game.
Or what the entire globe watched on Tuesday, which is Spain dispatching France from the World Cup.
Yeah.
We could do that, and we will.
Yeah.
But, why start the show with an international sporting event when you can start the show with an international to-do created by this program? Because LeBron James only has 154 million Instagram followers.
That's it.
That's it. And the reason why we're bringing this up is because this program has been on the air for, let me do the math, 11 plus years coming up.
Well over a decade.
Okay. And listen, we feel what we say here is relevant.
For sure.
We feel what we say here is well thought out. Other times, we're spitballing. Not gonna lie. We have meetings. We have meetings. There is a rundown that Mike Hoskins creates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our coordinating producer. Yeah. And then there are times where we'll just come on the air and I'll just say, you know what? I just want to hit this. Right. Or you know what? What Chris just said to TJ or TJ just said to Chris has inspired me to just go all in on something completely different than what we've planned or what we're going to talk about.
Of course.
And for some reason yesterday, I don't know why I wanted to stir up Jaylen Brown going from the Celtics to the Sixers again.
Yeah.
Because you are the Celtic fan, Chris, and you are the Sixer fan, TJ. Just wanted to stir it up again. So we got into it again. Yeah. And then you, Chris, said that the Celtics are going to have a better record than the Sixers next year. And then you took offense to that. And then me, as the one who roots for the defending champs,
that's still
who not only sit across the entire NBA landscape like a colossus now as the New York Knicks and the orange and blue skies of the planet on a nice day. I said, listen,
you also sit between our two teams, too.
I'm more concerned about your team, the Sixers, with Jaylen Brown on it than the Celtics with Jaylen Brown off it. And then you then brought up LeBron James. Which led to this exchange on Tuesday's Rich Eisen show.
I think it's either Miami or Golden State.
I have a feeling it's Miami. But although Golden State Draymond basically did a direct-to-camera pitch.
I mean, look, if he wants to stay on the West Coast.
And that's the end of that, then.
I mean, if he goes to Miami, enjoy the play-in tournament.
You don't believe they're going to be in the play-in tournament if LeBron James is on it.
With Giannis.
LeBron is going to be a non-factor this season. I think everyone needs to, ready themselves.
How is 21 points a game a non-factor?
Dude, you've been on fire since we came on the air. We weren't planning on
getting married. I thought would soften you a little, but no, it hasn't.
Take that for data.
No,
I just
you don't like LeBron, so you don't want to believe.
Living in the past. LeBron,
Okay.
has LeBron been a factor in the playoffs in the last few seasons?
Dude, he just got the Lakers to a second round. I understand that. I get it.
Is that going up next to the Taylor Swift banner
I get it.
for
Trust
sold
me.
out concerts?
No. Okay, so that exchange was just off the cuff, right? That whole thing.
By the way,
any plans to discuss LeBron's future or
a conversation we've had before.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So our friends at the ESPN on the NBA on ESPN handle picked up a small portion of that
snippet.
But the relevant portion of you saying that LeBron, we all need to prepare that LeBron's going to be a non-factor.
And the Heat are a play-in team.
And that the Heat are a play-in team if he goes to Miami. Yeah. That was the relevant portion. Right. And we're going to then finish the show, go about our days.
Yeah.
Go about our days.
Getting ready to watch soccer.
At which point in time, you, right around, what would I say, around 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock local, you send a screen grab to the entire text chain or that we kind of reside on.
Mm-hmm.
Lo and behold, LeBron James took that reel and popped it on his Instagram stories, ladies and gentlemen. And you want to put that up on the screen there?
Goes to Miami. Enjoy the play-in tournament.
So you don't believe they're going to be in the play-in tournament if LeBron James is on it?
With Giannis.
LeBron is going to be a non-factor this season. I think everyone needs to ready themselves.
How is 21 points a game a non-factor?
That's amazing. 22 crying emoji.
You got a 22 emoji salute.
Yeah.
From LeBron. 11 crying emojis.
And 11 more.
And then 11 more crying emojis. And in case you're wondering what the crying emojis represent.
Well, a lot of people have different interpretations
Well,
of that.
all you have to do is go into your iPhone and put in the letters LM, like
LMA.
Yeah, LMAO. And it pops up.
Oh, is that what it is?
So LeBron was laughing his ass off.
A lot I can entertain the king. And the thing is, I saw this later on, and I'm like, oh, man, can you imagine LeBron's probably out golfing somewhere, and his boys hit him up, and then he has to go. He was golfing with Draymond Green and Kevin Hart yesterday.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So think about that. The three of them are on the golf course watching our clip, laughing at us, laughing with us, and he reposts. And then all the ESPN different accounts started making their own version of it.
So I must follow up. Now that you have the attention of the king.
Sure.
Tread lightly.
Okay, my point is this: when it comes to the Miami being a play-in team, if he goes there, right?
Yes.
Let's look at. Can we look at last year's Eastern Conference standings?
Oh, do you have production?
Yeah. So I had everybody make this up, right? The Heat were the 10th seed. Okay. So let's say LeBron does go there, but if you think about it next year, TJ, look, who are they jumping? Because we think. So the obvious answer is, the Hawks are going to be out, right? But you think Philadelphia is going to be better.
Oh, I know.
Right. So they're a top 6 team. Orlando, by all accounts, underachieved last year, and they were the 7th seed. They were the 8th seed, right? Yeah. The Pacers are getting 2 years off of the finals. They're getting Tyrese Halliburton back. So you got to assume that they're going to be better. The Wizards, I know they were the worst team in the NBA, but they have Trae Young, Anthony Davis, and AJ DeBonza looks like an absolute superstar through the summer league so far. They're going to be better. Who does Miami jump to get into the top 6, even with LeBron James?
The Wizards would have to be, 36 games better?
I'm just pointing out the East is going to be better at the bottom.
Sure.
And who are they jumping? The Toronto, sure. They just got Kawhi Leonard.
Maybe. We don't know that.
The Cavs are better. Then you got the defending champs, a team that won 60 games, and the Celtics are going to be it's right there in the mix as well. Who is Miami jumping?
May I jump in now and give my 2 cents? That you can't concern yourself with any other entity. You can only concern yourself with one, and that is LeBron James showing up to Miami, if he does so, with Giannis and Bam Adebayo, who clearly has a chip on his shoulder, and clearly, based on what you're reading, feels that potentially with this new trio and everybody else that would still be there, okay, would run things in a much better and professional and locked-in way than what they were doing in the previous season. And the guy on the screen, number 23, you just feel is now no longer the King James anymore, and I think you can point that out. Obviously, Father Time is undefeated. But what I was saying last year is he did get the Lakers to the second round. Now, you don't raise any banners on that sort of thing, but without Luka and without Austin Reeves or half an Austin Reeves, this guy was still one of the best players on the court and was a guy who Oklahoma City all said to a man he was at the top of their scouting sheet going into all of those games for the Lakers. No one else. And I don't know. He adds to the mix of the Miami Heat. Other teams are definitely going to get better, but the Heat are a hell of a lot damn better, too. You know, at the end of the day. But if he's golfing with Draymond and Kevin Hart out here in California, don't you think he's going to the Warriors at the end of the day? Kind of. Wouldn't you? I mean, if your family's also going to still be based in Southern California.
I would do that if I was him.
I would do that, too. I'd play with Steph. I'd play with Draymond. I'd play for Steve Kerr.
Yeah, and the proximity
I'd play with
to your
Kristaps
family.
Porzingis and Al Horford.
Yeah, that makes
sense. And it may be like, Cocoon 5. I get it. Jimmy Butler hopefully comes back healthy at some point. You're in, and you're off and running, man.
I disagree.
Yaxel, I know you're a Sixer fan and you want him, but I mean Yaxel. You could teach the young buck.
Yaxel.
What's the next thing?
It's Tyrese Maxey here.
Okay.
Just saying. I want him to come to Philly just to make me happy. That's just personally,
But I mean, the fact that you buzzed the tower.
Chris. It was also funny that every Heat fan interpreted that as he's going to Miami now because he's laughing at the idea that Miami. Oh, yeah. Heat fans think that this is a sign that LeBron is choosing to go back to Miami because he's laughing at the notion that the Heat would be a play-in team with him, and that's an indication that that's where he's going.
Okay.
There's many different interpretations.
I think he was laughing his ass off that you thought he was get ready that he's going to be
a non-factor.
Yeah.
Ding, ding.
That's what I thought the 22 emoji salute was. What did Austin Reeves respond? He posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, so TJ and Adam were sending me a lot of the comments underneath.
Why weren't you monitoring them?
No, because
we stopped after a while.
I noticed it at the gym. I was like, and so I sent a screenshot to Jake, and I was like, man, the ESPN NBA account really did me dirty.
Did they?
And
they just quoted you.
Yeah, but they have to put it out there and cut it the way they cut it.
I mean,
welcome to the world of aggregation,
I know.
Chris.
So
wasn't like they made up words that came out.
So after that, I checked out, and so these guys were sending me something. Austin Reeves, I was a non-ball knower who looks like I couldn't tie my own shoes.
Oh, really?
Essentially.
Now I get it.
Yeah.
There are some great.
So I wore shoes with laces to prove.
I did not see Austin Reeves at the American Century Championship.
Austin Rivers.
Austin Rivers said that. Oh, I thought it was Austin Rivers said that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I saw Austin. I saw your dad there at the American Century Championship. Yeah. So with all due respect, Austin, I can attest this man knows ball. And
can tie my own shoes.
You can tie your.
Well, I wore shoes with laces today.
Okay, very good.
Have you actually ever seen him tie the shoes over?
No, but don't throw our social media partners under the bus here.
I'm not, but I'm just saying.
They didn't take you out of context.
Nope.
At all.
In context.
You were in context of saying that, hey, you all need to get ready for LeBron to be a non-factor next season.
Yeah, and the Miami Heat. It's still a playing team.
I understand that.
Yeah.
You just got to own it, man.
I do believe all of that. I'm not just doing it for shtick.
No,
then how'd they do you dirty?
That's right.
Just putting it out there on a Tuesday.
You put it out there. You put it out there the second.
By the way,
the words leave your mouth into this microphone.
So
Tuesday in July.
Would it be better if it was a Monday or a Wednesday?
I don't know. I mean, overreaction Monday.
Look, all I know is I got a bunch of text messages that I was on LeBron's IG story, and like I said, it was fantastic. It was a great afternoon. Thank you, King James. Appreciate it.
Hey, man. All I know is we very rarely lead shows just because we did something. While we're still waiting on LeBron's response to the rest of the National Basketball Association, waiting on where he's going to go. So
it was a glorious afternoon.
Curious what LeBron shot yesterday. They looked like they were playing a nice course.
Was that right?
Of course they're playing a nice course.
With
they're not playing the par 6 in Los Feliz, that's for sure.
Yeah, they weren't. They weren't on hole 14B in somebody's shamble.
Yeah, right.
Or is that a par 3?
Okay.
Las Vegas is par 3.
All right, so we're off and running here on today's program. Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event right now and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech. Or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. It is SB Day, and we wish happy SB Day to our next guest, Scott Van Pelt, right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In this business, time matters. You're always looking for ways to be more efficient and stay ahead. We all have our own time-saving hacks. But if you're a business owner, how can you save time hiring? The answer? ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested, qualified candidates first. Save time and meet great candidates sooner with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
When the world's biggest tournament is hosted on our turf, you've got to do it big. And Twin Peaks is built for big games. Stay refreshed for the full 90 minutes with ice-cold, 29-degree drafts of Michelob Ultra and the iconic handcrafted spicy margarita made with Casamigos. Pair all of that with scratch-made soccer staples like hand-tossed wings and seared-to-order burgers for a real tournament winner, where every seat puts you in the front row and every second is packed with the world's most scenic views. Twin Peaks is truly unmatched for every match. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. Hi, I'm Danny Clark from Collectors Firearms. America is full of wonderful people who have no interest in ever owning a gun. I understand that. I really do. But when something terrible happens and the police are minutes away, a lot of people suddenly find themselves wishing they had a gun. My highest hope is that I never, ever need to reach for a gun to protect another human being. I want to live in a world where everyone gets along and no one ever does anything terrible to another person. But if you're thinking you might ought to have one, just in case, then you're going to be very comfortable at Collectors Firearms. I genuinely believe you'll be happy you came.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff-Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Man, oh man, you guys are bigger and better than ever. You guys are doing something with AI now.
Oh my goodness. Love it or hate it, AI is here, and we are fully embracing it. So we have all of these massive data centers coming into Texas, and Houston Powder Coaters is doing all of the frameworks. So you come out, you will see these massive frames, and they're all for these AI centers, these data centers.
They have to be perfect, and they picked you guys.
They picked us, so the welding has to be right, the prep work has to be right, the coating has to be right, and they know we're number one.
And if you buy new stuff, get it powder coated before you put it out, because you can't say it'll last forever, but it'll last almost forever.
It's going to give it a good 1 or 2 decades to go.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin.
I got you.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your summer DIY projects, like your patio, your paint, or garden project you've been putting off.
I was going to do it eventually.
Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware. Real help, real expertise.
John Granado here. Think you can beat me in fantasy football? No, I don't. Your chance to prove it, though, is coming next week. Join the ESPN Fantasy League with Lance, Dell, Sean, and myself and score a free 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's what you got to do. Tune into our show next Thursday at 9 a.m. for your chance to win. Winners will receive an entry for themselves and a guest to the ESPN Ultimate Fantasy Draft, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. View official contest rules at ESPN975.com. We'll see you at the draft.
Hi, I'm Jesse Coker, and if you work with electrical parts and equipment, you probably know my dad, Jeremy Coker, owner of M&J Electrical Supply. 30 years in the business, he knows his stuff. But I'm here to put a daughter's touch on his radio commercial. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical parts and equipment. Big jobs, small jobs, they've got you. I'm biased, but they're the best. Learn more at mnjelectrical.com. M&J Electrical Supply. Dad's business, daughter approved.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The radio audience has returned. ESPN Coast to Coast. You got 3.5 minutes left to go to ebay.com/SBs to win a chance to get a Larry David voicemail for you. And Scott Van Pelt, the face of his own Sports Center and podcasts and so much on ESPN, including Monday Night Countdown, back here on the program. Good to see you, Scott, for our radio audience to say hello.
Hello, radio audience.
What's
Good
up,
to be
pal?
with you as well.
All right, so let's jump into this, and what SB Day is. And obviously, you know all about what's going on with the V Foundation as you've been with ESPN forever and a day. Scott, I'll give you the floor here, brother.
It's a huge day that means a lot to so many people. And I've shared through the years when I did radio, and on this day, we would auction ourselves off, whether it was me. I see him freeze it. And if the Wi-Fi is bad, I don't know why. I apologize.
Okay.
But we had the good fortune of auctioning ourselves off for the greater good. And the most wonderful thing is that I've met people. Shout to my guy, Bart, go green, go white, wherever he might be out in Utah or wherever. Like, people become friends through this. People that have the means to support, and us that have, hopefully the heart in the right place to say, what can we do that we could sell ourselves off to try to help, whether it's for our dear friend Stewart, whether it's for anyone who's out there in the fight. This day is, frankly, the most important thing that we do. As much as the stuff we love doing and talking about sports, if we help, if it's a slide, that the money that you give leads to some breakthrough, what's more important? Will you go on with Rich? Well, I was in Europe, and they said, "Will you go on with Rich?" Yes. I'm sorry the internet sucks, but here I am trying my best.
That's all good, brother. And you're right. Obviously, you never know what dime can make the difference and put somebody over the top. And I'm glad you mentioned Stewart. Not to turn this show into like another version of This Was Sports Center, which, by the way, I've already told you I want you to be on when I do another season. But you got a good Stewart story, something from your time, because you did Sports Center commercials with him, just like I did. And then after I left, you did a ton of shows with him. That's for sure. So you got a good Stewart story that might get somebody to donate to the V Foundation a little bit more easily today, Scott?
When he was sick, and he was truly in the I can recall Stewart sitting on the set, and you probably have seen this. There's a Zen-like state where he'd lean back and he'd be gathering all of his energy to do the segment because he was a performer, and the performance requires energy, and that energy is being attacked by this cancer. And we all were torn. The medicine that the show provided was vital as well. And seeing him going from this giant, jacked up dude to a guy that was still very, very, he was wiry and muscle bound, but he was shrinking in front of us, right? Because this disease was taking its toll. But to sit with him in the middle of that and see this guy still at the height of his craft and the peak of those powers, I think about that a lot now, and recognize how lucky I was to share the stage with him and to share the set as you did so well for so many years. And what the place gave, what that hour gave him, the diversion, it was valuable to him. And I'm grateful I got to share that time. I think of something that's far lighter and funnier. Stewart and I are going to follow North Carolina Duke. And it's a game in Chapel Hill. Carolina's got it won. And then Austin Rivers at the buzzer hits a three. And then you know how this goes. Next counts to us. We're on in 20. They've just lost, and I'm thinking I would have walked off the set if it's Maryland. But Stewart had the gumption to summon his courage and do the show, and there we were, banging out an hour right after Duke beat Carolina at the buzzer, because he loved his heels the way you love Go Blue, the way I love Maryland. We're all from somewhere, and everyone knows he was a Tar Heel.
I love it. Scott Van Pelt here on the Rich Eisen Show. You want to take a bite at the Open Championship that's coming up this week, and who's a favorite and what you think, Scott?
Just want to introduce Red.
That's Red's chair.
Red joined the program.
That's Red's chair.
What up, Red?
Every single time. I know Red's chair in your office.
It used to be Buck's chair, and then we lost Otis. And when this guy showed up, I'm like, you're going to have to earn that chair, but it's Red's chair now, which is fine.
Really?
I was texting with Justin Thomas just recently, asking him about the condition of the place. And he said it's so baked out, but perfect. No AC in the flat there in England. Need to sort that out, the air conditioning. I think Birkdale through the years, it's traditionally been a great player. So I wouldn't look too far down the list for some outlier, even though someone will be leaving tomorrow that you've never heard of. I wouldn't look much down the list beyond Rose, maybe Morikawa, who's won this before. But you're going to see guys hit drives 400 yards because the fairways are like a tarmac at the moment, from what I can gather.
All right, so let's figure that part out for everybody to do. All right, Scott. Before I let you go here on this day, what is your football season? Look like, man. You're all over the place, right? You're heading out for Monday Night Football coming up, pretty much. You're at the spot. You're at the site every week. Ready to roll?
We are, which is exciting. No more double headers, which means we don't go to New York to try to serve both audiences. Now we'll go, and I think we got three out of 4 trips in a month to go to the West Coast, which is cool. Whether it's Seattle, Los Angeles, San Francisco, there you go. That October stretch, LA, San Francisco, then Seattle with a Philly trip there in the middle. And look, you know how this works, right? My first thought is how far do I have to go to get where I'm going, right? Mm-hmm. And so we got some air miles there, but then look at that stretch right around Thanksgiving, Baltimore, Washington. That means I'm driving to 2 games in a row, so we're going to take advantage of that. But texting with Joe and Troy when the schedule came out, and they feel like on paper it's the best that we've had since they. I'm lucky enough to have a bit of time here to take a deep breath, put my toes in the sand, and then soon enough they'll be kicking off. And with everyone here on the same team from the NFL Network and ESPN, and the Super Bowl coming in your neighborhood in February, it's going to be an awfully exciting season of football, and we look forward to trying to do our best to cover it on Monday nights leading up to the game in February.
Yeah, I look forward to it, and obviously the game in February, it's on. That'll be a big day, obviously. We're talking about what today is an SB Day and how it's a great fundraiser for the V Foundation. But my days there, man, the idea that a Super Bowl was going to be an ESPN production, that was in the stars, man. That wasn't even that was the reaching for the stars, while our feet were on the ground.
Yeah, but it's funny how that works, right? And we're lucky enough to have done this for long enough that the stars align and we get an opportunity to put the full weight of the machine behind it, and we will. And in the meantime, we'll enjoy a bit of summer before the season. And my apologies for the technical whatever these glitches are. No one needs to see this face frozen in some horrible portion. But I appreciate the opportunity to share some memories of Stewart and to spend some time with you.
You're the man. We'll do this again real soon. That's Scott Van Pelt, everybody, right here on the program. The one and only SVP. And just again, just to hit Stewart here. It's obviously a very personal subject matter for me, because on this day, we're now going to remember Stewart in the same way that when I was sitting in the Radio City Music Hall set that we had that was off to the side, like the sort of the balcony. We were in there, and Dan and Keith originated that role, and they kind of graduated from it. I think Dan and Keith were the ones to first call themselves like the Stadler and Waldorf, the elderly Muppets up there, in the rafters, saying some trolling things, impish things, whatever. So they did that, and then Stewart and I took it over, and it was really pretty cool for us. We were, again, as I told a couple times on the This Was Sports Center series, we were wondering if we were a team. Could we be a team? Are we the next team? Are we the team? The whole business. We were thinking about it. And then, Stu was pissed that I tried for Keith's chair. And long story short, though, is obviously we were together for 7 years. And being up in the balcony of the ESPYs was pretty big for us. So the fact that we were there, and Jimmy V had just passed away. Jim Valvano had just passed away, and his "Don't give up, don't ever give up" speech that still resonates, and we'll see quite a bit as part of tonight's broadcast, I'm sure, even though I don't have a rundown, that it just blows my mind that Stewart's now in the same position as Jim Valvano. And neither of us would ever have imagined such a thing, obviously, as we were doing this. And he's in the same position because he has his own incredible speech about not giving up, and his own remarkable story. And he's now got an award named after him. It's called the Stuart Scott Inspire Award. And it's going to go to Jeffrey Lurie tonight, Philadelphia Eagles owner, honored for his and the Eagles Autism Foundation's longtime work. They've raised over $100 million for clinical care and research supporting autism awareness. And anybody who's been touched by autism or have a family member, you know how important this work is. And so every year, Stuart's going to get remembered. And Jeffrey Lurie is so honored tonight. And he's a great recipient for it. Although Stuart didn't really have much ties to Philadelphia at all. I just played, golf with Vince Carter, and we're going up the fairway following his ball after I hit mine back into it. But I said to him, give me your favorite Stuart Scott story. And he goes, wow. And I knew it was coming. Stuart, you remember when Vince left the playoffs to go walk in his graduation?
Oh, yeah. That was a
big to-do.
Kerfuffle. Yeah.
Kerfuffle, to say the least. Do you know who delivered the commencement address at that ceremony?
I'm going to guess Stu?
It was.
Wow. Did not know that.
Stuart delivered the commencement address at the commencement ceremony that Vince walked in. And Stuart was very strident in saying, again, there was no Twitter platforms, no real media machine that can churn out what you're saying with a platform that Stuart would have today, right? He was strident in saying, everybody back off, Vince. Everybody back off. You only get to walk once.
Yep.
And this is life. And that's business. This is life. Let him try and do both here. And Vince was talking about how that meant so much to him and that, Stuart's a ride or die. And I just can't believe that he's been gone this time. And so tonight, let's remember him again. And today, let's raise money in his name, because you can direct your funds today on SB Day in honor of the V Foundation towards Stuart Scott's Cancer Research Fund. Okay, go to v.org/Stuart if you want the funds to be directed there. Obviously, v.org/donate is a terrific spot as well. But if you want it to go specifically to Stuart Scott Cancer Research Fund work, you can do that. And we'll be back on the Rich Eisen Show to continue more on this SB Day. Marty Fish is going to be joining us. He just won the American Century Championship. Going away, I might add. We're back here on the Rich Eisen Show in a moment.
In my world, you're always sorting through information, trying to find what matters most fast. Well, if you're hiring, you can now review all these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that instantly shows you the most interested, qualified candidates first. ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates show up at the top of your list. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
The average car payment in America is now nearly $800 a month, and many auto loans stretch longer than 6 years. That means millions of drivers are paying for vehicles long after they're ready for something new. Most people don't actually have a car problem. They have a loan problem. And that's why more drivers are calling D&M Leasing, the nation's leader in automotive leasing. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Every 40 seconds, a child disappears. That's 2,000 children every single day. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization fighting to bring them home, but we can't do it without you. Your unwanted car, running or not, can help find missing kids, reunite families, and support the search and rescue efforts that protect children every day. We'll pick it up fast and free with a 24-hour response, and your donation may qualify for a tax deduction. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help locate missing children and educational programs that teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators before it's too late. Together, we can give families hope and bring children home where they belong. Donate your car today and help bring a child home. Find the children, because every child deserves to come home.
800-757-1340. 800-757-1340. That's 800-757-1340.
This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
When the world's biggest tournament is hosted on our turf, you've got to do it big. And Twin Peaks is built for big games. Stay refreshed for the full 90 minutes with ice-cold, 29-degree drafts of Michelob Ultra and the iconic handcrafted spicy margarita made with Casamigos. Pair all of that with scratch-made soccer staples like hand-tossed wings and seared-to-order burgers for a real tournament winner, where every seat puts you in the front row and every second is packed with the world's most scenic views. Twin Peaks is truly unmatched for every match. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, Texas. The Cup is down to its final matches. One trophy, one champion. DraftKings has you covered for every single one. The DraftKings app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code Houston975 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Reaction I would get. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, and that's overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. So the Larry David voicemail and announce an NFL draft pick, those opportunities have closed?
Correct.
Just missed it.
What do you mean you just missed it?
I was trying to get Jason to bid on it, on Larry David's voicemail, to be like, hey, do you have mold? And by the time I sent it to Jason, there was literally like 30 seconds left, and he's trying to.
Yeah, I hit the login. Was ready to go. Sold.
How much did it go?
510.
Yeah, very cheap. Really? I mean, all things considered, I know 500 is a lot of money.
Let's just use inexpensive.
Yeah, inexpensive. Yes. So I was like, Jay, you got to get on this, man.
Okay. All right.
Have Larry talk about
the amounts an NFL draft pick. Where did that?
Went north of 14,000.
Right.
Yeah, that was
14,000.
Yeah, that was.
I don't
next
get
up,
that.
I had like
next up is a college game day autograph football. And then during the Marty Fish interview, a Jason Sudeikis Believe poster. By the way, I mean, we
College game day is a behind the scenes.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. College football behind the scenes.
Okay. Behind the scenes, then. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Don't we have a Jason Sudeikis sign Believe?
We've got a Jason a Believe poster. I think, Jay, you want to go grab it?
It's also
we're not putting this up for auction.
No, but it's Coach Beard. It's Sean Payton.
It's Sean Payton, Jason Sudeikis, Coach Beard, and then we just had Phil Dunster just came into the program, the man who played Jamie Tartt.
Jamie Tartt, dude.
We popped it out, and he had him sign that as well. So.
Yeah, this thing is.
Oh, anyway, you can get one of those signed by Jason Sudeikis. Yeah. And in terms of that, we're not auctioning it off, but we are auctioning off a chance to hang with us here for a show.
Yeah, I would just pick. I didn't even know that was. I'm looking.
No, the great Megan Judge said, "What do you think about popping that out there?" And we're like, "Sure."
Yeah, I didn't know. Like I said, I just randomly looked. I was like, "Oh,
yeah." So
come hang with us, folks.
And that's open for the rest of today's program.
Yeah, there's almost a little less than 4 hours left.
eBay.com/ESPYs to donate for this all good stuff.
When are they coming?
I don't know. That's TBD.
I don't know. It's like my schedule.
To be determined. Let's go to Nick in New Jersey here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Rich. How you doing?
I'm going. How you doing?
Having a good day. Working from home today. It's very hot over here. It's like 99 degrees again.
Okay. You want to give us the traffic, too? What do you got? What do you got? Come on, Nick. See, hey, you're from New Jersey. I'm from New York. I can talk with you that way and know that this is out of love. What's on your mind?
I would like to do the win-loss for the Eagles.
For the Phillies. So you must be in southern New Jersey then.
Yes, right outside of Atlantic City.
Okay, there you go. Southern New Jersey is Philadelphia Eagles country, not Giants country. Are you ready, Nick, in New Jersey? Let's do this in honor also, again, of Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Eagles winning tonight's Stuart Scott's Inspire Award at the ESPYs. Give us the theme music. What happens, Nick, in New Jersey, when the Eagles open up the season home against the Washington Commanders?
That's going to be a win.
What happens when you visit the Titans?
A win.
And then this one has my attention. With the Eagles visiting the Bears on a Monday night, week 3. What happens?
That's going to be a great game, but another win.
A revenge of last year's day after Thanksgiving. Now you're 3-0, coming back home to take on the Rams.
This is going to be a loss.
3-1 now, heading over to London to take on the Jaguars.
That is going to be another win.
4-1, we're bouncing back, and we're home against the Panthers the next week.
A win.
That's 5-1. Monday night against TJ's Cowboys in Philly.
Easy win.
Easy win. 6-1 at the Commanders on NBC. What happens next?
Another win.
Now you're 7-1, home for the G-Men.
Another win.
You go into the bye, 8-1, come out at home against the Steelers.
Another win.
That is 9-1 at the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
This is for you, TJ. We're going to lose.
Thanksgiving. Okay, there you go, breaking up that win streak.
Big L.
You're 9-2 at the Cardinals.
Win.
10-2 home for the Colts.
Another win.
Take that, Shane Steichen. 11-2 home for the Seahawks on a Saturday.
Lose. We'll lose that one.
11-3 Christmas Eve home against the Texans.
Another win.
At the Niners, week 17.
I'll take a win. They'll be banged up by then.
You are 13-3 going into the finale at the Giants.
Another easy win.
Easy win. Nick in New Jersey has the Philadelphia Eagles being 14-3, which would be a 1 seed in the NFC, probably, unless the Rams don't lose.
On the Eagles this year.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, I'm optimistic as a fan, but I think people are doubting us because we lost A.J. Brown. But I think it's addition by subtraction, as Chris Brockman would say.
Oh.
And I don't know. I feel really confident. Good vibes this year.
Now, Nick, I think Chris was ready to jump down your windpipe over this 14-3, but now that you've quoted him.
And quote him kindly.
I don't know. There you go.
Great job, Nick.
Very good.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. It's Nick in New Jersey.
Eagles win total 10.5.
Nick, Nack, Patty, Whack.
What do you think you take the under on the 10.5?
No, 10.5 is a good total. I think I would 11-6 sounds good.
Okay, because I was trying to get you on Jalen Hurts' 22 emoji salute on his.
I've always been a Jalen Hurts guy.
Fantastic, as I have as well. You know, this show we were big Jalen Hurts guys.
I'm also an A.J. Brown guy.
Easy win.
One of the wins.
Easy win.
But then he came to his senses at the end, if you notice.
By the way, Eagles at Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Oh, baby.
Late afternoon, early evening.
Should I go as a representative of the show?
Yes. Is that an option?
He's just throwing it out there. You know he's not going.
Hold up. Let me hit up my boy Tad real quick.
Who?
Should worry about that.
Or Steven? You call him Steven?
Well, I mean,
SJ? You nickname him SJ? Is he SJ in your phone now?
I'll wait till
Steven
the
Jones?
break. I'll wait till the break.
I'll wait till the break.
Huh?
I'll wait till the break to hit him up.
Schottenheimer, Coach.
I'm going to a game.
Coach
this year.
B.
Is
in
Coach
Dallas?
B
in your phone?
Yes, I've made the decision.
After you made him cry at the combine.
That brings men closer when we combine like that.
Man, you said can we just gloss over that? He's going to Dallas for a game this year. He just said it.
Absolutely.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Oh, you gonna see
I need a ticket stub. Marty Fish is going to make his way to our studio.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
For 73 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Summertime weather is here. Prepare your backyard for your guests. We've got what you need for your curb appeal. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1952.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. You guys have been so busy. You guys are just swamped, huh?
Houston came through. They listened to get everything done prior to the soccer parties, but now we're still doing stuff for the pool season.
Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We still have 4th of July coming up. We have Labor Day and all those 100-degree days. We need to get your patio furniture in, get those slings, get those straps, make it look new again.
What about those grills and smokers?
Before you know it, it's going to be football season. Let's go ahead and get ahead of the game. Let's get those barbecue smokers. Let's go ahead and get those trailers in. Be ready for all those big football games in the fall.
And how cool is it when you got your tailgate chairs looking like your football team?
You're going to be the envy of everyone's hearts.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers. We got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're calling. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin, even though she might be busy.
I got you.
When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. Hi, I'm Danny Clark from Collectors Firearms. America is full of wonderful people who have no interest in ever owning a gun. I understand that. I really do. But when something terrible happens and the police are minutes away, a lot of people suddenly find themselves wishing they had a gun. My highest hope is that I never, ever need to reach for a gun to protect another human being. I want to live in a world where everyone gets along and no one ever does anything terrible to another person. But if you're thinking you might ought to have one, just in case, then you're going to be very comfortable at Collectors Firearms. I genuinely believe you'll be happy you came.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner at Wiftheimer and Voss in Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collectors Firearms.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I think this is the last year of Joe Burrow's exemption for taking the Bengals to the Super Bowl.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
You had one game to win.
It's not a one-game season.
Joe Burrow was your quarterback.
Bingo, sir.
Earlier on the show, ESPN Sports Center host Scott Van Pelt. Coming up, 3-time American Century Championship winner Marty Fish. ESPN NBA reporter Dave McMenamin. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. It's SB Day. It's Raise Money for the V Foundation Day. So call in and we'll have a conversation. Sit back and enjoy the chats that we're having, including the one that we're about to have with Marty Fish, the champion of the American Century Championship for the third time, but for the first time, getting the lab coat. Just to want to make sure that everyone understands, since we are talking about some charity, that American Century, 40% of dividends goes towards medical research. So they decided to give out a lab coat to the winner of the championship. And Marty has brought the lab coat with him.
Hey, now.
So we've got a lab coat. We've got a lab coater here. I don't know.
It's like Rory at the Wimbledon in the green jacket.
That's right. So he's here, and we'll have a good chat with Marty. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here. We got aggregated again, Chris. The Sports Center handle hit it.
Oh,
our conversation
lovely.
in hour one.
Oh, fantastic.
And with me saying, hey, if LeBron's playing golf with Draymond Green and Kevin Hart in California, don't you think that means it's the Warriors at the end of the day?
Oh.
And I was pointing out that the California thing is where LeBron lives.
Sure.
And that's what I kind of shorthanded for the Warriors thing, not because they're playing golf here in California. Long story short, somebody said they were playing in New Jersey. So there's that.
Interesting.
Where is New Jersey closest to?
Philadelphia.
Okay.
Oh, hey now.
But why would Draymond be playing with him in New Jersey? Because LeBron's going to Philadelphia.
Well, he's just there trying to last minute, no.
So wait a minute. So hold on a second. Let's lean into this a little bit more.
All right.
So do you think at some point during this round, Draymond is telling LeBron, come play with us? And then Kevin Hart, I would imagine, would be representing your side of things.
Yeah, exactly. Think about
Philadelphia.
It. When you said Kevin Hart was on the golf course, I knew what was going.
But they could just FaceTime Steph, and then all of a sudden it's like Steph's making his pitch for Golden State.
Well, you could be in a spot with no wire internet.
Well, speaking of somebody who just saw Steph Curry, because I invaded his fairway.
I think you did it on purpose. But
it's hard to do.
I can't believe that dude he's just he looks like he's just ready to splash down at any point in time.
Because he is.
Because he is. And why wouldn't you want to play with Steph Curry at the end of the day, with all due respect to your Philadelphia 76ers?
Very disrespectful thing to say.
It is not disrespectful. Why wouldn't you want to play with Steph Curry if you're going out the door? That's where, by the way, I was going out the door because it was time for me to depart his fairway.
I like that you just stopped mid-shot and was like, can we get a picture real quick?
Well, no, I had already smoked it.
Okay.
And,
this was after.
and Steph was back into the fairway I was supposed to be
Right,
in.
of course.
And Steph was like, wow, that's a hell of a shot.
Oh.
Yeah, because it really was. And
Bad
I
shot?
said, I'm like, can we let's take a picture.
real quick?
And he was so happy. And I was kind of like, wait a minute. Am I busting up his mojo here?
Well,
he's trying to win Sunday.
Yeah.
And I felt the same thing about Smoltz, because, Smoltz is dead serious about this sort of stuff. But then Smoltz came by, too.
So you had a good lie just on the wrong fairway. Right?
And by the way, that's on the left side of the fairway that I was not on. My shot came off of the right rough. I mean, it went through past their fairway. You could again see the cart path behind them.
I love it.
All right, that's the cart path that I walked up, and I should have been on the fairway to the left of that. Instead, I'm on the fairway to the right of it, and in the rightmost part of the rough. Listen, this is about LeBron playing golf.
That's pretty dope, though.
So again, at the end of the day, I get. If he doesn't care, travel's travel. He wants to live on the East Coast, and that's fine. But if you do want to have everything that I'm reading, right? Shams is saying that the Eastern Conference teams have the leg up over the Timberwolves and the Warriors.
That's what it seems like.
Timberwolves being in the mix, that's kind of interesting.
Do you want to chime in on LeBron James one more time? I mean, are you really? I would think that that's
enough,
like that hot stove's already been touched.
I don't want to chime in. I was just saying that
the Timberwolves would be
adding
nice.
LeBron to the Timberwolves is kind of interesting. It's an interesting, mixture of personalities.
I got it. Okay.
And driving abilities.
But if you're choosing between the Cavs and the Sixers, right?
Yeah.
And who's that? Who's
Miami?
And Miami.
Yeah. That seems.
Who do you choose?
If I'm him?
If you're LeBron James, if you're somebody, and by the way, you've got to give it up that LeBron gave you a 22 emoji salute, because that's kind of out of your playbook, man. You know what I mean? Like, you can't let it go. What is this guy thinking?
Yeah.
Like, this is LeBron is out of your playbook, man. You gotta tip the cap.
I mean, I'm in his
to
head.
the crown.
I'm in his head, right?
You're in his head.
But
no, let's just. What's the answer to your question? His Sixers, Giannis and Bam with the Heat, where he's already been. He knows the area. He knows what it's like. He knows Riley. He knows Spo. What about the Cavs? You go home, you play with those guys. What would you choose if you want to get the ring before you go out the door?
Cavs made the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They were close, to getting to the finals.
They also won this year's analytics championship. Don't forget that. By the way, did you see apparently one of the Spurs assistants who's moved on said that if the game was they would have won the series four games to one if they would have won in 5 if the games were like 46 minutes long. Go ahead, Chris.
I think Cleveland is probably maybe the closest to a championship out of those teams. They were there, right there on the doorstep.
Okay.
Had a good series against the Knicks. You figure the meshing of abilities with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and Evan Mobley. I think maybe just go home, finish the story, and wrap it up in Cleveland.
I still say the Warriors.
I'm saying if you're giving me an East option.
If you're living in Southern California, and if that is a metric, right? And you could play with Draymond. But by the way, and we're just assuming money is not an object.
Well, it seems like she's going to take the minimum or whatever the exception is.
So Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, if he comes back healthy, right?
Yeah, All-Star break probably.
Porzingis, Al, some of the young kids, Yaxel.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr is your coach. And you're just up the coast and you're in San Francisco. I mean, man, that's where I would go.
Yeah.
I know this.
Yes, sir.
Much like me, who has a love for Dr. J, we spoke about this on Monday very briefly, how I got to meet Dr. J, my sports idol, for the second time.
Yes.
LeBron also has a love for Dr. J. So why wouldn't you want to come to the place where Dr. J played and add a championship to the one that Dr. J brought to the team? This is just me hoping and praying.
T.J. Jefferson making his pitch as the star of the @King James Instagram story feed.
Yeah, I got to say that he don't get all 22 of those. I think at least 11 or half.
By the way, your
on
text exchange with Susie yesterday. Did you start that one?
Yeah, I started that one.
That was great. Because, and what you pointed out, you just got your hair, you guys got your cut. Right?
Well, Susie goes, "You look great in that video, TJ." And I was like, "Well, thanks. I just recently saw my barber."
Right, exactly. But then that's when Susie suggested that you come on today's show and say Patrick Mahomes is washed up and the Chiefs are over.
Yeah, because I want to get aggregated.
That's what he would say.
All I need to do is make a solid Dallas Cowboys stand. And
by @ESPN FL.
Yeah, they'll hop on it. Like,
the Cowboys win-loss right now, 17-0.
Let's ride the momentum. Let's go.
Really? Do you really
bleep
it right now?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Are you serious?
Oh, gosh.
Okay, because we're going to call it an Omaha here.
Whoa.
I mean, I know we weren't planning for this.
We're going to do this now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on somebody else's IG story.
Okay, here we go.
Baby, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
This is totally another Omaha. We were not expecting to do this at all.
This is amazing.
T.J. Jefferson is going to do the Dallas Cowboys
good
game.
Wow.
Feeling good. Aggregated.
Aggregate him.
Got none of my notes from when I was planning on doing it
Push
earlier.
back on the 22
laughing
his ass off emoji salute from King James towards Chris Brockman. At least he didn't give you the clown emojis. Anyway, you're
Very
feeling good
thankful
about
for that,
yourself. You got a fresh cut.
Yeah, much like Booker T on my shirt. We're
game
5-time champions.
For the Dallas Cowboys.
Let's go.
At the Giants to start the season. What happens?
Come on, son.
Okay. Then you're home for the Commanders.
The Washington football team, they're like 1-13 in the last 14 against us. Come on.
Now you're in Rio, home, if you will, against the Ravens.
Rio, man, there's a lot of temptation down there in Rio.
What does that mean?
You know what? I'm going to throw up to Larry Johnson there. I'm going to give us an L.
Oh, boy. 2-1 now home against the Texans. No, coming back to the U.S. at the Texans.
Got to be honest, man. Texans sometimes have our numbers, so honestly, that's probably an L.
All right, that's a 2-2 start. Now a Thursday night, Baker Mayfield coming in.
Respect due to your son, but that's a dub.
Now you're at the Packers.
Mm-hmm. Packers tend to do us dirty too, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm feeling good because I've got Caleb Downs on my team.
You love Caleb Downs.
4-2 at the Eagles on a Monday night.
All right. You know how I feel about these Yardbirds, but it's a road game in Philly. I believe we'll split, so I'll give.
All right, now you're 4-3, TJ, and this
wow.
this is a full blown with the Cardinals coming into town.
Some things just don't make sense, right? No matter how much you look at them.
If you give the Cowboys a loss here to make them 4-4, you know this would be a 5-alarm fire.
It's not going to be a 5-alarm fire. The Arizona Cardinals do tend to have our number, but not this year.
Okay. 5-3 at the Colts.
The Colts? Nah, that's a dub.
6-3, home for the 49ers.
Listen, I've said since you graciously put me on this show behind this microphone, I've constantly said that the Niners are a hurdle that the Cowboys just simply cannot seem to get over. That being said, this year, call us Ronaldo Nehemiah because we're jumping over.
Skeet says it's a 7-3 record, home against the Titans.
Look, no disrespect to Tennessee. I had a great time down there when we went to Nashville.
Just say dub.
Look, there has not been anyone who's ever called and played this game that have said that their team's going to lose to the Titans.
That's
right?
true.
And so I'm not going to be the one who breaks that streak.
Okay. 8-3 Thanksgiving against the Eagles.
Let me tell you something. It's Thanksgiving. What do you have on Thanksgiving traditionally?
Bird.
All right. Deep fry it, however you want to do it. Finger looking good. Might be in the game. Might get me a turducken stick. That's a dub.
That's a 9-3 record with 5 straight wins going into Seattle the next Monday night.
Monday against the Seahawks. What's a Seahawk?
Bird.
Another bird? You know how we feel about birds. We eat them. Dub.
6 wins in a row.
Hey, now.
10-3 here against the Rams.
Now, normally I'd be like, what the Rams have done, I love what they've done. They got Myles Garrett, right? But the fact that Mike Del Tufo has promised that he will take me to this game, you can, take that for what you will.
Data.
But I know for one thing, my boys would not let me down if I'm in the building.
You going?
So, Ram, I don't know if Ram's kind of a goat. Are they the same?
What's
Lamb? I don't know. It's still food.
It's called a win-loss game. It's not like Animal Farm. Come on,
It's a
George
dub.
Orwell.
Let's
What do
go.
we got here?
Wow.
Okay. That is now 7 straight wins. Home for the Jaguars.
Eat a Jaguar?
You could if you could catch it, but I don't know if that's on the list. Listen, shout out to Tony Khan. That's my guy. Respect due, but that's a dub.
That's now a 12. And wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 3. Why would that be? I'm a little bit off here. Okay. What do you got now for a finish?
No, 12-3. That's
Home for the Giants.
Come on, listen, respect. I love New York. It's my favorite city. But respectfully, they can't touch us. So that's a W.
That's a W. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4,
13-3.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Are we missing a game here?
Well,
oh, yeah. Then you're at Washington to finish up.
Yeah.
Look, you know my boy Spider. He's called into the show. He's a big Washington football fan.
Yep.
So this one goes directly to him. You have no chance. That is a win. Get out of here.
14-3.
14-3. That's one seed in the NFC.
Oh, baby, we're back. We're back. I took a few years off from being the annoying Cowboy fan. I knew we weren't going to do much. But look, all we have to do, Chris, is like I said, have a defense that doesn't suck. All right?
You got them
if they're just, okay.
You got them starting 4-3 and winning the last 10.
Yeah.
In a row.
Why not? I'm a fan.
I love it.
Cue the overreaction topic. The Cowboys have peaked too early.
Dude, Cowboys going 14-3.
The world,
straight wins.
Will be good.
The world would be a better place for you.
Good for business.
And me.
And the world also don't move to the beat of just one drum.
True.
Either. As you just different stroke the hell out of that win-loss game.
Well,
listen, I believe the Dallas Cowboys have a better team this year than they had last year.
Absolutely.
I think they have fixed a lot of their problems on defense, whether it's changing out the coordinator and also, getting Rashawn Gary. If I told you.
What if I told you?
That you could trade Micah Parsons and then with the assets, move them around and wind up with Rashawn Gary, Quinnen Williams, and Kenny Clark.
Would that be something?
And also, exactly. Would you? And you add Caleb Downs on the back end.
Oh, you know how I feel about him.
And you've got again this Overshown guy is awesome. And you also drafted Jayshon Barham from Michigan, who is a really good football player.
And we have the best kicker in the league,
and he's a weapon.
70 yards.
So you add that together with a healthy offense that comes back intact.
Yes. With 2 superior wide receivers.
They have an opportunity to do what you're saying.
Ryan Flournoy is a name to look out for this.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The 14-3. You and Hart Denton, the actor from the latest Taylor Sheridan.
Yeah.
Dutton Ranch.
Dutton Ranch. Yeah. He, I don't want to spoiler alert anything, but I'll just say this. Hart Denton was there for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah. I can't read this. I can't read my handwriting here. The people's something in Texas called in 14-3. We played the win-loss game for Dallas 3 times.
Woo.
14-3.
All 3 of us?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Come on.
So
we all know something. It's our time.
Dallas win total 9.5.
Well, like I said, who makes these?
All right. Well, I was going to do my power ranking of my top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. We'll just have to punt that to hour 3.
Brian Anger could do that for
Well, Brian Anger was the first, was the original punters or people to punter that had to go nuts during the draft.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in, but we're getting aggregated, and I want it.
Hey, listen, you sir have many opportunities to change the subject matter whenever you want, but the one preemptory you have at all to put on the table and just reset the entire rundown, I want to do the Dallas Cowboy win-loss game.
Boom. I was feeling good.
You were feeling good, and you might regret it. All right.
Never.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get your great deals right now on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech. Or you can go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down right now to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. He is a now 3-time champ of the American Century Championship. Marty Fish in his lab coat coming up.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
John out of here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF. Or go to BrinkmanQuality.com. John Granado here. Think you can beat me in fantasy football? No, I don't. Your chance to prove it, though, is coming next week. Join the ESPN Fantasy League with Lance, Dell, Sean, and myself and score a free 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's what you got to do. Tune into our show next Thursday at 9 a.m. for your chance to win. Winners will receive an entry for themselves and a guest to the ESPN Ultimate Fantasy Draft, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. View official contest rules at ESPN975.com. We'll see you at the draft. Ready for a real career? IBEW Local 66 offers paid apprenticeships in electrical construction and line work. In just a few years, you can build a career with strong wages and benefits. Visit IBEW66.com. IBEW Local 66, powering careers, powering the future.
Hi there. Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866, and we believe that we should all get more from money.
Okay, like what?
Well, like bankers that take the time to learn your whole financial picture and help plan the best path with you.
That sounds good.
And accounts that automatically build your savings each day.
Ooh, I like that.
How about getting paid up to 2 days early?
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
When the world's biggest tournament is hosted on our turf, you've got to do it big. And Twin Peaks is built for big games. Stay refreshed for the full 90 minutes with ice-cold, 29-degree drafts of Michelob Ultra and the iconic handcrafted spicy margarita made with Casamigos. Pair all of that with scratch-made soccer staples like hand-tossed wings and seared-to-order burgers for a real tournament winner, where every seat puts you in the front row and every second is packed with the world's most scenic views. Twin Peaks is truly unmatched for every match. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. We believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
Join ESPN 97.5 live at East River 9 this Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Enjoy great food and cold drinks at Birdie's while watching all of the Open Championship action. Plus, play some golf or pickleball while you're there. It's all happening this Friday at East River 9.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Colonel is the king of chicken. That's why he's always had a beef with beef. But on Wednesdays, he's squashing the beef by frying it. KFC Country Fried Steak is here for only $4.99. Crispy golden outside, tender steak inside. Served with peppery gravy, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, and a biscuit. At last, the Colonel and beef buried the hatchet in gravy. Get the $4.99 Country Fried Steak Wednesdays for a limited time only at KFC.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
So I wouldn't feel bad. But I saw you.
Actually, hold a minute. I think I was playing. So we went off the backside 10, 11, 12. I'm playing 13. And I think
so you were on the other side.
Yes. And
he was over there.
Sliced the hell out of it. Okay. And then it wound up on his fairway coming up.
That's a good angle, though, from 3
by
to
the way,
13.
It wasn't bad, man. And
There's
so
only 30 trees in the way.
And he was so cool about it. And I had just seen you walking. I think you had just finished hole. What is that? You had just finished hole 2. I think.
5.
What's
we were on
5?
5. Okay,
what's the drivable? That's the drivable one,
I
right?
saw you the last time from now.
Yes.
The time before I saw you, you were on 12, right, which is a par 3.
Yes.
I was on 5, which is a par 3.
Yes.
They're not close to each other. And you were chipping back over to 12 on which was a 135-yard par 3, chipping back over from number 5.
Oh, that was another day. By the way, you're naming another day.
That was this is a completely other day. No. I didn't see you that day. I didn't see you. You may have seen me. I saw you and went over, give you a big hug because I hadn't seen you that week.
That's right.
What are you doing on our hole, Rich type conversation?
So no, I sliced that one. And got so far right on that one. And I also ran into Smoltz on that one as well. But I made an outstanding chip back to the green and had my first 3-putt of the entire tournament.
Well, I can confirm you hit a good shot because the crowd normally does. See, the crowds are funny there at the American Century. So they clap only when they see like spin. Right? Like if you just spin the ball on the green, you can spin it 40 feet away from the hole and they'll give you a little golf clap. They love it. But if you hit a shot, like I hit one on 18 out of a bunker, didn't spin, it like sort of rolled up or whatever. I got nothing. I got like no clap.
By the way, you got claps in the bar that we were in because they took the World Cup match off of the screen because they were shutting the bar down for dinner service, and they put the American Century Championship onto the screens, and so the bar's packed. we saw your shot. It was your final shot, the final hole of day 2, where you're in the bunker. How far out were you from?
I had an 8-iron, so was probably playing mid 160s or so.
Dude, your shot out of that bunker to set you up for eagle to take the lead, if I'm not mistaken, to finish round 2.
Well, I started that.
Spectacular.
Thank you. I started that. Was the best shot I hit all week. I started that hole down 1 point with the Stableford scoring system, and then made eagle there and went and started the third round up 4. Yeah, which was a huge. That was a huge hole and certainly the best shot I hit.
Marty, I swear to you, and I was saying this because I was watching it with Andrew Whitworth and his son, because we were watching. The World Cup was England-Norway going on at that time as well. So it was halftime, and then you come up with that shot. I said to Whit, I'm like, if just take out the chyrons, take out the background of Lake Tahoe, and you could have told me this is a major, and somebody who's going to win a major made that shot. It was as professional quality as any shot.
This isn't a major. This is a major.
No,
this is the 5th major.
I understand
that. They talk about the players.
I don't mean to denigrate. I mean to congratulate. But that was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was sometimes every once in a while. There's so many people out there, and we're not used to having people watch us. I'm having people used to having people watch me play tennis,
right?
Or you doing this,
correct?
Right? Doing what you do,
right?
Not what we like to do or love to do. And so you're nervous out there for sure. And sometimes you just need like a really tough shot to just sort of go for something and just hit something. And that was it. And I couldn't not commit to that shot. And it worked out.
Well, when I saw you and I'm like, hey man, if you win, I'd love to have you in studio again.
Every other year.
By the way, I think the last time we did this was 2024, right? So I'm like, if this happens, I'd love to have you in studio. And you're like, absolutely, I'll do it. And then I saw you the next day, and I'm walking from one green to the next tee, and you're on the green. I believe you played your final round with Pavelski and Annika, right?
Yes.
Okay. And guys, I saw Marty. You were on the green. You saw me, and I waved to you, right? And you waved back at me, and you gave me like a phone sign, like I'll call you, right? And I'm like, you call me, right? You call me. And then you stepped up and you missed the putt, and I'm like, oh my God, I did that.
Oh, you're right. That was kind of the only. You didn't do that. No, I did that actually. It was a 3-foot putt. It was just straight up the hill. I mean, I was upset that I even had that for par at that point, because it's a short hole. That's number 11. It's a drivable, and I lay up and to hit a wedge.
Yeah.
And I hit a 6-iron to hit a 60-degree wedge. I didn't hit it great, and I left it like on a really tough downhill putt. Those greens are tough out there. I mean, the defense of that golf course is the tightness of sort of the holes with the trees and everything, and then it's very tree lined, and then the greens. And the greens are tough. It's just tough to make putts. You weren't the only one that didn't make putts.
Oh, man, I got to tell you, the course was great. Another great time for sure. But what is it like for you to compete at such a high level in an event like this? The galleries, the people who are there are tens of thousands.
I know.
I mean, it's the real deal. What's that like for you against this competition?
Well, I always say, there's every year there's new players, and every year it seems like there's good new players. This year, I sent a text to John Miller, NBC Sports, and Gary Quinn, and said, this guy Matt Boldy, he should play. We should get him. He's a gold medalist in the U.S. hockey team. Plays for my Minnesota Wild. So we should get him in there as a +2 handicap or whatever. Boldy, it will take Boldy 5 years for him to play as good as he feels like he can out there. Just for getting used to the altitude. It's 6,500 feet of altitude, so you got to play sometimes 10%, sometimes 12%. That's one of the toughest things, to get your wedges and your irons, the distance is correct. It's so difficult to do. I sometimes, and I'm sure you do this too, I sit there and I'm like, okay, I've got 179 yards, and I like to I'm a hands sort of player. I like to feel the shots and stuff. Sometimes I don't even like the distances, and I'll just look at it and sort of hit it. And I'm you're sitting there with a 9-iron, you're like, I can't hit this far. And so inevitably you just sort of swing as hard as you can or whatever and try to get it. You go long a lot.
You smoke it. You get
Yeah. And so, or in your case, you go right a lot. So I,
and confirm.
So it's just hard to play well there. Austin Reeves is another example. I've had Austin out to play at like Hillcrest Country Club, and I've seen him shoot 67, 68, no problem.
And that's a real deal club.
Yeah, and then go, and then comes out and plays and finishes 15th, and you can't, and so it's just difficult. It's just hard with all the people, the altitude, the time that it takes, right? Because they're long rounds.
There is, but it's also it's not the pressure of playing in front of people. It's also you doing what we should do, which is meet as many people as possible.
Yeah.
Although that's the way I approach it. Obviously, you're competing, but there's people want like, hey, take so all these kids. I want to sign for everybody, and actually, I signed a child this time around.
Okay.
Yeah, on 17, after I hit a 6-iron over the green, I hit the green.
Okay.
No claps.
6-iron.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Listen, we're not all you, Marty. We all can't go for lab coats here.
Short 6-iron, but okay.
So it was, and I got it on. It hit the green and it rolled off, and I was so ecstatic.
Yep.
And then I'm walking up and I see John O'Hurley signing the left cheek of a baby's onesie, and I walked up and held the baby so he could sign it. And then I'm like, you know what? While I'm here, I'll sign the right cheek.
I love that. I love John. He's not a great golfer.
Well, he was there to keep me DFL adjacent this year.
Yeah.
So there's at least
Nice
that.
of him.
But we had a blast together. But again, it's just out of body, for me, to just try and compete. So I have nothing but the ultimate of respect for you. And obviously you've competed in front of humans your entire life. Same thing with Steph Curry and Pavelski. And obviously Annika, has done exactly this sort of thing.
Yeah.
So congratulations to you on that, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's not what we do. I practice hard. I've played in the last couple of years. I've tried to get better. I've never actually tried to get better. I've just enjoyed playing. I've been the same golfer I was since I was 14 years old.
Get out of here.
Played like junior golf and stuff like that, and then obviously chose tennis. And I don't play. I used to not play. I used to just play with my buddies. And then it's not practice or anything like that. Just whatever. Just go hit some balls and go play.
Yeah.
And that was the same golfer. And so now I've just I've got a swing coach. I've actually tried to get better. And it's fun.
Okay.
I love it.
I got a call. Somebody wants to ask you a question. Rich Eisen Show listener, viewer, Chris in North Carolina has a question for Marty Fish. What's up, Chris? Chris, you there?
Hey, what's going on, Rick?
Chris, you're on the air, man, with Marty Fish. You want to ask him a question?
Yeah. So just wanted to thank Marty to begin with for sharing about all his mental health awareness. Wanted to ask him a question regarding tennis and golf. With Wimbledon ending and the British Open starting, which sport do you think is more top-heavy at the moment? What's your dream threesome? And then, are you Team Levitard or Team Stuttgart?
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's
wow.
Chris in North Carolina.
That's a lot. I'm gonna let's see. Okay, let's do the last one first. Team Levitard or Stugatz?
Stugatz was there.
I love Mike Ryan from the Levitard show.
Okay,
he's one of my favorite people. He's one of my good buddies.
Okay,
I'm on this soccer chat. Okay. I mean, they will not stop texting. If I don't look at my phone for a minute, I've got 300 texts.
Okay.
But I love being on. I love Mike. I love Stugatz. I can't pick one of those.
Okay.
But I know they're beefing.
Okay.
I know they're beefing. Let's move on. My dream, let's call it foursome, not threesome.
Okay.
Great. Yep. Dream foursome. Let's see. Let's put Rich Eisen.
Okay, come on now.
We've never played golf together.
No, that's not true. We won.
Oh, that's
the
right.
Red
We played
Cross
the charity
event.
thing.
Yeah, you got.
Okay, I'm
Chris
taking
a
him
club
out then.
glove.
Got me a travel bag.
You're totally right. I totally forgot about that.
Right.
Yeah.
How could I forget about that?
Yeah, because I am a forgettable golfer. So very forgettable.
I played 9 holes one time with Mr. Nicholas. Was pretty special.
So you don't have to include me. Who would it be?
I'll play an 18 hole round with Mr. Nicholas.
Okay.
I love gambling when I play.
Okay.
Got to put something on it.
Okay.
Got to feel the stress.
So John Daly?
Michael Jordan.
Okay, Jordan, very good. Okay.
Played with him one time. I thought that I went to the bank and got 15 grand. I swear to you, this is a true story. I went
playing with Michael Jordan.
Just in case?
I had no idea what we were going to play for.
Okay.
And so just in case I went to the bank, I've never done that before, but I went and I just had it just to have it.
You showed up.
I didn't want to play for that, but I was like, this is the amount that like
You're comfortable losing.
I don't want to lose
Of course
this, but
not,
like
but-
it wouldn't change my life if this happened.
Is that a Jordan line or a Tiger line? Famously, when somebody asked, like, "I'd like to gamble," you want to gamble on something. What do you want to gamble? Whatever you're uncomfortable losing, or something.
That's probably a Mike line.
Whatever makes you uncomfortable.
Right.
And we got there, and he goes, "What do you want to play? Whatever you want to do, MJ." And we played $200, $400. And I went, oh, thank God.
But you had enough, though.
And so on the 16th tee box, he lays down $400, and he goes, "I don't owe anybody anything. Here's your money." And he didn't want to play the rest. He didn't like the game, or didn't like the fact that I had beat him or whatever. And so so I went $400.
Okay, off of Michael Jordan, but prepared to.
I was prepared to lose.
You showed up to this golf course playing with Michael Jordan.
Bears
in
Club.
your bag was $15,000.
At the Bears Club, we played with Luke Donald, he's an awesome dude, one of my favorite people. Keegan Bradley played that round. MJ,
Ryder Cup captain,
and one other one. Yeah, it was one other.
Fantastic.
Maybe it was Daniel Berger at the time.
Okay.
Daniel played.
Okay.
So it was. So I won. Yeah, I won. I beat him.
Boy,
what that?
All right. So who's the?
So that's 3, and then
fourth.
I mean, I've never met Tiger Woods. I obviously love to play golf with him.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go outside. I love playing with Steph. He's like one of my favorite people. He's so awesome. He's such a good dude, and then he's such an awesome player.
What is it like playing with
Yeah.
Steph Curry at American Century?
Steph is one of those unique people where he's that athlete that is good at like run, jump, sprint type stuff, like LeBron James, but then can go over and is good at the handsy and feel type stuff. Although he showed me his serve motion in tennis, it didn't look great.
Okay,
yeah, we can work on that. But and then just a fantastic person and fantastic people around him. He's got the people around him are some of my favorite people too. And so he surrounded himself with awesome people. He's awesome. His dad, his brother plays there, Seth, in the American Century. So we have a standing Wednesday round in Tahoe that we do every Wednesday. This year it was Jake Owen, and then the three Curry clan. So super fun. So how about Mr. Nicholas, MJ, and Stefan?
And then golf or tennis, more top heavy now?
I think golf is more top heavy for sure. I mean, tennis is dominated right now by Alcaraz and Sinner specifically.
Right.
But we saw that Sinner lose early at the French, and Zverev got his major. But it felt like Zverev was really kind of the only one, other than maybe Novak, that was able to win that.
It was an attrition battle.
Yeah, yeah. So golf is way more top heavy at the moment. I think the tennis is always deep for sure, but the top 10 is fairly weak at the moment, I feel like.
And everybody keeps talking about America and not performing well and in soccer. What about the men's tennis?
Yeah. Well, we haven't had a major winner since 2003 U.S. Open, which was Andy Roddick.
I covered that. I was doing CBS work.
I was there too.
After leaving ESPN for the time.
I maintain, honestly, if Roger or Rafa, just one of them wasn't around, Andy would have won 8 majors. He really would have. He lost so many times in big matches, in long matches, in close matches to Roger and Rafa, specifically Roger. Andy should have won Wimbledon multiple times.
Yeah, they had an epic five-setter.
Yeah, they 2009 was their 16-14 in the fifth. Andy didn't lose serve until 15-14 in the fifth set, which is one of the best matches ever off the back of 2008 final with Roger and Rafa. With that being one of the best matches ever. We have awesome players. Those two guys are so much better than our guys that they can't jump over. They've been able to do it in 2 out of 3 set matches, but 3 out of 5 is another beast.
It is. Hey, man, it's great to see you. Congratulations. I know you've got the American Century hat, but Here.
Yes,
oh, maybe
I need this. Yes, thank you.
Rich Eisen Jumpman hat for Marty Fish.
Put this on. This is not my size, but we'll pull it like this. How about that?
What do you think?
It's adjustable.
It's adjustable in the back there.
Yeah, we'll adjust it. It's a Travis Matthew, too.
It is that. Yep. There you go.
Makes my sponsors happy.
Okay, very good. There you go. So,
yeah, thank you for this.
Got
I'll be wearing it.
At least the champions won it at least once.
The champs will wear this one time.
Man, I got it. I do have to.
Can you practice with Marty maybe?
Yeah, can we practice?
Year?
Sure.
Let's
Yes.
play golf.
Let's play golf.
Let's play golf.
I would love to do that, and you can carry me.
Maybe we can get to the point where the American Century we're playing in a real round. Could you imagine? Could we dream big?
I can dream. I can dream for sure.
We were talking about the U.S. Open local. I can dream to make the U.S. Open in golf. Can you dream to get in?
What's more likely?
Oh, you just want
hold on a minute.
Finish in the positives.
What's more likely? I one day play a round with Marty Fish, not round one, right? Where it could be anybody.
Like the second round.
Second round match
or final round
with Marty Fish at the American Century Championship, or I get a point off of Carlos Alcaraz.
Ooh,
what's more likely?
Point off Alcaraz.
Probably the point. Yeah, I mean, it's the point.
Wow.
It's pretty easy, actually.
Oh, it's pretty easy. Certainly right now while he's hurt.
Well, yeah.
I got him right where I want him. He's running scared. That's the way I'm looking at it. Congratulations.
We got to get that done.
Yep. You said that, by the way, after
I know.
2024 when you didn't have a lab coat.
Well, I forgot.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stay. All right.
Yes.
So here's the deal. Golf with you, and then you get me on the court with Alcaraz.
100%.
Okay, we'll do that. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the American Century Championship for a third time wearing his lab coat, Marty Fish. Great to see you, brother.
Thank you for having me.
Marty Fish right here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. We're back with your phone calls and more in a moment.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey guys, Lance here. You know, it's important to know a good plumber. You never know when that emergency is going to strike. Well, I've got a plumber for you. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years and years, and I can personally recommend them because they've done a repiping job, they've done small jobs, they've done mid-sized jobs. They do it all. They can clean tankless water heaters, install them for you. You name it, they can do it without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th.
take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you could even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street, exit 18th. And get to Damaris Barbecue. John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child disappears. That's 2,000 children every single day. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization fighting to bring them home, but we can't do it without you. Your unwanted car, running or not, can help find missing kids, reunite families, and support the search and rescue efforts that protect children every day. We'll pick it up fast and free with a 24-hour response, and your donation may qualify for a tax deduction. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help locate missing children and educational programs that teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators before it's too late. Together, we can give families hope and bring children home where they belong. Donate your car today and help bring a child home. Find the Children, because every child deserves to come home.
800-757-1340. 800-757-1340. That's 800-757-1340.
This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Back here on our simulcast, ESPN Radio, along with ESPN2, Disney Plus, the ESPN app, yada, yada, and yada. LinkedIn is a good, wonderful partner of our program, wanting to let you know about running your small business and how a bad hire, it costs time and money, and how the right one helps your business grow. And the challenge is finding the right person without sorting through all these resumes. LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes right in, helps you screen candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. And with Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build a team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. All right, let's talk World Cup. England and Argentina are going to knock it around, if you will, later on today for the right to take on Spain, not France. And Spain is outstanding from what I could see at playing keep away.
Yep.
Spain is outstanding at defending, not conceding. The fact that Spain is in the final and Cape Verde tied them by, not giving anything up.
Probably a little wake-up call in the first match.
Makes that even more impressive, obviously. I thought France got hosed on the penalty kick. I thought that the France player involved wasn't intending to harm. It was clearly an inadvertent high leg, if you will, on a Spain player that had his back to the play and had the ball hit him what appeared to be in a handball area of the arm. And Spain gets up first. And once Spain gets up on you, That's it. They're going to play keep away. I thought this was a poor penalty kick call that went against France and went for Spain. But France couldn't do a damn thing after it anyway.
Nope.
And it just wasn't Mbappe's day. It wasn't France's day. You could kind of see that from jump.
Yep.
And now Spain is going to New Jersey to play in the final on Sunday. And it'll be epic, whoever they're taking, on Spain, Argentina, or Spain, England. Okay.
Yep.
It's epic.
Uh-huh.
It's historic. There's a lot of history. And France just got outclassed.
Yeah, Mbappe called their play sloppy yesterday.
Well, I mean, the second goal they conceded was, again, typical Spain. They took about what looked like 15 passes, and then France headed a ball out of its box right back to Spain. A beautiful give and go. And that was when they went up 2-0.
That's a wrap. Yeah.
That was it. That was it.
England's slight favorite this afternoon.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. Spain and England in the World Cup final in New Jersey would be nuts. But obviously Argentina as well.
I did read something that the Open Championship, which is being played at Royal Birkdale, which is up there by Manchester, Northern England, if England does make the final on Sunday, they're trying to figure out maybe moving times around because they don't want an empty golf course with everyone watching England in the final. So we might have a little, conflict.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you say the Open Championship gallery could look like mine on Sunday of an American Century Championship?
I didn't say that.
Where
You
nobody's
said that?
standing there?
Yeah. And then imagine if Justin Rose or Tommy Fleetwood
they're going to want to
could win. Maybe exactly.
Assume tape. They got to record it like Larry David. Oh my goodness, that's wild.
Yeah.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Lance here. When it comes to sinus issues, I've dealt with it all. Snoring, chronic sinus pressures, allergies, and even a deviated septum. So I made an appointment with Dr. Michael Kaplan at Kaplan Sinus Relief. And why not? He helped pioneer balloon sinuplasty. And if you're going to get that done, go to the Pioneer. I can't wait to share my experiences with you because they treat everything ENT, accept most insurance and Medicare, and have appointments available today. Stop feeling sick all the time. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit KaplanSinusRelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
Tune into Inside the Icebox Fridays at 6 p.m. right here on ESPN 97.5, and check the video out on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Myself, Joe George, and Sean Mapes talking all things Houston Astros. Inside the Icebox brought to you by D&M Leasing, home of the Easy Lease.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. too.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
Any car parts as well.
Any car parts except brake calipers and engines.
It's very specific. Okay. Why? Because people have wanted that done.
People want it done, but they get too hot, so we always say get those ceramic coated, which we don't do that.
Okay. All right. And free pickup and free delivery.
If you are between Houston, Galveston, and the Woodlands, we got you.
I mean, if you want proof that Houston Powder Coaters is the biggest and the best, what about being the world's best?
The cat's out of the bag. We did get highlighted for being the world's best on a TV show, but that will be coming out soon.
That's great. That is unbelievable. The city says it, AI says it, corporations say it, and now a TV show is going to call you the world's best. That's great.
Get in when you can because we are about to take over.
Anything you need done, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
Houston's independent voice for sports, ESPN 97.5.
KFNC Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gow media station.
Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I think this is the last year of Joe Burrow's exemption for taking the Bengals to the Super Bowl.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
You had one game to win.
It's on a one-game season.
Joe Burrow was your quarterback.
Bingo, sir.
Earlier on the show, ESPN Sports Center host Scott Van Pelt, three-time American Century Championship winner Marty Fish. Coming up, ESPN NBA reporter Dave McMenamin. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3, The Rich Eisen Show is on the air. So much going on here on this SB Day. The V Foundation has the coffers open for you to just throw money into it, please. And let's raise as much money as possible. Right now, going to ebay.com/ESPYs, and what's closing right now is an opportunity to have a VIP trip to The Daily Show, which is a brilliant program on Comedy Central. As you know, in 15 minutes' time, the bid will close at ebay.com/ESPYs for a Taylor Swift autographed guitar.
Ooh.
So there's that. I would be bidding on that for Xander, who is the biggest Swiftie I know. Not named, I guess, Travis Kelce. But I would bid on it, but I'm imagining that's his college fund that would be on the line for something like this.
I don't think he would mind not going to college.
Wow.
I think Zan would be like, I'll find another avenue.
Good point.
But at any rate, v.org/donate if you don't want to just, go into the auction area for all of the ESPYs are tonight. We're here on ESPN2 for the third of our 3-hour program. Marty Fish just left. He won the American Century Championship. He brought his championship lab coat with him. Hour one, we spoke with Scott Van Pelt, the World Cup. We've got England and Argentina kicking off in less than an hour. We have France having been dispatched by Spain. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game went down last night. 2 Yankees got back-to-back RBI hits in the first inning last night to lead the American League. Normally, I would lead with that sort of stuff, but not when LeBron James delivers a 22 emoji salute to Chris Brockman on his Instagram story page in relation to Chris's take that he said here on this program that it got aggregated by NBA on ESPN and the ESPN handle as well. That we all need to brace ourselves for LeBron to be a non-factor this year. And if he joins Miami, they're still going to be enjoying the play-in tournament. And we figured, who knows more about LeBron and Chris Brockman together?
Nobody.
Than Dave McMenamin of ESPN. And so he's been kind enough to take some time away from his coverage of the Summer League in Las Vegas to join us here on the program. How are you, Dave?
I'm doing well. Seeing that screen grab from LeBron's social media response to Chris, he couldn't be just making fun of both Chris and I for doing team top button and buttoning our polos all the way up.
Thank you.
I've gotten a bunch of texts about that from friends the last couple of days. It's a clean look. Rich, you may want to consider it.
No,
you know,
no,
you got a lot of.
No. You do you, I'll do me,
right, fair enough.
and Chris will do him.
Rich,
and
I think
LeBron,
for this purpose you should.
Well, and then LeBron,
Sorry, Dave.
did Chris pretty much. Not dirty, I don't think, but maybe he thinks you did him dirty. What do you make of LeBron's response to Chris, Dave, knowing LeBron as you have, covering him for as long as you have? Dave, what do you think?
Well, I think it would indicate that he's having a degree of fun with this extravaganza that's now stretched out for more than 2 weeks. We are in week 3. Breaking news. We are into week 3 of the LeBron decision, and it's only going to continue to amp up the attention and the rumors and the conjecture. And we're finally get to hear from him later this week. He's going to New York. He's making 4 public appearances in New York City in the span of about 36 hours. And I'm not anticipating us knowing where he's going to be playing next season prior to those appearances beginning. And I'm not so sure we're going to know by the end of those appearances. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to say about his thought process as he shows up to Fanatics Fest, does a live taping of a podcast, does a panel, which Rich Kleiman from Boardroom shows up the Time 100 Gala, and then does a taping of The Shop, his barbershop style television show.
Okay. So also, then maybe you can help translate this. Chris, you're saying a lot of the responses you've seen to the 22 emoji salute that you received from King James is being taken by Heat fan as a positive sign for them? Is
yeah,
that what you're
Heat
saying?
fans seeing that as an indication that, because I said they'd still be a play-on team. That's LeBron kind of laughing at that notion that that's a sign he's going to Miami.
All right, and that Miami fans are trying to parse out that LeBron's going to be a non-factor. That's what I thought he was.
That's a great way to
responding
look at it, I guess.
Right, and TJ thinks that that's what elicited all those L and
No, I don't. I
AOs.
disagree with him.
Would disagree with him, and you're lockstep with me. What do you think, Dave? What do you think?
I didn't take it to be any sort of clue of where he's going to go. I would say, from speaking to people close to LeBron, speaking to people around the league, Miami remains a realistic possibility of where he's going to choose. Miami, Sean's yesterday, and he's done a great job covering this story. He put it as Miami, Cleveland, and Philadelphia as the 3 top front runners. I would include Golden State in that list just based on conversations with people in Golden State who don't believe that they're out of it at this time. But I wouldn't venture a handicapping system beyond that right now. And I think this is the way LeBron and his advisors have structured it. They didn't want to be giving out any clear indication. And that's why when I talked to people from Philadelphia yesterday, they told me that we're not actually talking to LeBron right now. It's our players who are talking to LeBron and then filtering what they hear from LeBron back to us. And then we try to, either send messages back or try to interpret exactly what's being said thus far.
Yeah, your story on ESPN.com knocked Chris off of the social pages last night. And I guess on how many more times can I try to turn your Instagram story foray into the world of 154 million people as the through line to get to this LeBron story? I think I'm out of shots on that front. But what was your reporting on the Philadelphia players that you wouldn't mind repeating here, Dave?
Sure. The Philadelphia pursuit is ongoing, and it's led by Tyrese Maxey, who has a longstanding relationship with LeBron. They're both represented by Clutch Sports. They've been working out in the summer times together over the last several years. Maxey's referred to LeBron as a big brother before. But it's not just Maxey. You have Jaylen Brown, who LeBron endorsed as an MVP candidate last year, before he even endorsed Luka Doncic, and also Joel Embiid, who they've obviously had experience together in All-Star games. They were teammates on the Paris Olympics U.S. basketball team that won the gold medal. And so that is where the the way I think I phrased it was constant communication is coming from. And again, because that communication remains two-way between LeBron and those players, Philadelphia is another team that don't believe they're out of this thing.
Anybody else? I mean, we've seen Draymond put out a video, and he played with LeBron and Kevin Hart on the East Coast. I mistakenly identified it as California before and got aggregated twice by ESPN Social since then to amplify my mistake. But listen, we've all been there before. And so what about what about is Steph reaching out? Like, are we other players going to LeBron too?
And speaking to people who've covered Steph for a long time, they said over the last few weeks, the way Steph has handled this is a complete departure from how he's been willingly involving himself in free agency pursuits by the Golden State organization in the past, which to me, that is some sort of indicator that there's true interest, obviously, in Steph joining up with LeBron, but probably because he feels that there's some sort of chance of it happening. And of course, we have to connect the dots between Steph and Draymond, and Steph either planning messages with Draymond when he goes on vacation with LeBron, or just staying in communication with what Draymond's hearing from LeBron. Again, that's another intriguing team. And Shams also has reported that Donovan Mitchell of the Cavs has been taking up kind of the mantle for the Cavs organization as the player that's been in LeBron's ear. So again, as we keep going through weeks and days, none of those four teams, to my understanding, have fallen off as a team that still looks at LeBron as a realistic possibility of joining them next year.
So you mentioned how LeBron has many public appearances in the New York metropolitan area over the next few days. And obviously his comments, he'll probably reserve them for his own content, which is understandable. What is the timeline, do you think, then, on getting an answer?
I wish I knew, man. I want to go on vacation. I'm supposed to be done. Today's my last day of NBA sidelines at Summer League, and I should be going home and sitting on my couch. But I'm not. I'm taking a red eye to New York. So I've been given no indication that it's for sure going to happen this week. I would hope for all of our sake that it would happen next week. I mean, the NBA calendar, it has been stretching longer and longer, becoming a 365 sport. But generally when you get to August through early September, that's the dead period for the NBA. And so if LeBron decides to drag it on into August, which he did hint back in that podcast appearance with Steve Nash a couple months ago that he may do, if he does that, quite frankly, it's not just my summer that he's affecting or disrupting. It's the people involved with these teams. And thus far, by him putting it out there that he's not requiring, a certain salary number. So don't worry about moving around pieces to open up more cap so I get a X amount of dollars. He has allowed these teams to still go about their business while trying to, talk to Rich Paul and make it clear that they want him as part of their team.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't changed that business. But if it does drag into August, like that is when these people who spend so much time doing this job away from their families have family vacation scheduled. And it would disrupt some of that stuff like that.
I understand that, but LeBron only comes around once in a blue moon, one would think, despite even how old he might be. So last one for you on this, and then I'll ask you about the Summer League and let you go on with your day. And I appreciate the time here. So last time you were on this program, Dave McMenamin, you were here in this chair to my right talking about a deep dive article about LeBron and the Lakers and how on the night that LeBron came up with the most wins combined in the history of the NBA, playoff and regular season, passing Kareem, that the game ball from that night was delivered by Rob Pelinka to J.J. Redick for his 100th win as Lakers head coach, and how that rankled despite LeBron's liking of Redick. And then we learn from other reporting that the negotiating period between LeBron and the Lakers, in which it was completely exclusive for the Lakers to talk to LeBron. Brian Windhorst was here saying that LeBron did not make himself available at all during that point in time. Was a LeBron return to the Lakers DOA? Dave McMenamin.
It feels that way now. Now, I can also tell you that when that Lakers team went 16-2 through February, late February, I should say, through the end of March, the vibes around the team, speaking to people who were telling me how LeBron was conducting himself, pouring himself into teammates, pouring himself into coaching staff, it didn't sound like a guy that at that point had predetermined that next season I'm gone. It seemed like there was something there that he could a bridge to stand on, despite the ups and downs of the relationship LeBron's had with the front office in the 8 years. It seemed like a real possibility. At some point, that changed. Now, Rich Paul, I believe on his podcast, said at some point in the free agency period from the time the Lakers were swept by the Thunder to that day when they told Rob Pelinka and company that LeBron will be moving on, about 8 hours before free agency officially began, that LeBron was, quote, 80% returning to the Lakers. So obviously that was a period post that scene that I wrote about late March after the Philadelphia 76ers win, or excuse me, Cleveland Cavaliers win that the Lakers had. So I don't know. Like, I think, quite frankly, this is something that myself and other reporters are going to be continuing to dig into for the rest of the summer to find out what really went down. And thus far, the only person who can truly tell us what he's feeling has decided to be silent so far. Like, maybe in New York, we at least learn why LeBron left the Lakers. Maybe we don't learn the team he's going to, but maybe at least learn more about that part. Because to me, that's still pretty fascinating.
Dave McMenamin here on the program. What is the story of Summer League?
Ooh, you know what? Just from the games that I've been around, Yaxel Lendenberg, your guy from Michigan, is tremendous. Oh, my. He is already has such a great feel for the game. If anyone's ever watched an interview with him, he is built with the right personality and presence and confidence to be able to get it done at the next level. He was doing stuff. I was covering his game yesterday for Sidelines, where not quite intentionally throwing it off the backboard to get an offensive rebound a la Moses Malone back in the day. But if he could see that his initial shot was going to be altered or he had to change it up, he knew where it was going to miss. That's how he described it to me. And so almost Rodman-esque, he knew where to position himself, where that ball was coming off. And he must have had 3 or 4 putbacks that way off his own misses in the game that I covered yesterday. And you think about, even if the Warriors don't get LeBron James, him with that aging core, I think it's a fascinating pickup and a great pickup, quite frankly, at the number 11 spot in the draft. So he's really opened up my eyes. Caleb Wilson with the Bulls has looked fantastic thus far. Really all the top picks, Cameron Boozer, Taryn Peterson, AJ DeBonsta. I know DeBonsta shut it down, I think, after 2 games, but all those guys have given flashes of just really high talent and skill level. And we know that those guys I just mentioned, they're going to get the ball a ton. Like all those franchises have basically cleared everything else out, and they're like, this is your team now. And it's going to be a fascinating race for Rookie of the Year, quite frankly, because I think they're all going to put up monster numbers.
Brother, I'm telling you, I'm obviously biased when it comes to Yaxel, okay? I'm flat out. But, when Michigan started putting it together, I believe in Vegas, actually, at that late December tournament, when they waxed everybody, from Gonzaga to anybody in front of them. They were just beating up on everybody. I'm sitting there with my youngest son, Cooper, and I'm like, this guy, Yaxel, is as advertised. And we look down, and his height and weight comp, it's very LeBron. Like, now, listen, I'm going to now stop using that name in relation to Yaxel unless LeBron goes to the team. And that would be another aspect for the Warriors to have him there and dare to teach Yaxel the ropes. You know what I mean? And I think you're going to find out that the Big Ten Player of the Year didn't average 20, 25 a night or a game, because that's not the way Dusty May ran things. There's Morez and there's a Daimar, just to name the others who were drafted in the first round this year. We're going to find out. You're onto something, Dave. I really believe it.
Yeah, I also had the pleasure to be around him, interact with him 3 or 4 times now, and he's a pleasure to be around, and that also matters in the grind of an NBA season, to have a likability factor to make new bonds with teammates. So, yeah, he's, I think, well on his way. It was a really smart pick by the Warriors.
And he's given Draymond crap for being Michigan State, and
that's right.
Despite, Draymond's history with Michigan graduates who are young to the team, he's just going to walk right into that, with his chest out. I kind of think that's pretty cool. So we'll see how that works. Dave,
can I interject one thing with Brockman, if I may?
The idea. That's why you're here. I was going to bring it full circle. Please do. Please do.
So when I heard your take, all I could think of is you're just a Patriots fan. Because that's how the Patriots treat aging greats. They say, "Get out the door. We don't need you anymore." So that's all it is. You've been brainwashed by Bill Belichick and the Patriots, and that's why you have this opinion. And I understand it. I understand where it came from.
Because you go back to college. You guys are college guys from Syracuse.
Yeah.
So also, like, if there's anybody who can get under anybody's skin.
We almost got in a full debate as I walked out the studio last time. So this is our interaction.
About what?
Yeah.
About LeBron?
Yeah, as he was leaving.
That's odd.
Last time,
yeah. You just can't get over the fact as to you went to a Game 7 one year, did you not? In Boston, did you not?
Oh yeah. 2018 Eastern Conference Finals.
Who won that game?
Game 7.
Who won that game?
I was there when Jason Tatum dunked on LeBron.
Okay. Right, okay.
And then I blacked out after that. I don't remember what happened after.
He's got a grudge, Dave. Thanks for the time. Safe travels.
See you, pal.
And, look for more of my texts, but maybe not more of LeBron putting Brockman on.
Yeah, I'm not going to be on anyone else's social channel.
Dave, I felt I looked great. In that
you did. You actually did.
Yeah, TJ, it was great. It was very good.
In person. Dave McMenamin here on the Rich Eisen Show. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product with real pricing, real simple, really beautiful. And when a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner with the Rich Eisen Show, that says a lot. 0% financing options are available. Certain restrictions apply. Find your local Pella Windows and Doors showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen for details. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. I've got my power rankings of the best NFL quarterbacks, 1 to 10, ripping a page out of the Jeremy Fowler playbook. Coming up, I'm putting my name to it. Next. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
You deserve a bank that brings excellent service to your day. At Home Bank, the team is ready to help you achieve your financial goals. Visit any Greater Houston location or find more online at home24bank.com. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
How long is this list?
Don't let that honey-do list overwhelm you. Stokes Hardware to the rescue. This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your DIY projects, like your patio, painting, or garden project you've been putting off. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
If you or someone you care about are searching for a stable, meaningful career, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 66 in Houston wants to talk to you. For more than 125 years, IBEW 66 has supported men and women who build, maintain, and operate our electrical grid. Their paid apprenticeship programs in electrical construction and line work offer classroom learning and a recognized career in as little as 3 to 5 years. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube. And make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. What more do you want?
Are you trapped in a solar contract that you regret? Millions of homeowners were misled by solar companies, promising energy savings that never materialized. If your solar contract feels like a heavy burden, we're going to help you break free, legally and permanently. Our licensed attorneys understand the complex fine print of these agreements, and we provide a simple and affordable process with a one-time fixed fee and an A-plus BBB rated company. You can trust us to handle your solar cancellation case with integrity and potentially even recover some of your costs. Take back control of your home and your financial future right now. This is a free call, so why not call and see if we can help you cancel your solar system?
800-948-4155. 800-948-4155. 800-948-4155. That's 800-948-4155.
Hire right the first time with LinkedIn Hiring Pro. People, get started by posting a free job at linkedin.com/Eisen. Appreciate that. Phone lines are lit. Al in Dallas is on the program. What's up, Al? How you been, brother?
Good afternoon. Good morning, Richard. First and foremost, I want to wish the knower of ball, Chris Brockman, congratulations. Obviously,
Thanks,
that's
Al.
a great event. Finally making Sarah making an honest man of you.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Finally.
A little bit of a hot take there, Chris, but that's okay on the LeBron thing. Listen, the chances. What's got a better chance? And I think you might have said, I don't know if you said this before. T.J. Jefferson in Dallas for the Thanksgiving game, or are you getting a point of calls after Alcaraz?
I can't imagine. Are you really going to go? You go home for Thanksgiving.
I don't.
You have before, though.
Nah, because it's so close to Christmas. So I go home for Christmas. I don't go home.
Well,
but I didn't say it was going to be a
Who are you going to
Thanksgiving
stay
game.
with when you go to Dallas?
There's a hotel right down the road.
Al, can you help with this?
Well, listen, TJ, I will feed you at some point if you do come to Dallas for the Thanksgiving Day game. I mean, I don't know if it's a day game, night game, either a pre-night dinner, post, brunch, whatever it is. You will have a Thanksgiving meal on Al in Dallas.
Well, I was thinking I was going to head to the Jones crib, but I appreciate
the Jones.
Oh, well, listen, I'm sorry. Listen, you and Kutcher and Ashton are going to jump on the PJ and come in. That's okay. I get it.
Why would he be with me? I'm talking about my Uncle Jerry, my Uncle Steve.
I don't know. I know that's how you roll sometimes.
All right, thank you. That's Al in Dallas, everybody. There he goes. Okay. All right, I don't know why I'm going to do this. This is with the power rankings,
Great setup.
Because it's a no-win situation.
Yeah, of
it's
course.
a no-win situation.
That's where we find ourselves.
And whoever I leave
summer,
off,
guys.
I'm opening myself up to getting 22 laugh my ass off emojis being thrown in my direction on there.
Come on, that made our
Instagram
day
story.
yesterday.
That's true. We're making a meal out of it. But at any rate, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, as these top 10 lists, has compiled from his interviews and questionnaires that he has filled out by unnamed executives and coaches and scouts about who the best at each position in the National Football League are.
Love it.
So I'm putting my name to it.
Yeah, you
Here are my power rankings of NFL quarterbacks, presented by SoFi. Power rankings.
Power Rankings.
All right, everybody. Jeremy Fowler inspired this. He's got his top 10 lists, position by position. The one that got the most attention was the top 10 quarterbacks as ranked by executives and scouts and coaches who don't give their names to it. My name is Rich Eisen, and here are my power rankings for NFL quarterbacks.
Proving this message.
I don't know if you will. But
as long as my guys on here.
Some of these match up. I'm not going to lie. And that starts with number 10. I was thinking of putting Jaden Daniels here, but it's an incomplete grade right now. If this was after last year's,
well, yeah,
after his rookie season, we put him there.
Sure.
Last year, is it because he was hurt, or he just didn't play well early on and then he got hurt and he was never healthy? We'll find out this year, won't we? But I'm putting Caleb Williams here.
Ooh.
Okay. I am. And I understand who's not on the list and why would he be there. It was just 1 year. But, I mean, in terms of being difficult to defend, he's there. He's arrived on that front right now, right? And we'll see if this year is going to be a regression. But right now, I would have to imagine.
Stock up, baby.
Generally, that defensive coordinators are being kept awake a little bit longer before they play the Bears. I just really feel like that's the case. So I'm putting him there at 10. I'm putting the guy that you have big problems with at 9. He's just too, and again, his physical attributes are just so off the charts.
I'm not denying that.
I know, but his results, it's a result-oriented business, and he hasn't gone it there yet. And Jeremy Fowler himself called this year an inflection point year for him. But he's so damn good, man. And I called that game between the Chargers and the Texans last year for NFL Network, sitting next to Kurt Warner in the third quarter of the game that wasn't going the Chargers' way and eventually didn't. He single-handedly and single-leggedly kept them in it, and no protection up front, just none. Zero. Almost a full Blutarski of protection up front. And a running game that was Kamani Vidal. So, and wasn't, that didn't have a great amount of help that way with a run game or a consistent run game or pass blocking. He's just so impressive. I got to put him there at 9. Number 8, he wasn't on Fowler's list. I don't get the Jalen Hurts slander. I just don't. I don't understand it. I mean, and again, when you're talking about this list, do you want to win a football game or not? Do you have to win a football game or not? And I understand last year was subpar based on the year before. And the year before he was Super Bowl MVP. The 2 games in which he's played the biggest game of his life, he could have been MVP in both. Even one is a
best player on the field.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm putting Hurts here, man,
Okay.
especially since that tush push is a weapon, and he runs it better than anybody else. And he can run it in, too. Okay, so I'm putting Hurts here at 8. I'm putting your guy Dak here at 7.
7? Seems a little low.
Well, he was 6 in the list, so I'm only knocking him down 1. Because I am going to just say this about Dak, how he can put himself in the top 5 this year. And the top 5, I think,
that's a tough,
pretty damn tough to crack.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm putting him here at 7 because I am going to believe the hype that turned into the reality last year, and this guy's ability to throw a deep ball and also run around and be that much of a problem. If he cuts down on his turnovers,
dumb fumbles,
Drake May could be one of the best in the NFL, top 5, without an argument. And we'll see what happens with A.J. Brown. We'll see what happens, the run game and all that stuff. Just his ability to just not get phased, too. He's beyond impressive, man. And this is why the Patriots were like telling anybody they're trying to get the 3rd overall pick a couple of years ago, get out of here. So we'll see.
Let's have a good playoffs this year, though.
Well, again, he's got to back it up in the same way I'm saying. Let's see what Jaden Daniels does in year 3. We'll see what does happen. But based off of last year, he's the MVP runner-up. How can I not have him in my top 6?
Absolutely.
All right, number 5. I'm putting Joe Burrow here. I love this guy, and I can't wait. I am going to look to the football gods heavens and say, can you keep this guy healthy, please? Can we protect him? Can we also knock a few points off the other team's score?
Yeah, can his defense not give up 35 every game?
Can we just give him a lead that that he can protect? Because the defense ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Jamar Chase was number 1 in wide receivers on Jeremy Fowler's list.
I'm putting Lamar here just out of respect of he's got 2 MVPs. Could have had a third, in all honesty. So I'm putting Lamar here at 4, and I do look forward to seeing what he can do this year with his new offensive coordinator coming from the Ben Johnson role and Declan Doyle. We'll see.
I wish they had a true number 1 receiver.
Yeah, man. That part.
Number 3 on the list, I'm putting Matthew Stafford here, baby. He's my MVP, as you know.
From your favorite team.
I'm passionate Rams fan. Guilty as charged.
Passion.
Guilty as charged. I love watching him play football.
It's fun.
And he just doesn't have the legs down. That would put him higher on the list, is really the way I'm putting it.
Doesn't need it?
Doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Doesn't need it. So he's 3, and it's now down to Mahomes and Allen. If this was any other year, I'd go with Allen here over Mahomes over Allen, but Patrick is still Patrick, and I can't wait to see anybody that thinks that he's I can't wait to see how he feels slighted or using anything as a red ass. I will just say this, based on dance moves and seeing those in person recently, looks pretty healthy to me.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't see any limping around. Let's put it that way. He's 2, and Josh Allen is just a beast. I'm making him 1. You know, it's dealer's choice. Dealer's choice. Running, throwing. Throwing, running. What are we going to do here? A lot of mistakes at times, but so did Favre. So there's a lot of gunslingers, but Favre couldn't run like this guy.
Now, you know what Favre did? Won a Super Bowl.
I understand that. Yeah. I understand that. Results-oriented business, but in terms of just skill set, in terms of everything, in terms of his ability to still be that guy, even if not fully healthy.
He's at the peak of his powers.
And he is at the peak of his powers. And so that's my power rankings of NFL quarterbacks. I took some off the real list, and I put mine on my own list. And those power rankings are brought to you by SoFi. Get your money right. I understand I didn't have Sam Darnold on there or Jordan Love. Folks are pissed that he wasn't on the Fowler list, or Jordan I guess Love. Now this one. I toyed with putting Baker on there just because I can't quit him. Did you see that in the Netflix quarterback series that he was beyond busted up from like week 3 on?
Yeah, I really can't wait to dive in and watch all of that. But seeing some of the clips, it's been pretty interesting, some of the clips that are out there right now.
Right. So, you had a problem with my list?
I mean, 7.
Dak 7.
Well, I
like it, though. It's fine. Top 10.
Jordan Love's done it a little bit longer than Caleb Williams has. That would be my only.
I understand that. And Sam Darnold done it more than Caleb Williams has, too.
He's got the ring.
Oh, the last 2 years, dude.
He's been great last 2 years.
Yeah, but I mean, last year in particular.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Trevor Lawrence, maybe.
I guess.
So I think you'll get that. That's where your pushback mainly, I think, will come from Hawks fans.
Well, they like being disrespected anyway. I mean, they say, that nobody respects, but you like it. That's your identity right now.
Well, I saw Mike McDonald at the American Century Championship, and he's ready to roll, bro.
Yeah.
This just in.
He should be.
Coach is ready to roll. Ready to roll. He was enjoying his final days off, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, I think they asked Baker Mayfield on like the 17, they kind of take a break and interview some of the guys, and he was like, how much? He's like, we got about a week left of non-football, and then it's go time.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's what's great about the American Century Championship. It's literally the last inhale before the exhale.
Yep.
For a lot of these guys. Let's take a break. I've got my 4 downs on the Arizona Cardinals and some more of your phone calls and one last call to action or two to raise money for the V Foundation here on this SB Day Wednesday.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Hey, it's Wendy here. Are you looking to rebound from your high-interest credit card debt? A SoFi personal loan could help. Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan into one low monthly payment, and you could save money on interest over time. And with as soon as the same day funding, you could hit the ground running ASAP. Apply today with no fees required at SoFi.com/debt rebound. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debt rebound.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Stokes, your neighborhood hardware store owner. For 73 years, Stokes Hardware has everything to protect and prepare you for hurricane season. Don't wait until it's too late. Prepare now. We're family owned, 3 generations strong, a small business with competitive pricing. Come see our knowledgeable team today. Hablamos Español. Shop local, save more. Follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, your neighborhood store since 1952.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Colonel is the king of chicken. That's why he's always had a beef with beef. But on Wednesdays, he's squashing the beef by frying it. KFC Country Fried Steak is here for only $4.99. Crispy golden outside, tender steak inside. Served with peppery gravy, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, and a biscuit. At last, the Colonel and beef buried the hatchet in gravy. Get the $4.99 Country Fried Steak Wednesdays for a limited time only at KFC.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. Hi, I'm Danny Clark from Collectors Firearms. America is full of wonderful people who have no interest in ever owning a gun. I understand that. I really do. But when something terrible happens and the police are minutes away, a lot of people suddenly find themselves wishing they had a gun. My highest hope is that I never, ever need to reach for a gun to protect another human being. I want to live in a world where everyone gets along and no one ever does anything terrible to another person. But if you're thinking you might ought to have one, just in case, then you're going to be very comfortable at Collectors Firearms. I genuinely believe you'll be happy you came.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner at Wiftheimer and Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collectors Firearms.
Every 40 seconds, a child disappears. That's 2,000 children every single day. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization fighting to bring them home, but we can't do it without you. Your unwanted car, running or not, can help find missing kids, reunite families, and support the search and rescue efforts that protect children every day. We'll pick it up fast and free with a 24-hour response, and your donation may qualify for a tax deduction. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help locate missing children and educational programs that teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators before it's too late. Together, we can give families hope and bring children home where they belong. Donate your car today and help bring a child home. Find the Children, because every child deserves to come home.
800-757-1340. 800-757-1340. That's 800-757-1340.
This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Thursday. Back here. When you run a small business, you don't just do the job. You're also the hiring manager, the payroll department, the benefits team, usually all before lunch. Well, Gusto takes a few of those off your plate quickly and seamlessly. Gusto is an online payroll and benefit software built for small businesses. It's all in one, remote-friendly, incredibly easy to use, so you can pay, hire, onboard, and support your team from anywhere. Unlimited payroll runs for one monthly price. Unlimited. No hidden fees, no surprises. Save time with built-in automated tools, offer letters, onboarding docs, direct deposit, and more. It's quick and simple to switch to Gusto. Just transfer your existing data to get up and running fast. Plus, don't pay a cent until you run your first payroll. Try Gusto today at gusto.com/rich and get 3 months free when you run your first payroll. That's 3 months of free payroll at gusto.com/rich. One more time, gusto.com/rich. You know what they call people who sign up at Gusto? You know what the Gusto people call these people? Gustomers.
Love it.
Hey, all I had to do was tell that to me once on the Zoom, and I kept on going on at it.
I just used Gusto in the commercial break.
Oh, boy. Did you, right?
Yeah, they make it so easy. And that sounds like I'm doing a commercial.
You just
yes,
did.
I am.
You just used Gusto
I just did payroll,
for
yeah.
your small business?
You don't have to call it small, but yeah.
Always first environmental. Thank you for the pen.
All right.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And for the envelope opener.
They save you so much time. You have the extra time to make pens and give them to
Exactly.
Very good.
So much
So you're a Gustomer?
I am a Gustomer.
All right. Who knew that? I did not. I did not know that.
Man, and you were so close to getting Larry David to leave before.
Oh, so close. 30 seconds.
Did you get the Taylor Swift guitar?
This ain't booming like that right now.
Okay.
You're right. It's a small company.
It's
We can't afford that.
All right.
Taylor Swift.
Every day, I'm doing a 4 downs preview of every single team. We're 2 down, 30 more to go. And we're going down the draft order. So we did the Raiders, then the Jets. Now it's time for the Arizona Cardinals 4 downs, presented by Pella Windows and Doors.
4 Downs with Rich.
Here we go. All righty, everybody. My 4 downs on the Arizona Cardinals, presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Give me we do first down for the Arizona Cardinals. Thank you so much. Can Jeremiah Love be the Offensive Rookie of the Year? I think that's a very important question.
Yes, sir.
To the success of this team and for them to go ahead and choose the 3rd overall pick in the form of Jeremiah Love was very exciting. It lit up the draft. And, I love running backs. And we met this kid at the draft, and he was like, I'm going to play special teams, too. And I'm like, hold on a second.
Nope.
I appreciate your moxie. I appreciate you.
Enthusiasm.
He is all for being great, this guy.
Yeah.
But, James Conner's coming off the leg, and Trey Benson's there. How will these carries get split up? And can he be Offensive Rookie of the Year with the touches he's going to get? Did he split them out wide too? You're like, okay, there's Marv, there's
Wilson,
there's Michael Wilson, there's Trey McBride, and then let's split this kid out wide with James Conner back there, or I don't know. That leads to question number 2, down number 2.
2nd down.
Is Mike LaFleur head coaching material? If I'm going to ask this question of the offensive coordinator of the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, as I did in the 4 downs with the Raiders and Clint Kubiak, you bet I'm going to ask the same thing of Mike LaFleur. Is he head coaching material? We're going to find out. We're going to see what's going on with Mike LaFleur. We're going to see how this all goes down with his choices, the quarterback room, with Jacoby Brissett, and there's also Gardner Minshew, and who the heck knows how that's all going to work out. And then at the end of the day, how does he run this team? How does he make challenges? What's going on? That's 2nd down.
3rd down.
This is not trolling.
Uh-oh.
It is not trolling.
Will
the Ohio State version of Marvin Harrison Jr. show up this year? Now, the trolling would be will the Ohio State version of Marvin Harrison Jr. show up this year? Last time he caught 1,000 yards in a season was his last season at Ohio State. That's the last time it happened.
Yep.
And then the year before that, was a 1,000-yard season. Guess what he hasn't had in the first 2 seasons in the NFL? That. So,
have you seen the picture going around social media
of what?
Of Marvin Harrison?
What, he's just jacked or something like that?
Bro, he looks like he's getting ready for WrestleMania.
Okay, good.
Like,
good for him.
Looking swole.
Let's see what happens. And then here we go. Fourth down. Fourth down. This is a fascinating question for the Arizona Cardinals. Does Carson Beck get any run? And can he be the man there?
There you go. I like that.
The third chosen quarterback in this year's draft. There were 2 chosen in the first round, as we know. And Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson, and then none in the second round. And the Arizona Cardinals, out of everybody else, said, let's take Carson Beck. And is he going to get run over the 2 vets? At some point, do you hand the ball to him and say, go for it, and see what we have going into next year's draft? And can he be the man there? Can he take care of business now? Can he be the one to hook up and make Marv great again? Can he be the one to hook up and keep Michael Wilson on an upward path? Can you get Trey McBride, who, by the way, has been the leading receiver for Arizona in Marvin Harrison Jr.'s first 2 years there? Can he keep this? Can he be that guy? Can it be the Beck Love show back there? Or is he just going to get a little bit of run this year, and the Cardinals will be like, it's a quarterback-rich draft, man, of kids younger than Carson Beck, who, by the way, was in, if I'm not mistaken, the same recruiting class as Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. So those are my 4 downs about the Arizona Cardinals. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always have the winning game plan. That's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/rich. And if I chose one more, if we did a one more, it would be, how do you compete in this division? You're the last place team choosing 3rd overall in a draft going into a season in a division that features the 2 teams that played each other in the NFC Championship game and the team that one of those teams beat to get to the NFC Championship game in the divisional round. Come on. Best of luck.
The original Marvin Harrison didn't have 1,000 yards in a season until year 4.
There we go. Okay. And he's in the Hall of Fame.
And he had Peyton Manning.
That's true.
There's a difference.
The Titans are the 4 downs tomorrow. And Matt Damon will be here in studio hour number 3. Donate v.org/donate. We're back to wrap it. Rich Eisen here. We talk a lot about battles in sports. Teams battling through adversity. Athletes fighting for every yard. The toughest warriors I've ever seen, though, aren't on the field. They're kids fighting cancer. Their families standing beside them. Doctors, nurses, caregivers. That's why I'm proud to support Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 28 years, they've helped fund pediatric cancer research, raising more than $303 million and supporting over 40,000 children. Learn more and donate at HyundaiUSA.com/Hope on Wheels. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi there. Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866, and we believe that we should all get more from money.
Okay, like what?
Well, like bankers that take the time to learn your whole financial picture and help plan the best path with you.
That sounds good.
And accounts that automatically build your savings each day.
Ooh, I like that.
How about getting paid up to
Players, please, huddle up, huddle up. First, before I get a little rowdy.
Watch the elbow,
Yeah, no, we're fine now. Hey, I don't want anyone to take this for granted.
Don't cry.
Runs like this, what we've been able to do in this clubhouse, it doesn't come around very often. This is special. When we started this journey, sent us out west. We unplugged the electric factory. And then sent us up northeast. We had to remind everyone who the real savages are. And then sent us to Red October. Left them in a pool of blood. Ring the bell. Let's win the World Series.
That is Lance McCullers after the Houston Astros won the 2022 World Series. Joe George, Will Kunkel, Brian McDonald here with you today. It's the All-Star break, and you think there's not going to be a lot going on. What are we going to talk about, Will? What are we going to discuss on the show today?
Dana Brown, the man who gives gifts.
And then all of a sudden, we get the news early this morning, kind of, I guess I would say, that Lance McCullers and Colton Gordon and cash considerations have been traded to the Milwaukee Brewers. We finally know what the return is. It took a while to get there. Chandler Rome reporting that the Brewers are going to pay Lance McCullers a little bit more than $2 million this year and send back Prince Fielder's son, Jaden Fielder, in the trade. 21-year-old prospect. He's in high A ball right now. Was an undrafted free agent.
I do not know this man.
Yeah, it's Prince Fielder's son, so I feel like you know him, Brian.
No, by the very fact he had to introduce him as Prince Fielder's son means we don't know him.
But we know
Prince Fielder.
We know him more than most
who
prospects.
His son is.
Yeah, we've probably seen him before, maybe during like a home run derby.
Yeah, we probably did.
3 generations of fielders in the Major League Baseball.
Yeah, well,
minor leagues, not the majors yet.
See if this guy gets to the majors.
Fair enough.
So we'll see on the return. It's look when it first got traded, it took so long to find out who they were getting back. I was texting with Sean Mapes, and I was like, I don't know if they're getting anything back. Like this literally might just be a dump the contract, move on, and it's over. But the Lance McCullers era, it comes to an end. And we've asked the question a lot over the last couple weeks on this show, myself and Jeremy and Brian, of like, how do you get all these guys back into the rotation? And we would talk about like, well, Lance is going to get a couple starts, and then maybe he gets DFA'd if things don't go well. This wasn't on my bingo card. I did not think that we would see a Lance McCullers trade to any organization. He had to waive his no-trade clause for it to happen. Didn't think that would happen, but he has the chance now to go play for arguably the second best team in the National League and contribute to them where they're dealing with at least one pitching injury, maybe a second if this trade indicates anything. But Will, your reaction when you saw this news today was?
I was shocked that Dana Brown was able to pull it off. I was surprised that anybody wanted Lance McCullers Jr. as a pitcher and that he was able to dump that salary. Like, that was the concern. It was like, well, you're not trading him because of this contract. He's not very good because he's got health injuries, so there's no way you can get anything in return for him. And yet, here we are. Like, Dana Brown, like, when do we stop? Like, Dana Brown's done some really good things at the trade deadline, and this one's not over, so it's not fully graded yet. But just the fact that he was able to move Lance McCullers Jr., who was a non-factor for this Houston Astros team, and move Colton Gordon and get something in return and free up space for the move that's going to come next. This is a chess move. This is not a checkers move.
For sure.
This is about the second and third moves that are going to come. Like, we got to start giving Dana Brown a little bit more flowers, or at least the people that don't give him respect got to start giving him respect because he is fixing things on the fly.
I cannot disagree more.
Yeah.
Because
fixing what? His own mistakes?
Well, because a lot of the mistakes aren't his. Like, I'm not saying he's been perfect. Like, Mike Burrows, he got wrong. Tatsuya Imai hasn't been great, but he's had good.
Ryan Weiss, he got wrong.
I'm not.
The
Hold on.
outfield,
I'm not
wrong.
writing off Imai yet. Like, that's insane to write him off yet. I'm not saying he's going to be good. I'm just saying the book's still open. He had, like, the Abreu situation he had to work around, and that wasn't his issue.
Yeah,
it
that wasn't
his
on
fault.
him. That was on
the Kikuchi trade was great. It wasn't his fault. Like, what are the moves that are really bad by Dana Brown right now?
Well, it's all the pitching ones we've mentioned. It's
which are what? Mike Burrows,
Ryan Weiss, Mike Burrows, and I'll give you that the book isn't written on Tatsuya Imai, but I'm leaning more on the bad decision part of that so far.
That's fine.
And then you factor in obviously not fixing the outfield, the money dumps of Jesus Sanchez and Mauricio Dubon to do nothing with it. Like I don't see how we should be giving him credit for getting $2 million, or really, what is he going to turn that $2 million?
Well, we're about to find out. I don't know.
Well, so that's what to me is like, this is you're right. Well, like, this is the first step. Like, I think it's like the fact that they found a team willing to take Lance McCullers on, I think it's a good first step. It's what follows this for it to be a positive. Like, trading Jesus Sanchez for Joey Loperfido could have been a positive move for the organization. Dana Brown, when he met with the media the next day, said, we're not done yet. They were done. They didn't do anything else. They didn't acquire a left fielder. They didn't flip Isak Paredes for, Jaron Duran or something like that from Boston. They just were status quo with their roster. Whatever trade they had lined up didn't happen. This trade saves you minimal amount of money. It really, to me, honestly, I think it's less about the money than it is just it fixes your rotation problem. It fixes the fact of guys that you want to keep in your rotation. You want to keep Peter Lambert on this roster. How are you going to keep Peter Lambert on this roster and Spencer Arrighetti if you like both those guys? If you have Ronald Blanco and Lance McCullers returning, making a good amount of money with McCullers, the math doesn't math.
Yeah, I don't know that
get rid of someone.
Fixes the rotation as much as it allows you to have some flexibility in order to fix it.
It fixes the numbers in the rotation.
Yeah, it helps. It helps alleviate that pressure of the logjam that you had in that bottleneck of and a lack of talent too. It's bodies and names that you don't need. You don't need Lance McCullers on this roster. I'm curious to see how and if the Brewers use him. Is he going to be in the rotation for the Brewers?
I think he is. They've lost Brandon Woodruff. He's hurt, and I'm really starting to be curious about Jacob Mizorowski and his health because they shut him down for the All-Star break. They already said they're going to limit his pitches, and all of a sudden now they got another guy going. Like now they get Lance McCullers. I'm curious. I think they clearly have some kind of plan for him. He's not going to be a bullpen guy there. Like he's going to fit into the rotation, and now he makes such little money from Milwaukee that he could just get DFA'd at some point by the Brewers.
Well, that's kind of my point is,
yeah.
Do they kick the tires on this, have him go through the rotation once or twice, see what they got in him, see what they like in him, what they can change in him, if there's any adjustments to be made in order for him to be successful, then it's fine, so be it. But this also kind of feels like one of those like sign and dumps or trade and dump type moves that is certainly potential. And Lance McCullers said prior to the season that he wasn't necessarily looking to play for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, he said he didn't want to play anywhere else besides Houston at one point this offseason. Like,
here we are.
He eventually said, if I pitch well enough, you never know. He hasn't done that. Like, he had to waive his no-trade clause, which also makes me think the Astros potentially were just like, hey, like, we got Milwaukee saying that you can go there. Are you open to that? And if not, you're probably just not going to be on this roster.
I wonder if that's a part of this. This is really like a respect to a veteran that's meant a lot to you / protect his feelings, because you didn't want to have McCullers on the roster and then say there's not a spot for you. So you save his feelings, saving from the hurt of being like the 8th guy in the rotation when everyone's healthy, and on top of that, you send him to a contender and try to make it a nice exit for a guy that's meant a lot for the franchise.
Yeah, and he gets his flowers here. Everyone's like they're putting out all the tweets right now. The Astros are the graphics of thank you, Lance McCullers. The fan reaction is going to be mixed on this, which, we can obviously discuss.
Some fans are just lunatics with this.
Yeah. And in 713-780-3776, your reaction on the text line, the HRMP listener line, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube as well, ESPN Houston. Just your reaction to Lance McCullers being traded. Like, I think on surface level, even if there's not a major move next, I think getting anything for Lance McCullers is frankly a positive.
It reminds me when Scott Fitterer was the general manager of the Carolina Panthers, and he was able to turn Robbie Anderson, chosen Anderson, into like a 6th or 7th rounder. It's like one of those moves you're like, well, this guy sucks. No one's going to want a guy that we all know that sucks. And then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, he got something in return. I don't care that it was a bag of baseballs. The fact that you were able to do that is impressive in and of itself. And now for the Astros, again, you're curious what the second move is. But I just don't see where he fits in with the Brewers that if in regards to they think he's going to be good. I don't know, man. Like, he wasn't good here. And for fans there's two sides of delusional fans, right? The good riddance, he was a waste of space, waste of money. Like, I hated that guy because he was a lazy bum. It's like, bro, you're an idiot. The guy blew out his arm, ended his career, and altered his life because he gave everything for you in the city and to win a World Series. Like, he did all of it. And then it's the other side of like, I want Lance McCullers to come back and be what he was initially and help us down the stretch into the postseason. Like that ain't gonna happen either. Like neither one of those are reasonable takes. So I don't think that do the Brewers think he's gonna come back to form and all of a sudden be a serviceable starter? They must see something they like and that they can tweak.
And frankly, it's the one organization that if you're trading a pitcher to now, I would probably be nervous about that. Because all they do is take guys and turn them into studs. Like, if they find a way, I jokingly said this like 2 weeks ago that the Brewers are cheating. If they get Lance McCullers right, I'm now 100% convinced that they're cheating. Because I agree with you. Like, I don't expect him to be a meaningful contributor to them. Like, I think this is just a flyer as they potentially need to fill a spot in the rotation. And it might even just be a spot in the rotation until August 3rd. Like, until they make their next move at the deadline. But from the Astros perspective, like it was time to move on. Like your rotation is locked in at the top with Hunter Brown, Peter Lambert, Tatsi Imai is locked in to this rotation. Ronel Blanco is coming back after the All-Star break. Spencer Arrighetti is on this roster. You have Mike Burrows in Sugarland, which we don't expect to see back this year. We have Hayden Wesneski in Sugarland as well, getting ready to come back and being pretty good so far, at least in his last rehab start. Like, you're going back to a 5-man rotation. There wasn't enough spots in the rotation for everybody. And Arrighetti can go down, but Lambert cannot. And Imai cannot. Like, he might have options. We're not totally sure with what his contract does and does not allow because Japanese players can make it so he's not eligible to be sent down. But there wasn't a spot for Lance McCullers. Like, this is the right move, whether it was DFA or find a trade partner like you did, and whether you get a player back that never even makes it to the Space Cowboys. It's just good that they don't have to worry about forcing Lance McCullers out there when you're in the middle of a playoff race and you need quality, competent starts, and that's one guy that you can't rely on to get him.
Especially when you have 4 other guys around him that you can't rely on to get starts. So you can't. Like yesterday or was it Monday when I asked you, and I did a video on this on my Instagram, is who do you think the most important player is down the stretch in order for the Astros to make the playoffs? My answer was Hunter Brown because you did not know what you were going to get from Peter Lambert. You didn't know what you were going to get from Mike Burrows, Tatsuya Imai, Lance McCullers Jr., Sousa, or kid that's coming back.
Wisniewski?
Blanco. Blanco, Wisniewski, any of them. You don't know what you're going to get from any single pitcher in your rotation. You're not guaranteed anything. It's a little bit of a crapshoot from everyone, except for hopefully Hunter Brown. You need to know what you're getting from Hunter Brown every single time that he goes out there, and this kind of washes away one of those question marks. Mm-hmm. So now, like, all right, listen, we've done the Lance McCullers Jr. Let's thank him for his time. Let's thank him for his service. He's a legend in the Astros, a hero to the city for what he did in 2017, 2021, 2022 when he was around and healthy. And now it's time to cut bait. It's time to move on. And it's time to get Blanco back in the rotation because I don't know what we're going to get from him, but I know what we're getting from Lance, and it's not sufficient.
Yeah, no, totally agree. Like, it has not been good enough, this year. Like, there's been moments, the first start of the year, it's one of those, we joked about it at the time of like, it might be one of those starts of where were you when Lance McCullers had his best start in years for the Astros. That's kind of what it was. He had really one other excellent A-plus start this season, but a lot of it was the typical Lance that we had seen as of late, where the stuff wasn't very good, the pitch count gets out of control, the strikeout numbers weren't necessarily there, so they move on, and it's the right decision to move on from Lance McCullers. And again, you're right. We'll take a break. We'll talk about like what's the legacy of Lance McCullers, because there's going to be an optimistic side to this and a very pessimistic negative side of this from the fan base. So what side do you fall onto? We'll get to that next year. He's Will Kunkel. I'm Joe George. BMAC here as well on ESPN 97.5. Back here on ESPN 97.5, Joe George, Will Kunkel, Brian McDonald. Jimmy Price, Astros Future, is going to join us tomorrow, really to talk about the Astros draft over this last weekend, but I don't know, maybe some insight into Jaden Fielder. If he's got a chance at all.
Who the f*** is that guy?
Good. That's so mean, Brian. That's so mean. He's just a prospect.
Did you know who he was before 5 hours ago?
Aren't we all prospects?
I mean, there's like a reasonable chance that, like, if you're in the MLB, I feel like you're just someone's kid. I saw that over the weekend.
They're all someone's kid.
I saw
Thank you, Will.
Like, I saw Well, yeah, I meant like some Major League Baseball player. Like,
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, I know. I saw like Pettit's kid got drafted this weekend. Obviously, CeCe Sabathia's kid got drafted over the weekend.
CeCe's kid got drafted?
Yeah, late.
Was he a senior?
I don't know. So I don't know if he's going to sign or not.
I mean, Milwaukee Brewers Ring of Honor.
I would be
CeCe
shocked.
I think that's who took him.
What's
actually.
going
I think
on?
the Brewers
What
took
just?
him.
Oh, is this a replay?
No, it's not. It's
What just happened?
Nice
Oh,
little
great
slide
defensive
tackle.
play.
Sweat of the day. England money line. Got to win in regulation. England just scored in the 54th-ish minute, so they're up 1-0. So we're sweating that one today. Bad week so far, so cross our fingers. What's the legacy of Lance McCullers? Because you obviously have 24 straight curveballs against the Yankees there. I mean, it's one of the best moments. Like, he's a fan favorite. I love Lance McCullers.
He's a fan favorite to a good fan.
Yes, he's also like the detriment to a lot of people because of his contract. Like, I
The contract was good when it happened.
it was a little bit of an overpay, I felt like, at the time, but like you were banking on it continuing to the trajectory that it was. But like, it was a fine contract.
Also, the contract, not the player's fault.
For sure. But like, I first met Lance McCullers 2017 when he brought the trophy here to ESPN when I was with Gal Media the first time. When I was at 790, like, we did some work with Lance's charity. He very kindly dumped champagne on my head after they won the World Series in 2022. Like, I've always been a fan. It's unfortunate, like, when I was covering the Astros more at the other place, like being there in Chicago when he got hurt against the White Sox, and his career just kind of never recovered from that point. Like, he was coming back, he had a setback, he got hurt again and again and again and again. It's just like, it never stopped. I think the ultimate legacy of him, it still should be the 24 curveballs. It should still be what happened. Like, the fact that he's part of 2 World Series teams. He's one of, 3 players? Or no, 4 players that won both World Series?
5.
Is it 5?
Yeah, it was 5.
So it's Verlander, McCullers, Bregman, Altuve,
Yuli.
I forgot Yuli was there in 22. But like, that's your list. Like, he's not a retired jersey number guy or anything like that. And yes, there's all the injuries and the contracts, but like, I think ultimately, as time goes on, people will remember Lance McCullers very, very fondly.
And they should.
Like, when the Shin hires him to do TV and he's, doing pre and post game, like, people are going to be excited about that. Whether that's next year or that's in 3 years, yes, the contract, it didn't really stop you from doing anything, to be honest. Like, they've had a top 5 payroll in baseball basically every single year, and you've had Lance McCullers hurt for a majority of that. So I think ultimately, like, his legacy is a very positive one for his time in Houston, with just a lot of bummers involved because of all the injuries.
I mean, I agree. I think the good fan recognizes what he gave this city in 2017, the way he sacrificed his body. I mean, he blew his arm out in order to win a World Series and do anything it takes to win. And then he rehabbed his ass off for years trying to get back, reinvented the way he threw because he wanted to be on the mound so badly and play again. I had him on my show, Kicking It with Kunkel, 2 years ago, and we talked about this whole process. And he was like confused with the fans that were mad at him, as if he prefers to not pitch. Like, you work your entire life to get to the moment to where you can make money and pitch, and then get to the big leagues and win a World Series and represent a city and be the face of like that tenure and of that era. And what, he just like bailed? Like, it didn't make any sense, all the anger that was towards him. I understand the frustration that fans had and that they were bummed out of the injuries and it never worked out, and it ended up being wasted money in the sense that, he wasn't able to be on the mound because of the injuries, but it wasn't due to like laziness, or it wasn't due to the fact that he didn't care. So don't like cast your frustrations and then morph that into his fault and his problem. That's not reality. That's not what it was.
Yeah.
Lance gave his everything he had to the city, tried to come back, and again, to change his throwing motion is a huge deal, and it shows that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get back on the mound. And all the negative comments today, those guys, you're just really, really bad fans, and you're really annoying people.
I think ultimately, like, Lance became the poster child for the problems that have plagued the Astros organizations over the last couple years. And it's the people who disagree with me about the Astros spending money, that they don't spend in the way that the Dodgers do and the Mets do and teams like that. They want Jim Crane to every year burst through, the luxury tax and to spend and spend and spend and spend.
There's a big gap between not spending money and not spending the most money.
But that's what people want.
That's so dumb.
And there's also the fact that the Astros I feel like it goes back to like 2020 is when like it really starts when Verlander and Yordan Alvarez get hurt. But obviously it's heightened in the last 2.5 seasons where the amount of injuries the Astros have had has been exhausting to talk about. There's been so many guys, so many pitchers used, and you haven't had reliability from a majority of your organization. And I kind of think Lance McCullers became the punching bag for both of those things. Of just like, they're not spending the most money in baseball, like fans want their owners to spend, and this entire roster is every single year getting depleted with major injuries, and Lance is one of those guys that's always hurt. So I think he just kind of just got punched in the face a lot by fans and became the target because of the problems that were happening within the organization as a whole.
Because I also think that every time you heard Lance's name, it was negative. Every time over 2.5 years, he wasn't pitching, so there was no redeeming quality for 2.5 years to get his name out of the mud.
Mm-hmm.
It was always a setback. It was always something bad happened. It was always a surgery. It was always something was discovered in his arm or his elbow. So it just was. It was 2.5 years of negative news, and the way it's painted is Lance. Lance suffers another setback. Lance has to go through this. Lance that, and when that happens, you don't start thinking clearly, and you're like, golly, like this guy's just a waste. He's never on the mound. But like, sit there and think about kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, and Chandler Rome put out a story in the Athletic today, and this isn't apparently the Astros have been trying to do this for most of the past year, according to multiple team sources from Chandler. At one point, he was involved in the trade that was vetoed by Nolan Arenado, so he was going to be a St. Louis Cardinal, but then Arenado vetoed that. So maybe McCullers has even said before he was going to waive his no trade clause because of where it was at. Or maybe they didn't even get down that path, but they clearly, so like they've been trying to do this for a while, which also is very logical. Like it's very logical with the amount of injuries that he's had and how much little he's brought to this team and how much his contract costs. Like the Astros would have loved to make this move before. Text line says 1989. How does anybody not appreciate Lance? He's a Houston treasure. I agree. 0838 though says Osweiler, Cato, McCullers, biggest thieves in Houston sports.
Bro, see, that's just insane.
Also, like McCullers is not even the worst contract of the last 3 years.
And it's not even like, like you want to talk about Jose Abreu?
Jose Abreu's worse. Rafael Montero's worse. And there's a good chance Tatsu Ima is worse.
Christian Walker may end up being worse.
Christian Walker could be worse.
Whoa.
May.
Not good.
He hasn't been good since April.
He's had a bad April. He's had a bad month and a half.
He's been bad in May and June and July.
And he was pretty bad last year.
He was.
You also paid one of like the best pitchers in baseball like $60 million to pitch like 2 innings for you. Like Justin Verlander stole way more money from the Astros.
You know what's funny is I've never understood why there was not more criticism on that move of bringing him back.
Like he had Tommy John, so it's like it's not it's a big injury, but like his contract ate more of the Astros salary than anyone else, and like he barely pitched for the Astros under that deal. Not that he won a Cy Young after, so
I think it's because he came back and won a Cy Young on the next deal.
He did,
yeah.
But like if you're gonna call someone a thief for stealing money, like be honest with it at least, and talk about the contracts that have played out and guys who have not been good, or not been on the field whatsoever. But I think for the most part, like the majority of people, like the text line is said, like Lance, great clubhouse guy, solid teammate. When healthy, his breaking stuff was peak. A lot of people talking about not just the players, but his charity work that he would do. Like he is like generally like toxic Twitter is going to be celebrated, which is why I'm glad it's not a real representation of what sports fan bases are.
England almost had a goal.
I know they did. They're the loudest
relieve myself.
portion of the fan bases, but they don't actually represent it.
But man, are they loud as hell. They are a squeaky wheel. Like, be grateful for what Lance gave this city, and also like be grateful for what this city means to Lance. What you want your athletes to do in an ideal world is truly wrap their arms around your city, become part of the culture and love it. And Lance did. Like, he became all of it. Like, bury me in the H. That's a crazy line. Like, and what he gave up for and how much he loves it here. And he and his wife turned into a family here with their children. And I'll guarantee he lives here when he retires. He's going to stay here for the rest of his life. He's open. Everyone wants to call him like coffee boy and all that stuff. Like, dude, he's putting down his roots, putting down his money, opening businesses in your community the way you would want a star player to do versus, I'll be there for the season, but I'm not going to live there. I'm not going to like put any money in the community. I don't really care about Houston. Like, I'm a Cali boy or whatever. Like, nah, man, he's done everything that you want to do to become part of your community, and including opening his coffee shop or his failed pickleball business.
Someone on the Twitch just said it perfectly, going off what you're saying. They wish CJ Stroud was more like Lance McCullers.
Man,
Absolutely.
I was going to say it, but I didn't want to say it.
No, but it's true.
But you don't have to.
Like, for some reason, like the clip of him talking about California women versus Houston women's going viral again.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think people are like forgetting that like that's from his rookie year. But like, he talked about the food and everything. Like, and it's part of the reason why people I think have a short leash with CJ, because he said those things. Lance, like, both things can be true. The legacy, you should like. It's a bummer at times. Part of the reason why you won the World Series, 24 straight curveballs, big moments, all of that. Also, good thing the Astros traded him. Like, both things can be true, and I think this is an instant where they absolutely are. We're like, it is a good thing the Astros made this decision, but it's a bummer at the same time. Like, I think we all in a perfect world would have liked to see Lance McCullers pitch well and end his career with the Houston Astros.
But I think we all also know this might be the best way to end it, because that wasn't happening, and to like cut him and slice and dice him out of town would be like a bummer to see it end that way. I think this is the best way to do it, because I also think, guys, if you're hating on Lance, acknowledge the fact that he gave a little hat tip out of respect, knowing that maybe he wasn't going to be an add to this team. He wasn't going to be a positive to this team, and waived his no trade clause. So he helped the Astros as well on his way out the door once again.
Because he literally could have said no, and they would have DFA'd
pound
him
sand.
and not saved a single dollar.
Yeah.
They would have had to spend it anyways by sending him on his way, and he could have ended up in Milwaukee regardless. But he gets traded to the Brewers. We'll continue just throughout the show if you have a reaction to it. We'll talk about a bunch of other stuff today as well today. We'll talk about the deadline now, because this does feel like it sets things up a little bit different. We talked about yesterday about like who your top targets were. This makes it easier to go out and acquire a starting pitcher. But as we get into the post All-Star break portion of the season, starts back up on Friday. If they go on a run, if they stay the same, if they fall apart, like where does like buy, sell, where do you want the Astros to be at for each of those categories? We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
It is a White Boy Wednesday here on Jeremy and Joe.
Isn't it always?
It's more today than normal. Unless you're half Mexican.
Yeah, it's 100%.
No.
What's your name again?
William Albert Kunkel the Fifth.
Kunkelito?
Yeah.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, my Mexican
Are you
name.
the fifth?
Yeah.
That made it even more white.
Yeah, it's very.
Sounds very English, which I am today.
Are you going to go for? If you're lucky enough to have another little guy.
We go for the sixth.
You're going for the sixth.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like you can't end it.
No,
Not
you
got
to
to
keep it going. Yeah.
It's not like, all right, we're going to start off junior. I don't like the name. We're at the fifth. Like that'd be so
you gotta
wildly
go to the
disrespectful.
Yeah.
Pressure's on.
Tell me, pressure's on my wife. She needs to pump out the boy.
It's actually on your end biologically.
I guess I pump in the boy, don't I?
Yeah, it's on you.
All right. So it's one of the day.
Come on, transition, Joe.
England money line. They're up 1-0, 74th minute. There's been a lot of shots on goals from both teams. This is a stressful sweat.
This reminds me of the England Mexico game where Mexico was, or England was down a man and they just took a barrage of shots.
Yeah.
Argentina's now just barraging England.
Yeah, we need another England goal, I think, to feel really comfortable at some point here. Would be nice. Because it's been a tough week for Sweats of the Day.
It's been 0-3, right?
Yep.
This could win back a nice chunk, though.
That's true. They were plus money on it. I don't remember. I think it was. I don't remember what it ended up being when we placed the Sweat.
Oh, you're right. It was a decent plus money line.
Yeah, it was minus on to advance. It was plus to win.
Maybe plus 120. It wasn't actually huge.
It was like 127, I think.
Oh, 165 is what I got.
Oh, that's nice. That's better than I got.
Oh man, please England, dear God.
So we're now assuming that
plus 175 according to our group chat.
Plus 175.
Yeah, plus 175.
I didn't realize I got that.
What a save.
So the belief here now is that this is a move to make a move, to have some flexibility financially, to go out and acquire a left fielder, a center fielder, whatever that may be. That like this is the start of that. It clears a roster spot for your rotation. Obviously, your Colton Gordon's trade as well. That's kind of, I think, not really mentioned, but largely irrelevant as well. Like, no offense to him, like I don't put him as that much of a different category than Lance McCullers. Like he's a fine pitcher, but yeah, he's kind of a bum. For the Astros to be, to be like big fish buying at the deadline, where would you want them to be at on August 3rd? In terms of like the division or the wild card, do they need to be in first place in the division by August 3rd? Do they need to be within a game? Like where do you want the Astros to be at to be like, okay, this team has a legit shot to make a run in the playoffs? How far back or how far up do they need to be to go for like the big fish? Maybe not the schoolboy fish, but maybe like the next tier down.
First of all, I don't think the Astros are good enough to make a run in the playoffs no matter where they are on August 1st. Like, I think where they are August 1st is irrelevant because I don't think they're a very good baseball team, and I don't think they're going to get there. I mean, I think they might be able to get in the playoffs. I just don't think they make a run.
Sure.
But in order, like, if they're in the hunt, if they're within 3 games, like, let's roll. Because the American League has proven to be that bad. And I don't think they're giving up now, if you can go out and give up a bunch, but you get back a huge fish, like Tarek Skubal or whoever else that might be, then fine, do it if you can get that and you can keep them on the roster for years to come. But don't give up a bunch in a bad American League thinking that you're good when you're actually 4 games under 500. Like don't like mortgage your future because you're not even good in the present right now unless you get a big fish. So as long as you're in striking distance in the wild card, which it looks like you're going to be, as long as you're, I mean, if you're 10 games under 500, that's where kind of the cutoff is. The Tigers are 44-52, and they're 3.5 out. So, like, barring catastrophe, you're going to be in it in a month.
Yeah. Now, I agree with that. I do think that they can make a run in the American League based on how bad the American League.
Playoffs or like in the regular season? Because I don't think they have the pitch. So, like, for instance, there's a lot of teams on here that are not playing very well, but their 1-2 rotation guys are really good.
I think if you make the right move at the deadline, if you're throwing out, if you get 8 Cy Young, top 3 Cy Young, Hunter Brown, and you follow that up with I'll say like Yusei Kikuchi Astro adjacent pitcher in game 2, and then Peter Lambert in game 3, you can win a 3-game series with Yordan Alvarez in this lineup, it can be good enough behind that pitching. Obviously, like a schoolboy would be a totally dream scenario. That's not happening.
Right.
But I think you can get out of the first 3, which is what they're going to be in. Like they're most likely not going. I actually haven't checked to see like I mean, the thing is like it's crazy. It's like they're not that far out from like being the 2 seed in the American League right now.
I mean, they're 3 games out of the West. The problem with the West, to me, is always the same problem when you play this game, is that there's just too many teams to jump. So you're asking the Mariners and Rangers to both suck, and you all of a sudden get good.
You do have 8 games left against those teams. So, like, you can do a lot of that work yourself this season.
That's a good point.
Now, that's only one of those is before the deadline, I believe. I think the rest are after. I think all the Mariners games are after the deadline for the Astros.
And let's not act like we're sitting here talking about the Astros are the only teams that are going to make moves.
Oh,
listen, the Guardians, Mariners, Twins, Red Sox, and Yankees could all make moves too, as well the Orioles, Blue Jays, and Tigers. And the Blue Jays have had the most injuries, I think, in all of baseball, and to some significant players. So they could really kind of turn some things around.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see like what they do if they are close to like if they're stay where they're at right now. Like, they can go out and acquire a pitcher, and they can help make a push for it. Let's look at the negative side of this. They've now traded Lance McCullers, which does still signal that they're trying to buy. But what if things don't go well for the Astros coming out of the break? Like, what if they do struggle, and you look at a team like you have 47 wins on the season right now. The number 2 team in the American League right now is the Chicago White Sox. They have 50. You play them the 3rd series post All-Star break. You play the Orioles to start it. You play the Rangers the 3 days heading into the trade deadline. Like, you can do damage to yourself and, in a positive or a negative way if they falter out of the break. Are you for sure like they're going to buy, or is there a games
I think they
back?
for sure buy.
Okay, you don't think there's a games back between now
Well,
and
I think
August 3rd?
No, there is. I just say I think they're for sure going to be in a situation to buy. So I think they will end up. I think they're going to be within striking distance of the wild card. So, like, I think they're going to buy because of that.
I agree. But what would be the number for you to flip that?
6, 7,
6. Okay, I think I'm kind of like in that general
because again,
area.
you got to also at some point you have to like understand that if you're 6 games out, that means you're at least 14 games under 500.
Yes.
The Athletics are 41-55, and they're 6.5 games out. Like, you got to be a little truthful with what you are as a roster.
Yeah, I think they're going to be in position to buy as well. Like, Baltimore is a half game back of you right now, so like a lot of it can be like very determined by just this first series, and then you play the Marlins, who are playing very good baseball. Like, it's not the craziest stretch to start the post All-Star break part of the season, but it's also not a cakewalk either. It's very much a mixed bag. Like, so you play 15 games between now and the deadline. I think in a perfect world, the Astros go like 10-5.
That's not going to happen. They're just they're going to play waffling 500 baseball for the rest of the way, barring the big move that really helps them. Because that's just what they are. It's what they've done. They're not going to win 10 out of 10. They're not going to go on a 9-game winning streak like the Red Sox did, but they're probably not going to lose 10 out of 10. The issue that they want to do is that they've lost 5 or 6 in a row. They've won 5 or 6 in a row. You got to avoid that 5 or 6 game losing streak right now. Like, it's going to come again.
Yeah.
But just avoid it before the trade deadline so that you have a clear vision on what you're going to do.
I mean, they have been a team like so far this season, like, March doesn't really count. They're 4-2 in March. They're 15-14 in May, so just a game above 500. They were 16-11 in June. It's crazy. Like, if the Astros missed the playoffs this year, we're just going to look back to them going 8-18 in April and being like, that's
every year though. We do every year. It's April.
It's
every year.
And this is one of those where
Recently.
People get so upset early in a season of like, it's so early. It's so early. It's not going to be too early this year.
Dude, preach to the choir. I know games matter a little bit more down the stretch, but every game matters, man.
It's not going to matter this year. The Astros, if they missed the playoffs this year, it's because they went 8-18 in April.
Yep.
Because I agree with you. They're going to be close to a 500 team, as most baseball teams are in every month. It's 1 or 2 months that oftentimes dictate who is going to be in and out of the playoffs. So, like, they got to come out. They're 4-5 in July right now. That's why I think, like, going 10-5 up into the break, that would put you at 14-10 at the trade deadline in the month of July. That's pretty doable.
It's doable
Like,
for
it's
sure.
totally doable. Like, it's not going 10-5 in 5 series when one of them is against the Angels. Like, you got to sweep that series. And they've won a bunch of series lately. Like, if they at least win 2 out of 3 every time, in 4 of these 5 series, like, they're going to be right in it to make a big splash at the deadline this year.
Here's the
or
good
a
thing.
big-ish splash.
The good thing for the Astros is they're 4 games under 500. To be called a good team, you got to be at least a handful of games over 500. So the Astros aren't a good team. Neither is anybody around them. So you don't have to all of a sudden turn into a good team. You don't have to start playing baseball where you're winning 6 out of every 10 games. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is keep your head above water and push some other heads down next to you while you're treading, trying to fight your way into the wild card. If the Astros, the goal isn't to be good. I mean, it'd be nice, but the goal is to just suck less than the Red Sox, Twins, Mariners, Orioles, and Blue Jays.
Yeah, just be like a little above average.
Yeah, that's all you're trying to do because you're not a good team. You've played enough of this baseball season to understand what you are and what you are not. Therefore, just chill out and just suck less. And my wife just texted me, "Oh my God, Argentina." Oh my God, that's over the top. No way she's that far ahead or that we're that far
It's very
behind.
possible because when we did this, like, Jeremy was on remote last Thursday. He was a good minute and a half ahead of me. So we might be very behind right now.
Like,
But
how far behind? We're 80. No way. I'm
we got-
going
we got
to
a
lose
que-
my mind.
We got a question from AJ here, or from KJ here on the text line about the deadline, about another piece that can get moved here. We are going to take a break as we wait to see if Argentina gets scored.
Please no.
They
Oh
just scored.
my God. I knew this crap was going to happen.
All right, they just scored. So Sweat of the Day is in trouble. 85th minute. It is 1-1 England, Argentina. Not Messi scoring that goal. But we'll take a break. We'll talk about this question from KJ here on the text line. Your deadline questions or whatever. Get to us next year on ESPN 97.5. First, I want to talk to you about my friends at D&M Leasing. They can get you into a brand new vehicle in the next 24 to 72 hours by calling 713-290-1000 or visiting them at dmautoleasing.com. On their website, you can see their full list of inventory available to you right now. Hondas, Fords, they got it all. If you qualify, you can get payments for as low as $400 a month, and they'll bring your car directly to you. It's your house, your office, wherever, and they'll even take your trade-in as well. They make the process simple, easy, and give you the best customer service possible. Check them out right now at dmautoleasing.com.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Will's out here requesting Sublime. On
That's a
White Boy
great
Wednesday.
White Boy Wednesday song.
I'll get you one.
I really didn't know what to expect from your music taste, to be honest with
I love all music.
Okay.
Like, I love all music.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. I'm not really like.
I don't love, I think some of them, like Blink-182, I really like, obviously, like nostalgic to our era, but that, I don't like, kind of that genre of punk.
Oh, really?
You don't like pop punk in general?
Like,
just Blink?
Yeah, I mean, I love Green Day and I love Nirvana, but I don't love like the next.
Like Sum 41.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yellow
I do not
Card.
Like. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yellow Card's not too much that, but
it's great. It's all great White Boy Wednesday music.
Yeah,
for the most part.
I saw one of them in concert and I really disliked it. It just wasn't my thing.
We got 9 minutes of stoppage time here.
I
Argentina
hate
and
soccer.
England 1-1.
Soccer stole my heart.
Sweat of the day is in big trouble here,
and they've just
England's playing soft,
stomped on it.
Destination 2026 coming up tonight with Glenn Davis, so he'll break down this game. Question here on the text line from KJ. Where's my text line? So do we think Bryce Matthews is going to be traded? Like him as a piece along with Samos, but due to his young age, as a bargaining piece to get a good player. Where are you at with Bryce Matthews right now, Will?
If someone else likes him, deal him. I don't dislike him, but I don't think like he's nothing you're going to build around. If you can get something in return that helps you better now, go for it.
Yeah, I think he's definitely can be part of a deal to get like we talked about Jake McCarthy yesterday. Like that could be a guy that like you.
Oh my gosh!
We almost
Argentina just banged one off the post.
Jeez. I think I'm totally fine with trading Bryce Matthews. Like, I think it's very clear.
Wow,
they just scored again.
Argentina.
That they don't love Bryce Matthews based on how long it took him to get here. You can't love the home numbers. I wonder if they have a different explanation than what we think it is, which is probably just the batter's eye. But I think he's definitely on the table. Like of the young players, like to me, like everyone's on the table.
None of these guys are even close to untouchable.
Even the prospects, like every prospect to me should be on the table for the right deal. Like you're not just trading them to trade them, but like Bryce Matthews, anyone, Yiner, the guys that are currently on the roster, like everyone's an option. Now, what's their value? I think is that's why it's like they're also on the table a lot of times. Like what is Bryce Matthews? Like maybe he gets you a bullpen arm. Like that's kind of why.
Not alone though. Maybe you think a good bullpen arm
from like a bad team, maybe like a guy who's just like you could see him as a high leverage guy who's on an expiring contract from the Athletics. Like you could go out there and acquire someone like that.
The problem is there's so many teams bidding on these players right now because there's so many buyers that it's going to take a little bit to get a little. It's going to take a lot of it to get a little bit.
Well, I mean that's what's so much is going to change over the next 15 games because.
Or I wonder if nothing really changes and everyone kind of just sits there and waffles.
Yes, but there's also teams that I think that we're all assuming are going to buy that will not. I don't like, for example, just because I'm familiar with these teams a little bit more. Like, I don't think the Cardinals and the White Sox are a threat to the Astros in terms of making deals with other teams. Both those teams are supposed to be bad this year, have had excellent seasons. Like they seem pretty intent on like not giving up their farm system to make like a big splash.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like right now. So like, what are the Twins gonna do? They kind of just cut money all the time.
I'm about to say they're not exactly buyers.
The Mariners don't really go out and make big splashy trades. Now they could.
Well, they did last year. They brought in Josh Naylor. Was it last year? And someone else maybe.
Henry
Suarez.
There
That's
we go.
right.
Yeah.
They could be interesting because they could flip like Luis Castillo for a big time bat because they have an excess of.
And they brought in a Randy Rosarina. I can't remember if that was deadline or off season.
I think that was off season.
But they've made some moves for the offense.
Someone live on TikTok says someone like Luke Weaver would be expensive, and Luke Weaver would be expensive because he's got a. I don't think he's been great, but he's got a track record of having been pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not really sure like what the Astros like are going to be in the market for. Like we talked about this yesterday. I think it's going to be outfield. I think today's kind of an indication of that, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree.
I would still like them to add a starting pitcher. And maybe, again, this is just the long-term math of when you do acquire a starting pitcher. Lance McCullers was going to have to go at some point anyways. But, like, I think we will see the Astros make at least one. I'll call it significant. Like, it's not going to be, Justin Verlander splashy. But, like, I think it's going to be like a Yusei
Starter.
Kikuchi.
It's going to be a starter, whether it's in the outfield or on the mound. Like they have to bring in a starter. They can't bring in another rotational outfielder.
Yeah, no, they have to bring in someone that's going to lock down a position, whether that's in your rotation, in your outfield. Like, they're going to bring in someone. Brian, where are you at with the deadline? Because I know you weren't with us yesterday.
I'm kind of where I would like to see them just hold unless they prove they can be a team worth taking seriously, which to me is, to Will's point last segment, it's like several games above 500 by the time we get to the All-Star break. Otherwise, like, I don't really want Dana Brown handling a sell-off, and I don't really want them mortgaging the few top-level prospects, because they only have, like, what? I mean, Kevin Alvarez and Xavier Nans, there's like 2 top-level prospects.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's a pretty talentless farm system. Like, I don't want them giving that up for, 2 and done like they did against the Tigers a couple years ago. So I'm kind of just stand pat and just roll the dice.
Yeah, I think honestly it's probably like the most intelligent thing they could do, especially when in all reality, like this offseason, we're going to be going back to the conversations we were having in April when they were really bad about trading Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown and these guys and unloading and redoing your farm system when you have a new general manager. Like, what that new GM's path is going to be forward is going to be fascinating. And who knows what Dana Brown's going to be allowed to do because he's not under contract. Like, Jim Crane could very easily just be like, hey, man, like, you can make a small move, but, like, you're not trading my top 2 prospects when you're not under contract for next year. Maybe if we decide to re-up that, we can reconsider in the offseason. But right now, like, he doesn't have a deal. So, like, I really don't think – I think, like, the Bryce Matthews questions from KJ, like, that is a guy that we can see get traded at the deadline to try to get you something in return.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Like,
or DeCenzo, Luperfido,
sure.
like all those, all those like 4A, AAA
all
kind
the
of guys.
4A guys can be dealt.
What I like
They're
about
all
that is
fodder.
you know what you have in them because you had them in your building for the last couple years. The other teams might see something and might pay a little bit extra price for it because they think they can get something out of that guy versus you are fully aware of what you got and you don't like it.
Yeah, the Astros have, like Brian said, 2 top 100 prospects right now. Kevin Alvarez is 67. Xavier Nevins is 85. I don't want to see either of those guys get traded at the deadline this year. I just think it's totally.
And I don't
totally
even come at that from a prospect hugger
I'm
mentality.
not
It's more so just I don't think what they would get for trading those 2 guys off would suddenly catapult them into serious World Series contenders. So I'd rather just wait because we know the Astros aren't going to pay guys long term, so you're going to need those guys coming up.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Astros make a trade that solidifies their outfield, but just do it without giving up your top guys.
Is there any realistic move that you think they could make that would make them a legitimate World Series contender?
Okay, we're going to take a break because we have to. When we get back, we'll answer that question from Will. Will will answer. Brian will answer. I'll answer. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
All right, Argentina's moved on to the championship game versus
Way to go here.
Spain.
What clowns.
That's like we're the clowns. We keep losing money. So sweat of the day, L.
Again.
Oh, for this week. I hope you're fading us this week.
Jeremy is
The problem is that a lot of the games have happened before, so people are only finding out like during the games that we're wrong.
Were we up on the year when Jeremy left?
Well, see, the thing is, Jeremy tracks it with his money, so it's like this week it almost doesn't count.
I don't think that's gonna fly.
Oh,
You
well,
didn't really
fight.
answer the question. Were we up when Jeremy left?
Well, I don't know because he tracks it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, like
I think we were up.
I think it was like
we're 0 for 4.
Yeah, we lost 4 units this week.
You know, it's been a bad week.
Yeah, and what are we going back to Summer League tomorrow?
I don't care. Wherever
Oh,
we can find money.
Well, there's no baseball tomorrow.
Hey, Will, don't listen for a second. Hey, Joe, we can always just blame Will.
No,
for
so,
sure.
Actually, you know what? that I'm just happy that they didn't. What did you bet? You bet money line or
Money line.
So
Yeah.
thank God England didn't win in the extra time because I pushed for
yeah,
the money line bet.
That would have been worse.
So this bet lost no matter who put
Yes,
it in.
yes,
so
for
Joe
sure.
was wrong as well.
Yes.
Whereas I've been wrong the last couple days.
Yes. No. So we'll see what we get tomorrow. We're talking deadline here with the Astros. Will, you asked if there's one move that can make the Astros a legit contender?
Well, I asked if there's a legit,
Okay,
realistic move that could happen to make the Astros a World Series contender, because right now, as it sits, they're plus 3,600 to win the World Series, which is not a legitimate contender.
No.
And I don't think they're a legitimate contender as it sits right now anyway.
I mean, I think Scooble does.
Obviously.
I think that's it. Question is, can they afford him?
I think the answer to that's no. I don't agree with Jeremy. I don't think they can afford him because I think he's going to get traded at the deadline if the Tigers decide to do that, which is also very possible they don't. They're not that far out of the playoffs themselves. They could easily talk themselves into keep it rolling. They're going to start the All-Star break coming out with the Angels, the Cubs, and the Royals. So they could very easily, especially the Royals and the Angels series. That's 2 of the worst teams in baseball. So they could easily get on a roll right away and convince themselves to stay strong. Someone on the text line asked about Logan Webb. I don't think he's obviously not the level of Scooble. What's interesting about the deadline, I think this year too, is Logan Webb should be traded from the Giants. Michael Walker should be traded from the Royals. And both organizations have already come out and said they're not trading him, which means they're either just driving up the market or they're being serious and they're just not going to move him.
Do you think there's a world where the Astros actually trade someone like Jeremy Pena? Because you could get a haul for one player like that and still kind of compete in a bad American league.
Who plays short every day?
Nick Allen.
No thanks.
Yeah, I think it would have to be.
Or do you think they make any trade?
They're going to make
where
a trade.
Where they sell.
No.
But also since the American League's bad, still fight.
I think there is a scenario where, if it's worse behind the scenes than we realize with Pena, post-hiring Boris, or if you remember last year, they were about to agree to a contract. Pena fires his agent, hires Scott Boras because someone gets in Pena's ear. I think Carlos Correa says, this is a bad contract for you. Do not sign it. If it's to the point where it's this deal's never going to happen, could they go out and acquire a pitcher or an outfielder that is under control for much longer than Pena? I think in theory that's on the table. I just don't see it. I don't see it. If they fall out of if they go on a skid here to start the post All-Star break portion of the season, I do think trading Pena is on the table again.
And if
he's the only one, not Yordan, obviously, not Hunter Brown, but I do think Pena could get back onto the table alongside Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes as guys that could be traded. But things would have to, I think, go. I think you're talking about going 4-11 in these 15 games coming back, and you play bad baseball,
and that's very possible.
Yeah, I think 10-5 to 4-11 to 5-10 or 4-11 is all on the table, and then probably somewhere it'll probably be 8-7 in the next 15 games, and they're going to be pretty much status quo with where they're at right now in the American League. Outside of Scooble and like maybe Logan Webb, I don't think there really is. I don't think if you go out and get like Hunter Green from the Reds, really like him. Don't think that is the difference maker that you need it to be. I'm drawing a blank. The guy who's been nasty for the Angels this year, the starting pitcher.
Oh, I
don't remember his name right now.
I picked him up in my fantasy. Reed? Is it?
We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it. Oh, whatever. But like, if you go out there like acquire like Jose Soriano.
Oh yeah. I was thinking the
makes
other guy.
you significantly better. Does it make you like a legit contender? No, I don't think there is. Like, I don't think there's an outfielder that's going to be available. Like, I like Jake McCarthy. I would like to see the Astros trade for Jake McCarthy. That's a long-term piece for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
he's under arbitration for the next. I think it was the next 3 years. Go get a guy like that. Like, I don't think there is a move right now that like really secures the Astros as a legit contender this year.
So with that in mind, if you're going to fight for the wild card spot, and the argument is always, owners want to get in the playoffs, put butts in seats, extra money, and there is truth to that. Fans ain't going to go if it's a wild card.
Also, they're not going to be butts in seats and wild cards until they get to the divisional round.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
The Astros are not hosting a wild card series. They're going to be on the road for 3 games.
That's also true.
So, like, there is no, like, make the playoffs and fans get into seats, and we know they don't buy hats and T-shirts in the playoffs until they make a legit run.
And they didn't even show up when it was the Tigers-Astros wild card, so it didn't even matter if it was here anyway.
Yeah, like I think like there is I know you get your playoff payouts would be very little if you only make it in that 3-game series. So like I think Jim Crane's going to want to make the playoffs this year, so that's why I think they are going to try to buy as long as they're in the range that they're within now.
Chase the fight.
Chase the fight.
I think
you can't really have a slogan to chase the fight if you trade away your best players at the deadline, no matter where you are in the standings. You're not chasing a fight then. Just can't do it, Brian.
No, they'll have to wait. They'll have to change it to "We wave the white flag."
Oh, that'd be so funny. Wave the flag. But it's like it's one of those where like you look at this team and we'll see. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Let's go out to Pete, who's been holding patiently. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Pete. I'm not used to taking phone calls. Usually Jeremy's job. What's up, Pete?
Hey guys, it's not a problem. The Astros, I just think it's reached a point, as fans, we're used to seeing them make moves around the trade deadline because of the standard they've set for the past 10 years. And God bless them, they've brought a lot of joy to the city with all the success they've had. But I think now it's reached a point where, y'all were kind of talking about it earlier, where they're kind of in the middle of the pack, 500 team, just barely holding on. And I just think it's time, unless there's a move they can make that makes sense. I really don't see Scooble being that guy because I don't know if he'd want to come here. But I think it's just reached a point where all the years of the trades and depleting the farm system, the free agency and how it stripped all the talent, and the guys that are left, like Jose Altuve, are just getting older. It's just reached a point where I just think Crane needs to look at it and go, it's time to tear this thing down. Do I want to see them stay in the race this year? Yes. And if they can make a move, great, but just don't give up a lot. But I think it's reached a point where it's time to bring it down and start rebuilding, build around Jordan and Hunter Brown and see where it goes. But I think the era that we're all used to and enjoyed and appreciated for the last 10 years, the reality's hit. It's finally coming to an end. But who knows? We'll see what happens. Appreciate you taking my call.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it. Look, I think to Pete's point there, ultimately the most intelligent thing the Astros organization could do this year could be sell. No one would like it. But as we talked about how cluttered this race is in the American League and the National League right now, like if you did dangle a Pena, a Walker, a Paredes, a Hader out on the deadline market, like you would probably be able to get a pretty penny in return. Like it's probably like the most logical thing they should do. Teams don't normally operate that way. I mean, think back to when Kendall Graveman walked across the dugout from Seattle to Houston. Seattle was in roughly the same position the Astros are in right now. They were only a handful games back of the Astros. It looked like it was going to be a race, and they traded their best bullpen arm to the team they were playing that night. And Seattle got crushed for it. And did they really get anything in return? Yeah, you could say like they got some like Toro. It was Toro. I can't remember who else was in that deal. Was it the right thing to do? Probably. It's just not typically how we see teams operate. Whether that's fortunate or unfortunate. Like I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But it probably would be the best thing the Astros could do, but they're not doing that. They're gonna buy. This McCullers move is that they're going to buy at the deadline.
I agree. Rocky Soho says Crane is just delaying the inevitable. And that's kind of what it feels like. You're just kicking the can little by little just to stay alive, barely keep your head above water, like keep your lips just barely above water when you really don't have a chance to win the whole dang thing. And you know in the next handful of years you're going to lose your oldest players, your most expensive players, and you got to start from scratch anyway, and you're going to not get anything in return for them.
I mean, well, see, like, that's what they can't do. Like, they can't allow Pena and Hunter Brown to walk out this door without getting anything. I'm okay with this. Like with pushing the can, like kicking the can down the road. Dana Brown's not going to be the GM of the Astros next year. He is not. There's 0% chance.
So if you're Jim Crane, are you letting him make? You're obviously letting him make these moves, I guess.
I think you're letting him make small moves,
but
I don't think you're letting him trade Pena. Like if that, like even if they falter, if they go 1-14, like I don't think you let a guy who you don't feel is worthy of a contract trade one of your most valuable assets. I think that's insane.
Was he not worthy of a contract, or did Dana Brown reject the offer that was made to him?
There's been no reporting on that that I've seen. But we also know, like, James Cook won a World Series and he got a 1-year contract after. Like, you never know. Like, Dana Brown very easily could be the GM of the Astros next year. I don't think he will be. But you never know with Jim Crane. Like, he's kind of a wild card post Hinch Luno of, like, what he does with managers and GMs. Like, it could be anything could be on the table. Like, I do not think Espada or Brown will be back unless they go on an ALCS run.
Is it fair to say that I think the worst thing that could really happen right now is that Crane gets involved at all, whether it's putting handcuffs on Dana Brown or, like, if you put handcuffs on Dana Brown, you're not allowing him to actually be successful. So, like, that wouldn't help. And when he was involved, when Crane was involved,
well,
we know the Jose Abreu situation.
I mean, I think he was taught to Imai. Personally, I don't blame Dana Brown for that contract.
I don't disagree.
I don't think I don't think Jim Crane is like involved in saying of like you're going to go get this guy as much as people give the impression. I think it's more he gives a standard of what he wants his team to be. Like, we know there's reporting about from a couple years ago he wanted the Astros to go get Starling Marte. It didn't happen. That's reportedly part of the reason why him and James Click didn't necessarily see eye to eye on things. I don't think he's like calling other teams and being like, go get this dude. Like, I don't think Dana Brown will be back. I don't think he should be back. I know the Twitch is telling me that I said 0% chance. And I'm also saying Jim Crane could do anything. But he is a wild card. Like, I think a logical owner would not bring back a GM. I don't think you should have a lame duck person in your organization.
I agree with that.
I think it's stupid.
That's why I don't like the situation. If that's the way Jim Crane feels, I don't like the fact that Dana Brown's the GM if Jim Crane doesn't want him as the GM next year. Like, I want a guy that's going to have tenure in the organization for years to come and can work accordingly because of that versus you're working to save your job or you're trying to do your job, but you can't because you're hamstrung because of the owner doesn't trust you. Like, neither one is a good situation to be in. So I truly have to believe that there have been conversations between Dana Brown and Jim Crane on what the future is going to be. Because I can't imagine that the decision hasn't been made by Jim Crane at this point. Like, if they make the playoffs, he's not going to be hired or fired or like re-signed or fired based on that. The same way that Click was fired because he won the World Series. Like, he did the greatest thing you could ever do in the game of baseball and was still fired. So I think Jim Crane's got his mind made up. So I would hope for the best of the organization that Jim Crane and Dana Brown have had an open dialogue of what's going to transpire and the best way to move forward because of that.
All right, let's talk about what we saw last night. How much did you watch? Did you watch it all? What are the things in sports that are totally useless now that we just don't need any more like all-star games? We'll get to that next right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George and Will Kunkel here with you today. Brian McDonald, as always. Jeremy will be back on Monday. Last night was the All-Star game. We watched the Derby. Did you watch the All-Star game?
0%.
Same.
I was out at dinner anyway, and then I was like 2-0, 4-0, and all my buddies were like, this game sucks.
Yeah, it's just not for me. Like it's almost like the pitching's gotten too good.
Except for the first inning.
inning.
Sanchez got rocked.
Well, because of the Yanks.
Jordan was the first runner to score. He was.
That's true.
It's just like, but like after that, like there was like basically no hits in the game. It's not like the pitching's too good when you can throw the best bullpen arms every single time. It's the best All-Star game of all the All-Star games.
Oh, without a doubt.
Not even close.
But it's really a one-horse race.
Yes. But the reason why I think it leads to category and things we don't need anymore is that thankfully Junior Camanero's okay. He got hit last night, high and tight, got x-rays immediately after, said he's going to be fine and back on Friday. Like we talk about the World Baseball Classic and if guys should participate in that or not. You know, Jeremy Pena got hurt in it this last year. Altuve, the World Baseball Classic before. At least that's representing your country. You know, when NBA guys go play in the Olympics and NHL guys play in the Olympics, and it sounds like baseball players will not play in the Olympics, but they play in the World Baseball Classic, at least they're representing something of value.
I miss
you can't have guys getting thrown at on accident, high and tight, and getting hit in the hand in an All-Star game.
Sucks.
The guy who's second in MVP right now in the American League behind Jordan Alvarez. And yes, he's okay. But just like was like, this is the thing. We don't need this anymore. You could just do the Derby and everyone should be fine.
I missed the All-Star game when it mattered, when it decided World Series home field. I miss it because I love.
No way.
I miss it. I'm not saying it was right. I'm not saying it was good. I just loved seeing the best players in the world on the field playing a game that mattered because there's nothing else in the world like it in an All-Star game.
No.
I liked it.
That's terrible.
It's probably my worst take, and I stand by it, and I always have.
You got to
felt that
stand
way.
by it, but like it is an awful take.
I believe. Who cares?
The teams that have 10 more wins than the other team, but they're not hosting the World Series.
Should have won the All-Star game.
That's crazy.
I never want it back, but I also slightly see Will's point because it made that game fun.
It made it fun as hell.
I don't want it to ever see it again.
I agree,
but it did make that game fun.
Yes, Yes.
I loved that. I loved it for the All-Star. Listen, view it in a vacuum. For the All-Star game, in and of itself, for it to matter, made the All-Star game awesome. I'm not saying it was good for baseball. I'm not saying it was the right way to go about it. It's not my argument. I'm just saying for that game, the All-Star game, it was awesome because it mattered. So if you can do an All-Star game that matters, that's like the dream scenario.
I don't even know how they like. I think the only way they can make the players, other than the World Series thing, play like it matters is if it's like the NBA in-season tournament to where there's a big paycheck to the winners.
For sure.
If you find a way to do that, which I mean, I guess they could, but obviously the CBA is going to be bargained, and maybe that could be factored in. But if they could do that and the players cared, then yeah, I'd be in again.
Yeah, I mean now because there's some where like for example like the home run derby, Jordan Walker made more money from the derby than he did on his salary this year.
Yep.
His salary is $799,000. He made $1 million from winning it. Now like Schwarber, it doesn't matter to him.
But you could tell he was pissed. It was like it's competitive. Like the good thing about it is it matters to the guys that are competing because it's a simple compete. It's not like we're not going to get hurt. Nothing's bad really going to come out of it. So once you get in it, you're just simply competing, and those guys take that stuff seriously.
Yeah, I think it can. All the All-Star games can go away. I mean, the NBA has admitted that their All-Star game is actually just a corporate marketing event.
Yeah.
That all of their biggest sponsors, it's the one event where they actually all, because they don't all go to the World Series, but that's when like your McDonald's and your Cokes and everything like are all going to arrive and be in one location. So that's basically what it's turned into. And I'm sure it's the same thing for the All-Star game where half those boxes are filled with corporate sponsors and T-Mobile and all these places. But what's the first thing that you think of when things we don't need in sports anymore, Will?
We don't need an expanded college football playoff.
Yeah, we did that for an hour yesterday. Anything else?
I'm with Will.
God, thank you, brother. Can we go to the phone line?
Yeah, sure. Let's go out to Pena. What's up, Pena? How you doing?
Hey, what up, guys? So I got two things. One is the wave, and the second thing is, do we really need Hard Knocks anymore? Like, I don't even know who's going to be on it this year. That show sucks now. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Pena.
Isn't it 2 teams this year?
100% right.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I think it's Patriots and I think it's 2 teams this year.
I don't know. It used to be great when it was featuring the guys that were on the cusp of making the team when it was the Bengals.
I think when it turned was the year that the Jets were there, not the Rob Ryan or Rex Ryan year. I'm talking about the Robert Saleh year, and they made a big point where we're not going to show cuts anymore. And ever since then, it's just been a very, very soft, watered-down version of what Hard Knocks used to be.
Hard Knocks in 2026 is the Seahawks, and 27 is the Patriots.
Okay.
I agree with the All-Star games, though. Like, I'm good on all of them.
Yeah, they don't need it.
I like the skills competition, but I don't need the game.
For what?
For basketball.
Yeah.
You know why?
I like the home run derby.
Heck with I'm good on the home run derby. I love that. But the skills competition, they made a mockery of that a couple years ago.
I know. It's not. I'm not saying it's as good as it once was. Shout out to Toby Keith, but I do like it when there's notable players in it and they're trying.
You know what I want to get rid of? I don't know if this is in the spirit of the rule, or the question.
Whatever, you take it wherever you want.
When you fumble the ball out of the end zone and it's a touchback, it goes to the other team. Like, what are we doing?
What do you want? How do you want it changed?
Should just go back to where they fumbled.
Yeah, get the ball at the point of where you lost it. Why does the other team get it? Because it went out an inch later than what it could have gone out.
I firmly agree with that. I think it's the dumbest rule we have in the NFL.
It doesn't make usually there's an impetus and it can make some sense. I don't even get it.
If David Montgomery fumbles and the ball misses the pylon by a centimeter, it's still the Texans' ball. If it falls on the outside, it goes past the pylon, it's the Titans' ball. It's dumb. Like I think it's the dumbest rule we have in sports because it really why doesn't it apply all the time? Like what's why is there not a turnover on downs when the ball goes out of bounds at any other portion of the field? To Pena's point about the wave, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care about it either. I don't do it, but I don't care.
It's like
the wave. I hate.
Yeah, I don't care.
Stupid. Would you rather get rid of the wave? I guess you don't hate the wave, but or the adult bringing a glove to the game.
Depends on the context.
Yeah, if you got a kid with you, I'm okay with you.
I'm fine with your kid. Your kid's your greatest excuse in life. But.
I mean, honestly, there's enough people who are unathletic enough where they can bring a glove.
How close to the action do you have to be to justify bringing a glove?
Doesn't exist now with the Nets.
I think you have to be.
No, I'm talking outfield. I guess.
I think
that's not close.
You have to be
first row.
You have to be in home run territory.
No, you have hands.
Yeah, but not everyone's I don't bring a glove, but there's a lot of people who've never caught a baseball before. We see what these celebrities do when they throw out a pitch. What do you think the average American do when a baseball's coming at them 100 miles an hour? I think so. If you're gonna bring one, the territory there where the nets end, in the corners there, is fine. In the lower deck or the Crawford boxes is more acceptable. Once you get to the second deck, you don't need it.
I would agree with that. You can't bring a glove in the second deck.
Largely I agree with you. You don't need it, but for some people, we see how they look.
Judging people.
And I know I'm a fat guy, but I can catch a baseball.
We see how they look.
You can tell people have never played baseball a day in their lives. I feel comfortable without a glove.
We should get a pitching machine, have something come at 115 off of it, and watch you catch it, Joe.
115?
I mean, that's what it was.
By the time that ball gets to the outfield,
it's not. No, it's not 115 anymore.
Am I going to be 310 feet away? 380 feet away?
Well, it's still coming up. The speed is the speed, regardless of how far down the line it is.
It's coming up in the air. I feel okay. If it's a line drive, if Jordan hits it, yeah.
How fast could it travel and you still catch it clean?
Gee whiz.
I don't know.
I'm just asking.
I might catch it at 100.
Okay,
It'll catch you.
I might drop it at 60.
See, you might then you need the glove.
I might drop it at 60.
No,
I don't know.
Just bail. How about this one? You know what we could get rid of? Hot take. First pitches.
Before games?
Yeah.
Totally fine with that.
Yeah.
We don't need it.
Done. Snip.
It's for the sponsors.
It is,
I don't
but-
care.
Oh, I agree.
I don't care. I think the thing I'd most want to get rid of,
Unless it's George Bush.
unless it's George Bush,
The best.
God
ever.
rest his soul, is like
Junior.
is the pregame shows.
W.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were
I was
talking
like,
about
hold on,
senior.
did you just kill W?
No, I thought you were talking about senior. I thought you were talking about senior. They
No,
both
the,
thrown out
the
first
9/11
pitches.
first pitch.
Oh, okay, sure. But I don't need the pregame shows. I think they're from a time. No, they're from a time when we didn't.
In our
well,
business, can we keep all the pregame shows and
No, I
post-game
get it.
shows, please?
Well, we don't need it anymore. They
thing
come
is,
from
is
a
like-
time where we weren't able to follow the news of the league daily on our phones at any time we want.
We also don't qualify for those shows. 99%.
I'm still trying to get
I know, but
full-time.
99% of those panels are former players now.
Yeah, I don't need Bill Cowher
Well,
talking to some
that's the
random.
problem.
I actually think they'd be better if they weren't all former
I
players.
agree.
Because
I
they actually
agree.
would watch the games.
No, but if we
and
don't
then
have
give
the
a real opinion.
But if we don't include the ex-players, it just becomes first take, and I don't want that either.
That's true. But no,
You
I don't,
can have and player.
I don't watch. The only pregame show I watch now is College Game Day.
And
Well,
even that, I
it's-
can't watch all 3 hours.
I can't because of timing, but it's must-watch TV. as
Yeah,
a
like it's
sports
on.
fan.
Like it's on. It's on for me every Saturday, but it's not on for 3 hours. It's like before I go do something, and if I turn it off, it's not getting turned back on. And a lot of times, it's also like it might come on late, like right before kickoff.
It's just every time Saban talks, like you learn, and every time Pat McAfee talks, you're entertained. So like it's fantastic television, and they revamped that to their credit over the last couple of years.
No, they've done a good job.
Because it was really bad for a little bit.
But with the wave thing, like as long as you don't do it in a big moment, like I don't care.
That's fine.
Like it's like if it's 5-0, and it's the 9th inning, whatever.
If
it's 1-1 in the bottom of the 9th and you're doing the wave, yikes.
Shout out to the All-Star game though, and whoever put together that Sandlot deal. You see that?
I did not see that.
Oh man, so they did a tribute and played Ray Charles from the scene of Sandlot and had kids ride out on the field on bikes
That's
with
cool.
fireworks, players talking to the kids on the field. All the players were holding sparklers along the sideline. Like they
Oh, I see it.
recreated
Okay.
the scene. It was with so much AI crap out there today where you take out like the human element and the emotion and the thought process of like what is really cool and what's going to evoke that emotion. This was done so well by whoever thought of it with Fox or Philly or like whoever came up with this. It was so cool to see, and it was such an like that's something that baseball does so well is evoke emotion, and they attribute to America, and they attribute to their game and the history to their game so well. This was done. It was so neat to see. Just kudos.
I'm also going to take a job away from you potentially.
Stop. There's so few.
I don't need in-game interviews anymore.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Whether that's like the ones they do, like Apple, like they do them like while they're in the dugout on Fox on like Saturday night broadcast. I don't like that. Yeah, I know they're recorded in between innings. Don't need it. Don't need anything mid-game from the assistant Rockets basketball coach.
I don't need the mic player in the outfield.
Don't need that. Like it's fun. Like I saw clips of it for last night. Like it's fun during the All-Star game.
Yeah, I'm fine with like any sort of game that doesn't count.
Yeah,
sure.
but like when they try to do things like that during games that matter, I think it's insane that you mic up a player and try to talk to them.
I'd also get rid of all
But
the.
it's also great.
It is great, but it's like, what happens when they make a mistake?
In that 5 minutes
Raiders
we get on the
TV.
broadcast right before the game starts, I don't need keys to the game
Good
for any
point.
sport.
Keys to the game.
Don't turn the ball over. Establish the run.
Get the rebound.
Get the rebound.
They're
Yeah,
always the same.
It's like, yeah, we got it.
Score
Thanks.
more points than the other team.
Yeah, I don't need keys to the game.
I
in
can't
any
wait
sport.
for our keys to the game this year.
Unless it's
Oh,
sponsored.
yeah, we got to remember to do that.
We're doing our keys to the games this year.
Yes.
For every Texans game. They're gonna be awesome.
Fully leaning into the joke.
Fully leaning into the joke, but they're gonna be awesome.
I'm here for it.
It's gonna be very fun. I think Jeremy's gonna have some A+ ones. Let's see. Let's get rid of the decibel meters for pumping up the crowd. That's funny because they're not accurate.
I was gonna say I like the real ones, like Seattle and Kansas City, when they use them to like truly
But
measure
like,
who's
I
louder.
love it like a quiet Astros game.
Oh God, yeah, it's
Or like a
the
midweek game,
loudest!
and it's like it like says it's like a full red, and it's like no, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's definitely not a full red. Like so it's just a graphic that as the longer it plays, it goes to red, but it's definitely not that thing. I wish we could tell. I wish we didn't have to tell fans to get loud at games.
That's city by city, fan base by fan base.
Like it's not
for
everywhere,
sure.
but like I think it's so embarrassing.
The inverse of that bothers me more when you're at a football game and you have to tell the home crowd to settle down when the offense is out there.
That blows
You'll see
my
it sometimes. The home quarterback is trying to like motion to the crowd,
Yeah.
like "Shut up! My guys can't hear me."
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah, that's a tough look because it's like, guys, it's like they can't get the play in. That's kind of a problem.
I got a hot take for you.
Ready for it?
The slogans in the end zone, in the back of the end zone on the
Oh,
white.
for all the charities?
No.
Yeah.
End racism.
Whatever. They don't bother me. Like it is.
Is racism over now because of that slogan?
No, it's not. But like, it's like it doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. That's why.
But it
doesn't
also
mean
like
anything.
keeping it, getting rid of it, like it is what it is. Like it's
so
the
dumb.
statement that you like. They're trying to make a statement. I get it, but like it doesn't bother me. Like it's just a thing that's there. Honestly,
it's so
like,
lazy.
even like when I see it, like I don't even notice it anymore. Like that first year they put them out there, like it's like, oh, okay, that's in the back of the end zone. Now it's just like part of it. So it's like
so
it's, I
lazy.
don't know.
Some teams got away with got rid of it, I think, or at least the stuff on the back of the helmet too.
I think
like
so.
Choose love.
I think it just might be gone.
My God.
At this point, but yeah, there's a lot we can get rid of in sports that would make it better. Commercials would be great. Get rid of those, but we kind of need those.
No, stop! You're
Kinda
taking
need
money
those.
out of our pockets now.
I just kind of wish they'd find another way to like get their advertisers in there.
Okay, patches on jerseys, patches on helmets,
Yeah,
patches
there's
on fields.
Yeah, $20 million for the Big 12.
Yeah, you'd have Oxy all over the
it's
field.
like I
at
saw the Big 12 thing is like
Astros.
they're paying like $200,000 per surface is all they're paying for that.
That deal with the Big 12 and Monster is
It's
one
a
of the
disaster.
craziest, worst deals I've ever seen in professional sports history.
Yeah, like it is it's every basketball court, every football field, every jersey. Like it's like 200,000, but it's like per field, it's $200,000 is how much they're paying for that. And I bet you it's gonna be gigantic monster logos, and it's so funny that BYU has to have that. Like
Since they can't drink caffeine.
I really hope they let them do a caffeine free. Like I hope it says monster caffeine free.
That'd be
Like,
hilarious.
It would be like you kind of have to play into the bid a little bit. Like just put caffeine free on there. It'd be, especially if they have to put that wording on the jersey, just this giant monster patch. I also wish.
I mean, it would be a great marketing move, honestly.
The only this might be a dumb complaint. I wish the patches on the jerseys fit the color scheme. Like I think about the Nintendo Switch one on the Seattle Mariners, it just doesn't look good.
Oh yeah, because it's red and white on the teal jersey.
Yeah, it just doesn't
I
look
can
good.
see that.
The problem is they don't want it to look.
Yeah, but why would
know.
why would the sponsor change the
Right.
look of their logo?
I know, but
They want it to clash and look like crap.
yeah,
they want
they
it
do.
to stick out.
No, they do. All right, one breakout player for each NFL team. ESPN put out a story. They pick a Texan on there. Do we agree with it? Who else would be a breakout candidate for the Houston Texans? Offense, defense, wherever you want to go with it. We can do that next right here on ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Will Kunkel here with you on ESPN 97.5. Dan Brown's going to meet with the media here in a little bit. I'm curious to see what he had to say about the trade for Lance McCullers. Chandler Rome spoke with Lance and is putting some tweets out about it. Said Jim Crane reached out to him, Lance McCullers, on Monday, gauging whether he would waive his no-trade clause, and things unfolded from there. He quoted Lance McCullers as saying, quote, "I didn't want to be in a situation where me kind of being selfish was going to hold the organization back. I love the organizations. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Crane, and out of that love and respect, I told him on the phone that I would waive it." So that's all happened since. So this came together quick over the last 72 hours ish.
And that goes to the point what we were talking about earlier today, is that listen, you might feel a certain way with the fact that Lance McCullers wasn't able to pitch due to health issues and that he wasn't very good due to the health issues. But listen, give respect where respect is due with what he did for the city to win the World Series, but then also how he left the city, because he showed y'all and the franchise a whole lot of love by taking one on the chin to be traded out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it's again like that very much comes off as
selfless.
Yeah, where it's like first of all, it shows the respect that Lance has within the organization, obviously well deserved. That he was brought in, that the owner is the guy calling him, asking him to waive his no trade clause, and then he goes out and he actually does it. When again, we said this earlier, he could have said no. Like he has. I'm guessing it's through 10-5 rights is why he has the no trade clause. I don't think it was actually just worked into his contract. Where he could have said no. And yes, he still likely could have been DFA'd, but then the Astros don't save any money. So it doesn't really help the organization. When this does potentially set up the Astros for success to go out and make the next move and go out there and acquire someone else at the deadline or close to the deadline, like I give credit for Lance for allowing the Astros to do that. And, it's kind of a nice gesture on the way out from both ends, of your owner being the one making the call, and then from the player perspective being like, yeah, like I'll waive it. And at least he's going to Milwaukee.
Yeah, he's going to a great spot.
He's going to a good team. Like, it's not like he's being shipped off to Colorado. So like it could be a lot worse. Like, now Colorado's a nicer place to live than Milwaukee, but like you're going to a good baseball team. Like, you're going to have it. He's going to have a shot, maybe a small one, to contribute to a team that's very clearly the second best team in the National League right now.
And it also shows the respect, not only like we've talked about that Lance has for the Astros, but the respect they have for him and what he means to that team, and the way they don't harbor ill feelings, knowing that he gave it his all to do this, and what a big deal it is to waive your no trade clause, because that's something that you earn or you get worked in your contract because you want it. And moving your family around and bouncing around the country is not easy. Like, that sucks, and that's super hard. So, like, big deal on all parts, honestly.
Yeah, Brian, how you feel about hearing those quotes? But I'm not too surprised Crane got involved to make this move. But at least like he's actively part of these conversations and trying to smooth the process out to do what's best for the team.
I think that just shows the respect that the team has for Lance. The fact that Crane would be the one to make the phone call Monday morning. Because I can't imagine that happens for most guys involved in that situation. But a guy, one of five that's been on two World Series teams, he's showing the respect by Jim Crane making the call personally. I think that probably, I don't know if Lance would have refused had, Dana been called or Joe called. I mean, I think the result would have been the same. But I think he probably took that as a much more respectful way to broach the subject by Jim Crane reaching out.
Yeah, I would guess like the only players that like would get that phone call at this point would be like
Altuve for
Lance,
sure.
Altuve.
I think Jordan would.
Oh, for sure. Which, I mean, we know like he went to when he heard the rumors earlier this season, which is very funny, where he just like, it's just people talking on the internet. Like, there's no actual rumors. I know I guess there was one report, or not even reports. There's just national talking heads being like, the Astros should do this. They should trade Jordan Alvarez. We know through reporting from Chandler and others that like he went to the front office and ownership and was basically like, I don't want to be traded. I want to play the rest of my career here. And they assured him he's not going to get moved. So, but yeah, I think Altuve, McCullers, maybe Correa, like would get that phone call again.
Yeah, probably.
If it ever came up. Jordan would have. I think that's probably it. Of like guys who like have done enough. Maybe Josh Hader, weirdly enough, because he makes so much money.
Mm-hmm.
But like everyone else is just like, nope, you're just traded. Like if you go back, like
They find out via X.
yeah, like we see guys all the time. Like I was listening to a podcast not that long ago, and like this guy was telling a story about how he found out he got traded to a new team from a guy who's currently on that roster. It's just like, hey, looking forward to seeing you. He was like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, you're coming here.
And this was listening to Dana Brown right now on the Zoom call that I'm dialed in. I got the earphone and listening to it. Dana Brown said, quote, his makeup and character have been outstanding and that he may work in this organization one day. So
told you.
That's exactly what you said. And like, that's how highly they think of him and the process that it went through and why Lance waived his no trade clause and how much he loves, again, this city and franchise.
Yeah. Like I think Lance will be back in this organization next year in some capacity.
I think
Next
Lance,
year, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To take it a different direction.
What would you like to see him do?
TV.
You don't think front office or, it's like something like that?
I mean, maybe. But
yeah, whatever.
I don't know. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say TV. Like maybe he could be a front office guy, but it's hard to know just seeing him as a player if he has the mind for being a general manager.
Also, just like
or a scout or whatever you would call it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of those guys. So like we see, like it's why like
maybe I don't know.
Yeah, it's why a lot of times you don't see like the best players rarely ever become coaches or things like that. It's always kind of the
guys
backups.
that have to work their ass off.
Yeah, and the guys who didn't make it because like. First of all, Lance made plenty of money. Like, why would he, like, he can do anything he wants. Like, he's plenty good enough to be a television guy and get hired by the Astros or Netflix or one of these, entities. But that's why these guys don't go into coaching because, they've made enough money and, they want to get out of the grind. Like, all Lance McCullers has done over the last 5 years, basically, is rehab to try to get back onto the mound. So, why would I want to sign up for a job that's going to, be super, super intense? Now, advisor, things like that is always on the table. But, I think TV, radio, something like that, is what his future probably holds within the organization.
He'd be good at it, too.
Guess. Yeah, he would be, for sure.
He's got a great personality. He expresses himself well. He's got great passion for this, again, for the team and for the city. So, I think he would represent them well. They would love for him to represent. And there's a lot more work that goes into it than people think. I remember there was a player, I think it was Josh Beckett that I was talking to that tried to get into it, and he was eventually like, dude, I can't do this. It's just, you got to, at the minimum, watch the games and be aware of what's going on, and it's more work than I care to be involved in.
I think the Astros hired Ryan Presley, but then he's done 3 games this year because he's also still working for the Twins organization in some capacity. I think it was a big announcement. Ryan Presley is going to be on the Shin. I think we've seen him 2 or 3 times this year, and that's it. So, Lance fits into that role. But again, I'm not overly surprised that Jim Crane is getting involved at least into this aspect of calling Lance McCullers personally and asking him to waive his no trade clause. It's the only way to go in there and make it right in that situation. Also you need him to waive his no trade clause. You kind of have to throw the big guns at him to make him do it. You don't want to just go out there and be like, hey, Joe, do you have a good enough relationship with Lance to ask him to waive this? No, Jim Crane does. That's the guy to make the phone call. We'll take a break here. When we get back, we'll get more stuff from Dana Brown and what he's saying about this trade. We'll get to some text and stuff of who is the breakout candidate. We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5. Joe George, Will Kunkel here with you on ESPN 97.5. Brian McDonald, as always. Dana Brown just met with the media. Will was listening in. What'd you learn, Will?
I learned that they are not done. Everything we've said the last couple of days, and in particular today, came to fruition. Dana Brown said, quote, we are
traded for someone?
Still trying to improve this team. We are still actively trying to acquire a left-handed bat. We also learned that Brunel Blanco will return this week, and Mike Burrows is expected to return to the mound during his rehab in the next 7 to 10 days, and they are having conversations with Burrows on things that need to change, in particular trying to gain movement on his pitches when they're in the zone. Something we touched on yesterday because his swing rate miss is atrocious, and that he just throws dots down the middle and gets smashed on a consistent basis. So that's the biggest news coming out of this. Plus, if you missed it in the last segment, Lance McCullers Jr., Dana Brown said that his makeup and character have been outstanding, and he may work in this organization one day.
I hope the next GM doesn't tell us the same thing for 3 years about what he's trying to acquire and never acquire it.
The left-handed bat.
Yeah. We'll see.
Sanchez.
Yeah, he was.
To be fair,
and then he got rid of him.
I wonder how much. You're trying to acquire a left-handed bat. How many deals fall through, and how much the price just isn't there because. You can't always acquire what you want.
No,
we saw that with the Rockets and the point guard.
For sure. It's just like they always talk about it, and they've never particularly gotten close. And the one guy they liked, they disliked him so much they traded him back for Joe Lopafito. And Jesus Sanchez. He's been saying it for years. We'll see if they actually do it. The Blanco thing's probably the most important of all of that, I would say, is that, which, again, obvious, he was going to pitch this week. We thought there was a chance he was going to pitch this last Sunday before the All-Star break because it lined up after he piggybacked McCullers in the minors that he was going to be back. So Ronald Blanco returned to the rotation. So coming out of the break, it'll be some order of Hunter Brown.
He also said Wesneski will likely be added to the rotation too.
Okay, so Hunter Brown. Okay, that's interesting. So Hunter Brown, Peter Lambert, Tatsi Imai, Ronald Blanco, Hayden Wesneski, meet Sugarland Space Cowboy, Spencer Arrighetti, right?
I think... Do you think they go 5 or do you think they go 6 / kind of know that one of these guys might also pitch themselves out of a rotation
I think
spot?
Arrighetti's pitched it out.
Yeah, all right.
I think we're already there. I don't know. I know we won pitcher of the month once. That was cool.
Yeah, but then 6 out of his last 7 starts have been awful.
It is crazy.
What about the rest of the season?
You think
buddy?
he's tipping his pitches?
I don't think he's that good. I think he's fine.
I think he's streaky. We saw that his rookie year 2 years ago, where his first half of that rookie year was terrible, and then he turned it on for 2 months, and then he didn't do anything the next year until that May where he became unbelievable.
Yeah, he has unbelievable stretches. But even when he was good this year, was pitcher of the month, he was walking a ton of guys. He doesn't have enough control. He walks too many guys that at some point games are just going to get away from him. It's just. He's never he does not seem like a guy who's going to be consistent enough. He can be your 5th guy in the rotation, but that means that Hayden Wesneski can come back from the injured list and bump you back down to Sugarland. So I think they go 5 coming out of the break. I don't think this rotation for the most part is getting you deep enough into games, including Hunter Brown right now, to where you should be sacrificing an arm in your bullpen to go 6-man rotation. I just don't see it. They have an off day. They only play Friday through Wednesday, and then they have their first off day. Then they have an off day the following Thursday. Then the following Thursday. They're not in this that stretch of baseball again for it looks like basically the rest of the season, where they have a ton of days and they don't have days off.
Whoever gets sent down, I guarantee you we see him back with the Astros. It's just there's going to be so much up and down.
Oh, yeah, I don't think Wesneski is not going to be a lock on this roster. Blanco is, but between Arrighetti and Wesneski and then Ethan Pecco, it's probably going to be a little bit of a mixed bag of who starts in that 5th spot.
This also allows them to really focus in on getting that outfielder that we talked about and solidifying that position in the outfield versus, all right, we want to get an outfielder and we want to get a starter. Getting rid of Lance and getting back Wesneski and getting back Sousa as well at a point and Blanco, that allows you to say, hey, we're adding to our rotation, but we're not going to do it via trade. We're going to focus all of our resources on getting the outfielder right.
Yeah, I do wonder if a guy Arrighetti is getting called on from some teams. He has quite a bit of control left, obviously. Like,
Well, there's enough in Arrighetti that someone's going to like him.
where like you could he could be part. We mentioned Bryce. We talked about Bryce Matthews earlier. Like, you could probably find a competent outfielder for a combination of Bryce Matthews and Spencer Arrighetti. Like, is it going to be the best player on planet Earth? Definitely not. Because you build a package around those two guys and not have to obliterate your farm system and go out and acquire someone good. Yeah, I think you could. So like, I think they have plenty of options at this point. We'll see. Do you think we see Mike Burrows again this year? Like, where are you at with that? Because like, I agree with like everyone's kind of on the table, but Burrows has been struggling so much. Like, I think letting him spend more time in Sugarland the rest of the year, it still might be just what's best for him going forward to hope for that big bounce back in 2027, assuming we have baseball. Like what do you expect to see him back this year? Or do you hope that he comes back this year, or where are you at with Burrows?
I think that if we see Mike Burrows back, it's because somebody's reputation is on the line with making the move. I don't think we see him back because he's earned it and it's warranted, or if everybody's healthy, I don't think he's in there. I haven't seen anything that says Mike Burrows is good and that he's a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. Maybe when you expand rosters, he can be a long relief guy or he can be out of the bullpen. Maybe. Like, I don't know. But even then, he doesn't overpower guys and have guys move. Like, you want to be able to have a ground ball guy, strikeout guy come out of the bullpen. I don't see a spot for Mike Burrows. And I'm usually not that guy, but I think he's just very not good.
I think he can. I think there's still the potential in there. I just think for this year, it's not there.
Well, I'm talking about this year right now. But even then,
like, let him work in the minors and figure stuff out. And if he does, then he can come back and join your rotation, or like you said, be a long relief guy later in the season. But I wouldn't. Like, when he's healthy, he just doesn't get a spot. Like, Blanco gets a spot. Wisniewski, it seems like, has earned a spot within the rotation. Like, Burrows would have to earn it back when he comes back healthy.
But my problem with Burrows is there's no track record that he does anything well. He doesn't move the ball well in the zone. He's not doing it now. That's the biggest thing. And Dana Brown just touched on it. We talked about that yesterday, that his whiff rate, his K rate, and like his movement within the zone is horrible. That's why I'm holding out on Tisaya Imai, because his move rate is very good. Now, the issue is he doesn't know where the ball's going. That's another problem, but at least the ball's moving. When you have the movement, you have something to work with. If you're just throwing dots and the ball's not moving, you're going to get hit, even if you know where it's going, because you know it's going to get hit and where it's going to get hit. Imai's not getting hit necessarily, and the ball's moving. So, like, I'll take that. I don't see Burrows, unless they figure something out drastically and something changes with him, he's just not good enough.
Yeah, I just don't think that happens this year.
I agree entirely, and he's not going to be back in the rotation unless injuries. Which
there's no reason to give up on the future with Burrows, but like, those major changes to guys' pitches don't typically happen in season. I know, like, so what was it? Was it 3 years ago now with Hunter Brown when Alex Bregman told him to start doing something different?
It was. So with his was like a two-seamer. You need to get the ball in on the hands of righties.
So I guess that was Bregman's last year in Houston. Yeah. And Presley talked to Hunter Brown too. Like, but that's a different caliber of dude. Like, that's a guy that like can make the change.
Exactly.
Like give the Astros pitching machine time to work with Burrows. Like, Kikuchi obviously figured out, but that was kind of just like a throw what you're good at more often. Why are you not throwing this one pitch that's so successful all the time? So we're going to do it a lot. Like, that's a game plan strategy. I don't think it's a game plan strategy with Burrow. So hopefully he can come back and be healthy this year and work on things in Sugarland. But I just have zero expectation for him to come back to this roster and make a meaningful impact in 2026.
When I watch Mike Burrows and when I watch Spencer Arrighetti, what I see in Arrighetti is what you call a live arm. Like, he's got a live arm. It's like a whip, and you get some movement on that, and like, I will take that in a pitcher. I see none of that in Burrows. I see just a dead, flat, boring arm, and the ball comes out like that. I just don't see it in Burrows. I didn't see it from day one. I've been on this train, so it's not like I changed my tune. I'll stick with Imai and Arrighetti because they have the potential to be good, because they have the ability with that live arm and ball movement. Burrows is just he's just a dead fish.
That's like the meanest thing we've ever said on the show, Will.
it does nothing excites me about Burrows and his arm movement and his action.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you at all. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how Blanco looks. Like it's been, oh gosh, so what, year and a half plus
For Blanco?
was he pitched last
Year
year?
and a
I don't
half.
even remember when last time he pitched for the
Nope.
Astros was. It's been so long. Like Wisniewski we saw last year. Maybe we did see Blanco last year. And he got hurt.
I was about to say I thought he got hurt last year.
Yeah, maybe he did. It's been so long since we've seen.
He
these
pitched
guys
9
pitch.
games last year,
Okay.
4.10 ERA. If I remember correctly, he was kind of up and down.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how much like that if he can look back to more of what obviously. In 2024, he was electric. He had a 2.80 ERA. He was
Through a no-no.
13-6. Like had the no-no. Like if he can be anything close to that, like that's a huge boost to the Astros. It's not that playoff, big push boost potentially, but
he's a guy that can eat innings. Like
Yes.
he's that
That's-
guy.
that's
That's what
the-
you need with somebody.
I think that's the other thing. Like, yeah, I think they desperately do need that. Like this bullpen has been like asked to do quite a bit this year, and that is one where like that can get guys to fall off cliffs immediately. Where like you can see really good first halves from bullpen pitchers, and it can fall apart quick because they just get tired out. Like you have to get some kind of length, and frankly, it starts with Hunter Brown. He has to start providing some length for the Houston Astros in his starts and bounce back to the guy he was. But maybe Blanco can come in. We'll see about Wisniewski. Like I don't think he hasn't I don't have high expectations for him to go deep into games. So, like you just need more like him just to be solid while he's out there. Like
5 innings, 1-2 runs.
Yeah.
Like you need to be in games. Half of these pitchers
I
just
think
gotta
he's like
keep
a
you in games.
3-4 run guy
in 5
innings. Like,
but it's not even like I'm not even saying 4 innings. I'm like 5 innings, 2 runs. That's fair.
I just don't know if he's that guy.
5 innings isn't a lot of innings. I hate this new world of pitching.
I know. I agree with you, but unfortunately, like, that's never changing.
I wonder if that's never changing because I think you're actually doing your team and these guys a disservice by not allowing them to stretch out and throw the ball. Like I think the protection hurts them more.
I don't think it's protect. I mean, a lot of it's pitch count, and a lot of
And the pitch count's dumb as hell.
And that's yeah, but these guys throw so much. Like, there's so many injuries. Like, if everyone was like Dusty Baker now, like there'd be no one left in baseball these days. Like there'd be no one left. There's no one left when he was.
Did more guys get hurt under Dusty than anybody? Like I don't think it's a Dusty thing the way he went
I'm not talking
about
about
it.
Houston Dusty.
Oh,
I'm talking about Mark Beaverwood, Mark Pryor, and Kerry Wood Dusty.
It's Chicago.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, when Mark Pryor came out, I'll never forget. It was like perfect mechanics.
Yeah.
Never get hurt.
And they got hurt all the time.
Boom.
All right, when we get back, let's do some cash or trash. What do you got? Cash or trash? We'll do that next right here on ESPN 97.5. When the world's biggest tournament is hosted on our turf, you've got to do it big. And lucky for you, Twin Peaks is built for big games. At the Lodge, it's 29 degrees or nothing. Stay refreshed for the full 90 minutes as Twin Peaks girls keep the rounds coming from ice cold 29-degree drafts of Michelob Ultra to the iconic handcrafted spicy margaritas made with Casamigos. There's something that'll score with every fan all tournament long. Only 2 games left now in the tournament, so it's the best time to go to watch. If you're okay with the third place game, or if you want to watch something else, like that's what you can do over at Twin Peaks. But pair all of that with a menu that's entirely made from scratch. You've got everything you need to stay fueled for every match. We're talking hand-tossed wings in your choice of 12 sauces and dry rubs, seared-to-order burgers, and shareables that beat the brakes off of bar food. Get to the Lodge where every seat puts you in the front row and every second is packed with scenic views. Twin Peaks is truly unmatched for every match. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Time for a hydration break to beat this Houston heat, and time to sub out that boring water with Rambler, America's tastiest sparkling mineral water. A proprietary limestone mineral blend complete with calcium, magnesium, and potassium, essential electrolytes your body needs in this Houston heat. Combined with crisp carbonation, Rambler delivers premium taste and maximum hydration without the sugar or sodium. Available at select retailers across Houston and nationwide. Find at a store near you at ramblingsparklingwater.com and get rambling, Houston.
Love Rambler.
All right, time to cash them or trash them here on Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. You can text them in, call them in, 713-780-3776, or on Twitch and YouTube as well. Brian McDonald, would you lead off today?
So I think, and this is honor of Lance McCullers Jr.'s career with the Astros now coming to the end, where he goes to join Dallas Keuchel as the Astros pitchers who have their careers buried in Milwaukee. But I think Lance McCullers Jr. Closeout of the Game 7 ALCS in 2017. We all know it, the 24 straight curveballs, 4 innings, shutout, 6 strikeouts, only allowed 2 base runners. I think that's the second most impressive behind Christian Javier's no-hitter postseason start or appearance, like a pitching appearance from an Astros pitcher that I've seen. So basically going back to like 97 when they first started making the playoffs regularly. That's the second most impressive postseason appearance I've seen from an Astros pitcher.
And what was the most?
Javier's no-hitter.
No-hitter.
In Game 4? Yeah, Game 4. Because Lance got crushed in Game 3.
Interesting.
Ironically.
Yeah, he did. I'm trying to rack my brain.
There's
here
a couple
for a
of
second.
Charlie Morton appearances that are definitely worthy of conversation.
I'm gonna cash it. Doesn't have everything that night, obviously, with being a little banged up. Only throwing curveballs.
That's, I think, what puts it over the top for me. The fact that, I don't know, by what point do the Yankees know, okay, he's throwing a curveball? Pitch
After
10,
the fifth one?
Pitch 11 at least, right?
Yeah, I was thinking after 5, but at least 10, where it's all he's throwing is curveballs. And it's so nasty. They can't do anything with it. They know exactly what's coming. They probably knew anyways.
Probably. Shout out to Apple Watches.
Yeah, so they definitely knew it was curveball every single time, no matter what. But they couldn't get to it. They
couldn't lay off of it either.
That inning actually is a slap in the face to that's why the Astros won their 2017 World Series, because of trash cans. The Yankees literally got 24 curveballs thrown at them. They knew exactly what was happening, and they still couldn't hit it. It doesn't matter if you know what's coming at you. It does not matter. You're not going to hit. I'm going to cash it. It's Javier's no-hitter 1.
Lance 2, and then one of Charlie's.
Probably.
One of Charlie's. I don't know which one I would take. He closing out Game 7, or he also started that Game 7 of the ALCS.
Yeah.
I'd probably take closing out Game 7 against the Dodgers.
Fromber definitely had a good World Series start.
Yeah.
Really nothing from JV, to be honest. That
not in the World Series. Well, you could say Game 6 of the World Series, Game 6 of the 2017 ALCS.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he ended up winning ALCS MVP.
Yeah. So Verlander's probably up there.
But Verlander certainly didn't have anything in the World Series.
Yeah, but I think just the fact that it's only curveballs,
I think that's what puts it over. Cause I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of pushback for Charlie F. and Morton, but the fact that he just curveball puts it over the top for me. That he was able to take a lineup like that and just throw him one pitch and beat him was, and that's why I kind of couch it as impressive. Because maybe obviously Charlie Morton's is more important. It's Game 7 of the World Series, but Lance was to me the second most impressive.
Yeah.
So this has to be World Series.
No,
just playoff.
Just playoffs.
Okay, then I'll trash it.
Trash.
Garrett Cole, 5 appearances in the postseason, won 80% of his starts.
Well, I'm talking about one singular appearance.
I'm just saying, there's one singular postseason.
Which one stood out most to you? Because you had to pick a single moment.
Boy, that's a great question.
I would, because Cole was very nasty.
He was nasty, no
He was
no
very
doubt.
nasty.
How about his start against the Rays? 8 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 10 Ks.
Jeez, I forgot
pretty
he
good.
did that.
It's pretty good.
7 2/3 against the Rays, 4 hits, 15.
But that's ALDS, so stakes aren't as high.
15 Ks.
He hit 15 Ks in a playoff game.
According to this,
I don't remember that. Will, what do you want to cash or trash today? Give me a take.
Astros are going to win the AL West.
I don't know if you believe that.
Do I have to believe what I'm saying?
Usually.
Oh, damn.
I'll cash it because I did this one like 2 weeks ago. So I'm take locked at this point.
I will trash it. I don't think they're getting there.
Yeah.
Trash.
I haven't looked at the Pacoda projections recently. So right now, they've got the Astros at 79.3 wins on the season. The Rangers at 82. The Mariners at 85. It's like, I don't think the Mariners get to 85. Like, I don't know if the Astros projection is that far off. But like, I don't know. Like, I feel like because I know Brian. Like, we talked about like you have to have like 85, 86 wins.
Yeah.
Usually make the division to make
I think
the playoffs.
86 has been like the lowest over the last 10 years.
This feels like very NFC South vibes.
Though we might get a 7-9 winner.
Yeah.
The equivalent of a 7-9 winner.
Or maybe like I guess a.
I guess now it's 8-9, but
Yeah, so maybe it's like a 9-8 team winning the division. I guess more of.
Well, Panthers
Where,
won
like-
at 8-9 last year.
Yeah, but like it's like 83 wins.
We could get the outlier. For the context, I just wouldn't bet on the Astros win the division because I don't think they could get to the requisite amount of wins.
Yeah, I just at this point like I'm not sure the other teams get there, and that's why they still have a chance.
I could concede that maybe we move that number down. What would that number be now for 83, 84?
Yeah, that's probably like I think 83. Like I think 84 like secures it in the West. It doesn't mean you're a wild card team. So like, if you don't win the division, you're not getting in. I think 80. You're gonna need 84 to get in the division. I mean, to get into the wild card.
Man, what a crappy division.
Oh, it's awful. Like
has been for a minute.
Because like I at this point like I think like the Red Sox are. They've always had the talent, and at some point like they're gonna get Crochet back. I think this year. I don't think they've ruled them out for the season. So like I kind of think that the Yankees, the Guardians, and the Red Sox are the 3 wild card teams at this point. And then if the
obviously Yankees are getting a big bat back too.
Yeah, and if it's not the Yankees, then it's obviously the Rays. Like that, those two flip. Whoever wins that division, the other one's the top wild card team. Like I think the Astros are going to have to win the division to make the playoffs this year. At this point, I do not think they're going to get in during the wild card. My cash or trash. LeBron James is not good enough anymore for push notifications. I got one yesterday.
Oh wow!
I got one yesterday about teams.
This is a hater take.
I got a push notification yesterday about
petty hater take. Okay.
The Sixers are courting LeBron James. I don't care anymore. He's not good enough anymore.
I will.
He's not deserving of push notifications.
If I can adjust your cash or trash where I will cash it, is that I agree, like the rumor of, he's talking to so-and-so team or this team is now the favorite. I don't need that push notification.
No, I don't. No.
Like,
when he signs, it's different.
Really, regardless of who we're talking about, even if it's, one of the greatest of all time like LeBron. But I think LeBron is still worthy of the push notification. That quote-unquote news of the rumor is not push notification worthy.
Fair. Because, back in the, I think it, when he was a free agent the first time, I would have got it. Like, where it's like, oh, he's in New York, he's in Chicago. Like, it was such a big deal that LeBron was a free agent. You could have sent me a million push notifications of, where he was meeting, where he was rumored, who he was talking to. But, when he signs, yes, deserved. But, he's not worthy of the push notification anymore. Of just, he might go to this team. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
I'm going to cash it because out of all the teams that are listed, none of them become championship contenders with his addition.
I agree with that. I don't think he puts anyone over the top at this stage of his career.
No, I've kind of weirdly talked myself into the 76ers.
I don't trust them for anything.
I really like Edgecombe and Maxey. I like Jaylen Brown. I don't know if he pushes them over per se, but I think he could get them out of the East.
Well, I need them to push him over per se.
What do you got?
No, I'm saying I don't think that they would. No. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think so. So I agree with you.
Yeah,
He's not all these push alerts are just not warranted because he's not good enough to make these guys championship teams.
Yeah. I agree. Like it's most of the destinations. Like Miami, no. Like I don't think he changes Miami. Like it's Giannis is the focus there. Bam Adebayo, like he helps for sure. Don't piss off Bam; he'll punch you in the face. Very funny story. We did not talk enough about last week when it happened that he punched Tyler Hero in the face.
I want to see video.
I do too. I can't believe we haven't got it.
There's more cameras in Vegas than anywhere.
You punch someone in the face in Las Vegas and it's not on camera yet. Like we got video of Matt Miller's car wreck today, and we don't have like video of this. Like, come on. But like I tend to agree. Like he doesn't make Golden State a championship contender. He doesn't elevate Cleveland, I think, in a certain way. Like I think he makes those teams better, but I don't think he's like the reason why they win a championship next season. One here from the text line. Be easy trash. Prince Fielder's son will be just as good as he was. Trash.
Super trash.
Trash.
Because we don't know anything about this kid.
He's a single A player.
Yeah, like
who's an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yeah, like no. Like
hard no.
Dana Brown did say he'll be an outfielder, for what it's worth. I guess he's been playing second base, but he's gonna be an outfielder in the Astros organization.
The son of Prince and the grandson of Cecil Fielder cannot play a skinny man position. That just feels wrong.
He doesn't
got to
look
play
like
a fat man position. Like I can't see some skinny second baseman with the last name Fielder on the back of the jersey. It's not right.
Yeah, he does not look like
Pops or Grandpa.
No. There is a clear diet change in the family. It's
they
the
hired
night.
a nutrition.
Yeah,
he was the first fielder to hire a nutrition.
Yeah. Now there's a brother. I'm looking at a picture right now where like he's
a big old boy.
He looks more like dad. Like I would
Porky,
say. Porky,
hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
That's what you said.
He doesn't look like
That's
that
what you
much
said.
like dad.
That's what I heard.
He's just larger than Jaden. I would never call any prospect that. I like all the stuff over the weekend. Like everyone's freaking out about like who these guys are, like who the Astros drafting. I'm like, who cares? Like,
Yeah,
or who
dude.
knows? Like, I care.
I don't
But
know.
like, who knows? Like, who knows? And we'll talk to.
I love how many GMs come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, we'll talk to Astros future on Thursday. Like, it's such a different, like, to get his perspective, who actually covers like minor leagues and the process and who these guys are taking. But like the average fan being like, I love this kid from Texas Tech. I'm like, have you ever watched him play baseball? Because the answer is no. We know the answer is no to that.
We get the same reactions for like the 4th, 5th, 6th round picks in the NFL. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I love this offensive lineman they took from San Diego State. Like, you don't know anything about this person.
Yeah, like
you've never heard of him
it's
outside
like-
of like the 1st round picks
Hell.
and maybe some skill players and the skill position players in the 2nd round. You haven't heard of these people.
Yeah, like that's why like guys like end up being like busts in organizations from the fan base perspective. Is because people have these crazy expectations. Like everyone needs to chill on Bruce Thornton. Chill out. And I know he scored 27 points in his first summer league game. I think it was the most ever for a Rocket in a summer league debut. But like he's a 2nd round pick, guys.
I
Like,
still remember the Jabari 40-point game.
I do remember that. It used to be summer league MVP and they stopped playing
Yeah.
him. How's that pan out?
They pulled him.
You know what you didn't have to live through was the LiAngelo Ball summer league game that he had for the Hornets.
Were you covering the Hornets then?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was
What a time.
horrible.
Now I just see him and his brother on these betting apps commercials.
Cash and trash, Will. The Hornets are the most irrelevant team. Actually, I think it's the Rockies. I'll couch it to NBA. The most irrelevant team
Rockies
in the
have been
NBA.
Good recently. I mean, not recently, but they at least they were
It
more
just feels like
better.
maybe actually the answer might be the Wizards right there in the same region, but it just feels like they're
Most irrelevant team in sports?
Yeah, in the NBA, because I think in sports it'd have to be the Rockies, but
I think it's the Pelicans.
That's I agree.
Pelicans. Okay.
Yeah, like I think the Hornets are close. Like I think they're in that category. Like I think the most irrelevant teams in the NBA at this point are
Wizards,
the Wizards,
Hornets,
the Kings,
Pelicans.
the Hornets, Pelicans. Like are
I'll
the most irrelevant teams.
I'll double down and say the city of Charlotte is the most irrelevant sports city in America.
Yeah.
I could see. Yeah, I mean Panthers never get any news. No one cares.
Yeah.
They had Christian McCaffrey. No one cared.
When they had Cam, obviously that
when
was
they're going to the
different.
Super Bowl and Cam's the MVP, people cared.
Yep.
But outside of that,
Yeah. We're watching the old 2008 All-Star game on one of the TVs right now.
We are.
Because #July.
Yeah.
Playing the name game with baseball players is the best name game version.
Ooh. I think I cashed that.
For
the
those
like
of you
the
that
name
don't know
a
the name,
random baseball
so
player.
I got to say Ian Kinsler, and then you got to say a player like Kyle Lowry or
Yeah.
Kyle
Cash it.
Clark. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
I'd cash it because it's so much deeper.
Yeah.
Like it's so deep. Like you can do it like within your fan base,
and it's so fun.
And you can do it like there's this one guy on TikTok who I see all the time. He travels across the country, and like people don't get anything, but he just plays this game where they just go back and forth on who can name an Astros player. He was at the Dike recently and did it outside the stadium, and him and this guy went back and forth for 2.5 minutes. And he's not an Astros fan, so this guy just like knows everybody apparently. But like you hear like some of the most like obscure names ever when people are doing this. But I'd say name game's probably the best with baseball. I don't play it a lot anymore.
I haven't played it in a long time, man.
It's a great college game. All right, we'll take a break here on ESPN 97.5. Top 10 coaches on the hot seat this upcoming season. We're going to get to that next right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Back here on ESPN 97.5, Joe Will Kunkel, Brian McDonald here with you. Talk a little college football now. Top 10 coaches on the hot seat this upcoming season. This list that we found, I think Brian found this. It's got some big names on it. Deion Sanders appears on this list.
How he wouldn't be on the hottest seat is kind of crazy.
Bill Belichick's on this list.
Really bad.
Yeah. Lincoln Riley, Matt Rule. It says number 1, Shane Beamer. That's fine. Number 2, Luke Fickell. 3, David Ronda. I put David Ronda number 1. He should have been fired last year at Baylor. Bill O'Brien comes in at number 4. Couldn't disagree more.
You always come in here with these down questions.
I don't think he's on the hot seat.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's the best they can do at Boston College.
Well, the problem with him is if he embarrasses them at the podium or like it gets.
He seems very chill. He seems like very calm now. I think that Bill's gone. He's doing random podcast interviews now. Like I had a friend who had him on her podcast last year. After the Bears drafted a Boston College player, and he just went on the podcast. I was like, that's something Bill O'Brien we used to never do.
We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting.
So it's Shane Beamer, Luke Fickell, David Ronda, number 3, Bill O'Brien 4, Mike Loxley at 5, Lincoln Riley at 6, Matt Rule at 7, Belichick at 8, Deion Sanders at 9. Coming in at number 10 on this list, Steve Sarkisian. Anywhere you disagree on this list? I see Brian smiling. Brian, you want to go first?
Steve's not on the hot seat.
You don't think so?
No.
I don't know, man. Like, there's high expectations. There's a lot of money, and they were not good last year.
I mean, 9 wins and a bowl win. I don't call that as bad.
We're at 12 teams into the playoffs, and you can't make the playoffs.
Well, they were mid. I don't.
So I mean, that's not good.
Okay, fair. That's fair. I'll concede that one. I just don't think they can be bad enough to get fired. For him to get fired. It's not that I think Texas is going to be a world beater and that he wouldn't necessarily deserve to make a move, because I think a lot of Longhorn fans have been unimpressed with his offensive schemes the last couple years. But I just don't think they're going to be bad enough for it. Because if they win 9 games, I don't think he's fired.
Yeah, I don't.
And that kind of feels like the floor.
I don't think so either. Personally, I think you have to be a total disaster, like James Franklin, to get fired. I just don't think we're there yet with Sark. I don't think we're far. I think next year is if he misses the playoffs this year.
If he misses the playoffs this year, he goes kind of what Ryan Day did a couple years ago, where he goes into the season of the hot seat. Of course, Ryan Day saved his job because he won the title. But I think he could be in that spot where if he wins 9 games again, let's say loses to Oklahoma, doesn't make the playoffs, he goes in the next season of the hot seat. But I don't think he is now.
Yeah, I
think he's definitely on the hot seat and he's number 10. It's not like he's high on the list. I just think at Texas, you have to be better than 9 wins. You have to be. You have to be in the playoffs and relevant consistently. You don't have a choice. And they're hot-headed over there to where they know they want that. They deserve it, whether it's right or wrong, but I think it's right because of the money that's poured into it. It's not a place where they're delusional. They're a place that, hey, no, man, these are expectations, and reasonably so, and you can't be bad back-to-back or not good back-to-back years.
Honestly, I think they're going to be in the playoffs, so I don't think
so it's a moot point. And that's fair game. I'm not saying we're predicting, but
because I get your point. Obviously, missing the playoffs last year, not great, but he made it the 2 prior years. So, I think if he's making it 2 out of 3 years, he's going to be safe.
And I think the eye test is a factor in this, like you mentioned. Their offense has been trash. His inability to call plays and have an offensive play scheme, and it's been bad enough to where people can be pissed off, and people with the money, if they're pissed off, forget about it. All bets are off.
I wonder if Arch will be an excuse or something that's an anchor around his neck. Because watching Arch play at times, I can't really blame Sark's offense because Arch is trash. Yeah. But I could also see big donors saying, "Well, you didn't develop Arch, you're gone."
Yeah,
I wonder which side of that'll land on. Probably more on the you didn't develop Arch side.
I think so too. And I think he played a lot better the back half of last season. So
first half was brutal though.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be. I think he is 3rd in Heisman odds.
Well, hell, he was the favorite going into last season.
He's 2nd in Heisman odds right now.
Behind Julian?
CJ Carr.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
CJ Carr is the Heisman favorite?
He is. He's going to the Heisman this year.
Man, I don't know if I would put him top 5.
They're going to crush people this year. So
I'd put Dante Moore ahead of him. I put Julian Sayin ahead of him.
Dante Moore is like 8th on this list.
That's good value.
It's C.J. Carr, Arch Manning, Darian Mensah, Trinidad Chambliss, Jeremiah Smith, Julian Sayin, and then Dante Moore.
Where's the South Carolina kid?
What's his name again?
The quarterback.
Oh, he fell off so far last year.
He did. He was.
Lenore Sellers. He's 40-1. I'm not a believer. I was last year.
South Carolina would have to win.
Last year was horrendous.
They'd have to win 10 games for him to have a chance. I don't think they can do it.
Texas is 3rd in championship odds this year. It's Ohio State, Notre Dame, Texas are the top 3. Indiana, Oregon after that. I think there's one name on this list. I think it's going to be a one and done. I'll call my shot right now. Pete Golding.
Yeah, you've been on that train for a while.
I think it's 1 year at Ole Miss and gets fired. I think they made a quick hire to keep as many recruits, and I get why they did it. They kept Keywan Lacey, who's going to be the best running back in college football this year. Like, it worked out. They have Chambliss. I think Ole Miss is going to be a mess this year under him. He's also being, I don't know, like targeted might be the word. He's being accused of like crossing the line within transfer players and talking to guys who are currently on active rosters and trying to persuade them to enter the transfer portal. So I think that stuff where they are being investigated, Ole Miss, into that stuff. Plus, I just don't think they're going to be very good this year. They're going to be a huge disappointment. I'm going to go Pete Golding should be on this list.
If Matt Rule...
He's on it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying I think he should be like 1 or 2 because he's won 5 games, 7 games, 7 games. But if his schedule wasn't what it was with opening with Ohio, Bowling Green, North Dakota, not North Dakota State, North Dakota, then Michigan State and Maryland, like he has a chance to get fired in those first 5 games, no doubt, or be fine because it's a crap schedule.
See, I kind of put them in the Bill O'Brien category where it's like, can Nebraska do better?
Man, you want to talk about, for better or worse, delusional fans and expectations.
Well, they should have stayed in the Big 12. They should go back. I know they can't get the money, and that's why they won't, but like they should stay in the Big 12. They don't belong in the Big 10. They're never going to win in the Big 10. So like it's like I don't know what you do with Matt Rule. Like
they're always going to be they will always fight to be good again.
For sure. And like and they're going to have a year where like they're going to make the 12-team playoff at some point, whether Matt Rule's the coach or not. Like with the expanded playoffs, and obviously then when we go to 24, eventually like they're going to make the playoffs. But like we talked about this yesterday, what does it really matter? You know, if you're making the 24-team playoff, but you're 22,
you're irrelevant.
I would not make making that tournament, the expanded field, a hire or fire decision for a Power 4 team.
Text line says Dabo.
I was on that last year, man. I was on the, like, at what point do we have the conversation that Dabo is at least a conversation?
I think the conversation should be had, but I think they'd probably let him retire himself.
Yeah, I think because I think we're there. Like he won't use the transfer portal. He doesn't believe in name, image, and likeness. And yes, they do use it a little bit in terms of NIL, but like they don't use the portal.
He used it once. Is that right?
I think I don't know if he used it more this offseason, but I think he had one player. Mm-hmm. Like he believes in like you come to Clemson, you stay at Clemson, you are Clemson. That's not how college football works anymore. Like he's getting laughed, and like if he's not going to change, now some of that could be institutional philosophy in terms of like NIL being a problem, and like that's hard to blame a coach for that. And obviously, as the greatness that was his run, you know, in the in the teens here in 2000s, but like I think Dabo like could be on this list. He might be there forever, like until he says retire.
I'll make a prediction and cash or trash it. Deion Sanders is the first head coach that will be fired, and they'll use his health as the excuse because they don't want to fire him.
He just says cancer free.
No, I mean his toes, his like, surgeries. I mean all the whole 9 yards. I mean he had 3 wins last year, 9 before that, and 4 before that.
I'm gonna trash it. I think he's trash. There. I think he is there as long as he wants.
Man, I don't think so because the stands were not filled last like that. That's worn off,
and they weren't filled before.
I know, but
he's the only thing. He's the first.
They got a taste.
Like they're relevant for the first time since what Cordell was their quarterback. Like, I don't know. Like they haven't gone. It has not gone well there.
It's embarrassing. Did you see the interview of I forget who it was? Yeah. That's so embarrassing for a coaching staff. And I don't know if he said it wrong or whatever.
Yeah, he basically said they didn't watch film. They played like backyard football last year.
He did say that.
Yeah.
He did say that. That's insane.
I think they came out about their first year, too.
Yeah,
It's pretty much been
they
the
look
case
like
the entire
it, dude.
time.
They look like it.
I think there's another stage of the Dion Colorado experience before we get there, where I think if he's smart, obviously.
I do not think he's equipped to be the head coach CEO of a football program, and he showed that.
Yeah, but he also has shown that he can at lower levels.
That's different.
No, I think right now, he's gone too much into give my buddies jobs.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
why is Warren Sapp on that? Besides getting in trouble and putting black eyes on the program,
you can get one or two good guys and compete at a lower level.
Yeah, I think he needs to.
You can't do that at Colorado.
He needs a legit staff. Actually, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he's the first coach fired this year. I mean,
talk yourself into it. I like it.
No, I mean, I don't I don't think he will be, but it wouldn't it just wouldn't shock me. If you're right,
I think I would go with Mike Norvell.
Wasn't he already fired?
I would say he was already fired.
Was he already fired?
So bingo, you're right.
Who am I thinking of then?
No, I mean, it's oh wait, no, he hasn't been fired yet. No, he's still there. I mean, Norvell's definitely
Where is he? He's at Florida State.
Yeah,
he's not fired already.
I don't think so. I know this list says he is, but I don't think that's correct. I could be wrong, but
yeah, I thought he was still there.
Yeah, his Wikipedia page still says president. Yeah, I think he's still there. That one wouldn't shock me.
You know who joined that staff as an assistant? Tom Herman.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Tom Herman. Yeah, he's kind of floating around, man.
Yeah, yeah.
He's had a weird career. It was
he was enjoyable when he joined us on the show last year.
Yeah, it was he was all it was he was on a rocket ship.
He was.
And then that thing crashed, and it has not gone well whatsoever.
I can't remember if he was on the list, but I also threw Luke Fickle out there.
Yeah, he was number 2 on the list.
Oh, he was number 2?
Yeah.
I couldn't get it to load on my screen.
They're very blasé though. If it's not Barry Alvarez as their head coach, this is whatever.
I mean, a lot of people thought he was going to get fired last year.
Yeah, I loved that hire initially. Honestly,
this would definitely be he's chosen to retire. But what about Kirk Ferentz?
No, they were good last year.
Are they ever good? They're 8 wins. That's feels like they're forever in the 7-win purgatory.
Yeah, that's where it's that kind of goes with my Bill O'Brien theory is I think they might just be okay with that.
Just
let him ride it out as long as he wants to.
Yeah, there are certain
they beat
programs
Vanderbilt in the bowl game.
They just don't have these there are certain programs that don't have the expectations that are others. Like Sark, you could very easily argue should be nowhere near a hot seat, but he very much is because of the school he coaches at. There are just certain programs where it's another level of intensity this year. I think that's kind of that's a pretty good list. I think adding Dabo to it is totally fair. Like I said, Pete Golding.
Was Lincoln Riley on the list?
Yeah, he was on the list.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
he's one bad season for being gone.
I think he's a good season, not in the playoffs, ready to go. I just put
so you think making the playoffs is the only thing to save his job?
Yeah, I do. I think he's gonna have to make the playoffs this year.
I think 8 wins or less certainly loses him his job. I don't know about 9-3.
It's hard for me to say like from the people I do know that are connected to the USC program.
I think
the Notre Dame thing has not gone over very well, and it was Lincoln Riley's idea to take them off the schedule. So it's if you're going to ruin college football tradition at a school, you better win. And it's if you're going to take a tough team off your schedule and put a cupcake on there, you better come outside of that where you're going to make a playoff team this year, which he would be the hottest name in college football if he gets fired. I just don't think it's.
I'd fire Sark for him.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I think that Lincoln Riley ship has kind of sailed a little bit on how bright that star is.
What was it, 3-4 straight Heisman winners?
Yeah, but not a lot of good football. Not good football teams.
No. I mean, Heisman Caleb year was pretty good. They didn't make the playoffs, and Baker and Kyler, those teams were fine.
Hurts.
Yeah, he was good at Oklahoma. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, if I just don't, I wouldn't put him in the category of the games passed him by. It's not like a Pete Carroll conversation.
I don't think it has. I just think the star has dimmed.
No,
a little bit. So when you say he's the hottest name out there, I don't know about that.
All right, we're gonna take a break. When we get back, we'll do our junkie of the day to wrap up the show. That'll be next year on ESPN 97.5. Junkie of the day, Joe, Will, Brian. Short segment here. Glenn Davis, Destination 2026 coming up next. Will, your junkie of the day?
England.
Yeah.
For being a bunch of bums, for packing it in for 35 minutes, refusing to actually play the game of football, the beautiful game, and being sissy boys and losing.
Agreed. Brian?
I'll nominate Bob Nightingale for getting the initial report on this Astros trade very wrong.
Very
he had a
wrong.
tweet that was answered a minute later by Chandler Rome with very different information that the Astros were getting nothing back in return for Lance McCullers, and Colton Gordon were only getting the remainder of the contract paid out of a total of $7 million. A minute later, Chandler Rome had, no, actually, it's Prince Fielder's son, and the Brewers are only paying $2 million. So Bob Nightingale, I don't know what his sources were on this one because he does get a lot of Astro stuff right, but he had a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, that's a big one to get so wrong.
Did Chandler call him out on that tweet like you said?
I
Or?
didn't see.
No,
no.
they just happened to be
They were just like in my time because I had both those guys
I
saved
see.
for notifications
I was
for
like,
breaking
that's
news,
awesome.
and they were a minute apart.
I'm going to go a nerdy one here, okay? Back in 2023, they were supposed to start filming the Batman 2.
Yeah,
It just got delayed again to
I
February
know.
2028. Like, what are we doing? This movie was supposed to come out in 2027 at the latest. 2028 now.
When did the first The Batman come out?
It was 6 years ago.
Good Lord, it's like it's gonna become
What was the one with Ledger?
No,
Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson.
What do you mean the last? What do you mean the first one then? What do you mean?
Well,
Because
the
it's
first,
a new,
the first
it's a-
new Batman.
Yeah, it's a new part
There's like
of.
there's like 100 Batmans.
Yeah, was this
The one you're talking about is the Christopher Nolan trilogy.
Right,
This
right.
is a new group of movies unconnected to those.
Yes.
the one that were like Paul Dano played the Joker at the very very end? That one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That was 6
Okay.
years ago. So
Oh,
Batman
wow.
Part 2
It's
got
like the
pushed back.
DC version of waiting on GTA 6.
Sucks. All right. England wins the Junkie of the Day. We don't have to question it.
No doubt.
We lost the Sweats of the Day. They played terribly. And more on England playing terribly. Coming up next, Destination 2026 with Glenn Davis, followed by Comicast with Michael Carroll and John Lee, and then Hall of Fame. That'll do it for us today. Back with you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.
Well, if you did not think he was the GOAT before, well, you will now. Messi drives the comeback against England today in the semifinals. It'll be Spain and Argentina on Sunday for the World Cup. And we're going to dig deep into this one. 713-780-3776. Want to get your take on this game. And also the Spain-France game. I am still coming down from this. And honestly, I want these phone lines lit up here tonight because I need to get the opinion of everybody else. I've got a lot to say, but honestly, I want to hear more from you than me. So these phone lines are open for you. What we're going to do is we're going to talk England and Argentina. We're going to talk the Argentine comeback. I'm going to just say this right off the top, and I want people to remember this. With all the success Argentina's having, with all the success, do not forget 2014 Brazil, Lionel Messi was getting blamed for everything. Blamed for everything. Almost quit the national team. Threatened to quit the national team, by the way. Don't forget, when Scaloni got the job, he got destroyed by the Argentine press. The manager who now is looking to guide them to 2 straight World Cups if they can get past Spain. So just remember some of these benchmarks. I will tell you another thing. Argentine players would have died today to win. It's just incredible. So I'm going to go through this, but I'm going to show you, and I think we all know, there was a huge mistake made today by England. So let's start it off. 713-780-3776. Let's get your phone calls. A couple of things stand out. Messi with the 2 assists. He leads them back. They come back again. Late show again. These guys never stop. It's pretty incredible. It's the first half where people just kind of kicked each other. There was a total of 19 fouls, 12 to Argentina, 7 to England. It was kind of like a feeling out process. Let's just get a lot of this excess energy out. I think we kind of knew there would be a war in the first half for sure. And then we would get the game's first goal. And in the game's first goal, you got, let's see, that came in what, the 37th, I think? Wait, when did the first goal come? Anyway, it's Morgan Rogers, and he picks out Gordon for the opening goal. So it's the 55th minute. Sorry, it was the second half. What am I saying? 55th minute. And then way too quickly, England decide to go deep in defending. They go into a low block. Now you're inviting Argentina in. Game was a wild start, clutching, grabbing, tackles, very territorial. A lot of it in the middle third, maybe a little more in the Argentine half. The definition of a foul in the first half is difficult. Ismail Elfath, the referee, doesn't want to give a bunch of yellow cards out because he knows if he does, he's going to be in a position in the second half where he's going to have to get, maybe send somebody off. So it's a really tough game to be a referee. It was an American crew. I think they did an exceptional job. And Ismail Elfath is from, and people know him in Major League Soccer, he's from Austin. Imagine being in your hotel room the night before that game, knowing you have to officiate this game. Talk about player pressure. Well, referee has it too. There was a moment in the 37th minute where Messi got surrounded by 3 guys. Harry Kane came in really hard on him, and Messi escaped 3 guys. It was Kane, Spence, and Anderson, but didn't do much in the first half. Nobody did. There was a 39th minute warning shot from Enzo Fernandez. Now, we all know Enzo Fernandez has power. In the second half, he was whizzing balls off very close to the crossbar, just over the bar. he kept getting closer and closer from long range. England kept defending deeper and deeper and weren't getting out to him. And I'm sitting at home on my couch going, he's going to score. And, of course, Messi finds him, and he scores from outside the 18. That ties the game. And then moments later, you get this piece of brilliance from Messi, who pulled himself out on the right on purpose to get out of the cluster and the chaos of everybody condensed in the middle. So wisely, he pulls himself out on the right. Well, he goes to his right, not cutting in on his left, but goes to his right for the game-winning assist. And it's an absolutely remarkable piece of delivery. It's a fantastic finish. And it's just really, really, again, amazing what they do. Amazing. I don't even know what else to say. England at times had 6 across the back, 5 a lot of the time, 6. Lautaro Martinez comes on in the 80th. Enzo Fernandez obviously gets that goal. I would say that like the 4th time was a charm for him. And Pickford came up with a huge save in the 69th. And then Messi pulls wide right, whips in the delivery. It's greatest of all time. I don't think there's any question. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. That's even above Maradona. It's just remarkable what this man and this team did. And I know there's all the conspiracy theorists out there. And I can guarantee you that, the loyalties were divided at this game. There's a lot of English fans there. A lot of English fans. 713-780-3776. Give me your thoughts on the game here today. Do you say Thomas Tuchel blew it? I mean, just goes to show you, great managers can make mistakes and big mistakes. And I thought that was just a huge mistake. You went to it too early to drop off and defend deep. Besides, Argentina's the type of team that can play and is schooled in playing against thick defending, deep defending teams. I mean, the amount of crosses and delivery that they got in before they equalized. I mean, McAllister had a wide open header and puts it off the post. The amount of it was just insanely crazy. All right, let's go. I made the point that Enzo Fernandez was coming close from long range. Nobody was getting out to him. Well, you know what? Let's go in chronological order here. Let's start off with the England goal that got them up. This would be in the beginning of the second half. Yeah, so Gordon is going to go on his way to Barcelona. Bukayo Saka didn't come in till late in this game, I believe. So he didn't get the start. It was Morgan Rogers who got the delivery in for that goal. And England thought they were going to defend it until Lionel Messi sets up Enzo Fernandez, and here is the equalizing goal. That's some pretty intense acoustics there. I was watching on Telemundo. So you could only imagine Andreas Cantor, who's Argentine. I was always taught you're not allowed to show your loyalties during broadcasts. Well, I got news for you. That script is out the window now. You can do whatever you want on these broadcasts now. You can cheerlead.
Yeah. So you saying did Andres Cantor give an extra goal when Argentina scored that he did for England?
Well, let's just leave it this way. I know Andreas, and Andreas is a very proud Argentine, so he loved the comeback. Let's just say that. He's a huge Argentina fan. He's a huge Messi fan. And the passion for this country, I have to say, when they go out to play, they will die to win these games. And I mean, I'm not saying other people aren't competitive, but if you've watched Argentina, the way their fans are, the way they are as a country, you have to remember these are not dual nationals. These are all guys that were born in Argentina, which is very different than most of the teams in the World Cup, right? Like Morocco, 23 out of 26 guys, they're born in France, Belgium, Italy, wherever, Europe, right? And part of the way that national teams build now is to go around the world and find top-notch players that are playing in other leagues.
Like Balogun, right?
Like,
I mean, he was born here, but
but has spent the majority
yeah,
of and Serginho Dest. I mean, we have dual nationals also, no question, and that's a good example. But I do think there's something, I don't know, that bonds and binds these guys a little bit more. And there's always, and I say this respectfully, and this is what makes soccer great. You know, Europe always likes to think it's the king of soccer. South America likes to think it's the king of soccer, right? So, you know, this is the type of final you got now, and this leads to great, great competition. This also leads to what I would say is a healthy dislike for each other. Healthy. Or maybe it even goes beyond healthy, let's be honest. That's the way it is. But the whole world plays this game, and the whole world wants to be the best at it. And I think that's another thing we have to understand here in the United States, and our media needs to really get up on this stuff because you're way behind. You can slam the U.S. for a poor performance. You can say stupid things like it set the sport back 100 years. You also have to understand that there's three other traditional sports, and I'm not making any excuses because I was very disappointed in that game. The only thing we know that came out of that was Balogun said on an interview show that the whole reversal of his situation affected the team. Okay, I guess. I mean, I wish we were a little bit stronger than that mentally, but if it affected the team, at least he gave an answer as to maybe why it happened, because that was a mess. And when Belgium stepped higher up the field, I think that surprised the U.S. too. It was like somebody put something in their drinking water. It was the most bizarre performance because the United States, up to that point, the one thing you didn't think they were going to lose was being competitive, right? They were lively, energetic, competitive. Now, they did play against a bunch of teams that allowed them to have the ball and were deeper defending teams. So this was the first time they really got approached higher up the field. Rudy Garcia, you got to give credit, the head coach of Belgium, said, you know what, we're going to get in, we're going to press them higher. We're going to try to disrupt them. We're going to try and put them under pressure and see if they're going to be able to handle it. That's great coaching. It's great managing. So give him a lot of credit. But back to this. This was something. This was another. I mean, we just got 2 semifinals for the ages. I mean, honestly, that just slow, comfortable. I don't want to use the word kill. So it was just a slow, comfortable extermination of France. And everybody, including me, we all thought France might have the edge due to some of the individuals and that they would get opportunities at some point. And they were just like a giant python getting wrapped around an animal. Just squeezed the life out of them to the point where they had their brains pretty much shut down. They didn't know what to do. They couldn't handle it. So this is going to be an amazing final. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the final segment. Brian, you want to run should we run Thomas Tuchel? Here's what Tuchel said after the game. Now, again, I think Tuchel made sometimes, I mean, who am I to be questioning all these guys, right? But I will say I think Tuchel made a huge mistake in dropping England off way too early to defend and try to win a game 1-0 against Argentina and Lionel Messi. Good for him. I still think he dropped him off too early. It's easy for all of us out here. No question, though. I think you can't drop that deep that quick. Not against that team. Especially after seeing what they've done in the tournament and how they're, scored 3 goals in 11 minutes at the end of a game against Egypt. Pretty amazing. Hey, Echo's Live Music Bar. It's at 900 Richmond Avenue near the intersection of Montrose and Richmond. They serve up Greek and Mexican-inspired food and cocktails. You can watch the World Cup final there. They do global music down there. Brazilian jazz nights, Turkish funk, Viet pop, DJs, Greek and Nigerian nights. 900 Richmond Avenue near the intersection of Montrose and Richmond next to the Shell station. It's Echo's Live Music Bar. Also, big thank you to Senate Avenue Brewing. We had a great show up there last night. Brian was up there. We noshed a little bit. Great craft beer. We had a nice turnout, huh? That was a fun night.
Always great time to sit in Avenue.
Yeah. We had a really
good spot.
Yeah, and we got the sound was exquisite. Everything worked out great. We had a lot of real soccer fans up there. Andrew Mitchum came on the show, and if you want to hear the podcast of that show, it's espn975.com, Spotify, or Apple. But if you are a business person and you want to hear from somebody who invested in soccer and it's paid off, and he has data in this interview, take a listen to Andrew Mitchum of Senate Avenue Brewing from our show last night, because soccer's not going away. There's going to be a lot of business that you're going to want to do with the sport of soccer. We got multi-millions of fans here in Houston. They spend money. You got to get in the soccer game now, and there's a lot of ways you can do it in a lot of different ways and at a lot of different levels. All right, we'll take a break. We're going to come back. Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. It is brought to you by Aramco, Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Reliant, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, and Rice. Cactus Music says take a listen to Led Zeppelin.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Oh, I love this song. Right now, England's not happy. Mick Jagger's not happy. He was at the game. What do you think of all the celebrity sightings at the game, Brian? You like that part of it?
I mean, it doesn't do anything for me personally, but it's got to be good for the game. If like those people are posting on social media, hey, I'm at, whatever game they're at, I think that brings exposure.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt.
What about the guy I Show Speed?
I know of him because of his work in WWE, but I didn't know he was at the game.
So
apparently he's got a sponsorship with Fox or some sort of deal.
Oh,
he
must have been signed for the World Cup.
Yeah, I think he was signed for the World Cup.
He's got so many followers. So I'm in the TV compound at trying to think where I parked for the games when I called the games here in Houston, the World Cup games. Okay, so we were parking on probably, I guess it was the north side of the stadium. And so I'm in the TV compound, and there's, lots of offices and things, the TV trucks, all that. It's a big compound. Takes a lot to obviously put it all together. It's huge. It's got areas to, go have coffee and sit in break rooms for everybody who are working on the production side, et cetera, et cetera. So I was down there getting some coffee, and that guy comes in all of a sudden, and he's got his car is allowed to drive straight into the compound. He's got handlers around him. It's pretty incredible. And as long as you got the numbers,
yeah,
you're
if you
gonna,
got the
you're
juice,
gonna get hired.
I get it.
You're gonna get hired. That's the way it works now. And
yeah, he brings a lot of eyeballs to the product. Same
Yeah.
reason WWE uses them.
yeah, so that's kind of what it is. And no matter what happens, if he gets in a confrontation with a fan or anything like that goes on, the cameras are rolling. So these are things they just splice out and they keep throwing out. I don't know what it says about us and what we consume personally, but it is what it is. All right, enough of that guy. And he's a huge Ronaldo fan, so he's whatever. Okay, so Argentina, that's technology, and this World Cup is setting records when it comes to technology and its influence on this World Cup, no question. Okay, so here's some things that were said after the game translated. Let's start with Argentina. Lionel Scaloni, the Argentine coach, had a couple of things. He said, the players never stop believing. England are a fantastic team, but we stayed calm and found our moment. This group has an incredible heart. They fight until the end. Well, no question. And then he said, we're proud to reach another World Cup final. For as tense as his players play, I feel he has a calming hand, Lionel Scaloni. And again, I mentioned earlier, he was attacked by the Argentine press and people for lack of success. And then he figured out a way to build this team around Messi. Okay, so here's what Leo Messi said. He said, we knew one chance could change everything. He said, the team showed character when we went behind. I'm proud of every teammate of mine. Now we recover because we have one more match that remains. Lautaro Martinez, who had the game winner. I always believe I'll get another chance. Ooh, that's a good one. For anybody that's a youth player, you got to believe. You got to make runs and believe the ball's going to be there. I really like that. Lautaro Martinez, I'll always believe I'll get another chance. By the way, he didn't come in the game till the 80th minute. It was all Julian Alvarez up till then. The cross from Leo was perfect. This is Martinez. You see the cross, Brian? It's incredible.
Yeah, no, some of the crosses he throws into the box are, it looks like the ball is just walked over and handed it to the guy.
So Martinez makes a run between two center backs or two defenders. That cross has to beat the first one, who's 6'2" or more. I think it might have been John Stones. Okay? It's hit hard. And Martinez runs between the two. I mean, it has to be picture perfect to beat the first center back. It is. By the way, it's off his right foot going to his right towards the end line. You all know Messi is mostly on the ball with his left foot. This was off his right foot. This is a 39-year-old guy still playing like he's in his 20s. People said, oh, you're going to Major League Soccer. It's easy there. It might be easy for him. It's not easy physically because it's a very young league. It's a lot of young guys. You're playing in a lot of different conditions. He did have a few muscular issues where he didn't play games, but can't say anything about him. He's the best. He's the best. He does it in the clutch.
Are we sure he's done after this?
Well, I'm not sure he's done, but I mean,
as far as the next World Cup.
yeah, I mean, it's 4 years from 39. He's 43 years old. I mean, I'm honestly, let me retract that statement because I don't ever want to be the guy who said he might not come back again.
I heard that leading into this, but he's been so good. I don't know.
That's a long time away.
It is.
And what your body's going to do till then. So anyway, this was a magical day. Enzo Fernandez, who I mentioned to you, even in the first half, everybody knows Enzo Fernandez has tremendous power from long range. He's a threat. It's an asset to have a player that out of midfield is willing to shoot, pulls defenses out, makes them think. Sometimes it pulls people out and you can slip others in. It does affect the way a team will defend against you. Well, he hit a blast in the first half with a lot of power. It was off the mark. But I said to myself, well, they're going to have to be careful with him. Second half, I think he scores on the fourth long-range effort he tries. But he keeps getting closer and closer. He has two moments prior where, I'm sitting on my couch. I'm like, guys, you better decide you want to get out there and put pressure on him or the next one's flying in. And lo and behold, everybody could have called this maybe or said it was a possibility, and it goes in, and that's the equalizer. Enzo Fernandez said, we controlled the game even after conceding. We trusted our football. The equalizer gave everyone belief. The power of goals, right? That's the power of goals. All of a sudden, you're running harder. All of a sudden, you're feeling better. But Argentina, it's a late show a lot. They still have it in them, and they don't seem to panic. They've been there before. Christian Romero, the center back. We suffered, but that's who we are. No truer words spoken. We suffered, but that's who we are. Nobody in this squad gives up, Christian Romero also said. We're one step from our dream. Back to back. It's only been done by Italy, and the last time it was done was 1958 and 62, Pelé in Brazil. This will be something special. Champions of South America against the champions of Europe. And rest assured, South American teams want to beat European teams badly, and vice versa. Now, there will be a lot of South America that was not pulling for Argentina because of the way countries feel about each other on that continent. All right, so let's go to England now. You heard Thomas Tuchel before. You got the question about, you got to kind of feel for these guys sometimes. Somebody's asking for an overview of the World Cup when you've just left the field in a devastating loss in a semifinal, and somebody's asking you about what's happened prior. I never get that. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, the number to call in. Thomas Tuchel, the result is brutal because we were so close. How much of this do you put on Thomas Tuchel for dropping the team off deep? Would it alter the result? Did it invite Argentina back in? What do you think? 713-780-3776. Why don't we hit Bill on the phone lines here? Let's drop in a call here. Bill.
Hey, Glenn, great show. So, yeah, I put a lot of it on Thomas Tuchel for going so defensive, so early. You just can't do that, and that's what was proven against Lionel Messi. I think kind of yesterday's game was an example of what you really should do if you're good enough to do it. And that's what Spain did against France in the last 20 minutes. France had very little of the ball in the attacking third because Spain was able to possess and France had no way of going and disrupting that to get their attacking players on the ball in the box. So that's, to me, going to be the biggest thing about Sunday afternoon. And what's going to make it so much fun to watch is, if the game is, again, in the balance at 60 minutes, what is Argentina able to do? Are they able to control the ball and get all those challenges? Because today, Argentina hit the post, I think, 2 or 3 times before they scored. Yeah. And, had a ton of dangerous chances before they ultimately took over.
Yeah, McAllister had a clear header, and he put it off the post. That was the one.
Yeah,
that
there was
that
a
one,
shot off.
Yeah.
There was a shot off the post as well.
And Pickford came up with a huge save during that phase. I mean, you were just like, okay, it's coming, right? You felt it, right?
Yeah. Every time, obviously, Messi gets the ball, it has the possibility of exploding, and it did. It's awesome to watch.
Okay, so I like what you said about Spain, but do you think England had the capability of playing higher up the field and being able to control the possession? I mean, we're talking about Spain here, right?
We are, but once Tuchel made some of those changes that were all defensive in mind, some of that ability for them to control the ball and take some of Argentina's attack away disappeared.
Yeah. And he made it very clear what he was doing with those changes, no question. Yeah, that was the kiss of death, I believe.
It was. I feel bad for some of those defenders. Pickford, they played a great game, but I put it on Thomas Tuchel, as you said just a few minutes earlier.
All right, Bill. Thanks for the phone call. We appreciate it. 713-780-3776. Good phone call there from Bill on England and Argentina. Good connection there, bringing up the Spain game. 713-780-3776. Again, in the next segment, I'm gonna give you my feelings about the Spain-Argentina final. We'll do a whole segment on that. 713-780-3776 right now if you want to get in. Okay, here's more from Thomas Tuchel. He said, we lost control in the closing stages. We have to accept responsibility and improve. So Thomas Tuchel went from being a guy that was going to be revered for what he was doing with England, the massive victory, the inspirational victory in the most difficult of environments and the most one-sided of environments. I'm sorry, it's true. At altitude at Azteca Stadium in Mexico City. And then they turn around. They got to go play in 90 degrees in Miami against Norway, who's the darlings of the tournament. 90 degrees. After that, and by the way, with 10 men for a large portion down in Mexico City, they get past Erling Haaland in Norway. Not an easy game. So he's the toast of the town until he decides to defend deep. And that kills him. Harry Kane, it's incredibly painful. We were minutes away. Small moments decide football at this level. We have to recover for the third place match. Jude Bellingham, this one hurts. We stopped playing our football. Argentina punished every mistake. We'll learn from it. Anthony Gordon, scoring means nothing when you lose. We should have managed the game better. Credit to Argentina. They kept coming. Jordan Pickford, conceding late is the worst feeling. Everyone gave everything. Margins are tiny in football. Here's some of the media reaction. This from The Guardian. Argentina produced another trademark late comeback. Another one from The Guardian. England became too defensive after taking the lead. Scaloni's substitutions changed the match. Messi's assist for the winner was decisive. Tuchel's tactical changes comes under heavy scrutiny. Oh, there you go. Oh, well, you really got to feel. By the way, Jordan Pickford had an exceptional tournament in goal for England. I don't think there's Any question about that? All right, next segment, as I mentioned, we'll start to preview the World Cup final. Places you can watch it. Here's where I suggest. Obviously, the Fan Fest keeps going. Senate Avenue Brewing, Jersey Village, 16,000 Dillard. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center in that part of town, out on I-10. Nico's Greek and American Cafe has a monitor in there. You can get the lamp shank and sit down and watch it there. Or you can go to Slip Sliders. They got a monitor as well. All right, we're going to take a break. Whew, we got to come down. We've seen some amazing stuff in this World Cup. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Let's start talking about the World Cup final. It's Spain getting set to take on Argentina.